Possessing the most abysmal hand, he ascended to become a legendary Dark Lord. You may believe he resides eternally at the pinnacle, yet ultimately his soul fractured, condemned to an everlasting unrest. Katherine yearns to intimately explore the grand narrative of the illustrious Dark Lord. Chapter 1. The Prelude. Has that child yet to awaken? Inquired a slightly hoarse female voice. Not yet. She has been in a deep slumber recently, although she is gradually beginning to show signs of vitality. A voice, considerably younger and more robust, responded. Let her sleep. Her health has likely been precarious. Hopefully, she will be taken away soon to avoid imposing further burdens on the orphanage. How fortuitous it is that she fainted right at the entrance, making it impossible not to take her in. The hoarse voice carried a hint of irritation. Come now, stop dawdling. Does she require a guardian to watch over her? There are many matters at hand. This chaotic era truly makes existence arduous. As the words fell, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang, plunging the room into darkness. Upon hearing the door, the person in bedside yet did not open their eyes or rise. Indeed, I am feigning slumber. I'm the child they speak of, the one lying in this room, supposedly unconscious. Ever since awakening here, I've been pretending to sleep, and it has been a week. Periodically, I would simulate sleep for half a day to a full day, attempting to comprehend and acclimate to this environment. I am not of this world. To be precise, even this body does not belong to me. How could a child's body, standing approximately 4 feet tall, possibly resemble that of a 21-year-old adult? On the first day of my arrival, I was in a state of utter panic, but through countless moments of quiet contemplation, feigning sleep, I gradually regained my composure, and memories began to resurface over time. Through several days of adaptation, I discerned that this place is the Wolf Orphanage. The two individuals engaged in conversation were Lady Cole and Martha, the administrators of the orphanage. It is certain that I have arrived in the world of Harry Potter. Situated in Y Country, also known as Wolf Orphanage, with a boy named Tom Riddle, coupled with the delayed appearance of this system, if I cannot ascertain this reality, it can only mean I am in denial. Hey, aren't you going to get up? Came a somewhat dazed, mechanical voice. I rolled my eyes and sat up, complaining. I was actually intending to sleep indefinitely. Had it not been for you, I wouldn't be here, would I? However, I have essentially granted you a chance for rebirth, to live anew, arriving in the magical world you adore. How many long for such an opportunity, yet find none? The transparent display screen of the system revealed the contract between it and me. Shouldn't you have transported me to the era of Harry and his companions? How delightful it would be to behold the charming, platinum-haired Draco Malfoy. Unlike now, when I must endure life at Hogwarts alongside the future Dark Lord. Oh, no, it's not just Hogwarts. I must even contend with the days spent in an orphanage. I exclaimed in indignation. Do not feign indifference. You are clearly far more intrigued by Lord Voldemort, and in a few days, the family of Fleury will come to escort you back to your lineage, the system retorted. Oomph. How dare you say that? The only parent left alive in the Fleury family is this body's father, and the family lineage is reduced to me, an imposter. I must also worry about whether my future interactions with him will expose my true identity. I am not his daughter. I am merely a foreign soul occupying his daughter's body. I murmured gloomily. The system seemed somewhat reluctant, remaining silent for a moment before uttering a seemingly unrelated remark. Edward Fleury, the father of this body, will come to fetch you in a month, but as long as you do not reveal any inconsistencies during that time, you will be fine. I will assist you in behaving more like his daughter, and afterward, you need not worry. What do you mean? I asked, puzzled, sensing an underlying message in the system's words. No matter how well you disguise yourself, it is only a matter of time before prolonged interaction reveals the truth. One cannot become another. He does not have much time left. It is likely that after he takes you home, he will seek reunion with his true wife and children, the system sighed. What has that family endured, that their daughter suffered such grievous harm and passed away, while the father himself is affected and his life is so short? I inquired. Edward wishes to resurrect his wife, and his daughter Katherine acted as the medium. But there exists no magic that can bring the dead back to life. Their attempts failed, and they paid a tremendous price for it, the system replied, its tone tinged with regret and helplessness. You lie. If there is no magic of resurrection, then how do I exist? If I recall correctly, I personally administered a sufficient amount of potion to ensure my eternal slumber, yet here I am, alive in another body. I fix my gaze intently upon the transparent screen before me. Your situation is different. The specifics of the process remain a secret. The system seemed oblivious to my scrutinizing stare. I chose not to speak further, adjusting my posture and picked up the bread and water that Miss Sally had just brought in, taking small bites. I swung my legs that dangled by the bed, reflecting on the information I had gathered. It is now the spring of 1938, and the original inhabitant of this body is named Katherine Fleury, a scion of the pure-blood Fleury family. She is approximately 11 years old, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, will attend Hogwarts alongside Tom. In my recollection, there are two families among the Sacred 28 that lack specific records. The Fleury family is one of them, the other being the Fanfic family. The system brought me to this world with a mission, and in the interest of fairness, I also presented my own demands. My task is to maintain order, for the current state of the Fleury family has disrupted the laws of order. Mr. Fleury's wife has not been resurrected, and both he and his daughter have paid a grievous price. Even so, the world has still been affected to some extent. According to the system, I was chosen because my soul's power can compensate for the impact caused, and my presence carries the weight of restoring the normal functioning of this world. I am indifferent to these matters. I initially chose to end my life out of despair, yet the conditions presented by the system piqued my interest. To enter the magical world, experience its wonders, wield magic. Who wouldn't desire that? Naturally, I agreed, considering it akin to indulging in a game. However, I too had my stipulations. After all, a poor gaming experience would be quite disheartening. My demands are: first, I wish to be free from concerns regarding sustenance, possessing wealth, as well as being of pure blood lineage. For I have always yearned to join Slytherin and to witness the life of a pure blood family firsthand. It is indeed peculiar that a wizard of Muggle descent would not face adversity in Slytherin. Second, I wish to remain close to the Dark Lord, being by his side since his childhood. I have always harbored a fascination for Voldemort himself. As for the third point, I have yet to fully contemplate it. It remains undecided. However, the last stipulation is that my requests must not disrupt the order and laws governing the world's operation. Furthermore, the additional condition of the contract states that the system must exert its utmost effort to fulfill my three demands and likely ensure that I enjoy a favorable experience in the magical realm. After gnawing on the dry bread for quite some time, my throat felt parched and slightly choked. I yearned for a drink to soothe my throat. As I turned to reach for the water cup, I heard, perhaps you could try using magic to summon it to you. Just focus your attention. The system suddenly interjected. Upon hearing the system's suggestion, I instinctively gazed at the cup, eager to try. However, I suddenly remembered that I had never wielded magic before, and doubts began to creep into my mind. Perhaps not. If I failed to control the force, the cup might shatter, and Mrs. Cole would surely be even more irked with me, making the upcoming month all the more arduous. You have feigned slumber for an entire week. Isn't it common for your body to feel fatigued and unstable? Moreover, if you do not practice, when Mr. Free arrives, you shall be incapable of even the most rudimentary tasks. Even if you only pretend to be his daughter for 2 or 3 days, revealing your true self requires but a fleeting moment, the system analyzed. Indeed, compared to the annoyance of Mrs. Cole, the matters concerning the Free family hold greater significance. I cannot continuously cower in the realm of magic. What shall I do when I enter Hogwarts? I am destined to coexist with magic for the rest of my life. I pondered this in silence, though I refrained from voicing my thoughts. Having said this, I cast my gaze upon the cup resting on the table, fixating intently on it. With my focus sharpened, the thought of rise materialized in my mind. Approximately 3 seconds later, the cup began to tremble slightly before ascending, suspended in midair, albeit shaking, causing a few drops of water to spill forth. Gradually, I redirected my attention, and the cup descended gently, coming to rest steadily upon the table. This time, it felt considerably easier. Quite commendable. In the forthcoming month, with diligent practice, there will be no issues concerning Mr. Free, the system remarked. I remained silent, leaping from the bed and consuming the water in one gulp. Grasping the empty cup and tray, I made my way toward the door. Since I had gathered the necessary information, lingering in this pretense of slumber could lead Mrs. Cole to discreetly cast me out to fend for myself. As for Tom Riddle, I would likely miss the opportunity to meet the young version of him. Chapter 2. I shall seize control. Following the route etched in my memory, I exited the room and found myself in the grand hall. There, I observed Mrs. Colville engaged in some task, and I approached her with a carefully crafted expression. "Good day, Mrs. Colville." "Good day, Miss Martha," I greeted, a sweet smile gracing my lips. Mrs. Colville turned, and Miss Martha glanced over, both momentarily taken aback. In the next heartbeat, Miss Martha exclaimed, "You're finally up and about." Her voice resonated throughout the hall, drawing the attention of the children, who turned to look in our direction. I tilted my head slightly to survey the scene, my smile deepening. "Thank you for your diligent care, ladies. Is there anything I might assist you with? You've just recovered. Go sit over there for a while." "Come to my office later," Mrs. Colville replied calmly, her expression neutral, yet her tone markedly more patient than usual. Nodding slightly, I obediently responded, "Of course, madam." I placed the tray in the designated spot and found a corner to sit, undeterred by the curious glances directed my way. There was one gaze, however, that felt particularly probing, akin to a serpent observing its prey. I knew it belonged to Tom, yet I refrained from seeking him out. Approaching him would only heighten his wariness. Genuine contact would require him to make the first move. Having completed her tasks, Mrs. Colville gestured for me to follow her. "Come along," she said, casting a glance in my direction as she led the way. I hurried to keep pace. Once in her office, she settled behind her desk, retrieving paper, pen, and some documents, signaling for me to take a seat as she began to inquire about my condition in greater detail. "You have been frequently in a stupor, with little time spent awake. Our understanding of you is limited. You must answer my forthcoming questions truthfully," Mrs. Colville insisted. Her gaze fixed upon me, exuding an undeniable authority. "I shall answer honestly, madam," I replied, meeting her eyes and striving to appear as an earnest child. "What is your name?" she prompted. "Katherine Fleet," I responded. "Do you recall anything about your family or how you arrived here?" "Madam, I vaguely remember having a father, but the circumstances of my arrival here elude me. Thinking about it gives me a headache," I confessed, furrowing my brow as if straining to remember. My teeth clenched and hand pressed to my forehead, my eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mrs. Colville appeared moved, pushing a cup of water toward me and saying, "If you cannot recall, it's all right. Have some water." I looked up at her with gratitude, cradling the cup in my hands. "Thank you for your understanding, madam." "Child, since you cannot remember your origins, we will register your information with the government to see if anyone comes to reclaim you. In the meantime, you may reside here." Mrs. Colville's tone carried a hint of reassurance. "Thank you, madam. I shall remain here obediently until someone comes for me. I will not be a burden to the institution." I stood, expressing my appreciation with a glance at Mrs. Colville. "Good child, go ahead. Your room is the second one on the left on the third floor," she instructed before lowering her head to continue organizing her documents. "Very well, madam," I replied, returning the chair to its original position and gently closing the door behind me. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Mrs. Colville smiling approvingly. As I turned to head back to my room, a slight smile crept onto my lips. Mrs. Colville's favor was rising, and I felt secure within the orphanage. As I sensed a gaze upon me, I turned to see Tom scrutinizing me with a discerning look. I masked my smile, offering him a slight nod before disregarding him and ascending the stairs. The second room on the left, right next to Tom's. What a coincidence. I smirked slightly as I pushed open the door to my room. The room was sparsely furnished, featuring a window obscured from view by the wall, an old wardrobe, an iron bed, and a set of aged wooden tables and chairs. I closed the door and walked over to the iron bed, sprawling out in a starfish position. "Ah, it's quite hard, just like the bed I slept in before," I mused. Nevertheless, having a single room was a luxury. It was beneficial for my spine. A developing child should not rest on too soft a bed. Comforting myself, I cast the locking and silencing spells on the door as per the system's instructions. As this was my first attempt at these spells without a wand, it proved quite challenging. I had to recite the incantations carefully and quietly, with the system attentively monitoring my surroundings to prevent anyone from noticing my unusual behavior. After nearly 20 attempts, the spells finally took effect. The remaining time was spent under the system's guidance, learning additional spells and magical knowledge, while also reacquainting myself with the Flea family and Katherine's habits and past. Time swiftly slipped away. As dinner time approached, the Wood Orphanage, due to resource constraints, provided only 2 meals a day, lunch and dinner. With half an hour remaining until dinner, it was time to prepare. Remaining in my room too long might draw the attention of the caretakers, leading them to believe I was difficult to interact with, which would not bode well for my subsequent life here. With this thought in mind, I jumped off the bed, tidied my appearance, dispelled the locking charm, and opened the door to head downstairs for dinner. At the staircase, I encountered Tom returning from outside, his shoes caked with mud, likely from spending some time in the yard. His strikingly dark eyes were beautiful, yet devoid of any emotion typical of a child. There was neither curiosity nor the usual sparkle. His gaze was as calm as a still, black pool, concealing all beneath its surface. Suddenly caught in the depths of his eyes, I momentarily lost my bearings. After a brief pause, contemplating whether to greet him, I noticed that he had already averted his gaze and proceeded straight to his room. As he passed, a cold voice echoed behind me. "Do not provoke me, if you are wise." I stood frozen at the foot of the stairs for a moment, remaining silent before continuing downwards, not glancing back until the door behind me closed, shutting out all light. TSK, this boy is rather intriguing. When dinner was served, Tom also made his way to the dining hall. The mud on his shoes had vanished, suggesting he had taken the time to clean up. He chose a corner seat, and the other children gradually arrived, each conspicuously choosing to sit far from Tom. My seat was not too far from him, but still maintained a respectable distance, closer to the other children, yet with some space. After all, I was not fond of crowded places. They were too noisy. Yet, there was always a curious child. A little girl with golden hair scooted her tray closer to mine, sitting nearer than the others. "I'm Amy. What is your name?" she inquired. "Katherine." "Hello, Amy." I smiled in response. "I heard from Miss Martha that you were always asleep and wouldn't wake up for a long time. Were you sick?" she continued. "I wasn't ill, just a bit weak before, but I'm feeling better now." I gauged her intent, carefully choosing my words. "Oh, let us eat quickly. It's cold, and the food will harden." She seemed somewhat disappointed, her desire to converse waning. I smiled, choosing silence as I resumed eating. The children, who had been eavesdropping on our conversation, lowered their heads and continued their meals. The dining hall was far quieter than I had anticipated. After spending a day at the Wood Orphanage, I became more familiar with its structure. The orphanage was enclosed by high railings, with a yard in front where the children often played. The square building housed a foyer and dining hall on the ground floor. Mrs. Colville and her staff's offices and living quarters, as well as classrooms and a library on the second floor, while the third floor was designated for the children's accommodations. During my initial days at the orphanage, I neither sought out the company of any children nor resisted their attempts at interaction. This place differed from others. The children here retained a certain wildness, especially in these economically challenging times. If one appears too special, be it excessively reclusive or overly endearing, it may elicit rejection and jealousy from the other children. At times, being different is the gravest of sins. Thus, I endeavor to present myself as a compliant child before the caretakers and as a congenial companion in the presence of my peers, striving to attract no attention whatsoever. Except for Riddle, he seems to perceive the thoughts hidden beneath my amiable demeanor. On several occasions, our gazes have met, and I discerned his mockery. "Have you been observing me, Tom? Have you begun to take an interest in me?" Yet, despite this, I shall not initiate contact. I will wait for you to approach me. I must maintain the upper hand. Chapter 3. The Art of Indirection. The courtyard of the orphanage is hardly expansive, but I find solace in a few lush trees near the fence. They provide ample shade in the summer, ensuring the heat is bearable. Their sturdy trunks and considerable height render them the ideal location for discreetly entering and exiting the orphanage, allowing me to practice magic behind their cover without attracting attention. It is indeed a splendid spot. Another who shares my sentiments is Tom. In recent days, I have observed Riddle beneath the tree numerous times, even witnessing him wield magic, transforming a blade of grass into a snail, or using leaves as weapons to wound a boy who had provoked him. The injured boy fled, shrieking, intending to inform Mrs. Cole, yet lacking any evidence. I saw everything unfold but chose to remain silent. In such an environment, vulnerability can lead to extraordinary suffering. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. Furthermore, the boy had initiated the provocation, and I had no desire to incite the wrath of the fiercely vengeful young Tom. Although the Dark Lord is merely a child at this juncture, underestimating him could yield dire consequences. Tom gazed at the scattering children, a smile gracing his lips that was both joyful and somewhat sinister. I must admit, even at this young age, he possesses striking features, yet his smile is undeniably unsettling. Amused, I languidly stood in the courtyard, observing them with a contemplative expression, my face betraying no emotion. When Tom glanced my way, I positioned myself equidistant from him and the other children, forming a perfect triangle with the building. I met his gaze calmly, devoid of the fear and surprise he anticipated. It seemed my reaction caught him off guard. His expression shifted to one of confusion, and the smile faded from his lips. Suddenly, Amy dashed over, grabbing my arm and pulling me towards the building. "You fool, Katherine, don't make eye contact with him. Something bad will happen," she exclaimed, her voice trembling as we ran. After spending a few days together, the children had been relatively friendly towards me, especially Amy, who seemed particularly fond of me. Upon reaching the entrance hall, the The children were panting, bending over to catch their breath. I quietly glanced back, spotting Tom standing still watching me. We locked eyes for a moment before I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and offer him a smile. I wondered if he could discern my expression as I strolled leisurely into the hall. Perhaps if the Dark Lord weren't so menacing, he could be considered rather adorable. Ah, my peculiar taste. Tom, standing beneath the tree, furrowed his brow at Katherine's expression. Was she mocking me or looking down on me? His small fists clenched tightly, and the leaves around him rustled violently in the wind. During a mealtime, Amy settled beside me and leaned in slightly to whisper, "Katherine, keep your distance from Riddle. He is a monster. Dennis was hurt by him today. Nobody wants to be around a monster." Mrs. Cole, upon hearing of the incident, claimed there was no evidence. Yet we all believed he was to blame. No wonder Mrs. Cole appeared somewhat distressed today, as if troubled by something. Tom hadn't come for dinner either. According to Amy, Mrs. Cole should not entirely trust the children's accounts. It is unusual for Tom to miss a meal. After all, our sustenance relies on 2 meals a day, and missing one would mean facing hunger. Thus, there must be another reason for his absence. Observing Amy's excitement, I inquired, "Did Mrs. Cole say anything?" Amy's face lit up, a smile spreading across her lips. After scolding Dennis, he was taken to get treated. Riddle was then summoned to Mrs. Cole's office, and he has been in there for several hours. He must be in trouble again. Her voice had risen in volume, almost unconsciously. Martha, overhearing the commotion, shot us a glare, warning that if we made another sound, we would face the same fate as Riddle. We quickly lowered our heads, silently nibbling on our bread. Seizing the opportunity while Amy was distracted, I discreetly slipped a piece of bread into my clothing. Just before departing the table, Amy tugged at me, her voice soft and concerned. "Katherine, nobody likes Tom. Even without evidence, he still got punished because Dennis and I said it was him." Oh. The implication was clear: steer clear of Tom, and a warning was issued. If I associated with him, they would unite against me, much like they did with him. The children here are astute indeed. If I truly possessed the mindset of a 10-year-old, I would have likely become one of their little followers by now. That night, as the others drifted off to sleep, I found myself standing before the door to the confinement room, slipping a piece of bread inside. Without uttering a word, I returned to my room, unaware of a small snake carrying a mouse slithering towards the confinement room. Life in the orphanage has become exceedingly dull for me. My days consist of watching the children engage in exclusionary games or perusing childish books to pass the time. The only moments that pique my interest are when I practice magic with the system and observe young Tom's every move. Tom had been confined the previous day, and the system had gone about its business while I remained idly hidden behind a large tree in the courtyard. Why hide? Because just moments ago, Amy and her companions were plotting to raid a mouse nest. Goodness, I wish to avoid being bitten by a rat. They hold grudges, and despite their small size, they are cunning. Who knows what ailments they harbor? It's best to keep my distance, especially since these brash children seem eager to provoke such creatures. With few people in the courtyard, Tom confined and the others occupied with their mouse hunt, I was perfectly concealed by the tree, making it an excellent place to practice magic. At last, I had the opportunity to practice the plant growth spell the system had previously instructed me on. I recalled watching a fantasy drama where a sage would rub his hands, and a lotus would bloom in the empty ground. Now, I, too, possessed such magic. As I contemplated, I began to mentally recite the incantation. After several attempts, a vine swiftly sprouted from the earth, blooming into a rose. Images of a butterfly fluttering around the delicate pink rose filled my mind, and suddenly, a white butterfly appeared beside the flower. How beautiful, I thought, my spirits soaring. Only to be startled by a voice that nearly caused me to fall. How did you do that? Don't even think of lying. There were no flowers here before. Tom's voice was icy, yet his gaze bore into me with the curiosity of someone who had stumbled upon something intriguing. Startled, I almost gasped. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the flower and butterfly vanished. Well, there goes my chance to spin a tale. I braced myself and replied. I just thought about the flower and the butterfly in my mind, and they appeared. One hand awkwardly behind my back, I scratched my head with the other. Feeling quite foolish, Tom regarded me with an excited yet twisted smile, his expression suddenly darkening. Come to my room tonight if you don't want anyone to discover this, he commanded, threateningly. Without waiting for my response, he strode toward the entrance hall. Once he was out of sight, I allowed myself to chuckle softly. At last. I have been waiting for you, little Dark Lord. That night, after everyone had fallen into slumber, I stealthily approached the door of Tom's room. His chamber was conveniently located just beside mine, the light still aglow. I refrained from knocking, as the sound would be jarringly intrusive on such a tranquil night. And I certainly did not wish to rouse anyone and invite trouble upon myself. Gently, I opened the door to Tom's room, but instead of entering directly, I merely cracked it open. Almost instantaneously, Tom seemed to sense my presence, and in a hushed tone, he beckoned, "Come in." With his permission granted, I slowly pushed the door open further, then carefully closed it behind me, ensuring there was no creaking sound to disrupt the silence. "Hello, Tom," I ventured first. Tom did not respond. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What else can you do?" His tone carried an undeniable pressure that brooked no refusal. "Oh, how could I have forgotten?" Voldemort never liked being led by the nose. Even in conversation, he preferred to steer the direction of discourse himself. I shrugged and replied, "Not much, just some simple things, but nothing compared to your abilities." I intentionally emphasized the last part. "You've been watching me." Tom glared at me fiercely. "Not at all. I merely happened to witness what you did to Benson. Besides, you haven't concealed it from me," I replied calmly, my words a blend of truth and half-truth. Tom indeed did not shy away from revealing his unfortunate capabilities. I surmised it was because he wished to instill fear in others, or perhaps he relished in that sensation. "Demonstrate your abilities, Katherine," he commanded, his tone that of an evaluator. I gazed at his desk, envisioning an object levitating, and in the next moment, a notebook on his desk began to float. Slowly, I looked back at him, and the notebook gently descended back onto the surface. I noticed his eyes widen slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, surprise flickering in his gaze. "Katherine, you are unlike them. We are of the same kind." As his words fell, a soft light coalesced, forming a crescent moon that shimmered dimly before us. Enchanted, I reached out to touch it, only to find my hand passing right through. A low, delighted chuckle echoed nearby, tinged with a hint of pride. "I often see you gazing up at the sky beneath the trees. You cannot see the night sky from your room. I knew you would appreciate this." Indeed, the most unbearable aspect of the orphanage room was that, despite having a window, it offered no view of the outside world, just high walls that obscured everything, akin to a prison, suffocating. I looked at Tom. His seemingly harmless and youthful visage bathed in the moonlight created a gentle illusion. I suppressed the urge to caress his cheek, instead smiling at his mischievous eyes. "From this day forth, we shall be friends. Let's get to know each other anew. Greetings, I am Katherine Vreely." I extended my right hand through the moonlight towards Tom. "Tom Riddle. A pleasure to meet you, Katherine," he responded after a brief moment, extending his hand to gently grasp mine. Our hands intertwined through the soft luminescence of the moon, the light clinging to us as if we had forged a solemn pact. At lunchtime the following day, Amy once again seated herself beside me, only to be startled into shifting her plate away into the crowd by Tom's piercing gaze. Once she had distanced herself, Tom's stare shifted to me, his focus unwavering as he mouthed something silently. I discerned it to mean, "Come here," with a measure of reluctance. I picked up my plate and settled beside him. Mrs. Colf and Martha frowned at my choice, while Amy and Dennis wore expressions of surprise mixed with indignation, as if I had betrayed them. Once seated next to Tom, he remained silent, quietly consuming his meal. So quiet, in fact, that I nearly believed him to be a model child. After finishing our meal in silence, Tom and I wandered into the woods of the courtyard. He leaned against a tree, while I sat beside him. The tree provided ample cover, allowing us to converse behind its protective embrace. "Tom, friends should share. I shall tell you some things I know about our abilities, and you tell me what you know. How does that sound?" I coaxed, hoping to draw out the little Dark Lord's confidences. "All right, you go first," he unexpectedly acquiesced, more receptive than I had anticipated. In truth, our abilities possess a name. They are called magic. Magic is not inherent to all. Only a select few are gifted with it. I can conjure objects from thin air, just as you witnessed that rose and butterfly here the other day. I can also move things without any external force or physical contact, much like causing that notebook to fly in your room. I slowly revealed what I knew. I knew it. "I am different, and you are like me," he exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. "That's all I know for now. What about you?" I withheld certain truths, as it was reasonable to assume that I had yet to return to the Vreely house and was unfamiliar with the magical world, or perhaps had simply not remembered it yet. After all, upon my arrival in this world, my soul's age did not align with my physical form, causing a temporary loss of memory that I gradually regained over a week of slumber. I can bring misfortune upon others if I desire. Like you, I can make objects levitate without touching them. I can command animals to obey my will, and even inflict harm on others, should I choose to. Are these all forms of magic? He queried. Indeed, magic enables us to accomplish such feats, I replied. He bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before speaking again. I can converse with snakes. They seek me out and whisper softly to me. Can you do that? I shook my head. No, I cannot communicate with snakes. He suddenly appeared somber, troubled by my inability to understand the serpent's tongue. Noticing his increasingly distorted expression, I hurriedly added, perhaps it's your unique ability. After all, I mentioned that you seem to possess far greater talents than I do. It is only natural that you would have gifts I do not. After hearing my words, his demeanor lightened somewhat. He suddenly looked at me with a fervor. We are of the same kind. You must learn to speak with snakes. But I can't. I exclaimed in surprise. I can teach you. You must study with me every day, he insisted, hissing as he did so. A small snake emerged from behind him, coiling around his arm. He extended his hand towards me, and the little snake stood upright. A shiver ran down my spine, yet I did not shy away. "This is Duke," he said, and with another hiss, the snake turned its head to glance at Tom before nodding at me, flicking its tongue. "What is it doing?" I asked curiously. "It is greeting you. I told it you are my friend," Tom explained. I gazed at the little snake, extending my finger to gently stroke its head. It flicked its tongue again, and in the next moment, it twisted around my hand. I froze, my hand unmoving, but my body involuntarily recoiled slightly. Tom, noticing my discomfort, took the snake back into his palm. Once it was settled, he clarified, "It likes you, which is why it behaved that way." Feeling a bit awkward, I cleared my throat and said, "Oh, I see. By the way, Tom, what kinds of magic are you capable of? Aside from that ability to sharpen leaves that I witnessed the other day." I shifted the topic, eager to evade further embarrassment. "I possess the remarkable ability to make objects vanish for a time before they reappear, to extinguish or ignite lights at will, and to move items of equal weight to that of a human without physical contact." Tom's tone remained unchanged from his usual demeanor, yet I detected a fleeting glimmer of pride within him. "How impressive!" I exclaimed, as I had yet to attempt moving particularly heavy objects. I felt a desire to indulge the not-so-dangerous little Dark Lord. "Katherine, stay by my side, and I can teach you what I know. We can learn magic together. With me, you shall grow stronger." "We are exceptional," Tom asserted confidently. "I will remain by your side, and we shall learn magic together, for we are friends," I responded. In the days that followed, as I had anticipated, my association with Tom led Amy, Dennis, and others to distance themselves from me. The other children, with whom I had never interacted, treated me as though I were invisible. Mrs. Cole often furrowed her brow as she observed Tom and me, particularly when her gaze fell upon me. I sensed that she wished to communicate something to me. Indeed, my intuition proved correct, for not long after, Mrs. Cole sought me out. Chapter 5. What do you wish to do now? I knocked on Mrs. Cole's office door. "Come in," she instructed. I opened the door and gently closed it behind me. Approaching her with a polite smile, I said, "Madam, I hear from Martha that you sought my presence?" "Yes. I do have matters to discuss with you," Mrs. Cole replied. "Katherine, you have been at the orphanage for some time now. The others and I consider you a well-behaved child. Well-behaved children heed the advice and concern of their elders, do they not?" she inquired. "Indeed, madam. I comprehend the benevolent guidance and concern of my elders," I answered, while I could appreciate the goodwill expressed by others. Whether or not I chose to heed their counsel remained my own prerogative. My decisions are mine to make, and the opinions of others are merely to be heard. As I responded to Mrs. Cole, I altered my phrasing. Mrs. Cole frowned, pinching her brow in weariness, and said, "Katherine, be discerning in your choice of friends. Tom is not an ideal companion." "Why?" I asked. "Tom is, well, an unusual child. As someone who cares for you, I do not wish for you to come to harm. Do you understand?" She carefully selected her words, seemingly in search of a reasonable and compelling rationale to persuade me. I lowered my head in silence for a moment before raising it to address Mrs. Cole earnestly. "Madam, you are a good person. You have provided me with shelter and sustenance when I had nowhere to turn, and I am exceedingly grateful to you." I inhaled deeply and continued. "I understand your advice and intentions. However, Tom is not an oddity to me. I find joy in his company." Mrs. Cole spoke further, attempting to dissuade me from Tom. But I deftly sidestepped the conversation, and after several attempts, she ceased her efforts. It seemed I had become another source of concern for her, following Tom. After dinner, Tom rose from the table, instructing me to visit his room after the lights were extinguished for the night. Later that evening, I entered Tom's room, where a faint light seeped through the window, rendering the surroundings indistinct. I observed Tom standing with his back to the door, a departure from his usual habit of sitting on the bed with the light on, engrossed in a book while awaiting my arrival. Today, however, he was different. "Tom?" I queried, struggling to see him clearly. He did not respond or turn around. Just as I thought he might remain silent, a voice broke the stillness. "What did Mrs. Cole say to you today?" he asked, his tone subdued. "Do not lie," he barked, turning to glare at me fiercely. I sighed, gazing at him calmly, and replied somewhat resignedly, "Tom, you need not threaten me. I will speak the truth regardless." "You lie. They all lie to me. You will too," he shouted. "You once said that you and I are of the same kind, unlike them." I raised my right hand, a soft glow emanating from my palm, gradually coalescing. "Thus, I shall not lie to you, for we are kindred spirits. I am as special as you. We are friends." The glowing points converged into an incomplete circle, resembling the moon Tom had once shown me. He had taught me once, and I had learned. I extended my hand once more, reminiscent of our initial genuine encounter. "I will not deceive you, for we are friends." I smiled at him. He frowned, his gaze piercing as if he sought a crack in my facade, but found none. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his head and ultimately grasped my hand as he had the first time. I held onto his hand firmly. He fidgeted slightly, attempting to withdraw, but I would not allow it. Leaning closer, I spoke softly. Mrs. Cole has urged me to keep my distance from you. Sure enough. The next moment his expression darkened, his eyes glinting with malice as they bore into me. I blinked and smiled brightly at him, saying, "Then I told her that I would continue to stay by your side." He averted his gaze uncomfortably. I adjusted his head to meet my eyes, stating, "Therefore, you must remain by my side. For now we share the same circumstances." Chapter 5. What do you wish to do now? As my bond with Tom deepened, the other children began to distance themselves from me, which ultimately saved me considerable trouble. Managing children can be quite a physical endeavor, especially at this age when their energy knows no bounds. With fewer distractions from the other children, I often practiced magic with Riddle. However, out of caution, I refrained from divulging too many spells to him. Should he grow suspicious, my plans to return to the Fly's family might become complicated. Tom and I frequently engaged in magical practice through friendly competition. We would levitate leaves or small pieces of paper between us, using our magic to push or pull the objects toward ourselves. Initially, I contemplated using larger items, but the orphanage's limited space posed a challenge. Although the other children kept their distance, it was not far enough. Should they discover something amiss, it would spell trouble for both Tom and me. Tom was always enthusiastic about practicing magic. At first, he would exert all his effort to pull the leaves toward himself or push them toward me, often resulting in the leaves either being torn to shreds or flying directly at me, nearly causing injury. He found great amusement in this. "Tom, if you ruin the leaves, we will have to find new ones, which will reduce our practice time. Moreover, should you injure me, no one will play magic with you," I remarked with a hint of exasperation. Tom's smile faded as he seemed to seriously contemplate my words. "And one more thing, friends do not harm one another. I will not hurt you, and you will not hurt me, will you?" I gently coaxed. The lovely little face before me furrowed in thought, as if in disagreement, prompting me to add, "Friends are meant to help one another. We are the only ones of our kind here. By supporting one another, we can thrive, cannot we?" At last, his frown lifted. He looked up and said, "I promise we will help each other, and I will not harm you. But you must also promise me that you will not betray me." I offered him a gentle smile, assuring him, "I promise I won't harm you." I paused deliberately, observing the slight furrow of his brow before continuing, "And I shall not stand in opposition to you either." Upon hearing my response, little Tom's dark, expressive eyes sparkled, and a crooked smile graced his lips. I picked up a relatively intact leaf from beneath a nearby tree and waved it before Tom. To me, exerting one's utmost effort in a task was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in the mastery of restraint. "Let us practice how to defeat one another while tempering our own strength," I suggested. "How do we proceed?" Tom inquired, intrigued. We agreed that regardless of whether we pushed or pulled the leaf towards ourselves, we must not tear it apart. With that, I levitated the leaf into the air, and Tom eagerly joined in. Initially, he struggled somewhat, often applying too much force, nearly shredding the leaf multiple times, but he managed to rein himself in just in time. As we continued, he gradually grew more adept, while I found myself expending greater effort to keep pace with him. I had to admit, Tom's magic was rather formidable. Even with restraint, an air of aggression lingered, and I began to feel overwhelmed. Eventually, I withdrew my magic. Without the opposing force, the leaf almost came hurtling back towards me, but Tom swiftly reacted, diminishing its momentum and allowing it to gently descend, not to the ground, but rather onto my head. In the next moment, I caught a glimpse of a subtle, restrained smile on Tom's face. It was an enchanting smile, distinctly different from his usual demeanor, exuding an unexpected warmth, almost as if he were deliberately lowering my defenses before embarking on some mischievous endeavor. I found myself momentarily taken aback, and before I could fully process it, the leaf above me shattered into countless tiny fragments, raining down upon my head. The leaves, already crisp and dry, crumbled under Tom's magical influence, transforming into a cascade of debris atop my hair, giving the impression that I hadn't washed it in quite some time. I felt utterly disheveled. Bowing my head, I neglected to scold him and instead began brushing the fragments from my hair with both hands. Tom, on the other hand, erupted into laughter, clearly delighted by the spectacle. "Stop laughing, you little brat," I thought, though I refrained from voicing it aloud. After all, even the smallest Dark Lord possesses a cunning nature, one best left unprovoked. My words failed to dampen Tom's spirits. He continued to chuckle, and even the little snake hidden in his pocket couldn't resist peeking out, coiling around Tom's arm and flicking its tongue, swaying its tail in mockery of me. "Where's Mr. Freely?" I silently lamented. Once I managed to clear the leaves from my hair, I noticed Tom was observing me intently. "You ought to take this more seriously, Katherine," he remarked. "What?" I mumbled, still lost in thought, my head spinning from the earlier commotion. I hadn't quite grasped his words. "You could have contested me just now, yet you chose to concede," Tom accused, arms crossed. "Why should I compete?" "It's exhausting," I replied, still looking down as I rubbed my temples. "Why not compete? With great talent comes great responsibility. We are inherently different, Tom exclaimed, a mix of confusion and excitement in his voice. At last, I comprehended his sentiment, and after a moment of contemplation, I responded, engaging in petty rivalries serves no purpose. Living one's life well is sufficient. He scoffed dismissively. If we possess extraordinary gifts, we ought not to settle for mediocrity. Finding the topic rather tedious, I shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps, but I believe this is not the moment for such discussions. After all, no matter how great a person may be, they cannot fully realize their potential on an empty stomach, can they? With that, I took Tom's hand and led him toward the orphanage building. As I grasped his hand, Tom furrowed his brow but said nothing, obediently following me into the hall. The space was still relatively empty, with some time before mealtime. I settled into a corner, spotting a white object moving near the entrance, resembling a plush toy. Just as I bent down to inspect it, the fluffy little doll was abruptly yanked away, and I nearly stumbled to the ground, caught off guard. I glared up at the culprit, a pale, short boy clutching the stuffed toy protectively. His eyes filled with anger and hostility directed at me. Moments later, he shifted his gaze to Tom behind me, but quickly averted his eyes, as if sensing a threat. What do you want? He barked, his tone more accusatory than inquisitive. I was utterly perplexed. How had I inadvertently provoked this child? I had little recollection of him. Perhaps named Stabs, and I had not interacted with him in recent days. Stabs, stop shouting. Let us go, urged the boy beside him, Dennis, tugging at his sleeve and casting a wary glance at me. Why shouldn't I shout? They're monsters. They took my Lilith, and now they want to take my toy. Stabs cried, his eyes reddening. Dennis attempted to console him, but our commotion caught the attention of the adults. What is going on here? Why is everyone standing around? Get back to your seats. Martha's voice boomed, startling Stabs into silence. The taller Dennis, seeing the adults approach, suddenly gained confidence and exclaimed. She tried to steal Stabs' toy, pointing an accusatory finger at me. Martha turned, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized me. Is that true? She asked sternly. I regained my composure, piecing together the situation. It seemed these two had a prior grievance with Tom and were now venting their frustrations on me. Meeting Martha's gaze calmly, I explained earnestly. I merely noticed a white object by the door and intended to pick it up when Stabs and his friend approached. They must have misunderstood my intentions. You're lying. The boy shouted, his eyes glaring at me. His complete lack of manners was evident. He seemed only capable of shouting and stubbornness. Taking a step back, I rubbed my ear lightly, feeling impatient. What proof do you have that I was trying to steal your toy? Did I hide it or take it from you? It remains in your possession, does it not? Dennis, caught off guard by my retort, fell silent. His face flushed as he clenched his fists and glared at me, as if wishing to strike me. I had little desire to engage with such immature children, so I turned to Martha politely, saying, Ms. Martha, this is a misunderstanding. Is there anything I can assist you with? It's nearly mealtime, and I imagine you are quite busy. I would like to help as well, Ms. Martha. A voice chimed in from behind me. It was Tom. Upon seeing him approach, the previously irate boy's demeanor shifted instantly. He lowered his head, concealing his hands behind him and stepping back, though his eyes occasionally darted toward Tom. Martha, surprised by Tom's offer, quickly waved her hand, instructing us to return to our seats. She turned to the boys and said, Dennis, do not be so quick to suspect others. One must be more gracious. Now, return to your seats. Reluctantly, Dennis and Stabs departed, taking seats beside Amy, whispering to one another. I paid little heed as I returned to my seat, inquiring of Tom. What were you discussing with them? Tom suddenly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at me. Are you questioning me? He retorted. No, merely curious. Their reaction seems rather exaggerated, I replied. He turned away, no longer meeting my gaze. It's nothing. They believe I hanged that rabbit. Oh, I acknowledged. Aren't you curious if I did it? His tone carried a hint of doubt, laced with challenge. If you wish to speak of it, I shall listen, I responded nonchalantly. A prolonged silence ensued. Just as I was about to begin my meal, he coldly remarked, I did it. I suspended the rabbit in the air, letting it become ensnared by the rope. It kicked for a moment before becoming still. It's a pity you couldn't see it, he added, a note of provocation and pride in his voice. So what do you wish to say? I set down the milk I had raised and tilted my head in inquiry. You want to leave me, don't you? He asked in a hushed, fierce tone. Are you truly afraid I might depart, Tom? I countered. You dare. His voice rose slightly, though it was evident he was restraining his volume. Why would I leave? Just because you retaliated against their cruelty by harming a rabbit? I took a sip of milk, licking my lips. You haven't truly harmed anyone, have you? Last time, the leaves merely grazed a small wound as a warning. He continued to scrutinize me. Would you care to sample the milk? Today's is warm, which enhances its flavor. It will cool down soon, I suggested. He said nothing further, lifting the milk to take a sip, licking the remnants from his lips before devouring the bread voraciously. A child who relishes their meal is the most endearing. Growing boys must eat well to become tall and handsome in the future. I couldn't help but let a smile creep upon my lips, prompting Tom to glance at me with mild disdain, as if to chide my foolishness. I quickly stifled my grin and resumed my serious eating. After our meal, Tom and I retreated to our respective rooms to rest. Have you been practicing your magic diligently of late? Oh my, what a fright. The system's voice suddenly materialized beside me, nearly causing me to leap from my seat. Could you not project a transparent screen before speaking? You nearly scared me to death. I patted my chest, my mind racing with the locking and silencing spells I intended to cast, and 2 beams of light flashed as the spells were effortlessly executed. No wand was required, nor did I utter a sound. This reminded me of my practice sessions with Tom, who, due to his considerable talent, learned quickly and wielded powerful magic. Otherwise, I would not have consistently lost to him in our Leaf games, and on several occasions, I nearly sustained injury. Yet, this raised a question. If memory serves, Tom Riddle in the original story had to labor to master silent spells, though the extent of his abilities was not explicitly detailed. Am I truly that impressive? Mastering spells with such ease, even silent ones without a wand? System, I shouted suddenly, startling it. My auditory systems are functioning properly. There is no need to raise your voice, it replied, slightly irritated. Although I'm a system and cannot be frightened to death, you can certainly cause me to malfunction. I don't recall ever inquiring whether I possess a golden finger or extraordinary talent, I retorted, disregarding its complaints and pressing on with my question. You have not asked. It answered with a matter-of-fact tone. Then do I possess such abilities? I inquired eagerly, recalling how characters in transmigration novels often come equipped with exceptional skills. You should. What do you mean should? Do I or do I not? What kind of skills do I possess? How can I utilize them if you remain silent? My impatience grew. Chapter 7. The Uncharted Future. I cannot disclose that to you, just as I was about to chastise it for being unreliable. It continued to explain, you do not belong to the magical world. For you, this world is merely a book. Therefore, certain rules of this world do not apply to you, though not all of them are exempt. It paused for a few seconds before continuing, in some respects. You are invincible, yet you are also constrained by this world. For example, I asked, in what ways am I invincible, and in what ways am I restricted? For instance, your magic cannot be assessed by the laws of this world. Your potential is highly uncertain, which implies that your magic can manifest in myriad possibilities. Casting spells comes much more easily to you. Even simple incantations may be performed without a wand or spoken words. Upon hearing this, I inwardly scoffed, finding it enigmatic and nearly meaningless despite its complexity. As for limitations, there are certain boundaries you cannot cross. For example, as the contract states, you cannot violate the laws of the world's order, resurrect the dead, alter the course of history, etc. Employing extreme dark magic may also result in severe backlash. The system's tone turned unusually grave as it spoke of restrictions. The course of history? What does that mean? I queried, pointing out my confusion. In essence, the future of this world will roughly follow its original trajectory, much like what you see in the Harry Potter books. As it spoke, it displayed the restrictions in red text on a transparent screen, as if emphasizing the importance of these considerations. So, you mean Tom Riddle will become the Dark Lord, ultimately to be defeated by Harry Potter? And when you say roughly, does that imply there are aspects I can alter? I bombarded it with questions. You seem quite interested in these matters now, the system teased. Spare me the banter and answer swiftly. I have no time for trivialities, I replied impatiently. Your temper is quite different from how you present yourself. Yes, the general trajectory, including the Battle of Hogwarts, Tom Riddle becoming the Dark Lord, and his eventual defeat by Harry, cannot be altered. So, I actually possess the skill of foresight, knowledge of the original story's development. I had previously thought the world would change course due to my presence. Now it seems I was merely preening. In principle, this world's development should align closely with the contents of the book you are familiar with. However, due to the repercussions of the previous incident with the Weasley family, the world has experienced some deviation, partially straying from its original path. Go on, I instructed, pulling out a pen and paper to record information. To maintain the world, you were brought here by me, which is the first distinction. After all, you were not meant to exist, not even within this magical realm. As long as the world does not stray from its original course, theoretically, you can do whatever you wish without consequence. Furthermore, you can exercise creative freedom in the blank spaces not mentioned in the book. The system answered my inquiries in one breath. So, in reality, everything concerning me remains unknown and will not significantly impact the world's trajectory. Additionally, the story's blanks and unmentioned sections are open for my interpretation. However, I cannot violate the world's order and laws, such as resurrecting the dead or altering the established future of the magical world, I summarized. That is correct, the system confirmed. I swiftly jotted down my notes. Personal magic. The world cannot assess my magical strength, filled with possibilities. All matters concerning my future, unknown, uncertain. but will not impact the general trajectory of the magical world. Easier spellcasting, e.g., without a wand or vocalization. Extreme dark magic incurs stronger backlash. The blanks and unmentioned portions of Harry Potter, open for interpretation. Altering the established trajectory of the world, not permitted. Resuscitation and other violations of the world's natural laws. By the way, unless you consent or give permission, no one can invade your spirit, read your thoughts, or access your memories, the system added. After uttering this statement, the system slipped away again, leaving me to summon it only when necessary. Truly unreliable. After some contemplation, I finished my thoughts and lay on my bed, murmuring to myself, is my future truly uncertain? Just as I was on the verge of drifting into slumber, a knock at the door jolted me back from my reverie. Rubbing my eyes, I rose to open the door. Who is it? I called out, somewhat irritated. Upon opening my eyes, I found Tom standing at the threshold, with his raven hair and dark eyes. Apart from myself, he was the only other child in the orphanage with such striking features, making us stand out amidst the rest, as black hair and dark eyes are rather uncommon abroad. We should head downstairs to study, Tom stated flatly. Oh, I replied slowly. The routine at the orphanage consisted of meals, rest, study, chores, and a period of free time. The learning was rather simplistic, essentially revolving around basic literacy and reading. Most of the time, a caretaker merely supervised us as we wrote or read in a classroom. For me, these tasks were far too elementary, so I often retreated to a corner with a book. Tom, on the other hand, read at an impressive speed and had nearly finished the orphanage's collection of books before my arrival. He too would often sit in a corner with a book in hand. However, there was one particular volume he seemed to peruse frequently. It was quite old. The cover had long since vanished, the pages were yellowed, and the corners were frayed, with a few pages even torn. Absently flipping through my own book, I pondered my earlier conversation with the system. My future remains a mystery. I am aware of most people's destinies, yet my own seems utterly elusive, leaving me in a state of confusion. Tom, I called softly. He turned his head slightly, responding with a curious What are your thoughts on life and death? I inquired. His eyes narrowed slightly, betraying a hint of confusion and wariness at my question. What could an unknown future hold? I laid the book across my lap, leaning back against the wall, my gaze drifting aimlessly toward the ceiling. With a soft sigh, I mused, I wonder what experiences the future might bring. Could it be worse than the present? The future is inherently uncertain. It is precisely this uncertainty that warrants gratitude. For we can strive for the glory and a better life we deserve through our own efforts, rather than being constrained by a predetermined existence. In contrast to my trepidation and pessimism regarding the unknown, Tom exuded an air of determination. As he spoke, his chin slightly elevated, lips curving upwards, his gaze unwavering. He seemed confident that the future would align with his aspirations. Gazing into his bright, fervent eyes, I felt a spark of inspiration. Is that so? But what if the future holds unforeseen twists? I lowered my head, fiddling with my fingers. He shot me a sidelong glance, dismissively retorting, it won't. I will strive to shape the future according to my desires. We are unique. One day we shall leave this place, and we will have a glorious future. I couldn't help but smile at the earnestness on his youthful face and confidently declared, you will become an extraordinary person, regardless of the outcome. You will be remarkable. Of course, he replied swiftly, adding, you will share in my glory. He sat there, upright, with no trace of jest in his eyes. His resolute gaze fixed upon my face, illuminated by the light streaming in from the window. He appeared as though chosen by destiny to elevate me to the pinnacle of existence, gazing down upon all. Chapter 8. He was angry. As the days passed, the time for Mr. Freely to collect me drew ever closer. I found myself troubled by how to minimize Tom's reaction to this development. He seemed fraught with insecurity, coupled with a desire for control. In a moment of misguided cleverness, I had distanced myself from Tom, no longer clinging to him as I once did. I even engaged in a brief conversation with Amy, uttering only a few words, hoping to help Tom gradually acclimate to my absence. Little did I know, I had incited Tom's ire. I was, indeed, quite foolish. When he caught me speaking with Amy, Tom did not cast the furious glare I had anticipated. Instead, he calmly took his seat. Before departing, he glanced at me, his expression devoid of emotion, quickly averting his gaze upon meeting mine. Yet unbeknownst to me, this was a manifestation of his intense anger. That night, a gentle knock reverberated on my door. A light 2 taps followed by a brief pause before the sound of the door sliding open. This was our secret signal, quiet enough to avoid detection. I opened the door to let him in, then carefully closed it behind him, using my body to shield the entrance while quietly casting a locking spell and a silencing charm. Just as I turned around, I was forcefully pushed to the ground. An imposing figure pinning me down, their hands tightening around my neck. I found it difficult to breathe, my eyes widening as I struggled against the grip. But the owner of those hands clearly had no intention of releasing me. My feet kicked helplessly, and soon, my strength waned from lack of oxygen. In that fleeting moment, Memories flooded back to me, scattered bottles and potions on the floor, the pale moonlight illuminating the cramped room's single bed where I had lain, having chosen to end it all. Had it not been for that choice, I would not have found myself here. So be it. I was never afraid of death. With this thought, I relinquished my struggle, closing my eyes and awaiting the inevitable end. Yet, instead of tightening further, the hands around my neck suddenly released me, and I blinked in confusion, gasping for air as my body instinctively reacted to the newfound freedom. Tom stood before me, backlit by the moonlight, looking down at me with a fierce expression filled with mockery and rage. His jaw clenched tightly, fists balled, his entire frame trembling as if he were on the brink of an explosion. After a piercing laugh, he declared, "I am truly foolish. I actually believed you. You are nothing but a deceiver. You intend to leave me." As I gazed at his trembling form, my heart swelled with guilt. Yet I was at a loss for words. Observing the fury etched across his face, I suddenly realized how sensitive he truly was. Ignoring the pain radiating from my neck, I leapt to embrace him tightly. He froze, momentarily stiffening, but soon he reacted, attempting to shove me away with surprising force. I understood that I could not release him, so I clung on, burying my head in the crook of his neck, choking back my words. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I will not leave you. I never intended to. I didn't realize you would react so strongly. I want to do it again." I gently loosened my hold, still maintaining my grip, my right hand softly patting his back in a comforting manner. He remained silent. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder as he bit down hard, whispering fiercely in my ear, "You are not to seek them out again. You can only stay by my side." After speaking, he strode toward the door. I hurriedly concealed my magical spells behind him. As the door closed, I stumbled back a few steps, landing on my bed. "I truly don't know whether to commend your audacity or to say you are quite the performer," I nearly retaliated. The system's voice echoed through a transparent screen that appeared before me. "Aren't you afraid of being overheard?" I lowered my voice, casting another locking spell and silencing charm. "Actually, in this world, you are the only one who can hear my voice and see this display," it replied. "Ah, how fortunate I am," I retorted sarcastically. "Do not place yourself in peril. It would cause me great distress," it uttered with a hint of anguish. "The world relies on you to continue supplying energy for its operations." "Humph. Have you considered the reason for my presence here?" "I arrived with the intention of concluding my life," I retorted. This time, it refrained from further complaints or responses. Gently caressing my neck, I inquired, "Is there a spell that could alleviate the red marks on my neck?" The following morning, I let my hair cascade freely, abandoning the ponytail I had previously worn. The system had shared several spells with me last night, but their complexity was daunting, especially without a wand, rendering their execution exceedingly difficult. After an extended effort, I managed to conjure a block of ice from thin air to soothe the marks. Though they faded somewhat, they remained visible. I adjusted my collar slightly and tousled my hair forward to obscure most of the view. During lunch, Tom settled beside me, noticing my hair down. He cast a glance at my neck and pursed his lips. I retrieved a hair tie from my pocket and placed it in Tom's hand. "Consider it my apology. Do take good care of it," I winked and smiled at him. He remained silent, staring blankly at the hair tie. I added softly, "A girl's hair tie should not be carelessly given to others. It is a personal item. However, I have given it to you, just as I am always by your side." He still did not look up, but he held the hair tie and placed it in the pocket of his chest. His expression softened considerably, no longer as grave as before. A child, with a formidable temper and a hint of violent tendencies. Yet, there was also an air of pride. I found it challenging to articulate his awkward nature. After all, he needed to be coddled. It seems the only way to offer him some comfort would be through tangible items or cherished memories. This way, during my time away from the Riley household, he would not feel too distressed. Perhaps physical objects would suffice, providing a sense of reality and reassurance. For a considerable period thereafter, I complied with Tom's whims. When he wished to play the leaf game, I patiently indulged him, enduring his mischief. Several times, his exuberance led to my clothes being torn by leaves, resulting in reprimands from Mrs. Colf and Martha, who now regarded me as a symbol of mischief. I could only endure in silence, as I would soon be departing from Tom for a while, and I wished to keep him content. During this time, Tom grew closer to me than before. He no longer concealed many of his emotions, allowing them to naturally surface in my presence. Although most of the time he appeared fierce, what the system described as ferocious, I found him far from intimidating. After all, children around the age of 10 are not particularly tall, and their fierceness is more akin to a playful ferocity. Coupled with his innocent face and baby fat, he was undeniably adorable, evoking an urge to pinch his cheeks. However, I kept my desires to myself. Time, however, never halts for anyone, and soon the day arrived for me to visit the Riley household. Chapter 9, Mr. Riley. The weather was somewhat gloomy, with thick clouds overhead. Fortunately, the wind was mild. Tom and I hid behind a tree, engaging in magical play. I picked at the black soil lodged beneath my nails, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Just moments ago, Tom had ruined the little snail I had crafted from grass through magic. While you need not pretend in my presence, could you not be a tad gentler with me? That snail was freshly made. I expressed my displeasure. He chuckled, a hint of disdain in his voice. Your creation is simply unworthy of admiration. It is a nuisance even to behold. Then why not create one for me to see? I challenged him. Amused, he crouched down, plucking a few blades of grass. With a faint green light flickering in his hands. In no time, he conjured a small green snake made of grass. The quality of his snake was leagues ahead of my snail, as it even swayed its head with a gentle motion. The little snake in my pocket peeked out, curiously tilting its head at its grass counterpart. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. I pouted, turning away from Tom and focusing on the tall wall beside the tree. Here, for you, Tom offered, presenting the grass snake before me. It resembles, and, hearing this, I could not help but burst into laughter. And was the name of the little snake. Tom had several small snakes swirling around him, but the one that often lingered with us was this little female snake. It was quite attached to Tom and fond of me as well. I understood that Tom was indicating his grass snake was modeled after this little female snake. But my interpretation in Chinese made it seem as if he were saying it was fashioned after me. I gleefully accepted the gift. While I appreciate your gift, I too shall present you with one. Gifts between friends should flow both ways. With that, I tucked the little snake into my pocket and plucked a tender blade of grass, cradling it in my palm. A soft white light flickered within my grasp. Before long, a small green snail appeared in my palm. Unlike Tom's snake, it did not move, but it glimmered with a faint green light in the shadows. I stood up, intending to extend my hand and present the snail to Tom, when I heard Martha's distant voice calling for me. Katherine, Katherine. Her tone was louder than usual. Upon hearing her voice, I flinched, slamming my hand shut and bringing it behind me. Together with Tom, I turned to look in the direction from whence her voice came. She spotted us, exclaiming, "Hurry over. Mrs. Colf is looking for you. Someone has come to fetch you." Her voice was tinged with excitement, her flushed face bearing a hint of eagerness. Tom and I exchanged glances before hurrying towards Martha. However, he stood still, prompting me to return and grasp his hand, urging him to run alongside me. Upon reaching the entrance hall, Martha approached, eager to lead me to Mrs. Colf. I abruptly pulled my arm back, turning to hold both of Tom's hands, looking deep into his eyes as I said, "Wait for me in the room. I will come to find you." Before Tom could respond, Martha, unable to contain herself, tugged me along toward Mrs. Colf's office. After I departed, Tom stood rooted, gazing in the direction I had gone. The children began to murmur among themselves. Some expressed indignation, believing it absurd that a peculiar being like me would have someone come to collect me. Others felt relieved, glad to see one less oddity in the orphanage. Amy and Dennis, however, spoke maliciously of deeds I had not committed, painting me as a scoundrel. Perhaps due to the volume of their discussion, they quietly reveled in the fact that Tom was alone once more. Tom turned his head, casting a cold glare at everyone. And their voices diminished significantly, particularly Amy and her companions, who lowered their heads in guilt. Yet, Tom turned away and ascended the stairs. Martha knocked on the door to announce my arrival to Mrs. Colf. "Come in." Mrs. Colf's voice was unexpectedly gentle. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, encountering a gaunt man dressed in a suit, his hair disheveled and his attire somewhat crumpled, as though he had neglected himself for quite some time. His eyes were bloodshot, heavy dark circles beneath them, his lips cracked, and his complexion pallid. This must be Mr. Riley. The backlash from resurrecting his wife had likely inflicted considerable harm upon his body. His month-long search for his daughter must have taken a toll on him as well. "Good day, Mrs. Colf," I greeted her first. Mrs. Colf nodded and turned to introduce him. "This is Mr. Riley, your father." My eyes widened in astonishment. "Father? My parents are still alive?" I turned to face Mr. Riley, clenching my fists tightly, my nails digging into my flesh, the pain causing my eyes to glisten with tears. Mr. Riley stepped forward, embracing me with emotion, his voice choked. "My child, I am so sorry for what has transpired. It will be all right. We are going home. We will return home very soon." With a quavering voice, I lamented, "All I can recall is the inky black smoke, the surroundings shrouded in a dense mist, devoid of any light." I felt an overwhelming discomfort. My head ached terribly, and beyond that, my memories elude me. I thought I was utterly alone, sobbing. "It's all right now, it's all right." Mr. Flea gently patted my head. Mrs. Cole appeared somewhat moved, expressing relief at having found me. "It's good to find you." "Very good." Only then did Mr. Flea release me and draw me behind him. "Thank you, Mrs. Cole. It was your information that led me to my daughter. I assure you, the promised reward will be delivered promptly." Mrs. Cole's eyes brightened, her features softening as she shyly replied, "Oh, that is unnecessary. It is our duty." "Do not be modest, madam. This gift will surely be sent," Mr. Flea insisted. "Since you are so adamant, I shall accept on behalf of the children at the orphanage." "Thank you. Sir, Mrs. Cole conceded. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mr. Flea attempted to lead me away. Father, may I ask you to wait a moment? I wish to bid farewell to my friend. I felt a twinge of guilt, uncertain of Mr. Flea's views on muggles, but his demeanor towards Mrs. Cole had been far from hostile, indeed, quite polite. Go ahead. I shall wait for you in the hall, he said kindly, showing no sign of displeasure. Receiving his permission, I hurried up the stairs. Gently, I pushed open Tom's door and closed it behind me. Tom sat in a chair at the table, gazing out at the drizzling rain. His small figure appeared lonely. I approached and softly called, Tom. He did not turn. Are you leaving? The rain fell steadily, the cold wind blowing in droplets. The chill made my hands and feet numb, while Tom remained motionless in his thin clothing. My father has come to take me. I hesitated to speak. But I will come back to find you. You want to return? He replied, his voice as still as a stagnant pond. I will, I asserted firmly. Stepping closer, I took the snail from my pocket and presented it to him. In the dimly lit room, the snail emitted a faint green glow. I will return for you. I promise, I said earnestly, looking into Tom's eyes. I hope you like this snail as much as I like your little snake, I added. He accepted the snail and looked at me, saying, as always, it's ugly. But regardless of its appearance, you must not harm it, I insisted, suddenly remembering something. I quickly added, and you must not throw it away. It is a token of my promise. If you do, I shall not return to find you. I will take good care of it, he assured, rising to fetch a box from the wardrobe filled with various trinkets. These are my trophies. I will put it inside and keep it safe. Lastly, I gently embraced Tom. He still did not respond, yet he did not reject me either. I whispered in his ear once more, I will come back for you. You must wait for me. The rain continued to fall, like tears of farewell, blurring the world around me. As I stepped outside the orphanage, I cast a glance back at Woolworth Orphanage, my heart swelling with tumultuous thoughts, silently vowing, I shall return swiftly for you, Tom. Turning away, I no longer hesitated, gently grasping Mr. Flea's large hand as we embarked on the journey back to the Flea residence. The Flea estate lay in a village, surrounded by a few muggles, yet they seemed oblivious to the existence of Flea Manor, likely due to enchantments. Contrary to my expectations, the manor was not opulent, though it was spacious, enclosed by flower gardens. 2 pots of white flowers bloomed splendidly at the entrance, nourished by magic. We traversed the long gravel path to the front of the manor, which was characterized by an elegant architectural style, 3 stories high, with an ivory white door that exuded tranquility and grace. Thankfully, it was not the castle-like structure I had envisioned. Such edifices often instilled a sense of oppression in me, especially those vast yet sparsely inhabited, as if they bore the weight of countless heavy stories. Mr. Flea glanced at the entrance before leading me inside. The house elf had already opened the door, waiting for us. Upon entering, Mr. Flea appeared somewhat fatigued, coughing a couple of times as he bent over, hand partially covering his mouth. Once he regained some composure, he instructed a house elf to take me to my room for a wash. He himself made his way to the bedroom, and the house elf seemed accustomed to his condition, with one attending to him while another hurried off to fetch potions. Guided by the elf, I arrived at my bedroom. The previous occupant's room was simple yet comfortable, adorned with light-colored linens, and the only items present were essentials, books, and notes. Katherine Flea must have been a thoughtful and polite child. With the elf's assistance, I enjoyed a soothing hot bath, and when I was ready to head downstairs, it was nearly dinner time. Dressed simply, I descended to the dining room, waiting for Mr. Flea to join me for the meal. In the end, I was only met with a message from the elf that Mr. Flea was unwell and would not be joining for dinner. I couldn't help but recall the system's words, that Mr. Flea had less than a week left. The house elf seemed to be aware of the recent happenings in the Flea household, taking particular care of me after learning of my amnesia, often providing timely explanations with kindness. I noticed that there were no portraits adorning the estate, which differed from what I had read about in novels. Typically, wouldn't a manor have a few portraits like Hogwarts Castle? Abby, do we not have any portraits in our home? I inquired. Abby was the house elf who had taken care of me on the day I arrived. No, miss. Abby replied respectfully. The portraits were placed in the collection room after the incident. The lady's portrait was also moved there, including the one from your room. The grief of losing his wife must have tormented Mr. Flea immensely, and the hope of resurrection was shattered, leaving him with guilt for having harmed his daughter. He likely wished to live well in the future, to no longer dwell in sorrow, yet fate often plays cruel tricks. I sighed softly, responding, I understand. Take me to see my father, I commanded. Mr. Flea had not descended since the day of my arrival. I would often check on him, but his moments of lucidity were fleeting. Whenever he was awake, he could only manage to call my name softly and smile, which seemed to take a great deal of effort. I approached his bedside, and sensing my presence, he opened his eyes, offering me a feeble smile. I gently held his hand. The elf attending him wore glasses, appearing somewhat aged. You've come? Mr. Flea's voice was barely audible. Yes. Father, are you feeling any better? I asked. The bespectacled elf replied in a low, hoarse voice. He just had something to eat and feels a bit more energetic. Mr. Flea blinked at me gently, signaling that what the elf said was true. I then spent some time conversing with Mr. Flea, though most of the dialogue was mine. I reassured him not to worry, to rest well, and that I would take care of everything at home. He listened quietly, his eyes filled with a gentle, understanding warmth. After a while, the elf brought in medicine for him to take and suggested I leave to allow Mr. Flea to rest properly. The elves seemed particularly busy these days. Abel, the bespectacled elf, and Landon, the one fetching potions, were constantly rushing in and out of the manor. I asked Abby about it, but she refused to say more. I did not press her further, suspecting it was Mr. Flea who had them attend to his affairs. The little elves seemed reluctant for me to know, fearing it might cause me sorrow. On the 7th day of my stay at the Folly residence, I awoke earlier than usual. Today is the day the system had spoken of. After freshening up, I approached Mr. Folly's bedside, wishing to spend a little more time with this person who was soon to depart. Over the past week, Mr. Folly had grown even more gaunt than when I first met him. His skin clung tightly to his bones, his lips almost devoid of color, and his complexion was pallid and gray. I gently settled beside him by the window, placing my hand over his. His hand was so cold it tugged at my heartstrings. I asked the little elves to partially close the window, hoping it would warm him a bit. The noise roused him, and he slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing me, the corners of his lips lifted slightly. Unlike usual, he seemed a bit more spirited today. The sunlight outside gradually flooded the room with a warm glow. He gazed out and remarked, "How beautiful. I should have taken you to see more of the scenery. It is my fault as a father." Chapter 11. A meeting only to face parting. I shook my head. It is not your fault. This moment is already precious. I gently clasped his hand with both of mine, offering a soft, reassuring smile. Tears glimmered in his eyes, and his eyelids reddened as he choked out his final words. "My poor child, you will be alone from now on. You must be strong. I have communicated with Hogwarts, and you will attend school there." He paused, struggling to catch his breath before continuing. "As for matters at home, Abel will guide you. Remember, my child, to be vigilant in all things. The Folly inheritance will ensure your lifetime of security, but when you step outside, maintain a low profile. While we do not harm others, we cannot guarantee that others will not harbor ulterior motives." He reached out to grasp my hand. There seemed to be more he wished to say, but the violent heaving of his chest revealed the gravity of his condition. His life was like a leaf on the verge of falling. Yet he clung to this world with an enduring affection. A tumult of emotions surged within me, complex and painful, as if something trapped in my heart was yearning to break free. The morning sunlight was a soft, warm yellow, akin to a mother's gentle voice awakening her child, coaxing the world into a tender embrace. Yet in my mind, the dark night, the tilted potion bottles, the scattered grains, and the chilling memories of despair starkly contrasted with the dimly lit room. I cast my gaze down at the hands that held Mr. Folly's, mistaking my sorrow. He comfortingly patted my hand. Abby tugged at my sleeve. The weight of her presence and the gentle pat on my arm brought me immense solace. With the company of my house elves, that pale-faced man closed his eyes with a contented smile. The house elves wept, their eyes reddened, and I felt tears welling in my own. In this moment, I sensed for the first time the bonds of family. Unlike my relationship with Tom, everything about the Folly family seemed to embrace and accept me without expectation. Gazing at Mr. Folly, who appeared to be merely sleeping, I suddenly longed to see Tom. I reached into my pocket and gently grasped the small grass snake. Mr. Folly's funeral unfolded in a manner I had not anticipated. The only attendees were myself and the house elves, leaving me perplexed. The Folly family, one of the sacred 28, should have invited others to mourn the passing of the head of the family, shouldn't they? Later, Abel informed me that this was a directive from Mr. Folly himself. He had known his time was short before he went to fetch me and had arranged everything well in advance. The only thing he hadn't anticipated was his swift departure. The Folly family had maintained minimal contact with other families in recent years, and considering I was now alone and so young, he feared others might covet the family estate. Mr. Folly had said, "Let go of those empty formalities, just allow my daughter to lay me beside my wife. I wish to be by her side. As for the funeral, once a person has departed, they are unaware of whether anyone mourns them or not. There is no need for excessive complexity." Abel said, "Let us proceed as father wished." "Thank you for your efforts, Abel," I replied. "Should you require anything, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. It is my honor." "You need not thank me," Abel said, bowing with an air of urgency. "As for your education, I have sent a letter to Headmaster Armando Dippet, who oversees Hogwarts. As per the head's wishes, you shall attend school there," he continued. I helped Abel to his feet, saying, "I understand, Abel. Now, let us proceed to help me familiarize myself with household matters, as father desired." After concluding Father's funeral, I took Abby by the hand and requested her to guide me to Tom's room at the orphanage. At this hour, Tom should be finishing his meal and returning to his room. I perched on Tom's bed, sifting through the items on his desk. 7 small stones were neatly arranged on the windowsill. I recall that Tom believed 7 to be a number of great magical significance. Beside his bed lay a black notebook, and as I contemplated whether it might be the very one destined to become a Horcrux, a voice interrupted my thoughts. Who is there? He called out loudly. Yet, upon turning, he displayed a look of surprise that quickly masked into indifference. He approached me, seated himself in a chair, and began leafing through the coverless book. I felt a pang of disappointment. Could my return not bring him joy? I hopped off the bed and moved closer, leaning my head towards the pages. What are you doing? He snapped impatiently. I felt a wave of grievance wash over me, gazing at him earnestly. Tom, my father has passed away. I am now the only one left in the family. He looked at me, silent and unmoving. After a moment, he turned his gaze to the moonlight streaming through the window, lost in thought. I felt an overwhelming sense of loss. And just as I was about to rise and leave, Tom's voice broke the silence. My mother died on the day I was born. They said her death was because she no longer wished to live. It was the last day of the year, just before the new year arrived. You still have me, I said. He lifted his eyes to meet mine. I slowly approached him, wrapping my arms around his shoulders. I understand that feeling, Tom. I rested my head on his shoulder, knowing we shared a similarity. But I will stay by your side. I have returned. I whispered, I missed you. This time, Tom did not stiffen in my embrace. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and gently returned the hug. The moonlight bathed us in a serene glow, like a tranquil painting. 14, he murmured. You were gone for 14 days. I thought you would not come back. I promised you I would return, I replied, lifting my gaze to his. I have come back. Yes, he responded softly. I suppose I have yet to tell you that I am a wizard. The Folly family is a family of wizards. I smiled at him, pursing my lips. His eyes widened with anticipation. Am I a wizard too? Is my unique ability because I am a wizard? Yes. You are indeed a true wizard, I affirmed. We will be different from muggles. We shall enter the wizarding world to study at a magical school. Muggle refers to those without magic. His eyes sparkled in the darkness, and a smile graced his lips. When can we go? Someone will come to fetch us. I believe it will be soon. I assured him. Will you accompany me? He asked. Of course. I will go to school with you, I replied. I will begin learning some magic-related knowledge soon. And once I have mastered it, I will come back to tell you. That would be splendid, he exclaimed. However, I will need time to study. So I may not be able to visit you every day, I said cautiously. Why can't you come every day? Chapter 12, is it you? Why can't you come every day? We could learn together, he urged eagerly. I deeply regret to say that this is not permissible. The magical realm must remain concealed from muggles, and at present, we are not adequately equipped to wield magic proficiently. As I spoke, I grasped his arm. If they were to see or discover us, the magical world would impose penalties upon us, and muggles might harm us for various reasons. Observing his discontented expression, I reassured him, however, I shall visit you every week. He pressed his lips together, ultimately acquiescing with reluctance. I accompanied Tom in reading for a while, until he grew weary and prepared to retire to bed. Only then did I take my leave. I tucked him in and bid him good night, disappearing from the room under his watchful gaze. Unbeknownst to me, Tom lingered for quite some time, fixated on the spot where I had vanished. Finally, in the solitude of his room, chilled by the night breeze, he wrapped himself in his blanket, staring at the ceiling, unable to find sleep. I began my studies of all things pertaining to the magical world with Abner. The family assets were meticulously recorded by Abner in a ledger. It was then that I realized the extent of the Flea family wealth, far surpassing my initial assumptions, starkly contrasting with the simplicity of the manor. The family's holdings were vast and extended beyond the magical realm, touching upon the Muggle world as well. They rivaled the Malfoy family in this regard. Should the Flea family harbor aspirations for power, they would undoubtedly possess a reputation in the magical community that could rival that of the Black and Malfoy families. Yet, they seemingly preferred a different lifestyle. Unlike the Malfoys, the Flea family did not seek direct control. Rather, they leaned towards investment. Their shares or profits derived from investments often went unnoticed by many companies, oblivious to the presence of the Flea family among their shareholders. Abner escorted me to the basement, which housed numerous collectibles and miscellaneous items. They were haphazardly piled together, indicating the owner's lack of care for them. I discovered 2 old wands, intending to use them for my magical studies, one of which I could lend to Tom for practice. The Flea family possessed a considerable library, containing Muggle literature, magical tomes, and even books related to dark magic. However, Abner advised against delving into dark magic, and I had no intention of pursuing such extreme practices, especially since the system had warned me that extreme dark magic could result in a doubling of backlash against me. In the days that followed, I diligently adhered to the study plan devised by Abner. Although it was exhausting, rising at 7 in the morning and studying until late into the night, I found immense enjoyment in it. Occasionally, I would stay up late studying, a practice Abner did not entirely endorse. Yet, he could not comprehend that it reminded me of my own high school days in my previous life, arduous and taxing, yet the most fulfilling and joyous period of my existence. After a week of immersing myself in the magical world's knowledge and the intricacies of the Flea family's enterprises, I found myself slightly overwhelmed, despite my obsession. Thus, Abner and I agreed upon a designated day of rest each week, which I could arrange freely, allowing me the opportunity to visit Tom. One Saturday, I took hold of Abner's hand and we operated to the Wuggly orphanage. The house elves were truly remarkable at times. Abner possessed many spells, some of which even their wizard masters could not perform. At that moment, Abner and I became invisible and approached Tom's door. I did not allow Abner to dispel the invisibility. Instead, I pushed open the door to Tom's room. Tom, seated sideways in a chair, instantly lifted his head, diverting his gaze from his book to the open door, furrowing his brow. His expression bore a hint of hostility. He set down the book, leaped from his chair, and eyed the doorway warily. Noticing no one had appeared, he slowly warned, "I have cautioned you. Do not provoke me. I am not someone you should meddle with." A shiver ran through me, and I hurried over to close the door, fearful that someone might overhear Tom's words. Tom gazed at the door as it shut, revealing a look of mild confusion. However, he blinked, seemingly recalling something, and his demeanor grew less ominous. He tentatively inquired, "Is it you, Katherine?" I intentionally delayed for a few moments before gently walking to Tom's side, placing my hands on his shoulders and giving a light squeeze. He appeared startled, quickly turning away. Only then did I chuckle and reveal myself. Abner seemed equally amused, emitting a low, raspy laugh. Tom's expression shifted to one of irritation upon noticing Abner, and he regarded her with palpable suspicion and animosity. I quickly interjected to clarify, "You must not harm her. Without her, I cannot go anywhere. How would I come to find you again?" I positioned myself protectively in front of Abner. Tom then lowered his hostility but remained frowning and vigilant. I stepped aside to allow Tom to see Abner clearly, introducing her. "This is Abner, my house elf. She is incredibly capable. I came here under her guidance. She will obey all my commands." Only then did Tom fully relax, casting a sidelong glance at Abner as a silent greeting. I retrieved my wand from my pocket, presenting the old wand made of holly and a dragon heartstring to Tom. "Here, take this. It is an old wand I brought from home. We are still young and must wait until we go to school to acquire our own proper wands." Tom's eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight as he gingerly caressed the wand. I waved my own wand, made of hawthorn and dragon heartstring, in front of me. "I possess one as well, though mine is crafted from hawthorn and dragon heartstring, while yours is made of holly and dragon heartstring." He tilted his head, scrutinizing the two wands, and curiously asked, "Do different materials yield different effects?" "Each wand, with its unique material, excels in particular aspects. For example, this wand in my hand is reputed to be particularly adept at casting healing spells. Your wand also possesses formidable power. It is said to assist its owner in managing their emotions," I explained. Tom examined the wand with fascination, briefly raising his gaze to meet mine before returning to his scrutiny. He expressed his gratitude with a simple, "I am very satisfied." Perhaps this was his awkward way of thanking me. After all, he was not ordinary, and his unconventional gratitude was understandable. I reassured myself of this. I suggested to Tom that we venture outside to the place where we had previously practiced magic at the orphanage, and he agreed. I instructed Abner to cast the invisibility spell on both of us, and together we made our way to our old spot. The tree remained grand, providing ample cover for both Tom and me. However, to ensure our safety, I did not allow Abner to dispel the invisibility. Tom was well concealed by the tree's shadow. As I began to share with Tom some basic knowledge of the magical world, such as moving and speaking portraits, foods unique to our realm, and the fact that while muggles might exclaim, "Oh my God," in astonishment, wizards typically invoke Merlin's name. Suddenly, the sound of laughter and chatter reached my ears. I immediately fell silent, and Tom too sheathed his wand. Chapter 13. I choose to remain by his side. They were animatedly discussing various topics, completely oblivious to our presence. "Katherine has been taken away. That monster is human again. How pitiful." Dennis feigned sympathy, bursting into laughter the next moment. "Not at all," Amy concurred. "Katherine isn't exactly an angel either. That ungrateful fool, who knows whether being taken away is a blessing or a curse." She paused, scanning the curious faces of her companions. A knowing smile crept across her face as she continued, "I've heard that the wealthy often harbor some undisclosed tastes." Her tone rose slightly at the end. The surrounding children exchanged glances of understanding, their expressions turning ominous as they laughed maliciously, their voices particularly grating. My spine stiffened, and I clenched my teeth, my gaze darkening. They truly did not comprehend the perils of speaking carelessly. Words could be the sharpest of blades, cutting one deeply without a trace. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Tom's gaze, and my heart involuntarily skipped a beat. His eyes resembled the dense fog of the night, the stillness of a bottomless abyss, as if everything would be consumed within. Not a glimmer of light could escape. Only boundless darkness. He raised his wand, pointing it at Benson and the others, his expression frigid. I had no doubt he would kill them. I quickly restrained his hand that held the wand, imploring, "It's not worth it. If they die, we cannot enter the magical world. And Lady Cole will not allow you to stay here any longer." He gripped the wand tightly, his fingertips turning pale. The leaves around us lifted from the ground, swirling in a tempestuous circle around him. Finally, he took a deep breath, and the wand in his hand emitted a warm golden glow, which traveled up the wand and dissipated into nothingness. When he exhaled again, although his eyes remained icy, the crimson hue of his neck gradually returned to normal. His hand, which clutched the wand, slowly lowered, and after casting one last piercing glance at them, he decisively averted his gaze, taking my hand that pressed against his arm and leading me toward the hallway. "We're going back." He pulled me along urgently, striding back to the room without pause. Upon our return, he sat on the bed, leaning against the wall, closing his eyes and falling silent. I understood how oppressive this place was for him. He both loathed and feared it. Here, he lived each day with trepidation. He could not reveal his magic, for that would spell dire consequences, as the fear of people could incinerate everything. Yet, he was so vulnerable, and in this chaotic world, this place was his only refuge. He had never felt joy here, nor had he been loved, and he could not even perceive a sense of safety, let alone the feeling of home. He did not require any comfort at this moment, nor was he willing to hear any words. He simply needed to remain in silence for a while. I pointed my wand at the door, casting the locking and silencing charms, then approached the bed, gently climbing onto the hard iron bed to sit beside him. Without uttering a word or disturbing him, I leaned against the wall, closing my eyes as well. I had no idea what thoughts occupied his mind. I merely began to empty my own, as if suspended in a void. I chose to stay by his side. Before I knew it, I had drifted off to sleep. After a week of cramming knowledge, I had not had enough rest. When I opened my eyes and stretched a bit, I realized I had been covered by a blanket at some point. Tom still sat beside me, engrossed in a book with no cover, the other side of the blanket draped over him as well. I leaned back slightly, resting against the wall and tilting my head to observe his earnest little face, unable to suppress a smile that crept onto my lips. His lashes were long and fine. Soft fuzz adorned his still childish face, glimmering under the light as if he were glowing. Truly dazzling. He seemed to notice my gaze and finally realized I was awake. "You're awake?" He looked up at me, then returned to flipping a page of the book. "Didn't you sleep well at the Freely house?" Freely house. Wasn't it customary to refer to it as home? I paid it little mind, thinking that children's vocabulary often diverges from that of adults. Well, not really. I gazed down at the blanket and continued, "Abel's arrangements are quite reasonable. It's my own desire to learn more, to master things swiftly. Sometimes, I lose track of time." "Abel? Them?" he inquired. I forgot to mention, Abel is a very reliable house elf from my family. He is helping me familiarize myself with family affairs and the magical world. Some events occurred previously, and I don't remember many things, I explained. "They shouldn't let you tire yourself so. You should rest well," he admonished. "How much do you know now?" I looked around and noticed Abby still standing at the door, offering her a reassuring smile. Turning to Tom, I said, "The elves are very kind and responsible towards me. I am quite satisfied with their work. As for the magical world," I raised my hand, cradling my chin. "I know most of the basic knowledge, but I have no impression of what the magical world truly looks like." He nodded in acknowledgement. "What story does this book tell?" I leaned in slightly to look. "You read it so often. Surely, you must have memorized it by now." He closed the book and stroked the first page. "This book tells of a boy who loses his parents and wanders for many years, yet survives with his own intelligence and abilities. In the end, he is finally found by his father, only to discover he is the child of a wealthy merchant, and upon reuniting with his father, he lives a completely different life." He turned to look at me. "I believe my father will come for me one day, just as yours did." His voice was imbued with conviction. "If he cannot find me, I will go and find him. He must be a powerful wizard. My talents surely come from him." His dark, bright eyes made it difficult for me to maintain my gaze. I hesitated to reveal the harsh truth, not wanting to shatter the shimmering hope that sparkled within him. After a moment of contemplation, I crafted my response. "Tom, I do not know what your parents are like. My father passed away just a week after I received news of him. He was a wonderful man." I no longer looked at the ceiling but lowered my head, fiddling with my wand. "But, I know who you are at this moment. You will undoubtedly become an extraordinary individual, no matter who your parents are." A smile spread across Tom's face, his eyes crinkling in delight. I smiled back, my lips curving upwards. Yet that smile concealed a complexity of emotions known only to me. As dusk gradually enveloped the room, I prepared to take my leave. Rising to my feet, I turned my back to him, retrieving a surprise I had prepared from my pocket. "I have something for you." I hid my hand behind my back, facing him with a mysterious smile. Chapter 14. You are not sick. Ding. Ding ding. I produced a slender feather quill, drawing Tom's hand over to place it in his palm. Your surprise is a feather quill? He seemed somewhat disdainful. Did you forget that I don't even have ink? Just give the feather a suck, I suggested. He squinted, furrowing his brow, as if I had uttered something absurd, hesitating to try. Don't you want to know about the magical world? This is a treasure from that realm, I enticed. Rest assured, it is harmless. Skeptically, he took a tentative sip, his eyes widening in surprise, then indulged in 2 more. Soon, he was joyfully consuming it. I did not deceive you, did I? Isn't it delightful? I asked, grinning. It's okay, he mumbled with a mouthful. This is a lollipop feather quill. I had the elves fetch it from the Honeyduke's candy shop, I explained. They have many sweets from the magical world. We can go together sometime. I haven't been there either. Why not let the elves take you there? He queried. I'm not of age yet. I need a guardianess signature to go there, I clarified. When will we go to the magical school? He inquired eagerly. Soon. Someone will come to take us, I assured him. Autumn. A gust of night wind swept through, causing me to involuntarily sneeze. I had dressed a bit too lightly when stepping outside. In my country, spring is not particularly warm, and the wind carried a chill. I must return now. It's getting cold. Take care of yourself and cover yourself with a blanket at night, I instructed. You've returned home and become quite the nagging old lady. He teased. I noticed he had taken out his wand at some point, curiously caressing it, with a mischievous curve to his lips, as if plotting something. Do not use magic in public. It's best to wield your wand only when you are alone or when I am beside you. My words caught his attention, and he looked up. The magical world does not permit the violation of its rules. Using magic improperly will incur penalties, including expulsion from school and banishment from the magical realm. I spoke half-truths, hoping to instill a sense of caution in him. He indeed ceased to smile and refrained from toying with his wand. I reminded him to safeguard the wand, ensuring it remained undiscovered. I gestured towards his wand, crafted from holly wood, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, while also possessing the ability to subtly influence its wielder's emotions, preventing impulsive responses. Upon hearing this, his brow furrowed even tighter, and he glanced down at his wand, seemingly dissatisfied with its attributes. I smiled and said, Well then, I shall see you next week. I must take my leave now. Good night. He gazed at me quietly, mirroring the same expression he had on the day I was taken away. Good night, he murmured gently. I took Abby's hand and disapparated from his room. Time flew by, and a month later, the Wolfric Orphanage was preparing to take the children on an outing. This was an annual event, aimed at allowing the children to connect with nature. I had learned the destination from Tom. They visited the same place every year, so it held no novelty. Yet, although he did not voice it, I understood he wished for my presence, as he had taken the initiative to share this information with me. What a blunder it was. I surveyed the surrounding desolate rocks. The crashing waves sounded as though they sought to engulf me. I attempted to call out, but not only was there no one to hear me, even my own voice was barely discernible. I had forgotten to arrange a meeting point with Riddle. I knew we were headed to the seaside, and I was aware of the specific location. However, I was at a loss as to where to find him, perhaps near a massive stone or beneath a particular tree. Yet the reality was, I had no idea which direction to pursue in search of Riddle. Abby could only guide me to the beach, but she too was unaware of Riddle's whereabouts. Thus, I began to wander nearby in search of him, yet to no avail. As I gazed upon a somewhat steep cliff, I thought it might be devoid of visitors, providing a perfect spot for quiet reflection. If I still could not find Riddle, I could have Abby drop the invisibility charm and enjoy a moment of solitude by the sea. I made my way towards that secluded area, but in a daze. I seemed to hear a sound distinct from the crashing waves against the cliffs. I approached the cliff, and the sound grew louder, as if emanating from below the precipice. Please, we won't dare again. A muffled female voice pleaded. You're a monster. Let me down, I'm scared. A male voice trembled in fear. I crouched against the rock face and peered down. Amy and Dennis were suspended above the sea, their limbs flailing in terror, their shrill cries drowned out by the vastness of the surroundings and the thundering waves. Tom stood at the mouth of a cave, manipulating magic with his hands, for he was not using his wand. Otherwise, given the properties of holly wood, he would not have been in such a furious state. Tom, 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 I called out. And on the third call, he turned his head slightly, seeking the source of the voice. Distracted, Amy and Dennis plummeted a short distance downward, but Tom caught them again. I had Abby help me apparate beside Tom, drawing my wand and pointing towards Amy and Dennis. Wingardium Leviosa. I incanted. Amy and Dennis gradually descended to the ground in accordance with my wand's movement. Due to their invisibility, they could not see me, and thus trembled in fear. Tears streamed down Amy's face, and Dennis collapsed to the ground, quaking with fright. I approached Tom and whispered in his ear, let them go. Their misfortune brings you no benefit. Amy and Dennis sat on the ground, eyes vacant. Tom moved towards them, his voice menacingly low. You should know what to say if the lady asks. Amy flinched, hugging herself tightly. We were just playing. Dennis, pale as a ghost, chimed in. After they left, I questioned Tom on his motives. They had it coming. I warned them, he exclaimed, stamping his foot. Yet they persistently slander me, ignoring my warnings. They claim my mother must have been a destitute and abandoned woman, and they say I am a wild child. His voice rose to a near howl. Hearing this, I was rendered speechless. At the core of humanity, one is inherently good. However, some children, lacking proper guidance, utter words so malicious and perform such vile acts. Do you still wish to counsel me? He turned, his gaze fierce like an enraged wolf fixated on its prey. Do you think Amy approached you for any reason other than to seek your assistance? New arrivals at the orphanage are often manipulated by those who came before. She even hoped to leverage your adoption. He shook his head. You were distinct from all the other children when you arrived. It was evident you had not wandered the streets. Perhaps you were lost or from a prosperous family that had abandoned you. He continued, enunciating each word with gravity. But for a long time, no one came for you, and you never mentioned returning. Everyone assumed you were forsaken, and thus she ceased to be kind to you. Because you could no longer aid her, your obedience might even diminish her chances of being adopted. No one has ever truly cared for you, except me. I am your kindred spirit. You have called me your friend. You shall not escape me. He shouted in a frenzy. Chapter 15. A doctor came to see Tom. After speaking, he straightened his posture, tilting his chin, casting a sidelong glance at me. His chest heaved, and he gasped for breath. I never intended to leave you. I shook my head. I merely wish for you to cease this behavior, as it brings you no advantage. We have always been friends, I asserted. As the time to return to the orphanage approached, I suggested Tom return to Mrs. Cole while I waited for him in his room at the orphanage. Upon returning, Tom entered his room with a sullen expression. Mrs. Cole, upon seeing Amy and the others, pressed for answers, but they divulged nothing. Nevertheless, she learned from others that Amy and the others had followed me to the cave. With his head lowered, fists clenched, a long black shadow trailed behind him into the darkness. Mrs. Cole insisted I see a doctor, but I refused. You are not ill, I gently grasped his hand, hoping to convey warmth. You merely chose self-preservation in the face of harm. It was simply a bit excessive. Promise me you won't act this way again, all right? It serves you no good. He pursed his lips, remaining silent. I bent down slightly to meet his downcast gaze. We are about to attend magic school. Once we turn 11, we can enroll, likely within the next 2 years. I adjusted his slightly disheveled collar. The magical community and schools do not wish for students to harm muggles. Soon, you will be able to leave them behind. Finally, he relaxed his tightly pressed lips. Get some rest, I suggested. Yet, he remained unmoving, standing in the cold shadow of the window. You are leaving again, he stated, not as a question, but as a declaration, as if resigning to an all-too-frequent occurrence. Observing his fragile silhouette, memories of my past life surfaced, a solitary figure curled upon a single bed. In that moment, I longed desperately not to be alone, yet I could find no justification to compel anyone to stay with me. To endure pain alone is the most pallid and helpless experience. The world seemed to exclude me entirely. Amidst the bustling chaos outside, I felt as though I was prostrated in darkness, utterly isolated, and the person before me appeared to be undergoing a similar plight. I suddenly wished to remain and offer him companionship. I instructed Abby to return to the manor first, and to come for me before dawn the next day. After she left, Tom stood there, mouth slightly agape, watching her depart. Come on, it's time for bed, I said, making my way directly to the bed and lying down against the wall. After a moment, Tom seemed to snap out of his daze and lay down on the outer side. He turned his head to gaze at me, and even with my eyes closed, I could feel the weight of his stare. Suddenly, I opened my eyes, and he looked momentarily startled, turning his head away. I want to be leaving. At least not tonight. I refrained from raising my voice at him. So sleep soundly. After what felt like an eternity, his breathing finally became even, allowing me to relax and prepare for slumber. Yet, the image of his frail silhouette lingered in my mind. I retrieved my wand and traced a small snake on the wall, emitting a faint glow. It was so diminutive that one could easily overlook it while standing. Only when lying down could it be noticed. With a push, I slid the ledger away, sinking into the chair and stretching in a rather ungraceful manner. After 3 months of diligent effort, I had finally completed the review of the Riddle family accounts, marking a significant milestone in the asset management process. Fortunately, the Riddle family primarily dealt in investments rather than monopolizing tangible enterprises. Otherwise, I might have been laboring through this for an eternity. Wealth does not come without its burdens. Thankfully, from this day forward, most of the tasks would be handled by Abel, allowing me to occasionally glance at the accounts and make critical decisions as needed. Time for a hot bath and to don a lovely dress to seek out Tom. Upon arriving at the orphanage, I discovered the children whispering among themselves, evidently discussing something related to Tom. Mrs. Cole had long mentioned seeking a doctor for him, and today, a man who unmistakably appeared to be there for Tom's treatment was indeed in his room. How splendid. He was presently with Tom. From now on, we needn't fear for him. They would take him away to a place where he would be confined. I heard that those deemed unwell were sent there. The children erupted into cheers, their voices a cacophony, and Martha attempted to quiet them, but to no avail. A doctor? It seemed there were no doctors in the original story. The only visitor was Dumbledore. I hurried towards Tom's room, eavesdropping on their conversation at the door. I am not insane. I know you are not insane, a deep male voice replied calmly. I stood at the door, listening for a while longer. Goodbye, Tom. We shall meet at Hogwarts. With that, he released Tom's hand and turned towards the door where I stood. Why does this young lady not reveal herself? So this old man may behold your visage? You have lingered at the door for quite a while. Feeling embarrassed, I prompted Abby to dispel my invisibility charm and dutifully greeted Professor Dumbledore. Good day, Professor. I am Katherine Riddle. Ah, I recall now, you are Katherine Riddle. Are you not? Headmaster Albus has mentioned you. The owl should soon deliver a letter to you. I extend my condolences regarding your father's passing. He glanced back at Tom and then inquired, do you know Tom? I thought you had always remained with the Riddle family. Thank you for your concern. There was an incident at home that resulted in some memory loss, and I ended up here. The Woosley orphanage took me in for a time, but eventually, my father brought me back. I replied succinctly. Professor, please do not blame Tom. His expressions may be unclear. He said he doesn't require your escort because I will accompany him to Diagon Alley. Thank you for your concern, I stated politely, wishing to prevent any further negative impressions of Tom in Dumbledore's mind. Not at all, I understand. We shall see each other at school. I must go inform the other children. He bid farewell. Goodbye, Professor. I watched as he exited Tom's room. Turning back, I excitedly grasped Tom's arm. We can go to Hogwarts. Hogwarts, hurrah! Is going to Hogwarts that exhilarating for you? He asked, his expression visibly relaxing, no longer as tense as it had been when the professor left. Indeed, I proudly replied. Hogwarts is the finest school of magic. Upon hearing this, a smile finally broke across his face. I must return to see if my owl has arrived. It is the thing I have anticipated for over a decade. I exclaimed with enthusiasm. But aren't you only 11 years old? He inquired, a bit puzzled. 11 is still over 10 years, isn't it? I've been yearning for it since birth. I hastily corrected myself, almost revealing a secret. He cast a dismissive glance my way. Yet the slight upward curl of his lips betrayed his amusement. We will go together to Diagon Alley to purchase robes and all the items on the list. Remember to wait for me at the orphanage gate, I proposed. After returning home, I anxiously awaited 2 days before the owl finally arrived. On the day we were to go to Diagon Alley, I arrived at the Woosley orphanage, and Tom was already there. Tom, let us depart. I instructed Abby to lift my invisibility charm, but not her own. Tom nodded. Is Abby coming along too? Yes. I will need her to guide me back when we return. Besides, I am not familiar with Diagon Alley. It is always better to have her lead us. Tom said nothing further, and we followed Abby to Diagon Alley. We first visited Gringotts since I had forgotten to bring any galleons. Chapter 16, Tom's awkward moment. Even though I knew of my wealth, the sight of those towering piles of galleons left me astounded, my mouth agape. I failed to notice Tom tightening his grip on his purse. Following the instructions on the list, we purchased the necessary items. Several times I attempted to pay for Tom's new books, but he firmly refused. His reasoning was that second-hand books might contain notes left by previous students. I had no choice but to acquiesce. When it came time to select wands, Tom received a wand made of purple wood with a phoenix feather, just as I had anticipated. However, when it was my turn, I was exceedingly nervous. After trying several wands, one of them exploded, leaving the shop in disarray. Resembling a battlefield before I finally acquired my wand, made of sycamore and dragon heartstring. It possessed immense power and remarkable flexibility, yet it craved new experiences. If subjected to monotonous tasks, it might self-destruct. It was filled with uncertainty, far from the grandeur I had envisioned, and a stark contrast to Riddle's formidable wand. As we passed by the Quidditch shop, I found myself irresistibly drawn to the window, gazing at the latest broom models. Not that I held any particular fondness for Quidditch. I had a mild fear of heights, making such a sport ill-suited for me. Tom regarded me with a look of confusion, his small head adorned with a large question mark. What are these brooms for? He queried. Do you not already have a house elf? These brooms should hold little significance for you. Do not squander your money. At this, the nearby children displayed mocking smiles. I shot them a fierce glare, filled with warning, and they quickly averted their eyes. Tom appeared somewhat embarrassed and irritated, yet in this unfamiliar territory, surrounded by magic wielders, he refrained from expressing his anger openly. My fear of heights had rendered me uninterested in brooms, and I had never used one at the Riddle estate. I was unaware if they even possessed a broom. Thus, it had never occurred to me to enlighten Tom about the purpose of brooms. I pulled Tom closer, whispering so that more people could not overhear our conversation and avoid a repeat of the earlier incident. In the magical world, brooms are not merely for sweeping. They are a means of transportation. Wizards can use them to fly. There is a sport here that is exceedingly popular, akin to how many in the Muggle world are captivated by football. It is called Quidditch, where wizards ride brooms and chase various balls. You will witness more about the sport once we arrive at Hogwarts. After I finished speaking, I pulled Tom away from the display window and stood in a deserted spot by the street, distancing ourselves from that group of fervent children. Tom frowned at my words, finding them utterly dull, remarking that only those without intellect would enjoy such things. Everyone has their own preferences, I reassured him. Our mutual fondness for reading might render us bookworms in the eyes of others. Humph, he retorted. Books impart knowledge, and with knowledge comes the ability to grow. In the magical world, knowing more spells signifies greater power. He gazed at me. Those who label us as bookworms are the truly foolish ones. While I sensed a flaw in his argument, I could not pinpoint a counterpoint, so I simply acquiesced. Perhaps, at that moment, the robe shop had become considerably less crowded. I took Tom to procure our final item of the day. However, once again, he refused my offer, insisting on purchasing a second-hand robe and rejecting my attempt to buy him a new one. After exiting, he sulked, and we parted ways on a sour note. Although we agreed to meet at the station on the day we headed to school, little did I know that some rifts and emotional knots had already formed long ago, unnoticed in the trivialities of our daily interactions. On the day of our journey to Hogwarts, Tom stood between platforms 9 and 10 in Muggle attire, awaiting my arrival. I was dressed in my school uniform, but without a robe, and I waved at him before hastening to his side. "Are you alone? Where's Abby?" he inquired. "She returned after dropping me off. Hogwarts does not permit house elves to remain at the school to attend to their young masters," I explained. I searched for quite some time, but couldn't find platform 9 and 3/4. I only found 9 and 10, he expressed with some frustration. "It's right in front of us." I pointed to the red brick wall between the two signs, but I hesitate to be the first one to charge towards it. Tom observed the wall and asked, "Shouldn't we knock on it like before?" "No, you can simply run straight into it," I clarified. He seemed baffled by my reluctance to act, but the next moment, he understood. I added, "However, I feel uncertain and frightened. What if I rush in and fail, ending up in a heap of embarrassment?" At that moment, I noticed someone, a shining platinum head, my savior, clad in an expensive bespoke robe, his meticulously styled golden hair and slender, tall frame. With a pale complexion, who else could it be but a Malfoy? The young man appeared slightly older than us, leisurely pushing his luggage ahead while surrounded by a group of jovial boys and girls, seemingly aware of my gaze. He paused to scrutinize me for a fleeting moment before dismissing me after a brief consideration. His companions, noticing his pause, inquired about the reason. He turned his head and replied that it was nothing before continuing onward. A procession, led by him, swiftly vanished behind the wall. "Do you know him?" Tom asked. "I don't, but he seems to be headed to the same school as us and is also catching the train. I just wanted to observe how they do it," I replied. Understanding dawned upon Tom, and he smiled. "Then we can take action now. Go ahead, you first." Did he imply I should take the lead? Dream on. I was equally afraid of making a fool of myself. He stared at me for a moment before declaring, "Ladies first. Since when have you been this polite? Or are you just afraid?" I challenged him. He shot me a disdainful glance and silently began to jog towards the wall, fixated on it, and charged right through. I felt a knot in my stomach, and only when time pressed me did I follow suit. A bright vista unfolded before me, entirely different from the world I had just left behind: flying origami animals and a red and black steam train. Tom was already waiting by the platform as I levitated our luggage and boarded the train. We found an empty seat and sat down. Someone on board was selling snacks and asked if we wanted any. Tom glanced at the novel packaging but merely shook his head. "Let's try a bit of everything." "Thank you," I announced. Tom stared out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, lost in thought. I spread the snacks across the table and remarked in exasperation, "I seem unlikely to finish all of this." It was as if I had just noticed Tom's presence. "Ah, I have an idea. Tom, help me share some of this." He turned back, frowning as if to decline. I quickly seized a bag of snacks and thrust it into his arms. "Eat up, otherwise we won't be able to carry all this later." He finally began to munch on the treats. We devoured most of the snacks: chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and more. Tom initially found them intriguing, but his enthusiasm waned after sampling a particularly unpleasant bean. Chapter 17. My Bug, the Legendary Four Don'ts of the Houses. When he bit into a Bertie Bott's bean, his entire demeanor froze. I was curious about his reaction and instinctively glanced at him, but he quickly adopted a look of enjoyment, though I failed to perceive the cunning hidden beneath his facade. "Not bad. Want to try one?" Without waiting for my response, he handed me a bean that matched his color. I sampled it, chewing contemplatively, my brow furrowing deeper. "Why does it taste a bit salty?" he leisurely remarked. "Delicious, isn't it? Tastes like boogers." I immediately scowled at him, grabbing a chocolate frog to eat instead. The card revealed Merlin. After amusing himself at my expense, he leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes, and soon fell asleep. Watching the sky darken and the temperature drop outside, I gently roused him. "Tom, We're almost at school. Wake up and change your clothes. It's getting chilly. He blinked groggily, not quite awake, and nodded. I'll wait for you outside. With that, I stood and moved to the door of the carriage, leaning against it to wait for him, shielding the transparent glass window. Once he had changed, he knocked on the door. I stepped aside, discreetly stuffing some unopened snacks into our wizard robes. Here, you can share these with new classmates or keep them for yourself. We disembarked together. A loud, boisterous voice called out, "New students, come here. You need to follow me to the boat for the orientation. Hurry, form a line behind me." We followed him onto the boat, sitting together as we watched the castle grow larger before our eyes. I was elated, wishing the boat would move faster. Students in the surrounding boats began to discuss. I heard there will be sorting. Which house do you wish to join? Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Gryffindor, or Hufflepuff? Definitely Gryffindor. I will become a brave person. Come now, I heard the sorting involves battling a dragon, so you probably won't make it to Gryffindor. Hearing this, I chuckled. And Tom questioned me curiously, do you find battling a dragon amusing? I straightened my posture and replied earnestly, not at all. I heard that the sorting is determined by eating Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Sweet flavors lead to Hufflepuff, train-flavored ones to Gryffindor, and others correspond to different houses. And where does the booger flavor lead? He asked, seemingly displeased. I don't know. Worrying about it now is pointless. We'll find out when the time comes, I answered. You will be in the same house as me, he stated seriously. Why is that? Because the bean you eat will match one of mine, he asserted confidently. But during sorting, we randomly pick one on the spot, I pointed out. He seemed ready to retort when that loud voice called out again, "Get off, little wizards. It's time for you to enter." We were led into the grand hall, where 4 long tables were meticulously arranged, with students from each house seated around their respective tables. Lit candles floated in the air, suspended beneath a canopy of dark clouds akin to an open sky. Professor Dumbledore held a lengthy list and began to call out names one by one. It was then that everyone realized the sorting was determined solely by a hat. One by one, the children approached the front, until it came to Tom Riddle. Tom glanced at me nervously, and I patted his hand reassuringly. He strode forward. The sorting hat barely touched his head when it bellowed, "Slytherin." He descended the steps and made his way to the Slytherin table, taking a seat at the end. Then fixing his gaze upon me. As the number of students dwindled, I heard, "Katherine flee." My name was called. I walked up and sat down. The sorting hat was placed upon my head. A flurry of anxious thoughts raced through my mind. "Oh, Mad Hatter, do make a wise choice," I silently urged. Young lady, I am no mere hat. I possess wisdom and foresight," a voice echoed in my mind. A self-serving individual, not overly concerned with glory, yet yearning for freedom. Courage, you possess it in varying degrees, at times timid, other times astonishingly brave. Gryffindor is not suited for you. What do you mean by courage in varying degrees? I protested inwardly. Patience, dear girl. A curiosity for the novel, and a touch of cunning. Hufflepuff is not your destiny either. Ravenclaw perhaps, where your thirst for new experiences can be quenched. No, I wish to be in Slytherin. I interrupted firmly. Have you made up your mind? Ravenclaw would offer you more happiness. Very well then. You desire to witness the life of nobility, and perhaps to accompany someone? Oh, just now a remarkably gifted boy went there, hoping a little girl would join him. That would be you, wouldn't it? Slytherin, it proclaimed loudly. Sparse applause followed, though it seemed a more respectful reception than the silence afforded to Tom. I rose and took a seat beside him. We were together again. A few curious glances were cast our way. It appeared there were few new students in Slytherin this year, and those present seemed older than Tom and me. A blond boy approached and greeted me. Hello, I am Malfoy, Abraxas Malfoy, a third year. We met earlier at the station, I believe you remember. Hello, I am Katherine Flee. I do recall you, I responded politely. The Flee family is one of the Sacred 28, yet it seems there has been little news of us in recent years. He inquired. My family prefers not to engage in public affairs. I hope you will excuse us, Mr. Malfoy. I concealed the fact that I was the only surviving member of the Flee family. Currently, only Dumbledore, Headmaster Armando, and Tom were privy to my family circumstances. Revealing my solitude to this assembly of purebloods would serve no advantage. At least not now, for a frail child wielding great wealth would only invite peril. I apologize for my abruptness. The Malfoy family is willing to foster a connection with the Flee family. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me. He offered courteously. Thank you for your kindness. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Flee family, I replied with cautious politeness. He stood and departed, neglecting to greet Tom, casting a disdainful glance at his face as he left. However, as I sat closely, my line of sight was limited to his chest, unaware of his expression. Meanwhile, Tom remained seated, head bowed, staring at the empty table, listening to our conversation. Headmaster Armando rose, pointing his wand at his throat and proclaimed loudly, "The feast begins." The chatter ceased as an array of delectable dishes appeared upon the table, towering piles of chicken legs, Sweet and soft pumpkin porridge, vibrant candies. Tom's eyes glimmered at the sight of food. The fare at the orphanage had been rather monotonous, if not impoverished. He picked up a chicken leg but hesitated to eat, instead looking towards me. Under his gaze, I took a delicate bite of the chicken leg, refraining from brazenly gnawing on it with both hands. Instead, I ate with decorum. The Slytherin table shared this refined manner. Tom mimicked my approach, taking small bites as well. Yet within, I mused. Had I known, I would have chosen Ravenclaw. Everyone there delights in studying books, learning new things. And the etiquette and noble demeanor are not as stringent as in Slytherin. How I wished to be with Goyle and Crabbe. They savored their meals heartily, while I felt it was not unreasonable to indulge a bit more. Such small chicken legs cannot be devoured in one large bite. What a waste. After dinner, seizing the opportunity, I feigned a need to visit the restroom and slipped outside to find a secluded corner. System. I called softly, but saw no familiar translucent display. Cursed system. How long has it been since you last attended to me? If you don't show yourself, I'll drown myself in the Black Lake. Chapter 18. They are on guard against one another. Then you must first find out where the Black Lake is. Its mechanical voice finally responded. Speak, what is it? I am quite busy. I want a dormitory to myself. I do not wish to share with anyone. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to function. I demanded. Is that all? You seem rather helpless. You were always meant to have a single room. No need for my assistance. The total number of Slytherin girls is odd. One must reside alone. As you are new and know no one, it is naturally you who will occupy that room. As for thereafter, I can assure you that you will always have a single room and no one will intrude. You are thrilled to finally be at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Are you not? The system seemed to tease me. Your demeanor is different from before. What difference? I have always done what I am supposed to. Eat and sleep. I replied. Different. It paused briefly. It seems you are more at ease with yourself now, no longer as detached from the world. Living here, integrating into it is only a matter of time. I shrugged. The system, however, did not pursue my line of thought. You've been out for quite some time. Any longer, and they will grow suspicious. From what you've said, it seems quite agreeable. You may return to your tasks. I will call upon you if needed. With that, I returned to the dining hall, dismissing the system from my mind. The prefect was already gathering everyone. I hurried to join. Tom spotted me and urged me to catch up. We descended the long staircase, winding downwards. A fellow first year beside me complained, "Why is it taking so long? Why are we living so far below? By Merlin's beard, could you kindly silence your mouth?" The prefect admonished. Slytherin individuals will stride towards glory. The depths are the quietest. Conducive for contemplation for someone like you. Let us hope you do not earn points off for the house. The prefect turned to everyone and declared, "Do not disgrace Slytherin. I must not discover any point deductions occurring to anyone." Upon reaching a wall, the prefect stated, "Glory." An entrance appeared before him. Each house's members must recite their password to enter their common room, which changes weekly. The updated password will be displayed on the wall of the common room. So remember it well. This week's password is Glory. Upon entering the common room, the prefect conveyed a few reminders, emphasizing the importance of upholding Slytherin's honor. Permitting any means necessary, while incurring point deductions was deemed disgraceful. Following this, he dismissed everyone to their dormitories, and our luggage had already been transported to our respective rooms. I wrapped my spine lightly, twisted my neck, and yawned, preparing to bid good night to Tom before retiring for the evening. Good night, Tom. Rest well, let us rise early tomorrow. Hogwarts is vast, with numerous floors, and I fear we might struggle to locate our classrooms or get lost and arrive late. Yes, do get some rest, he replied, weary from the day's exertions. Upon entering my dormitory, I found it indeed solitary, with my suitcase sitting forlornly in the room. However, I couldn't help but notice that the Slytherin dormitory was dominated by green hues as well. Personally, I would have preferred a room adorned in soft yellows or gentle blues, which evoke a sense of tranquility and warmth. The Slytherin quarters, characterized by a green and white palette accented with gold trim, might be more acceptable in a typical home. But under the reflective depths of the lake, the colors appeared darker, and the gold trim glimmered with an eerie green light. Yet, as I lay on the bed, I found it surprisingly comfortable, soft enough to justify its status as a favored choice among noble families. It must have received considerable sponsorship. The next day, upon entering the common room, I discovered Tom already seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book, seemingly having waited for a while. "What are you reading?" I inquired as I approached, nearly ready to leave. "I'm reviewing today's lessons. Our first class is charms," he replied, rising. "Have you prepared?" "No," I admitted. "But I shouldn't be overly concerned about charms. Abel had guided me through some material in advance. My only worry lies with history of magic." We departed the common room together, continuing our conversation until we arrived at the classroom on the 4th floor of Hogwarts. Just as depicted in the films and books, the staircases moved, yet I personally found them somewhat perilous compared to modern elevators. After all, The absence of railings at the junctions meant that one might easily misstep and fall. Tom and I seated ourselves together for the lesson on the levitation charm. I was well acquainted with this spell, and it should pose no challenge for Tom. Nevertheless, I was not the first to succeed. A girl from Ravenclaw completed it ahead of me. "Oh, excellent work. Ravenclaw earns 5 points." The professor praised enthusiastically. It was only at that moment that I managed to complete the charm, with Tom following closely behind. "Wonderful. Miss Freely and Mr. Riddle have also succeeded. Slytherin earns 10 points." He exclaimed, his excitement nearly contagious. In the ensuing moments, the remaining students in the classroom also began to complete the charm. Thus, over the course of the following week, Tom and I rushed to and fro attending classes, until finally, Friday arrived. Today marked our first lessons in transfiguration and flying. Upon entering the classroom, we found it already populated with many students, and Tom and I settled into a spot near the side. Today, Tom behaved unusually. In previous classes, he would arrive early, urging me if I lingered, often choosing a seat in the front row. Yet today, he seemed out of sorts. "Why didn't you come earlier? We had ample time to be among the first to arrive and secure a seat closer to the front," I complained, glancing at the podium and then back to my position. "This seat is so far from the podium that I want to be able to see Professor Dumbledore's demonstration clearly. Learning effectively doesn't depend on proximity to the front," he replied nonchalantly. "Don't be so dramatic. Ideas will emerge in time." Suddenly, I recalled a passage from the original text, a memory flickering of the day I eavesdropped outside Tom's room, and I tentatively asked, "Tom, don't you wish for Professor Dumbledore to notice you?" He fell silent, and I was about to inquire further when the professor entered, marking the commencement of class. After demonstrating transfiguration, Dumbledore instructed us on the methods and incantations, allowing us to practice independently. I diligently began transforming a matchstick into a needle, finding it more challenging than anticipated. Tom was also focused on his practice, but after a while, he ceased his efforts. I had finally managed to change the matchstick into a slender wire. Tom glanced at my wire and smiled slightly. "What's so funny?" I retorted. "You haven't even transformed yours yet." He ceased his laughter but did not wave his wand. I scrutinized him and then his matchstick. "Why aren't you trying?" He pursed his lips, remaining silent as he stared at the matchstick, seemingly lost in thought. Dumbledore noticed us and approached, asking, "Is there a problem, Katherine?" He examined my wire but offered no discouragement. I struggled similarly when I first began. "Take your time," he said, then turned to Tom. "You might want to try a little more." Tom seemed to reflect for a moment before responding, "All right, Professor," as if he had practiced countless times, yet remained unable to alter the shape of a mere matchstick. Yet, he had been among the first to complete tasks in earlier classes, frequently finishing first thereafter. At that moment, another student flawlessly transformed a matchstick into a needle, setting off a chain reaction as one by one, others succeeded. Dumbledore awarded them points, and I barely managed to conjure a needle myself. Upon seeing my success, Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement before shifting his attention to the remaining students. Only then did Tom finally cast the spell on his matchstick, transforming it into a needle in an instant. I gazed at him in astonishment. It was not that he couldn't do it. He simply did not wish to be the first to succeed. I pondered whether a silent wariness had begun to brew between Tom and Dumbledore. The afternoon brought us to flying class, a nerve-wracking experience. We gathered on the lawn, where 2 rows of brooms awaited us, neatly lined up. Tom beckoned me to stand before 2 brooms. Without much thought, after the professor outlined the precautions, I began to practice. "Up," I called, but received no response. "Up," I commanded more forcefully. The broom shot into my hand, while Tom had already grasped his broom on the first attempt. Around us, some students managed to seize their brooms, yet others shouted repeatedly, only to find their brooms stubbornly unmoving, as though they were ordinary cleaning implements. A few even shouted too loudly, causing their brooms to spring up violently, resulting in a painful smack against their palms, eliciting pained gasps. Eventually, all of us managed to grasp our brooms. I glanced around at my classmates' brooms and realized that both mine and Tom's were in notably good condition. Tom's broom appeared particularly new, while others bore cracks or had half their bristles remaining. I couldn't help but admire Tom's sharp eye and decisive nature, despite his youth. Had it been me, I might have hesitated upon seeing a broom in better condition, my vanity leading me to feel that such a choice was somehow unethical. But in truth, first come, first served, it was only fair. The professor, seeing that we had all secured our brooms, instructed us to attempt to mount them and rise to a moderate height. No sooner had she finished speaking than several students began to take flight. One student, upon lifting off the ground by merely a meter, found his broom behaving erratically, jerking left and right, ultimately tossing him to the ground, tearing a large hole in his trousers and scraping his knee, which began to bleed. Another student, who took to the air, found his broom unresponsive, soaring higher and higher. The professor could do nothing but mount her broom to retrieve him. to everyone's surprise. At 2 meters above the ground, the broom suddenly veered off course, leaving him with no support, and he fell hard, clutching his tailbone and wincing in pain. I found the scene amusing yet frightening. The class concluded in disarray, with the professor needing to escort the 2 injured students to the hospital wing. I let out a sigh of relief. The weekend has arrived, and Tom and I have agreed to visit the library to research materials while completing our assignments. Why must first years write essays? Shouldn't we be engaging in practical tasks instead? After I expressed my thoughts to Tom, he admonished me, claiming that I have become too indulgent since my arrival at Hogwarts. Gradually, as I became accustomed to life at Hogwarts over the course of 2 weeks, I also settled into a tranquil routine with Tom. However, an incident occurred this past Saturday when Tom transitioned to a single dormitory. Having received a request from his dorm mate, Crouch, to change accommodations, it was rumored that a snake had crawled onto his bed at night, and Crouch insisted that Tom had sent the serpent to bite him. The head boy, pressured by Crouch's family's influence, acquiesced to the request. This event, however, deterred others from sharing a dormitory with Tom. "Did you bring Anna with you?" I inquired. Anna was the little snake that Riddle had shown me during my time at the orphanage, and Tom's small grass snake had been fashioned in her likeness. Well, not just her. Recently, a few small snakes have found their way to me, seemingly from the Forbidden Forest, he replied. "Be cautious, and do not let the professors catch wind of it. By the way, you didn't purchase an owl in Diagon Alley. Do you need to send a letter?" "The Weasley family has owls available for use," I asked. "Not for now. I have no letters to write," he responded. Realizing my error, I understood that Tom had no one to correspond with. I merely said, "If you need anything, just let me know." "The owl's name is Kyle," he acknowledged with a nod. Yet, such days were merely the calm before the storm, or perhaps the tumultuous waves had already begun to surge beneath the surface. While I remained sheltered from these trials due to the conditions provided by the system, Tom's origins remained a mystery, and the surname Riddle was unknown in the wizarding world, absent from pureblood families. Consequently, the Slytherins began to make things difficult for Tom. Initially, out of respect for me, they refrained from being too brazen in my presence. However, when I was not around, when Tom was not with me, or during his journey back to the dormitory, they would frequently mock and insult him. It was only later that I became aware of this. They hurled derogatory terms such as mudblood, the child of a muggle, uncultured, and inferior, among many other vile and unspeakable remarks. Eventually, they even banded together to use spells to torment Tom. However, he was a quick learner and could often resolve these situations. Yet, when faced with upperclassmen or a group of assailants, even Tom found himself unable to defend against them. I could not fathom how Tom endured these trials. I began to understand why he had kept so close to me during that time, though such circumstances did not last long. One day, while dining at the long table, Tom entered, his robes marred with several gray stains, as if he had taken a fall. A few Slytherins trailed behind him, grinning. Tom's face was stoic, his eyes filled with an unquenchable fury and chilling hatred. Before I could speak, he seemed to anticipate my words, asserting that he would make them pay. I expected him to roar in anger, but contrary to his expression, his voice was eerily calm, akin to an unfathomable sea, its surface appearing tranquil while tumultuous currents brewed beneath, preparing for a formidable counterattack. I glanced at him, then at the group across the table. Leading them was Malfoy, who seemed obedient to his command, though ordinarily. Malfoy disregarded their antics. The owner of that golden head met my gaze with a nonchalant air, his pale eyes appearing indifferent as he idly stroked his gold ring. I recalled an encounter with Malfoy a few days prior when Tom was absent. He had remained relatively polite, even towards Tom, whom he viewed with disdain as a muggle-born wizard. Yet, he had never openly disparaged Tom in front of me. He had always treated me with courtesy, though I sensed that his patience was not infinite. Chapter 20. This is the mistake I currently find myself in. His entourage was relatively polite to me. I understood that the Weasley family and pureblood heritage played a role, but the larger factor was Malfoy's demeanor. He was the current barometer for these purebloods. During that encounter, he had initiated a seemingly aimless small talk, yet when I mentioned that Tom was waiting for me, his smile faded. He straightened up, no longer leaning down to converse with me. At 2 years my senior and still growing, he was nearing 6 feet tall, no longer bent over. I was forced to look up at him. His platinum hair was held high, giving him an air of superiority, which caused me to frown slightly. I detest looking up to others and will not permit anyone to look down on me, especially not in my presence. His gaze was composed, his light gray eyes revealing a chill. "Miss Weasley ought to learn to cultivate the right friendships. I could genuinely assist you," he remarked, adjusting his attire. "Not everyone is deserving of the Malfoy family's patience." He then turned and walked away without a backward glance. Reflecting on this, I comprehended the meaning behind his recent glance. He was signaling that his patience was wearing thin. I gently closed my eyes, suppressing my emotions. With a flick of my wand, I cleared away the dirt from Tom's robes, making him appear considerably tidier. "Are you hurt?" I asked. He shook his head, indicating that he could manage such things on his own, suggesting that I was being overly concerned. I paid little mind to this, since the day he met Dumbledore. He had occasionally exhibited inexplicable ire towards me. Perhaps it was because we were close that he felt free to express his frustrations. When a person suffers indignities outside and is unable to retaliate, they may unconsciously unleash some of that anger on those closest to them. His current method of venting his rage did not bother me. If I could not tolerate this, I feared he might eventually succumb to illness. In that moment, I seemed to forget that the person before me was destined to become a ruthless dark wizard, capable of casting unforgivable curses with a mere flick of his wand. I reached for a cup of sweet, warm pumpkin juice from the table and gently placed it by his side. I also took a sandwich from the table and added it to his plate, as Hogwarts apparently does not serve boiled eggs directly to students. Tom did not express gratitude but lifted the pumpkin juice I offered him and took a hearty sip, swiftly reducing its contents by half. He wiped his mouth, appearing somewhat more cheerful. He then resumed his usual demeanor, elegantly taking a sandwich and eating it with poise. The purpose of the pumpkin juice had been achieved. Who would have imagined that the merciless dark wizard had a penchant for sweet treats, such as pumpkin juice? On the day of the sorting feast, Tom had taken a glass of orange juice, grimacing after his first sip. Though he did not procure another drink throughout the feast, he stubbornly finished that entire glass of orange juice. This stood in stark contrast to how he later consumed 2 cups of pumpkin juice per meal. I snapped back to reality, diverting my attention from Tom. I picked up a sandwich and took small bites, my mind elsewhere. In my previous life, I was merely a college student. The most complex relationships among students revolved around trivial dramas among young girls. However, this was different. I had been naive. Without the support of a family or the guidance of seasoned adults, I felt utterly vulnerable before these scions, who had been steeped in the game of power and profit from birth. Although I yearned to be a mere observer of the unfolding drama, lacking sufficient intellect and absolute strength would only render that desire more elusive. Malfoy was not easily deceived, and the aristocracy awaited his signal of waning patience towards me. I was unwilling to act according to Malfoy's wishes. In terms of emotional foundation, he could never compare to Tom. Regarding sincerity, while Tom may not wholly possess genuine feelings for me, it is abundantly clear that Malfoy is solely interested in my identity as a member of the Flint family, driven purely by self-interest. In such a scenario, the eventual tearing of masks or the delineation of boundaries with them is inevitable. Their numbers are considerable, and they possess far greater experience in scheming against others than I do. Therefore, I must find a method to safeguard myself and Tom. The confluence of familial power only exacerbates my predicament. In order to avoid being bullied, one must fortify their own strength. On the other hand, I need to seek a formidable ally. It is inherently the teachers and the headmaster within the school who wield such influence, their professions naturally instilling a sense of authority over students. Most critically, I require something that would instill fear in them. Lost in contemplation, I neglected to chew my food. How languid have you been lately? It is one thing to be inattentive in class, but to be distracted during meals as well? Tom's voice carried a hint of irritation as he frowned. If memory serves, aside from not awarding points in Transfiguration class, I have consistently ranked among the top 3 in fulfilling my teaching responsibilities across all subjects. Where do you see my laziness? I retorted, dissatisfied. That is because you had already mastered those topics beforehand. During your months at Flint S, you had nearly completed all the first semester's content, hadn't you? He added. Except for the broom for flying, which you showed no interest in, and the perilous transfiguration. I had never divulged the specifics of my studies at Flint S to Tom, only discussing matters related to the magical world and managing Flint S affairs. The only spells I taught him were the levitation charm and the silencing charm, which I had demonstrated in his presence, along with the locking charm. Yet he swiftly deduced the scope of my studies during that period from these few details. But that does not indicate that I am being lazy, I stubbornly countered, unwilling to concede. Apart from what you learned at Flint S, have you acquired any new knowledge during this time? He was relentless, insisting stagnation is, after all, a form of laziness. If it weren't for me in potions class, you would have blown up the cauldron. I was about to interject, but he did not afford me that opportunity. Don't even mention that you go to the library to read. Which of the books you choose has any relevance to the curriculum? They are all tales of legends from the magical world. I fail to see how that could benefit you. Does it enhance your ability to write storybooks? I was rendered speechless by his words, yet they awakened a realization within me. When I first arrived at Hogwarts, the system had informed me that I was no longer the same. At that time, I paid little heed, but now I grasped the essence of that difference. It was not that I had become more extroverted. Rather, I had lowered my guard and allowed a modicum of success to breed unwarranted arrogance. It was akin to the feeling one experiences at the beginning of a new semester after supplementary classes during the holidays, having learned the material in advance. One often absorbs knowledge at a faster rate than their peers at the start of the term. This leads to a deceptive sense of self-satisfaction. causing one to forget the need for further progress and ultimately stagnate. This was the error I was currently committing. Chapter 21. I hope you enjoy your spicy rice noodles. Tom jolted me back to reality. Stagnation leads to being surpassed by others, and what does that say about strength? It will not be long before I become the scapegoat of Slytherin. As for wealth, that is another matter altogether. Both wealth and beauty are resources. Those with capability wield these assets to their advantage, while those lacking ability and wisdom, despite possessing these attributes, become mere lambs to the slaughter. Upon reflecting on this, I turned to Tom and earnestly expressed my gratitude. Thank you, Tom. Were it not for you, I might have remained oblivious, stagnating until I became a lamb for the slaughter. Tom appeared somewhat flustered at my words, averting his gaze slightly. You are my friend, and I wish for you to keep pace with me. I smiled appreciatively at him, raising my orange juice in a toast before taking a hearty sip. Let us finish our meal and head to class. I will pay close attention. Having previously wavered on the decision to distance myself from Tom and those pure-blood elitists, my mind was now resolutely made up. I began to study diligently in the ensuing classes, while Tom exhibited an insatiable thirst for knowledge. However, I sensed that his interest did not stem from a genuine fascination with learning. He never delved deeper into any subject after grasping the basics. It seemed he only needed to understand and master the material, after which he would lose interest in its intricacies. Much like how he consciously balanced his diet during meals. Consuming certain foods solely for nutritional equilibrium, he would not indulge beyond necessity. He often immersed himself in the library, even on weekends after completing his homework, never granting himself a day of rest. While I struggled to emulate his fervor, I would at least allocate one day a week for respite. For the intensity of my studies threatened to overwhelm me. Thus, that single day became my breath of fresh air. In the interim, to delineate boundaries with the pureblood families, I summoned the system. You are the system. It should not be difficult for you to know what transpires in this world. If you wish to, I inquired. Of course. It replied with pride. Whenever you wish to know something, simply ask. Do you remember our agreement? You promised to ensure my comfort as much as possible. I reminded it. I do. How can I assist you? It responded. I would like you to investigate the Malfoy, Black, Flint, and other pureblood families currently in Slytherin, seeking out the secrets they wish to keep hidden. I refuse to be at anyone's mercy, I stated. That is feasible. But uncovering what they hold dear will require some time, it assured me. Please expedite this. Malfoy and his cohorts will not remain patient for long, I urged. After the system bid me farewell, the translucent display vanished. I closed my eyes and lay on my bed, unable to suppress a gentle rub of my temples. I yearned to reside in a muggle town where my identity as a wizard was unknown, spending my days frivolously, admiring the scenery, occasionally engaging in gossip with neighbors, and leisurely reading or painting flowers and trees, without the burdens of power and ambition. Yet, I could not bear to part with Riddle. Our bond had grown over the past year. Moreover, my initial arrival in this world was driven by a desire to witness the legendary Dark Lord, to see how he ascended to greatness. A player dealt a poor hand transforming into the object of many admiration. What an incredible journey of growth. Malfoy no longer greeted me with the same warmth as before. He acknowledged me with a nod, but it lacked the previous cordiality, a mere distant acknowledgement. I understood this as a sign that his patience was waning and time was of the essence. In terms of the necessary strength, Tom and I had performed admirably, receiving recognition and praise from our professors. Our knowledge evidently surpassed that of our contemporaries. Our papers were frequently lauded by the professors, making us exemplary students in their eyes. I gradually became acquainted with the members of the Slytherin clique, primarily consisting of Malfoy, several from the Black family, and the second son of the Flint family, the same one who had playfully muddied Tom. There was also an upperclassman whose character I found difficult to assess. Whenever Tom and I encountered him, he would smile broadly. However, Tom and I were not well acquainted with him. The second son of the Flint family was later revealed to be named Micah Flint. He was of the same year as Abraxas, yet he paled in comparison to him. A brawny figure resembling a tiger, sporting prominent buck teeth and carelessly styled eyebrows, wore a mischievous grin, akin to a simpleton fearful that others might overlook the abundance of weeds sprouting in his mind. There was not a trace of noble lineage about him. He was exceedingly obedient to Abraxas, never daring to bully Tom in my presence, leaving me devoid of any justification to confront him openly, a most exasperating situation. As the class concluded, with only one session for the day, everyone found themselves with some leisure time. I intended to visit the library to peruse materials pertinent to my thesis when I encountered him. He was holding a pink gift box, beaming with delight. Upon noticing me, he flashed a roguish smile, perhaps believing it to be charming, though it instead resembled that of a dim-witted fool. "Hello, Miss Flea," he greeted. I furrowed my brow and narrowed my eyes, yet aware that I could not afford to offend Malfoy. Showing any displeasure towards Flint would be tantamount to insulting Malfoy. Hence, I relaxed my brow slightly and replied, "Good day, Mr. Flint. I wish for you to enjoy ample servings of jumping noodle soup. This local delicacy was meant to hint at the possibility of him tasting it someday. He nodded, somewhat puzzled. I returned his nod lightly and, without waiting for his response, passed by him. Eat plenty, for you shall never find jumping noodle soup, nor comprehend its true meaning, I thought to myself, smirking at the idea that he would merely chuckle and reply. However, I deliberately slowed my pace as I walked away. Could someone truly be gifting him? The girls I had overheard discussing him all deemed him a simpleton. It was hard to fathom any girl would send him a gift. What sort of girl would find him appealing? I ambled into their blind spot, quietly observing. Flint, well done. Which admirer has bestowed this token upon you? One of his companions teased. McFlint responded with a wicked grin. Heh, let us see, shall we? Yet another companion appeared skeptical. Wait, with your demeanor, who would possibly fancy you? Pray, do not tell me it's a prank. What if something inside bites you? Why ever not? Who says no one likes me? McFlint protested loudly. Here's an idea, suggested the one who had been teasing him. Use your wand and perform a spell to open it. That way, you won't directly touch it and be harmed. If anything goes awry, you can swiftly counter with a spell. The gift will remain intact. Seeing the logic in this, Flint nodded in agreement. I watched as he raised his wand to open the gift box. To my dismay, it revealed itself to be empty. I shook my head in boredom and turned away, oblivious to the minuscule white particles that had begun to crawl up Flint's shimmering wand. Of course, Flint himself was unaware, as those tiny specks were nearly imperceptible unless one scrutinized closely. Upon my arrival at the library, I found Tom already there, returning a book. Out of curiosity, I glanced to see it was a tome on magical creatures. Tom then selected another book and seated himself. While I opened a copy of the Dream Interpretation Guide, Tom cast a fleeting glance my way but remained silent. I hastily explained. I'll read for half an hour to get into the right mindset before continuing my thesis. What is it about? He inquired indifferently. I perused the synopsis and replied. It teaches how to foresee the future through dreams. Are you intrigued by predicting the future? He asked. I nodded. Who wouldn't he be fascinated by what lies ahead? The future is crafted by our actions, not merely foretold. He stated this before delving into his book. I pursed my lips and resumed reading. Sunlight poured through the library windows, the leaves rustling in the wind, a refreshing breeze brushing against Tom's cheek and gently lifting my hair. Everything felt so serene. Recently, Flint had become the talk of Slytherin, not for his prowess as a Quidditch chaser. He remained as formidable as ever, but due to his wand, which seemed to have been cursed. He discovered that his wand was acting rebelliously, as if it were in a quarrel with him. For instance, during Charms class, a spell he attempted resulted in an explosion, nearly injuring the professor. In Transfiguration, when he transformed a book into a bird, the book morphed into one with a sharp beak instead. Initially, he thought it was merely a matter of improper spellcasting or posture. However, he soon realized that even the simplest first-year spells eluded him. When Malfoy, seated beside him, requested assistance in retrieving a cup of pumpkin juice, he attempted to use the levitation charm, only to spill the juice all over the table. After several failed attempts, he managed nothing but further spills. Malfoy presumed Flint was reluctant to help and impatiently took matters into his own hands. Using the levitation charm to procure a cup of pumpkin juice, Flint felt aggrieved and wished to keep trying, but was scolded loudly by the two sisters from the Black family, who were seated near the pumpkin juice. His previous mishap had splattered pumpkin juice onto their clothing and faces, leaving them sticky and uncomfortable. Despite using cleaning spells, they still felt quite distressed. It was both a mortifying and humiliating experience. A lady must always maintain her composure in public. They were utterly unwilling to endure such indignities again. From that point on, Flint became a target of ridicule. Wherever he went, people mocked his declining abilities. Oh, it's Flint. Planning to transform a notebook into a mouse head this time? Don't leave us hanging. Others may have potions exploding, but you've got your wand blowing up instead. Will you be specializing in fireworks in the future? Ha ha ha. He is destined to be a professional bomber. He could showcase his talents in the Muggle world. Such remarks were countless, yet Flint found himself powerless to respond. Following the recent incident, Malfoy's demeanor towards Flint had noticeably cooled. This group, sensing his fall from grace, though wary of his pureblood status, suddenly found the courage to provoke him, having long harbored their grievances. Flint had often bullied his own housemates and students from other houses, relying on Malfoy's influence and his own sense of superiority stemming from his bloodline. Consequently, some in Slytherin would openly mock him, remaining silent when he was bullied by others, as if they had not seen it. On one occasion, he even clashed with several individuals, resulting in a brawl that left both parties bruised. Flint fared worse, sustaining an injury to his hand, causing him to miss Quidditch practice for some time, with rumors suggesting it might lead to lasting repercussions. This was a devastating blow, as the Quidditch matches were imminent. At this juncture, Tom arrived at the infirmary bearing expertly brewed healing potions. Initially, Flint was skeptical of Tom's intentions, but upon seeing Tom drink a portion of the potion, he reluctantly followed suit. He was curious as to why Tom would assist him, to which Tom replied, "I've been through similar experiences, McFlint. Thus, I understand the pain of isolation and exclusion. I believe we share a common bond. You possess a pure-blood heritage, while I wield knowledge. We can collaborate harmoniously." Tom seemed to emphasize his lack of malice, stating, "This is a reward I received from the headmaster. Given the headmaster's prowess in potion-making, your injury will soon heal completely, without any lingering effects." His words dispelled Flint's doubts and conveyed the potion's value, filling Flint with gratitude. Time passed swiftly, and the first Quidditch match arrived. Flint performed admirably, leading the team to victory. Gradually, the students of Slytherin began to engage with him, no longer merely deriding him. Tom and I also attended the match, and whenever Flint showcased his extraordinary skills, Tom would always applaud fervently. Noticing this, Flint cast a grateful glance towards Tom. I was somewhat puzzled by Tom's act of delivering medicine to Flint and regarded him with curiosity, yet he merely smiled and remained silent. After the match concluded, Tom instructed me to leave first, claiming he had matters to attend to. Suspecting he intended to seek out Flint, I refrained from further inquiries and departed. However, on my way back to the dormitory, I was intercepted by Malfoy. "What has Tom done to Flint?" he questioned, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "I see no obligation to answer you, Mr. Malfoy," I replied curtly. "I am neither your subordinate nor your lackey. Are you feeling disoriented, Mr. Malfoy?" Tom's influence was evidently growing among our peers. Even Flint, who had once been Malfoy's most loyal follower, seemed to be reassessing his stance towards Tom. This realization unsettled the perceptive Malfoy, who, appearing to recognize his rudeness, slightly rose and adjusted his attire. "I apologize for my discourtesy. I hope Miss Free will forgive me." I offered a perfunctory nod, preparing to circumvent him, yet he had no intention of allowing me to pass. "I am exceedingly curious. Surely Miss Free wouldn't mind sharing a few details?" He adjusted his tone to one that was gentle yet insistent. His seemingly polite inquiry left no room for refusal, and to decline such a considerate request would be rather unkind. Besides, he appeared determined not to let me leave without an answer. Sighing in resignation, I replied, "I truly have no knowledge of their affairs. Today was the first time I realized their relationship had become so amicable." He pondered for a moment before responding. "Thank you for your answer." He stood up as if to leave, but then called out to me, "Katherine Free." He addressed me by my full name. "I hope you will give serious consideration to my previous suggestion." With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. It seemed imperative to procure some leverage against several families swiftly. I hastened back to my dormitory, cast locking and silencing charms on the door, and began to summon the system. "System, where are you?" "I'm here, what's the matter?" it inquired. "Have you not yet found any leverage?" "I am quite anxious and impatient. It has been ages." "I have found something. It appears that Flint's family has no significant leverage, but you should have no trouble dealing with them," it replied leisurely. "Do elaborate." Chapter 23. Are you familiar with the term cauliflower? The system began. The current head of the Malfoy family has recently fallen ill. This illness is not something one wishes to disclose, especially since the Malfoys are exceedingly concerned with appearances. "What ailment?" "Spare me the suspense," I retorted internally, though I kept this thought to myself. "In your vernacular, it's referred to as cauliflower. It is quite unfortunate that the illustrious Lord Malfoy, who once reveled in his charm, must now endure such a humiliating affliction," it scoffed. I could not help but grimace slightly. Indeed, he was quite the charmer. At the very least, one would expect him to take proper precautions. Reflecting on the current era, it seemed that certain practices were not widely adopted. I silently added, "One can only advocate for maintaining one's integrity. Mastery over one's desires is essential for controlling one's destiny." "Indeed, that is a profound observation," the system commended. "I see. What about the Black family?" I inquired. "Do you know what a squib is?" "It refers to someone born into a wizarding family, yet unable to perform magic," it explained. "Indeed," I confirmed after a moment of contemplation. "The Black family claims to have always been pure blood, yet they have merely erased muggles and squibs from their family tree. If this were to come to light, their standing in the wizarding community would likely be jeopardized." "Ah, so that is the case." Compared to the larger narrative, I seem to recall not many specifics regarding the details. However, I do have some vague recollections, I mused. As for the Flint family, they are not nearly as challenging to handle as the previous ones. Besides, hasn't Tom Riddle already brought him under his influence? The system remarked nonchalantly. "Do you know how he accomplished that?" I probed. "Whose wand do you think malfunctioned?" The system retorted. "The last time Flint was injured in a duel, nearly unable to compete, it was Tom Riddle who provided him with the professor's specially concocted healing potion. That was a reward given to Tom by the professor." I was taken aback. I was not surprised that Tom would resort to cunning tactics against Flint. What astonished me was that Tom had begun to cultivate a relationship with the professor already, only in his first year. What is there to be surprised about? Given his future accomplishments, this is hardly remarkable, the system remarked. Well then, I must take my leave. There is an area with an excessive accumulation of data that I need to address. I waved my hand, bidding farewell to the system. With Christmas approaching, during the holiday break, Tom chose to stay at school while I opted to return home. A letter from Abner had given me the opportunity to revisit some investment matters. I unwrapped the package Abner had sent as requested, extracting a box of Kimon tea and a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, setting them aside. I took out a licorice wand, a feather quill lollipop, and a pink coconut ice, reserving a small portion of each for myself. The rest were packed into a gift bag, and I took out a light blue piece of paper to write a blessing, which I tucked into the bag before sealing it up, preparing it as a Christmas gift for Tom. I also wrapped the Kimon tea and Bertie Bott's beans separately, inscribing blessings and placing them in a drawer, intending to present them to the headmaster and Professor Dumbledore later. The next day, I pocketed a few sweets and set out. Tom was already waiting for me in the common room. Together, we made our way to the Great Hall, where we took our seats at the head table, with Flint sitting beside Tom. A voice pierced the air. Since when has Flint joined the Fringe? Walburga Black sneered at Flint, implicating Tom and me as well. Flint's face flushed with anger, his fists clenched, yet he dared not retort. Malfoy remained silent, not intervening. I glanced at the seething Flint, then turned to observe Walburga's smug expression before averting my gaze. I remained impassive as I picked up 2 slices of buttered bread, adding a fried egg and a few pieces of bacon, eating leisurely. Do not worry. Soon you will be unable to act so arrogantly. Walburga anticipated our rebuttal. But after a moment of silence from us, her impatience grew. Seeing me partake in breakfast seemed to ignite her ire further, and she raised her voice. What audacity! I truly wonder how the Free family raised such a descendant. Surely, you are an impostor. Upon hearing this, Flint turned to glance at me. I shot him a look, urging him to eat. You'll be late if you don't hurry. Tom raised an eyebrow at my remark and began to eat as well. Flint followed suit, though not without a moment of hesitation, appearing rather foolish, which I inwardly scoffed at. Walburga slammed her cup onto the table, producing a loud clatter. She seemed ready to say more, but was silenced by Abraxas's piercing gaze. The force of her presence diminished significantly, yet she could not resist muttering, "What a pitiful bunch." Upon hearing this, Lycoris Black tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to fall silent. From that moment on, their group consistently directed their scornful jibes at us. Flint attempted to retaliate several times, but I restrained him, and he looked at my hand gripping his arm in frustration. Why are you holding me back? Are you so afraid of them? I felt exasperated by his impulsiveness and patiently explained. Did your previous resistance yield any results? Do you wish to engage them in another fight, only to end up in the infirmary again? Noticing he still wanted to speak, I added, however, this time is different. Among their elders are members of the Board of Governors. The only ones who will suffer consequences will be us. At last, he relinquished his reckless thoughts. I disregarded him and returned to my dormitory, fetching some tea leaves and a selection of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, shrinking them to fit in my pocket before heading out to present gifts to the 2 professors. Professor Dumbledore was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated my gesture of appreciation for bringing both Tom and me to Hogwarts. I merely stated my gratitude, and he encouraged me to seek him out should I encounter any issues. Dean Slughorn, on the other hand, was quite delighted, as Kimon tea is highly regarded in England. With that, my 3 needs were essentially met. I merely required leverage to negotiate terms with them. As I pondered this on my way back, I encountered them, without even needing to search. Walburga Black had dragged Lucius Malfoy to block my path. Lucius was fidgeting nervously, clearly coerced by Walburga's insistence. Let me see. Isn't this Miss Flea? How very pretentious, she remarked, scrutinizing me, as though I were of no consequence. And yet, you seem to think highly of yourself. I regarded her coolly, as one might observe a foolish jester. You are nothing but an ignorant fool, she retorted. Your friends are all a bunch of dolts. Am I a fool? Then surely, Abraxas Malfoy, who wishes to befriend me, must also be a fool, I countered. You traitor, wallowing in the mud with the Muggle-borns. Don't slander me. When have I ever spoken of Abraxas in such a manner? She exclaimed, exasperated. Walburga Black, I interjected, turning my gaze to Lucius. You both harbor disdain for me, and I reciprocate that sentiment. I have no desire to associate with you. Your waters are too murky for my taste. As Walburga prepared to retort, I raised my eyes, a glint of coldness in my gaze. Your family has long insisted on the purity of your bloodline. Yet, are you truly unaware of the reality? I raised my voice, admonishing her. Startled by my sudden outburst, she flinched as if someone had run their fingers down her spine. Attempting to regain her composure, I do not know what you are talking about. Chapter 24. It smells so good. I do not know what you are talking about. Lucius echoed, equally taken aback, darting anxious glances, fearful of being overheard. I deliberately paused, allowing tension to mount as they unconsciously swallowed hard. Some things cannot simply be erased from existence, I continued leisurely. They exchanged glances, rendered speechless. I suddenly smiled. Fear not, I am the sole keeper of this secret. I regarded them, knowing I could choose to remain silent. Both exhaled a sigh of relief, but I raised my voice again. However, you are not to provoke us further. Otherwise, I said with a significant tone, if the Flea family can uncover such information, they can certainly ensure that the entire wizarding world is made aware of it. Do you comprehend my meaning? I smiled innocently, resembling a harmless, naive girl. Lucius was the first to respond. We shall not trouble you again. Please, Miss Flea. Keep your word. She had never wished to be involved in this matter. Had it not been for Walburga's insistence, she would have avoided this predicament altogether. With that thought, she shot a fierce glare at Walburga. Indeed, the Flea family has its own principles. As long as you uphold your end of the bargain, we shall act as though we know nothing. I blinked. May I now pass through? The sisters quickly stepped aside, and I thanked them, feeling rather pleased as I strolled into the common room. Inside, a crowd had gathered around Abraxas Malfoy, but I paid them little attention, making my way to the dormitory. They posed no threat, mere opportunists. They would scatter once Malfoy was dealt with. Malfoy furrowed his brow as he observed my retreating figure, his eyes darkening. The Black sisters ceased their provocations, and dinner was surprisingly quiet. The Slytherins appeared perplexed. With the Blacks no longer causing a stir, Malfoy grew restless. Flint had gone to practice Quidditch, and Tom was in the study room. As I planned to retrieve my textbooks, I unexpectedly encountered Malfoy and his entourage. Spotting me, Malfoy casually adjusted his cuff, prompting his companions to initiate their performance. Some individuals, it seemed, preferred to wallow in the mud rather than align themselves with a worthy alliance. Don't say that. It's quite clear they revel in it. They jeered as I approached. Malfoy interjected, enough. Rising to his feet, he approached me. I apologize on their behalf. They did not mean any harm. They simply do not understand who you are. A slap followed by a treat. His words seemed to defuse the situation, yet left me simmering inside, forced to suppress my anger. At the same time, his insinuation implied that if I continued associating with Tom, I would be a traitor within the pureblood circles. How very gracious of him. A sincere apology indeed. No harm done. May I have a moment of your time? Malfoy assumed I had achieved my objective, his thin lips parting. Of course. We stepped into a secluded corner. He did not lower himself, but maintained a lofty gaze, his pale eyes looking down upon me. I am pleased you have made the right decision. The Malfoy family can establish fruitful relations with the Flea family, in all respects. My father once engaged with Mr. Flea and has regretted not pursuing a business opportunity with him. I believe we can rectify that oversight. Oh, so that's the motive behind your interest in my family's business. I smiled, choosing not to engage with his topic. How is the head of the Malfoy family? He paused, his voice growing colder. Thank you for your concern. My father is well. His rapid response indicated a reluctance to delve further into that subject. I turned, my fingers lightly tracing the indented wall. Is that so? Yet, the information I have received differs somewhat. What differs? His eyes narrowed dangerously behind me. The head of the Malfoy family is quite the charmer, having encountered countless individuals throughout his life. I chuckled, wondering if his charm has yielded any satisfaction. I turned to face him. The Flea family does not initiate trouble, but we shall not be lenient towards those who threaten us. What do you want? His expression was icy, yet the flames in his eyes flickered persistently. The veins along his neck and hands pulsed, betraying the tempest within him. I can act as though I never knew of this matter, and I have no interest in the Malfoy family's affairs. However, henceforth, the Malfoy family must refrain from harming the Flea family or harboring any designs against us. You must also prevent those around you from provoking me, Tom, or Flint. I added. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, agreed. As long as you uphold your end, I will consider this matter as though I have never heard of it. The Flea family is uninterested in your previous games. With that, I turned and departed. Just moments ago, that group of people were peering curiously, but upon seeing my cheerful demeanor, they could only suppress their bewilderment and press their lips together, holding back their words. It was then that I noticed Malfoy stepping forward. His pallid face had lost all color, his expression icy, a stark contrast to the arrogance and pride he had displayed earlier. He seemed enveloped in shadows, instilling a sense of trepidation in those around him. Those with a modicum of insight had already bowed their heads, while a few oblivious souls continued to chatter, only to be silenced by Malfoy's piercing glare. Yet, true to form, Malfoy inhaled slightly and regained his composed elegance, issuing commands with a nonchalant air. The Flints were allies of the Malfoys, and the Malfoy family would never tolerate anyone using their name to provoke Katherine and her companions. Having delivered his message, he strode forward with a measured gait, as if the earlier display of emotion had never occurred. I returned to my dormitory to fetch my textbooks for class. With the Christmas holidays approaching, everything seemed to be improving with the festive spirit. My steps inadvertently became lighter, and I found myself bouncing with a carefree joy. If only Luna were in the same year as I would surely wish to frolic and live joyfully alongside this clever little girl. On the eve before our departure from school, Professor Slughorn visited the Slytherin common room to wish the students a joyous holiday, while also reminding them of the precautions to take during the break. He carried a small pot of tea, savoring it sip by sip, appearing to be in high spirits. The students gathered around him, laughing and exchanging banter. Tom and I stood at the periphery of the crowd for two reasons. Firstly, I disliked the hustle and bustle of large gatherings. The thought of a stampede was my greatest concern. Secondly, although they no longer teased Tom, he remained on the outskirts, not quite part of the group. Flint, while not in the innermost circle, was also not far removed from it due to his lineage. However, upon seeing Tom on the fringes, he too withdrew from the crowd. For the first time, I observed a previously unseen aspect of him. He seemed surprisingly principled. As the conversation flowed and laughter erupted, a student, eager to ingratiate himself, asked, "Professor Slughorn, what are you drinking? It smells delightful." With a proud smile, Slughorn replied, "Ah, discerning indeed. This is Keemun black tea, a gift from a student, who you all should recognize as one of the top achievers in your year." He scanned the crowd, searching for me. When his gaze landed on the outer circle, he exclaimed, "Ah, there she is. Come here, Katherine. Come quickly." He beckoned me over, and I found it impossible to refuse, as the crowd parted to make way for me. Approaching the professor, I greeted him. "Good evening, Professor Slughorn." "Good evening. Thank you for the tea. It is exquisite," he praised, giving my shoulder a friendly pat. I flashed a sweet smile, pleased that he appreciated it, and I resolved to bring more next term. However, this tea was not solely my idea. Tom had provided excellent suggestions, and Flint had assisted me in selecting it. Professor Slughorn turned to Tom and Flint, saying, "Well done, both of you. Your efforts are commendable." Tom and Flint nodded humbly, fully aware that they had done little to assist, as they were oblivious to my gift-giving plans. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness. It is a splendid gift," Slughorn said, beaming with delight, before engaging in casual conversation with other students. Noticing that he had already consumed nearly half of the pot, I cautioned, "Professor, while the tea is delightful, do be wary of overindulgence. Too much can lead to sleeplessness." "Oh, how could I forget?" Slughorn exclaimed, tapping his forehead, before exchanging a few more pleasantries with the students and taking his leave. "Good night, Professor," we all chorused. As the crowd dispersed, I called out to Tom, retrieving the carefully prepared gift from my pocket and handing it to him. Tom opened it immediately, revealing an assortment of candies. "I hope you have a sweet Christmas." I wished him. "Thank you, but I didn't prepare a gift for you," Tom replied. "That's all right. Having you as my friend is gift enough." I responded with a beaming smile. "Good night. Our next meeting will be the new year." "Yes, good night," Tom said. The following day, as I packed my belongings to leave, I discovered Tom seated in the common room, having risen early. Upon hearing my footsteps, he looked up and approached me. "Up so early? Everyone else must still be asleep. Is there something you need, or are you heading to the library?" I inquired. Tom shook his head, presenting me with a potion bottle. "Here, a Christmas gift." I accepted it, opened it to take a whiff. Ah, it's a bottle of bewitching potion. I initially considered refusing, suggesting he keep it for himself, but then realized this may be the best gift he felt capable of giving, having waited for me just to present it. How could I decline? "Thank you. I will likely find it very useful." I capped the potion carefully and tucked it into my pocket. "I'm off now. I don't want to miss my ride," I said as I bid farewell. "Goodbye, see you next year," Tom replied, watching me leave with the same gaze he had in the orphanage. As I glanced back, he remained in place. "I will write to you. Remember to reply, otherwise I won't speak to you in school resumes." Hearing this, the melancholy expression on his face softened. I waved goodbye once more and continued out the door. Upon returning home, the house elves prepared a lavish dinner for me, yet dining alone felt lacking in some way. I wished for their company, but they timidly declined. After Christmas, I penned a letter to Riddle. "My dear Riddle, hello, Tom. You mentioned disliking your name for being too ordinary. However, I still prefer to call you Tom, as you are the most extraordinary Tom to me. How was the Christmas feast? I heard the professors decorated the school beautifully. It is truly a pity I could not witness it. The house elves prepared a sumptuous dinner for me, but eating alone is rather dull. If only you were here." The elves were unwilling to join me. I wished to give them gifts but could not deliver them directly, so I placed small boxes in various corners of the house, instructing them to tidy up, and if they found anything, to handle it themselves. It's quite challenging. Do write back soon. My owl, Kyle, will be watching over you. Your friend, Katherine. December 27th, 1938. At the long table, Tom watched as an owl flew directly towards him, stirring a flutter of emotion within. This was the first time he had received a letter via owl. His acceptance letter from Hogwarts had been delivered by Professor Dumbledore. As he opened the letter, he glanced at the contents before carefully placing it back in the envelope and tucking it away within a book. "Hoot, hoot. You should write back quickly," came the sound of Kyle, the owl, who had yet to take flight. Tom noticed the owl tilting its head, staring at him. showing no intention of leaving, as if it were indeed supervising him. Tom regarded Kyle thoughtfully, resting his chin on one hand, while his other hand rhythmically tapped the table. Ultimately, he retrieved a sheet of paper and began to compose a response. After sealing the envelope, he instructed Kyle to carry it away. I opened the letter and read its contents. My dear Katherine, Hogwarts has been beautifully adorned. If you are curious, you might consider staying at school next time. As a friend, I must remind you that the final exams will be upon us next semester. I hope you won't be so lazy as to forget your revisions. The candies were delightful. On my way back to the dormitory that night, I encountered Flint. He saw the sweets you had given me and expressed his discontent that you hadn't bestowed upon him a gift. Yours truly, Riddle. December 28, 1938. I felt exasperated upon reading the letter. How could he never forget to supervise my studies, no matter where he was? I merely asked Kyle to give him a slight nudge. Tossing the letter aside, I rose to seek out Abel. Today, we were to discuss the investments he mentioned in his last correspondence. He suggested I return to deliberate, but I had largely followed his advice. The only matter I wanted Abel to revisit was the purchase of a new estate. I envisioned a modest 2-story villa with a small garden, a quaint fountain at the entrance, and a lawn with a pool in the backyard. After glancing at the map and contemplating, I added, let us also consider Godric S. Hollow. Perhaps we could acquire a residence there. Where does the sunlight shine most brightly? Within the bounds of England. I see no issue with proximity to Muggles. The lighting in Dandy is quite splendid, my lord, Abel replied. Ever since I became the official head of the household. He and the others began to address me as my lord. Very well, let us explore these 2 locations for suitable estates. We may eventually move there. As this place holds far too many memories, I remarked. If possible, I thought, we could also procure 1 or 2 apartments in the magical communities around the world. One never knows when they might be useful for future travels. Abel promised to do his utmost. Is it your intention to travel in the future, my lord? He inquired. Indeed, I do have such aspirations, I mused, gazing out at the sky. The world is vast, and I yearn to see it. As the year drew to a close, I retrieved some stationery to compose a letter to Riddle. My dear Riddle, by the time you receive this letter, it will likely be the morning of December 31st. Today is the final day of the year, and in just a few hours, we shall welcome a new year, a fresh beginning. Happy birthday, Tom. Gently caressing these words. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear my vocal birthday wish? Oh, and remember to open the gift at a distance. I used a spell to shrink it, and within a minute of opening, it will swiftly return to its original size. If you need to store it, simply place it atop the packaging, and it will automatically shrink. Happy birthday, Tom. Perhaps you do not cherish December 31st, but I truly do. It is on this very day that my best friend, Tom Marvolo Riddle, came into this world. Be joyful. Yours, Katherine. December 30th, 1938. As Katherine had anticipated, Kyle delivered the letter on December 31st. Tom was dining alone at the Slytherin long table. Chapter 26. Pranked. Flint had also returned home. Kyle flapped his wings toward him, dropping a large parcel. Had he not been quick to catch it with a levitation spell, the parcel would have landed squarely on his stake. After placing the parcel down, Tom flicked his wand without raising his gaze, sending a beam of light towards Kyle, who flapped his wings and darted away. This owl, burdened by the weight of the package, was throwing a small tantrum, quite unlike its owner. Katherine had spoiled it. Upon opening the parcel, Tom discovered a letter atop. He opened it and began to read. Moments later, he stared at the letter, his fingers gently tracing the paper. Lost in thought, after a brief pause, he set the letter down and continued to extract items from the parcel. One box contained a small round cake. Clearly not a great success. The cake was only a third of the usual height, resembling more of a flatbread. Scrawled across it were some crooked letters spelling happy birthday, with several strokes extending onto the cake's base. Tom replaced the cake's lid. From the bottom of the parcel, he retrieved a gift box tied with a blue ribbon in a bow. Upon untying it, a magical lantern sprang forth, rapidly returning to its full size within a minute. Following Katherine's instructions, Tom placed the lantern atop the box, and indeed, it shrank again. After repacking the gifts into his bag, Tom rose and returned to his dormitory. When January arrived, I returned to school, laden with packages. Since sending my second letter, Tom had not responded. I too refrained from writing back, feeling somewhat guilty. I wondered if he might be upset with me regarding his birthday, for he seemed to harbor a dislike for the day. It is not difficult to understand. Who would be cheerful knowing their mother lost the will to live on their birthday? Shaking my head to dispel the impending memories, I sighed softly. Not responding to my letters likely indicated some lingering displeasure. You're back? A figure blocked my path. It was Tom. Yes, I'm back, I replied, diverting my gaze somewhat guiltily. Tom nodded, suddenly stating, do not send me lanterns in the future. Indeed, he was displeased with the birthday gift. Ah, you seem to have forgotten that the Lumos spell serves as a source of light, I retorted. Is it the gift itself that displeases you? or the act of receiving a gift? I inquired. I never stated I disliked receiving birthday gifts from you, he replied. Oh, I responded, somewhat foolishly. Utilizing Lumos prevents me from practicing other spells. You always read late into the night, and when the lights are off, having a lantern is quite beneficial. After pondering for a moment, he conceded, you do have a point. See you in the Great Hall, he concluded before striding away. Once I arrived at the Great Hall, it was already filled with students. After 2 weeks apart, everyone was animatedly discussing their holiday travels and gatherings. I took a seat beside Tom, who was soon joined by Flint. I noticed Flint frowning, seemingly unhappy about the start of term. What has got you down? I jested. That group of people. He gestured towards Malfoy and his gang. I paused with my knife over my steak. Have they been bothering you again? I was pranked, he exclaimed indignantly. A crab entered my wand, and it has gnawed its way to the center. I remarked on the frequent mishaps of the previous semester. I discreetly glanced at Tom. On the day Flint received his gift, Tom had been engrossed in a book about magical creatures. Flint continued to grumble, his head down. That's quite excessive, Tom concurred, his expression devoid of any hint of discontent. Have you discovered who was responsible? I inquired. No, he shook his head, visibly frustrated. But it was definitely that group. Someone among them has long held a grudge against me. It was intentional. Understanding the reason is sufficient. Be more cautious in the future. You should purchase a new wand. That one is surely beyond repair, Tom advised. Flint nodded in agreement. I informed the headmaster about this, and he expressed outrage that such incidents occur within the school. Personnel from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures will be arriving tonight to address the matter. The school takes this seriously? Usually. They just investigate to find out who it was and administer punishment, I said, somewhat astonished. Not quite, Flint clarified. Crabs reproduce rapidly, and the school fears a potential infestation. It's best to eliminate them entirely. Indeed, a thorough cleansing would be wise, Tom remarked. The calmness with which he responded made me ponder, little Tom. You are not one to endure grievances without reaction. I nodded and continued to slice the steak, gently spearing a piece and placing it in my mouth, perfectly medium rare. Since the past is behind us, there's no need to dwell on it. I reassured myself to exercise caution in the future, but there was no reason for undue concern. They ought not to seek trouble anymore. Why? How could they possibly let us off so easily? Flint expressed his disbelief. I replied mysteriously, intuition. Dream on. Flint muttered as he picked up a chicken leg to gnaw on. I laughed heartily, explaining, we engaged professionals to manage the situation. Even we believe the school took it very seriously. Surely, Malfoy and his cohort must think so too, if they reconsider their actions later. Wouldn't it be tantamount to admitting guilt? As the new term commenced, classes resumed as usual. Since that conversation, Malfoy had not engaged with me again, and any encounters merely consisted of polite nods as a greeting. The two Black sisters were similarly distant. However, Walburga always nodded with a reluctant air, fearing my displeasure if she broke her promise. With Malfoy and his entourage absent, life revolved around the classroom, library, dormitory, and dining hall. A cyclical existence reminiscent of my high school days, with the sole addition of a library. Tom was akin to a hermit, either immersed in books at the library or en route to it. McFlinton, 2 years our senior, had a heavier course load. As a Quidditch player, he juggled training and studies, and we could only catch glimpses of him during mealtimes. That group ceased to harass him, Abraxas Malfoy, the seeker for Slytherin, and he were no longer at odds, maintaining a semblance of harmony. This semester culminated in final examinations, and life proceeded in its ordinary bustle, devoid of further incidents. Initially, some dared to provoke Tom, attempting to stir trouble. Yet it was evident that Tom had become quite adept at dealing with them, and they found no favor in crossing paths with him. With the absence of support from the Malfoy and Black families, no one dared to seek out trouble any longer. Before long, the final examinations concluded, and results were released. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. Chapter 27, Their Fiery Desires. Tom achieved outstanding results, scoring OS across the board, catapulting him to fame. My own results were not as stellar. I received an A in flying, while the rest yielded 5 OS and 2 ES. Flint fared the worst, facing the possibility of needing to retake a subject. When he shared this news, it nearly shattered the Slytherin table. Tom and I feigned ignorance of him, averted our gazes in disdain. Upon seeing my flying grade, Tom narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "What happened in flying?" "Ugh, you sound just like my parents interrogating me about my final grades," I retorted, though I was an adult, at least in spirit. "Well, you saw the result," I grumbled. "Katherine," he smirked, "what's the reason?" In that moment, he transformed back into the brooding boy from the orphanage, radiating a chilling presence. Oh dear, I had let my pride get the better of me. I licked my lips, biting down on my dry mouth, casting my gaze elsewhere. "I have a fear of heights, which hindered my performance," I mumbled. "You are a wizard," he stated. "That modest height should not be your concern." You ought not to underestimate your abilities as a wizard. He suddenly declared, Katherine, you should not abandon hope so easily. You are different. You should not give up on life as that woman did, despite being a wizard. Tom thought with vehemence. Yet, I remained oblivious to all of this. How had I underestimated my abilities? What of being a wizard? Wizards are human too, and humans experience fear. I stood up in anger, my hands tightening beneath my robes. I turned to leave, but found myself frozen in place for a few seconds before sitting back down. Turning my head away, I sulkily stuffed food into my mouth. Flint glanced between me and Tom, his face a mask of despair. Hey, here's someone facing retakes, and instead of sympathy or consolation, you two are bickering. His voice took on a tone of grievance. I'm the one who needs comforting, yet I must soothe two high achievers. How is that fair? I couldn't help but laugh at his plight, my anger dissipating significantly as I recognized the childishness of my behavior. After a moment to collect my thoughts, I began to console Flint. It's merely a matter of retaking the exam. With your prior experience, the outcome will surely be better this time. Thank you for your kind words, Flint replied. Habitually, I lifted a cup of pumpkin juice and placed it before Tom. Just as Headmaster Armando rapped his cup to signal for quiet, he proceeded to announce each house's scores, and this year, Slytherin had triumphantly secured the house cup. As the green banner unfurled, the Slytherin table erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Thus, my first year at Hogwarts came to a close. As I sat on the train, Tom appeared somewhat morose. Hogwarts did not permit students to remain on campus during the summer. I'll come back for you. It's only a 2-month interval. I'll return before you know it, I reassured him. I know, he replied. I just don't wish to return to that place. In a few years, you'll be completely free from it. Moreover, your life is entirely different from theirs. Tom turned to gaze out the window. I won't be there for much longer. I will find my father. I remained silent, offering no response. Second year. Nabokov once said, Lolita, light of my life, fire of my loins, my sin, my soul. Everyone praises beauty while simultaneously seeking it. Yet, those who possess beauty without awareness are the most perilous. As he transitions from childhood to adolescence, his beauty begins to surface, attracting the covetous gaze of the unscrupulous. If there is one profound truth I gleaned from my time at Hogwarts, it is the calm before the storm. Just when you believe tranquility is about to settle in, unforeseen dangers loom nearby. In childhood, many tales appear as fairy tales. Upon reaching adulthood and looking back, those same tales reveal their sordid depths, obscured by youthful innocence. I believe that at the core of humanity, one is inherently good. Yet, I also recognize the malice of childhood. Ignorance is indeed the most fearsome of all. They exist in opposition and contradiction, yet in the depths of my heart, they coexist in conflict. You ask me, is there anything wrong with beauty itself? The answer is unequivocally negative. Beauty has never been at fault. The fault lies with the beasts, those beasts consumed by desire. They claim it is their fiery desire, their sin. Yet they never repent. The summer of 1939 passed swiftly, and as autumn arrived, Tom and I embarked on a new academic year. Having gradually acclimated to life at Hogwarts, I began to find it mundane. However, the events that soon unfolded made me realize how precious such monotony truly was. It is a diamond, shining wherever it is placed. Tom is such a treasure, never to be buried beneath the sands. His exemplary grades garnered him greater recognition at Hogwarts. People began to approach him with inquiries regarding his studies. Contrary to my expectations, Tom did not reject them, nor did he respond with sarcasm. He seemed to be undergoing a transformation, treating others with kindness, warmth, and politeness. Were it not for his demeanor towards me, which remained unchanged, I might have believed he was an entirely different person. For instance, at this moment, a Ravenclaw student was seeking Tom's guidance. He slightly bent forward, attentive. The incantation is quite simple. With sufficient practice, one can undoubtedly master it. It must be said that he possesses a unique methodology in his studies, and when it comes to teaching others, he certainly exhibits a commendable finesse. He remains unchanged. His hair still elegantly swept to one side, revealing sharply defined features and a prominent nose. The culinary offerings at Hogwarts are exceptional, and over the past year, he has grown significantly taller. His face has also matured, shedding the remnants of childish plumpness. He begins to exude a distinctive charm. If the Tom of yore was as delicate as a porcelain doll, the present Tom is beginning to embody his own unique characteristics. He has become more accomplished, now possessing a gentler demeanor than before. Yet, this is merely an illusion. The notion that one destined to become Voldemort could exhibit gentleness is nothing short of a farcical joke. It is merely a guise, a stratagem to garner goodwill. On occasion, I wish for him to treat me with tenderness, as he does now. Perhaps it is the folly of ignorance that leads to such foolishness, Tom scoffed. I longed to retort but found myself incapable, suspended in midair, my mind engulfed by fear. I wobbled precariously atop my broomstick, a stark contrast to the composed Tom who hovered effortlessly above. Ever since I achieved an A in my last flying lesson, Tom has taken it upon himself to instruct me in the art of flight. Yet, his approach is never gentle. Fear demands soothing. Instead, he chooses to berate me. I despise this. Have you forgotten that you are a witch? When you fall, you can use magic to halt your descent, he coldly reminded me. Katherine, one must seek solutions to their fears. You speak so lightly of it, yet you do not suffer from acrophobia, I trembled in response. Just moments ago, he had dismissed broom riding as a mindless endeavor, yet here he was, compelling me to mount one. Why do you fear heights? Chapter 28. Struggles are futile. Seek a way to address your anxieties rather than dwelling solely on your fears, Tom instructed. After a while of training, I ultimately faltered. I found myself powerless, haunted by a past fall that had instilled a profound fear of heights in me. We descended slowly, finally landing on solid ground. Exhausted, I collapsed onto the grass. Upon witnessing my state, they refrained from further mockery. Why do you fear heights? I panted, regaining my breath before responding. Long ago, before I had learned any magic, I fell into a lake from a considerable height. The sensation of suffocation enveloped me. Unlike other experiences, during both the fall and drowning, all struggles proved futile. In moments of sheer terror, one often loses recollection of these events. I cannot recall how it began or how it ended. I only remember the helplessness of being high above and the despair of drowning. From that moment on, it became my inner demon, my fear. I recounted slowly. Tom pondered my words for a moment before asking, "So you fear not only heights but also water?" "Yes," I replied softly. He said nothing further. I assumed he had heard me and would cease my training. However, it became evident that Tom Riddle would never abandon his goals out of pity. A week later, on a weekend, he brought me to the edge of the Black Lake. 2 broomsticks lay on the ground, and I understood that training was to commence once more. Tom approached me. "Katherine, hand me your wand. It will be easier during training if you don't drop it." Without much thought, I surrendered my wand to him. As we mounted our broomsticks and soared into the sky, he suddenly descended back to the ground. Panic surged within me, as he had always flown alongside me before. "Are you coming down?" I shouted. "Stay up there. Do not descend," he commanded sharply. His sudden reprimand left me momentarily stunned in midair. At that moment, he brandished my wand, and my broomstick soared away from me. In a daze, I watched as my support vanished, and I began to plummet. I reached upward in a futile attempt to grasp something, my heart screaming for me to stop. It was then I realized that when engulfed in true fear, one cannot utter a sound. My body fell rapidly. Just when I thought all hope was lost, my descent abruptly slowed, eventually hovering just above the water's surface. "Not so terrifying after all, is it?" Tom's cool voice echoed. I turned my head to glance at him, but in the next moment, he retracted his wand, and I plummeted once more. I watched as he waved his wand gently, a beam of light striking my head. I felt something envelop my mind. Without time to ponder, I plunged into the water. I tightly shut my eyes, biting my lip, anxiously holding my breath. Yet ultimately, I could not sustain it and yearned for air. The anticipated sensations of suffocation and pressure did not assail me. Or perhaps I simply did not feel the water rushing into my nose and mouth. Slowly, I opened my eyes, floating in the water. Light danced through the depths, as if I had entered another realm, tranquil and comforting. Unlike my memories, there was no sense of pressure or suffocation. Strangely, I found myself oddly enjoying this sensation. It felt as though I had entered a desolate paradise. Schools of fish swam by, and I reached out to gently caress one, which flicked its tail and swam away. It was not a dream, yet it felt dreamlike. I gradually kicked toward the surface. As I broke through, I caught sight of Tom crouching by the shore. I squinted against the bright light, which was far more dazzling than the murky depths. Tom appeared to emerge from the light, the shimmering surface of the water rendering my vision unclear. Everything felt surreal. He extended his hand toward me, and without hesitation, I grasped it. With a flick of his wand, he pulled me from the water onto the shore. Transitioning from the dim world to the bright one, from the ethereal water to solid land, from fantasy to reality. "Are you still afraid?" he inquired. I shook my head, feeling less fearful than before. "I believe your next flying lesson will yield more than just an A." I half sat on the ground, while he stood above me. He looked down at me, and I gazed up at him. "Why do you want to help me?" I asked. "Because you and I are both special," he replied. "I hope that in the future, you will stand by my side, sharing in my glory. But for now, it is not enough. I will not wait for you. You must quicken your pace to keep up with me, Katherine," he asserted. I gazed into his dark eyes and affirmed my agreement. A breeze swept through the trees, as if bearing witness to the promises exchanged between a young man and woman. On that day, Tom was in the library, searching for books related to his father but finding nothing of value. He turned to me and asked, "What were your parents like?" "I have little impression of them. My mother passed away early on. My father became consumed by the obsession of resurrecting her, and as a result, our time together was limited." "Do you know why I ended up in the orphanage?" "Because he had an accident while attempting to bring her back. I was caught in the fallout. That incident robbed me of many memories, including the scant ones I had with him. Yet he was never a bad man. The professors have said that magic can never bring the dead back to life, Tom remarked coldly. Perhaps he was not a competent father, but he loved me nonetheless. In the twilight of his life, he remained preoccupied with my affairs, meticulously arranging everything within the confines of his limited time. I accompanied him through his final days. I gently touched the sapphire-inlaid silver bracelet on my wrist, a symbol of the Riddle family's lineage. By the way, you have never told me your birthday, Tom suddenly remarked. We've known each other for nearly 2 years, yet it has never come up. I don't consider it a significant day, I replied. It is significant to me. I turned to face him, a warm current seemingly brushing against my heart. I dislike it, for it signifies both a beginning and an end. Am I not the same? He responded. In his eyes, I discerned a reflection of myself, and I knew that he saw himself mirrored in mine. At that moment, the words exchanged between us felt as if they had transformed into something tangible. We belonged to the same kind. We were friends. I am different. Yet you are akin to me. The echoes of our past conversations reverberated in my ears, a soft murmur resembling an inexplicable bond. September 20th, I replied. It has already passed. I shall make it up to you with a gift. What would you like? He inquired. Anything will suffice, as long as it is from you. I answered. He returned my wand and helped dry my clothes before we returned the broomsticks and made our way back to the common room. A figure approached us, seemingly oblivious, and collided with Tom. Oh, pardon me, are you all right? A red-haired boy with blue eyes said. It's fine, Tom replied nonchalantly, feigning politeness with. I hope I did not hurt you. It was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going, he laughed, then scrutinized Tom closely. You are Tom Riddle, aren't you? I am, Tom replied. And you are? I am Marshall Selwyn. You should remember me. Marshall hastily introduced himself. Yes. You welcomed me after the sorting in our first year, Tom said. I recalled him, the boy who had smiled so happily at Tom and me after the sorting. I felt a sense of relief. Perhaps he was a ray of sunshine unlike the others. He was polite and somewhat renowned among other houses, often referred to as the gentlest Slytherin. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Tom Riddle, Tom introduced, and this is my friend, Katherine Flea. I offered a slight smile in greeting. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Selwyn. Just call me Marshall, he responded, but his gaze remained on Tom. I need to find a professor. I must excuse myself. Goodbye, Marshall, Tom said. Marshall flashed us a smile. Goodbye, Tom. Once he had walked away, I nudged Tom's arm. He seems rather nice. I remember he was the only one smiling at you after the sorting in Slytherin. If only you could channel such thoughts into your studies. Tom raised an eyebrow. I shrugged. I am trying my best. At least I have made significant progress in flying class. You could strive even harder. See you in the library later. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Having just finished broom training, I now had to head to the library. Oh dear. How I longed for a nap. The study-obsessed Riddle. Autumn at Hogwarts signaled a decline in temperature, neither too cold nor too warm, creating a comfortable ambience. The damp air began to creep in, and the rain gradually fell. Outside the library window, the sound of raindrops pattered softly. Tom leafed through his pages while I flipped through my book, writing my essay at a table across from him. A book was gently placed on the table as someone pulled out a chair and sat beside me. It was Marshall Selwyn. Do you mind if I sit here? He asked softly, glancing at Tom. His inquiry was seemingly polite, yet he had already taken his seat. Who would deny him? Tom simply shook his head. Be my guest. I discreetly glanced at the book he had laid on the table, A Feast in a Bottle. If memory serves, it is a book on potion making. Studying potions? I mused inwardly. The study of modern wizarding development? Marshall inquired, looking at Tom. Do you enjoy delving deeply into magic? Knowing more allows for a deeper understanding, Tom added. Though that is merely my personal opinion. It was hard to disagree. Marshall nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. You are quite different. I hope we can delve deeper into our discussions sometime. Of course. It would be an honor, Tom replied with a brief smile. From that moment on, Marshall frequently sought out Tom. For reasons unknown, I always felt a sense of unease, a peculiar sensation. Could a fifth-year student genuinely empathize with a second year? Perhaps I was overthinking it. Tom was no ordinary individual. The allure of the future Dark Lord was beyond my comprehension. My interactions with Marshall were limited. Most of the time, he was engrossed in discussions with Tom, leaving me with little opportunity to interject. Even when I managed to say a few words, he would subtly redirect the conversation. Thus, I ceased my futile attempts to engage. Tom appeared content with this arrangement. Compared to Flint's rigidity and my own casualness, Marshall Selwyn exhibited a greater ambition for academic progress. On the quest for knowledge, he and Tom were in perfect harmony. Being older, he often provided Tom with valuable advice at crucial moments. He frequently appeared beside Tom and me, creating the illusion that he always arrived precisely when Tom and I were together. Yet he had never spoken disparagingly of our friendship nor exhibited any overtly aggressive behavior. I couldn't help but wonder if I was losing my mind or if jealousy was clouding my judgment, unwilling to accept anyone else's presence near Tom. I shook my head. Perhaps it was because Tom was not as frequently by my side now, leading to some withdrawal-like reaction. Are you unhappy? Tom asked. You seem distracted lately. I poked at the steak in the basket with my fork, struggling to muster an appetite. What have you and Marshall been discussing? It seems I only see you during classes and meals. About potions, spells, and all things magical, he said with a smile. Marshall helps me access more information in advance. I was not satisfied with this response. I said nothing further and resumed eating my steak. Before leaving, Tom produced a small gift box and placed it before me. It was a chocolate cauldron. I had mentioned to Tom before that I adored chocolate. Why the sudden gift? I asked, surprised. It's your birthday present, as promised. If someone could remember your casual remarks, your preferences, and hold them dear, it was hard not to be touched. Thank you, Tom, I expressed gratefully. Autumn at Hogwarts faded amidst the swirling leaves, and the annual Christmas season approached once more. I chose to return home. As Abel mentioned, he would take me to view suitable houses during this time. You are going home? I nodded. Yes, I need to check on my investments. I took Tom's hand. I will be back in half a month, and I will keep in touch during that time. No one bullied Tom as they once did. Thanks to me, Flint, Marshall, and the Malfoy faction no longer troubled him, and most refrained from provoking him. Yet, I sensed that every holiday, Tom seemed quite lonely. I silently resolved to spend Christmas with Tom in the future. Flint had initially planned to remain at school this year to partake in Quidditch training. But due to the dismal academic performance from the previous year, his family insisted he return home. Fortunately, Tom would not have to spend Christmas alone this year. Marshall Selwyn had stayed at school to work on his potion thesis. With his presence, Tom was likely to enjoy a fairly pleasant Christmas, as they shared a deep camaraderie. In subsequent reflections on past events, my mind felt overgrown with weeds, and I could not help but think of it that way. Each recollection brought only nausea and trepidation. Chapter 30. He pressed his wand against my throat. I returned home and, accompanied by Abel, visited several suitable properties before finally making a decision after a few days. We purchased a house in Godric's Hollow, a location ideal for wizards seeking seclusion, with an appealing environment. Many notable figures have chosen this place as their retreat. Dandies abound in surprises, often dubbed the City of Discovery, basking in ample sunlight, which I adored, prompting me to immediately buy a residence. Having plenty of galleons was indeed delightful. I also acquired a few other properties elsewhere, intending to use them for future stays or travels. I certainly did not wish to resemble Professor Slughorn, who often overstayed his welcome at others' homes. The holidays swiftly passed, ushering in a new semester. Tom began to attract attention, and he underwent a transformation. Although this change was somewhat superficial, he did not exhibit the same demeanor in my presence. He adopted a gentlemanly and courteous facade before others, his gaze no longer frigid. Coupled with his handsome features, it was effortless for him to garner admiration. Additionally, due to his commendable academic performance, many students across the year's houses approached him with inquiries regarding their studies. Consequently, the number of provocateurs diminished significantly. However, with each period of tranquility, a new crisis was inevitably on the horizon. I gazed at the bracelet adorning Tom's wrist, smiling foolishly. The silver band was embellished with a decorative die, hollowed out to reveal a glowing red bean within. This was a gift I had bestowed upon Tom. Initially, he was reluctant to wear it, jesting that I must have been foolish to purchase such an item with my wealth. When I first donned the family bracelet, Tom, despite not voicing his thoughts, had gazed at it with an unspoken longing. Surely, he yearned for a familial token of his own. Thus, I had commissioned a craftsman to create this bracelet according to my specifications, and I could assure him that there existed no other like it in the magical realm. Within the bracelet, I had encased a fragment of memory concerning Tom and myself. However, I intended to keep this a secret, allowing him to discover it in due time. Initially, his refusal to wear it had led to some quarrels between us. Ultimately, I revealed to him that the design of the bracelet was inspired by the Flint family's own, albeit devoid of a sapphire, and I had crafted a small charm for him, the die containing the red bean. He appeared perplexed. I explained to him that in my homeland, dice made of bone symbolized longing, much like the red bean, which also represented yearning. Together, they embodied a deep and profound desire. I long for you to the very marrow of my bones. I further conveyed that this was my unique design, the only one of its kind in the world. By wearing it, we would possess something shared, an item that belonged solely to us. Upon returning from the holiday, I found it peculiar that Tom no longer sought out Marshall. Yet, Marshall continued to visit Tom frequently, attempting to interact with him as he had before, patting his shoulder and engaging in friendly banter. However, Tom no longer reciprocated as he once did. While he had previously loathed Marshall's interactions, he had not shown it overtly. Only those familiar with him, like myself, could discern his discomfort. This semester, however, was markedly different. He no longer tolerated Marshall's affections and frequently evaded him. One day, upon returning from the library, I noticed Tom was nowhere to be found. Not in the common room, nor had he returned to the dormitory. When I inquired with classmates, they too had not seen him, and he had not returned to his quarters. An unsettling premonition began to rise within me. I asked, "Is Marshall in the dormitory?" A fellow Slytherin of his year responded, "He has gone out, presumably to work on his potion studies." I thanked him and hurried toward the potions classroom, but it was deserted. I glanced at the cauldron on the table, remnants of a purple potion lingering within, and observed the purple food remnants scattered atop the desk. A dreadful thought struck me. Oh no, the dreamless sleep potion. What was he planning? I dashed through the halls of Hogwarts, desperately searching for any trace of them. Where could they be? Such clandestine activities could not afford to be exposed. Marshall would undoubtedly wish for no interruptions. Then it struck me, the room of requirement. On the 8th floor. I hurriedly made my way there. Standing before a wall, I concentrated my thoughts. I wished to see Tom. I wished to see Tom Riddle. I wished to see Tom Marvolo Riddle. Just as I silently recited the third iteration, a door materialized. I swiftly pushed it open to find Marshall stripping Tom of his garments, his coat and robes discarded haphazardly on the floor. "Do you know how fortunate you are to become a plaything of the Selwyns?" Marshall laughed wickedly. "I can offer you wealth, power, a place for you in Slytherin, and even the magical world. What good is it to be with that Flint, who knows nothing of the family's realities? With me, you will possess so much more." Tom's wand lay discarded at the entrance, while Marshall's was abandoned in a corner. Marshall restrained Tom's hands, one hand indecorously roaming over Tom's body. Tom struggled with all his might, but his height and weight difference rendered him utterly powerless to resist. My fists clenched tightly. My neck flushed with rage, as a buzzing exhilaration filled my head, and my eyes burned with fury. This wretched creature, inferior to even a single-celled organism. I raised my wand, aiming it at Marshall. Stupefied, Marshall collapsed, and my seething anger surged. Yearning to rend him limb from limb and cast him into the black lake to feed the fish. I lifted my wand towards him, the incantation for the unforgivable curse swirling in my mind. My gaze was filled with frenzied wrath, yet I ultimately averted my wand slightly. "No, remain calm. Katherine, be calm." Now was not the time to unleash my fury. I needed to manage the situation and secure a favorable outcome for Tom. As if to vent my pent-up rage, I cast a Reductor curse. Reducto. The potion bottles scattered beside Marshall exploded with a resounding crash, shattering into countless glass shards. Tom was left with numerous lacerations, crimson droplets beginning to seep from his wounds. With my back turned to Tom, I took a moment to steady my emotions before speaking. "Put your clothes on. We must leave, Tom." Once Tom had dressed, he picked up his wand, intending to retaliate against Marshall. I stopped him. "Do not kill him. You will be expelled. And do not use dark curses. Being discovered will only lead to your expulsion." I knew that Tom had nowhere to go aside from Hogwarts. He was unwilling to leave this sanctuary of magic, and even less inclined to let anyone discover this incident. Tom glared at me, brimming with resentment. And in the next moment, he viciously slashed at Marshall, disregarding my words as he stormed out. I rushed to follow him, but he had vanished down the corridor. I did not seek out a professor or the headmaster. Tom would not want this incident to be known. If the Slytherins caught wind of it, his recently improved standing would surely become perilous once more. I silently closed the door, allowing Marshall to slumber within, blissfully unaware of the crimson liquid flowing from him. If you were to vanish without a trace here, it would be your fate. I had anticipated that Tom would remain brooding for an extended period, perhaps even casting a disdainful glance at his classmates from Hogwarts. However, when I encountered Tom the following day, he appeared as if nothing had transpired, maintaining a courteous and gentle smile while engaging in polite discourse with others. When I finally found him alone, I attempted to speak, only to be forcefully shoved into a corner. He pressed his wand against my throat, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty serpent, and spoke icily. "Do not presume that your assistance entitles you to my obedience. Keep your damned pity to yourself. I do not require your lofty condescension. My affairs are none of your concern." His eyes were bloodshot, brimming with fury and hostility. Chapter 31. Enemies, Love and Kill. His words stung, revealing how he truly perceived me. Is this how I exist in his mind? Tom, you wound deeply. I will no longer concern myself with your matters. It was my own foolishness that led me to care for you, to frantically search for you throughout Hogwarts. Indeed, I was mad to the point of nearly harming Marshall because of you. He paused momentarily. I brushed myself off, retrieved my wand, and forcefully bumped his shoulder before walking away without a backward glance. Marshall did not seek me or Tom any longer. I heard he was discovered in the room of requirement, battered and bruised. Beside him lay shattered glass vials. According to his own account, an experiment gone awry had caused the accident. Consequently, his face bore a scar that would never fade. I recalled that Tom had struck him a few times across his face. As I suspected, Marshall dared not complain to anyone. Even if he did, once the circumstances were clarified, he would no longer have a place at school. Hogwarts would not tolerate such a student. Even a pure-blooded noble family would not permit someone like him to remain, especially with their own children still attending. No one would feel secure with such a person in proximity to their offspring. Marshall's reputation was ruined, and his family would be shamed, a devastating blow for him. He could only bottle up his grievances, remaining silent even in defeat, while concocting a plausible excuse to mitigate the situation. The true events were known only to the three of us. He deserved it. That despicable wretch, a disgrace among both wizards and muggles. In the aftermath of this incident, my relationship with Tom began to fray. Following our quarrel, Tom acted as though I were invisible, avoiding me and seldom appearing before me. Once my anger subsided, I realized I had been somewhat impulsive, but who could endure having their goodwill trampled upon? I found myself missing Tom's presence, often toying with the little grass snake he had gifted me, reminiscing about our past together. I recalled when we first arrived at Hogwarts. Tom had given me a bottle of bewitching brain elixir as a present. How wonderful those times had been. We entered a new world together, embarking on a new life, such precious memories and experiences. The more I reflected, the more I longed for Tom, yearning to seek him out. Despite my internal turmoil, nostalgia ultimately triumphed over pride, and I resolved to find him. I needed to clarify things, to assure him that I bore no ill will, that I would never mock him, for he remained the Tom I had always known in my heart. I wished for him to understand that he had always been my most important friend. Together, we practiced magic, exchanged gifts, and offered silent companionship in each other's moments of solitude. We had gazed at the moon and the sea together. We were each other's most significant person. Yet here I stood, dazed in the corridor, with Tom merely a few meters ahead, unable to take a step forward. I intended to reconcile, only to find him joyfully mingling with a group of girls. The thought that I had barely seen him these past few days tormented me. Memories of our shared experiences weighed heavily on my heart, while he reveled in the company of others, showing no signs of discomfort. The more I pondered, the more my longing morphed into frustration and anger. All my previous yearnings transformed into resentment. I stifled my feelings and chose not to seek Tom any longer. Flint observed and merely shook his head, remarking that we were indeed enemies in a love-hate relationship. I resolved not to pursue him any further. The school year dwindled away more swiftly than anticipated. Tom and I remained silent toward one another, engaging in a cold war until the holidays arrived. The summer in Y Country is the warmest time of the year, with temperatures hovering around 10 degrees. Not too cold, yet not stiflingly hot. Occasionally, rain would persist for weeks, leaving the air damp and oppressive. Yet even such weather could not deter me from venturing toward the W family orphanage. Had I reconciled with Tom? No. So why did I allow Abby to accompany me, standing at the entrance of the orphanage in this dreary, damp weather? Master, are we not going in? Abby inquired. What would we do inside? I came for a stroll, I replied sternly. But there are hardly any people on the street now. We're still concealed. Does the master enjoy strolling like this? Abby tilted her head, puzzled. Indeed. I pursed my lips, my preferences somewhat divergent from others. I turned to leave. Hurry up, or you'll get drenched. The umbrella conjured by my wand isn't very large. Abby hurried to catch up. Master, wait for me. Let us go. It's time to return home. But, Master, Abby hesitated, we haven't started our stroll yet. Suddenly, I lost my desire to wander. The rain was too heavy. I don't care, I said dismissively. Abby complied, though she found it curious that my idea of a stroll consisted of standing at the entrance of the W family orphanage for nearly an hour. She recalled that I often visited a boy there. Why was I not going inside this time? Once home, I felt a wave of boredom wash over me. The book in my hands lost its appeal, and I tossed it aside, sprawling out on the bed. How terribly dull. I craved a computer, romantic novels, and headphones to listen to music. The songs of this era felt foreign to me. After an endless series of sighs and restless tossing, I eventually fell asleep. In my dreams, Tom had matured into a young man. His features were more chiseled, standing nearly 6 feet tall, his figure tall and slender. Dressed entirely in black, his hair slightly longer, he exuded a more mature aura. Everything about him suited him perfectly, enhancing his handsomeness. He was engaged in conversation with a wizard. How could I be certain he was a wizard? The peculiar attire was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person, who would tuck a swimsuit into a suit. Unless one wished to masquerade as a muggle while mingling in the muggle world, I could not fathom anyone doing such a thing. I yearned to approach him. Yet my body refused to move. I lifted my feet, only to find myself utterly immobilized. Seeking assistance, I glanced around, only to see my transparent self reflected in the glass wall. I was trapped within a corporeal vessel. This body, a few years older, embodies my essence. While my transparent self reflects the visage of my 21-year-old self, the form I bore before my journey through time. I observed my older self gazing at Tom from a distance, her eyes filled with a complexity I cannot comprehend. Why don't you approach him? Go on. Yet I remain motionless, rooted in place, merely watching Tom. I notice her eyes gradually reddening, a shimmering glimmer of tears beginning to swell within. It seems Tom has sensed something, as he lifts his gaze towards this direction. Chapter 32. He is destined to remain a bachelor for life. Tom appears to have noticed something, raising his head to look over here. However, the instant he does, I subtly bend down and retreat, concealed by the crowd. Tom glances in my direction before shifting his gaze elsewhere, as if searching for something. But he is swiftly drawn back into conversation by those nearby, offering an apologetic smile as he resumes chatting. I hide among the throng, witnessing Tom engage in conversation once more, donning his long robe and black hat before turning to leave. Just before his figure vanishes, he casts a reluctant glance back towards Tom, then fades from view around the street corner. Ah, autumn. I awaken with a start from my own sneeze, realizing I am lying in bed without a cover. The sky has turned dark, a light rain falls, accompanied by a chilly breeze that seeps in, causing me to wrap my arms around myself as the coldness of my fingers penetrates through my thin clothing to my skin. I pull up the blanket, pondering the dream I just had, reflecting on how much I must miss Tom to be dreaming of him. Oh, I shake my head awkwardly, dismissing those strange thoughts. I close my eyes and drift back into slumber. In the orphanage, Tom sits upon his bed. After attending Hogwarts, returning to the orphanage, the older children are required to assist with more chores. Today, he has moved several tables and chairs, ascending and descending the stairs multiple times. Hogwarts forbids the use of magic outside its walls. The wands they purchased from Ollivander's wand shop are enchanted with a tracking spell, alerting the magical community upon use. The wand that Katherine had previously given him was returned the day he acquired a new wand, as he found the former affected the user's emotions unfavorably. Now, Tom feels a twinge of regret. He massages his aching shoulders and soon finds himself thinking of Katherine. Since their last argument, they have not been able to interact amicably. At times, he harbors a strong dislike for her carefree demeanor. Despite her excellent circumstances, the pure-blooded fools treat her with undue respect, and yet she fails to exploit it. He despises her ignorant arrogance. What does wealth matter if it inflates her sense of self-importance? She often offers to pay for him, as if he lacks his own galleons. He resents her strategic mind. She seems indifferent to everything. Her studies do not concern her, nor does she care what others think of her, as if nothing is beyond her control or ability to manage. He abhors her restraint. She always seems capable of stopping herself just in time, turning back to soothe him. She is, in many ways, his polar opposite. They are both uniquely different, yet she possesses what he lacks: a prosperous family, loving parents, and the support of a prestigious family within the magical community. In contrast, he has nothing. She can live freely, while he cannot. Yet, he cannot bring himself to genuinely resent her. She is his sole friend, unwavering in her promise to provide him with more care and favoritism than she does for others. She is aware of her actions towards Marshall, yet she remains silent. She could choose to distance herself, gaining more support from her influential family. But she opts to stay by his side. How foolish, yet he would never suggest that she accept Malfoy's advice. He needs that foolishness to maintain his existence at school. In his heart, he scorns her, yet she occupies a significant place within him. To become less reliant on others, he diligently studies magic day and night, striving to reach a level where he can stand alongside her. But then that wretched Marshall Selwyn interferes. The humiliation he experiences at that moment fuels his hatred for Katherine. He wishes no one to witness the scene, yet he longs for assistance. He hopes that person would be Katherine, knowing she would go to great lengths to aid him, never standing idly by or spreading rumors. Yet, he also resents that he most wishes for her to be that person. He is torn, grappling with an unidentifiable fury and frustration, which he vents upon Katherine that day. Does she not pride herself on her lofty tolerance of him? Then let her endure his anger and malice. Does she not enjoy him as he is? But he is mistaken. This time, she becomes truly upset. She has not approached him even once. His frustration mounts. It becomes clear that when she is near, his thoughts are merely of exploitation. He offers her the reward of sharing all his future glory, for he is destined to become someone of great renown. Yet, he refuses to seek her out, fearing she may utter words he does not wish to hear. Instead, he buries himself in work, evading any opportunity for contact. His efforts yield results. More and more people seek him out, and he gains numerous friends. But none treat him as Katherine does. They are drawn to his facade, his disguise, his power, and the benefits they can extract. Even Malfoy has begun to engage with him. But only Katherine remains an enigma. What does she desire? Power? She seems indifferent. She hardly cares about mastering magic. Benefits? She has never asked him for anything. Damned girl, she continues to give him gifts, oblivious to the discomfort of his inability to afford presents. What a peculiar person. Tom finds himself sleepless with worry, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. He gazes at the door of his room, recalling the day Katherine chose to stay. They had shared this very bed, and it was the most restful sleep he had ever experienced in the orphanage. Reflecting on this, he turns over, staring at the wall beside the bed. It is now empty, just him alone. Last time, Katherine had slept here. He slowly shifts his body, lying in the spot where she once rested, contemplating her feelings, yearning to understand what she is thinking. Suddenly, he notices a small snake glowing faintly on the wall, hidden beneath the thin blanket and pillow, unnoticed until now. Beneath the snake, a line of text reads, Tom Katherine. Tom traces the drawing on the wall, his mind swirling with unarticulated thoughts. This time, as he touches the pattern, he soon drifts off to sleep. I hold a watering can, tending to the soil. As a member of the vegetable-growing community, with such an expanse of land, it would be remiss not to cultivate something. Yet, the weather in this country is truly vexing, so damp. Thankfully, magic assists me. I have conjured a protective dome reminiscent of a greenhouse. Abel has gone to great lengths to procure some seeds, and thus I have commenced my gardening endeavors. Abel likely thinks I have lost my mind. I am eager to share my joy with Abel and the others, yet they always respond with such formality. If I am not careful, they start to wonder if they have done something wrong to elicit my behavior. Without Tom, it feels as though I have no one to converse with. Flint's mind is solely occupied with Quidditch. I suspect he may end up a lifelong bachelor, living solely for the sport. Engaging him in conversation is futile. Perhaps I should seek new friends instead. Chapter 33. Others are thinking of me as well. A new academic year has arrived. Staring at the wall between platforms 9 and 10, I become lost in reminiscence. Do you remember the first time Tom and I arrived? Neither of us was eager to be the first to dash towards the wall, but ultimately, it was my goading that spurred Tom to leap forward. Suddenly, I was bumped into by something. I'm sorry, are you all right? A youthful male voice inquired. I turned around to see a boy somewhat shorter than I, clad in Hogwarts attire, though devoid of a house emblem. He appeared to be a first-year student. I shook my head. I'm fine, how about you? I apologize. I got separated from my family and, in my anxiety, I ran a bit too quickly. I didn't notice you and couldn't stop the trolley in time. It's all right. Just take your time next time, I replied, preparing to depart. Could you wait a moment? He tugged at my sleeve. I glanced at his hand gripping my clothing, and he quickly realized his error and released my sleeve. I apologize for my rudeness, but I don't know how to enter platform 9 3/4. Could you please guide me? He asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. His slightly curled black hair obscured his eyes, lending him an endearing quality. Certainly, I responded. Do you see the wall between platforms 9 and 10? That is the entrance. Just sprint straight through. I pointed towards the wall. Noticing his hesitation, I decided to demonstrate. Watch how I do it, and you can follow suit. There's nothing to worry about. With that, I jogged through the wall. After a brief moment, the boy followed suit. Thank you. You must be a Hogwarts student too. As I see the Slytherin emblem on your uniform, he remarked gratefully. No need for thanks. Indeed, I am in Slytherin, I replied. I should be joining Slytherin as well. My entire family belongs to Slytherin, he said, a smile creeping onto his face. I nodded gently. Hello, I am Alfred Black. And you? He inquired. Greetings, Alfred. I am Katherine Fleamont, I replied. Fleamont family. I've seen you mentioned among the Sacred 28, he noted. Indeed. We can discuss that later. Shouldn't you be looking for your family? I suggested, steering the conversation away. Thank you for the reminder. I'll see you at school, he said in farewell. Indeed. See you at school. I made my way to a vacant seat in the carriage, settled down, and began to rest. Unbeknownst to me, I soon drifted off to sleep, vaguely aware of the sounds of doors opening and closing around me. However, fatigue overwhelmed me, and I paid it no mind. After a while, I stretched my arms and adjusted my stiff neck from leaning back for too long. Awake? A familiar voice intoned. You've forgotten me after just one holiday, Katherine Fleamont? Have you grown a tuft of grass on your head? He paused before adding, or have you always been this forgetful? It was Tom. He had started to deepen his voice, which was why I hadn't recognized him at first. Oh, perhaps. If this Mr. Riddle finds it bothersome, he may seek companionship in another carriage. I am confident there are many who would be delighted to associate with such an accomplished individual as yourself. I felt a yearning for him, and seeing him brought me joy, yet for reasons unknown, I spoke such words. I thought a holiday would be enough for you to cool down, Katherine, he replied, somewhat resigned. You claimed we were friends. Isn't it normal for friends to argue? I thought this wouldn't affect our relationship, he contended. I remained silent. At that moment, the train arrived at its station. He quietly stood, preparing to exit. I grasped his coat sleeve. You forgot to wear your robes. It should be getting chilly outside. He chuckled as he picked up his robes and thanked me. He then stepped off the train alongside me. This year's sorting ceremony was particularly lively. In contrast to last year, there were many more first years. The sorting hat repeatedly called out the names of the houses, and the children joyfully dashed towards their respective houses. Looking at Tom, I recalled what the sorting hat had said to me. Tom, what did that mad hat say to you during the sorting? I inquired. Nothing of consequence, he replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, I remembered that the sorting hat had barely touched Tom's head before loudly proclaiming Slytherin. It seems you truly belong here. The hat told me that a boy of exceptional achievement was placed in Slytherin. It must have been referring to you, I remarked. The hat seemed to deliberate over you for quite some time. What did it say? Tom asked. Oh, don't mention it. It spouted a bunch of nonsense. First saying I had courage, then claiming I was rather timid. Isn't that contradictory? I scoffed. Regardless, you are now in Slytherin, and that is what matters, Tom stated. Hee, that's because I told it I wanted to be in Slytherin. It also mentioned that someone hoped I would join him in Slytherin. I said with a sly grin, my eyes twinkling with mischief. Tom was not swayed. You believe a hat's words? You should be more concerned about your studies. But it's the Sorting Hat, a top-tier magical hat, a creation of one of the 4 founding houses. It wouldn't deceive me, I countered, noticing Tom's indifference. I added, it seems that isn't just you. Hee, it appears there's someone else who remembers me. I must get to know them. Katherine. A youthful voice called out. It was the boy I had met at the station earlier. I am Alfred Black. We met at the station today. Seeing my silence, the boy continued. I remember you. The one who asked me for directions. I also joined Slytherin. He exclaimed with delight. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy it. Slytherin will guide you to glory. I smiled gently. Al, come here. A voice called. It was Walburga. Alfred seemed to want to say something more, but was interrupted by Walburga. He gave me an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, my sister is calling me. I'll come find you later. It was a pleasure meeting you, Katherine, he said apologetically. Goodbye, I replied. From the Black family? Tom inquired, fiddling with the dice on his bracelet. Are you close with him? We just met today. He is quite a charming lad, I responded. Just then, the Sorting Hat shouted. Gryffindor. Nearby, whispers began to circulate. Did you hear? That one is giant blood. Indeed. Look at him. He is so tall at such a young age. Ha ha. I frowned. Their laughter was grating. I cast a distant glance at Hagrid, my mind racing. Do you know him? Tom asked, his tone peculiar. You know that Gryffindor? You've certainly been busy this holiday, he added, his tone still odd. I don't know him. I was merely curious and looked a bit longer when they mentioned his giant blood, I replied. Why did Mr. Riddle's tone seem so strange? I shot him a sidelong glance. That's for the best. He appears rather reckless. Becoming friends with him could lead to trouble, he assessed. I responded absently, my mind preoccupied with other matters. Hagrid's presence signified that Tom was not far from opening the Chamber of Secrets, for reasons unknown. This thought stirred a pang of discomfort within me. I clenched my fists gently, casting a look at Tom. He was nibbling on a turkey sandwich, glancing at me with a strange look. I gazed at him, my heart a tempest of emotions. Would the Tom before me one day transform into a dark wizard? What's wrong? Tom inquired, his warm, innocent face etched with concern and slight confusion. Do you genuinely care for me at this moment? Or are you merely feigning concern to win my affection, Tom? When did I begin to lower my guard against you? When did I start to ponder whether your feelings are sincere? I fixed my gaze upon him. Tom? Would you be so kind as to lend me your diary? He gently closed his eyes, partially obscuring them from my view, rendering them unreadable. Why are you interested in my diary? I wish to understand you better, to grasp your current thoughts. If you were to transform into a heartless demon, I at least wish to comprehend the reasons behind it. If I cannot prevent you, then allow me to delve deeply into your essence. The most perplexing aspect of the tales associated with you is why, with a hand dealt such poor cards, you remain so fervently determined to survive. Were I in your predicament, I might have ended my brief existence in the orphanage. Even if I reached Hogwarts, I doubt I would have endured the ostracism and torment of Slytherin. What compels you to cling so desperately to life? And what instills in you such a fear of death? Is it the pursuit of immortality, even at the cost of fragmenting your soul? Tom fell silent, his head bowed, fingers rhythmically tapping upon the table. Suddenly, I felt my request was somewhat unreasonable. Perhaps I should let it go. There was another thing I desired, a notebook bearing the mark of Tom Marvolo Riddle. How about I gift you a beautiful magical trinket for Christmas? Something that glimmers with a touch of magic. I recall you have a fondness for luminous objects, he inquired. I shook my head, disinterested in such adornments. If it burdens you, consider it as if I never spoke it. I sometimes make unreasonable requests of people. Let us dine. The food will soon vanish. I redirected the conversation. This semester, Tom joined the Quidditch team. On the day of the trials, I sat in the stands, watching as Tom soared through the air in his training attire, his maturing visage increasingly handsome. Yet, in everyday life, he exuded an aura of innocence and warmth, disarming one's defenses unconsciously. However, on the pitch, he transformed dramatically. He vied for the position of seeker, as one of the current seekers was graduating and stepping away from the team due to academic pressures. Tom's eyes glinted with determination. Before each move, he would swiftly assess the body language of his opponents, analyzing their intentions. He would subtly guide them in the wrong direction, seizing the opportune moment to catch the golden snitch, thus outpacing his rivals into the scoring zone. The outcome was indisputable. Tom secured a place on the team. Among the spectators, a girl shouted with excitement, applauding for Tom. He responded with a polite smile, and she, delighted, covered her mouth in surprise, greeting him enthusiastically. Witnessing this, I rose and departed quietly. Tom realized his ambition by joining the Slytherin team, partnering with Flint, while Malfoy continued in his role as Seeker. Initially, I worried that Malfoy might clash with Tom, but in reality, I had overestimated the situation. The three often convened to strategize, while I sat beside Tom, lost in a haze of confusion. When it came to Malfoy's passion for Quidditch, it rivaled that of Flint. I began to understand why they had once been so close. Their rapport remained strong, but Flint seemed to prefer Tom as company. It was no wonder. Who wouldn't he appreciate having someone who offers daily advice and analyses mundane matters? Much like a friend of mine, who was academically gifted, strikingly beautiful, and always eager to assist others, she never divulged secrets and would occasionally provide insights that resolved issues. Everyone sought her out, trusted her, and enjoyed following her lead. She never spoke much, yet it was clear to all that she was the leader of the group. Tom now resembled her, albeit with a gender reversal. Moreover, in the self-serving environment of Slytherin, Tom's gentle demeanor was a breath of fresh air, making it difficult for anyone to overlook or resist his charm. Tom approached every endeavor with meticulous thought, a strategy that proved effective in Quidditch as well. The tactics and methods he proposed garnered admiration, even from Malfoy. At times, I would observe Malfoy catching up to Tom as he walked or dissuading students from other houses who were questioning Tom, all to gain a private moment to discuss matters with him. I was astonished by Malfoy's shift in attitude towards Tom. Flint, however, was unfazed. You remain uninvolved in many affairs. Riddle is exceptionally talented. Should he one day become the central figure in Slytherin, it would not surprise me. Malfoy's change in regard for Riddle was not a phenomenon of this semester. It had begun last term when he first recognized Riddle's excellence. Yet, you were at odds with Riddle at that time, so you were unaware, Flint remarked. I inwardly lamented how this Cold War had caused me to overlook many happenings. I must not allow such a situation to recur. As the Quidditch match approached, I settled in the stands, discreetly filling a cup with pumpkin juice and water, intending to offer it to Tom after the game. Alfred Black and Lucille sat together, while Walburga seemed to be absent. Upon noticing me, he approached and observed as I tucked the cup into my pocket. "What's that?" he inquired curiously. "Oh, it's nothing, just a drink," I replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It's for Tom." "Isn't it?" he guessed. "Yes, he'll surely be parched after the match. As a friend, it's only right that I bring him something to drink," I explained. "It's wonderful to have a friend like you. I wonder if I might have the honor of becoming Katherine's friend." Alfred said, "Of course. I would be delighted to be your friend, provided you don't mind if your sisters are displeased." I responded. "This matter is between us, and does not concern my sisters," he remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 35. A sudden slap in the face. "So, from today onward, we are friends, Katherine." He extended his hand for a proper introduction. "Hello, I am Alfred Black, and from today, I am your friend." "Greetings, Alfred. I am your new friend, Katherine. Should you require assistance, whether in studies or otherwise, feel free to reach out to me." As I have been at Hogwarts for over 2 years now, I grasped his hand, giving it a gentle shake before releasing it. "Just call me Al," he smiled. "Al," I echoed. "Yes." "The players are beginning to take the field." He pointed towards the pitch. I followed his gaze, observing the Slytherin team clad in emerald green uniforms as they entered the arena. Malfoy led the group, his golden hair meticulously styled, appearing as if it had been treated with gel or wax, reflecting the sunlight. Sometimes, his family members can be quite charming, I mused, chuckling inwardly, resembling a golden peacock. As Tom stepped onto the pitch, he immediately captured the attention of the girls in the stands. "Look, there's Slytherin's new Seeker." "Where? Wow, he is so handsome." "It's Riddle." I had previously asked him about spells. "What is he like?" "Riddle not only possesses striking looks, but he is also a true gentleman, courteous and humble. Everyone who has interacted with him holds him in high regard." "Bonnie, I can practically recite your words by heart. Let us focus on the match. When did Tom become so popular?" I found myself bewildered by all of this. A wave of irritation washed over me, but thankfully, the match was about to commence, and I had no time for idle thoughts. Fixated on the pitch, I closely observed Tom, fearful of missing any fleeting moments concerning him. Tom consistently adeptly utilized his opponent's blind spots to obscure their view of the quaffle, swiftly evading it when it came hurtling towards him. Consequently, his adversaries found themselves compelled to exert considerable effort to dodge, occasionally becoming unfortunate victims of a broomstick strike. After a few instances, some opponents grew wary, instinctively sidestepping whenever Tom approached. Little did they know, Tom had long anticipated their reactions. He plunged forward to seize the snitch, deftly avoiding the quaffle as he surged toward the scoring zone. His opponents attempted to pursue him, but were thwarted by the quaffle. Left helplessly watching as Tom and Flint scored consecutively, the score gap widened, and suddenly, a voice cried out, "Abraxas Malfoy has captured the golden snitch. Slytherin wins." The Slytherin crowd erupted into jubilant cheers that resonated through the skies, with Walburga unable to contain her excitement, clapping her hands and exclaiming in celebration. I couldn't help but smile at Tom, genuinely applauding him. At that moment, he seemed to sense my gaze, turning around to meet my eyes, where I glimpsed the delight and pride within his depths. After the match, I waited on the path back to Hogwarts for Tom. To my dismay, I spotted him walking alongside a girl, engaged in laughter. She beamed joyfully, walking closely beside him, even stopping at one point to offer him her handkerchief to wipe away the sweat. A pang of hurt shot through me, and I bit my lip, feeling utterly ridiculous. I turned and began walking back towards Hogwarts. Flint and his companions erupted behind them into excited banter. Wow, Miss Green seems particularly concerned for Riddle. Indeed, why is it that no one offers a handkerchief to us? Upon hearing this, my heart sank further. I tightened my grip on my cloak and quickened my pace, even breaking into a slight jog. Lost in my thoughts, I charged ahead without watching where I was going, only to collide with something solid and tall. Yet not as hard as a wall, for otherwise, I would not have found myself knocked to the ground. A robe with a red lining came into view. Who is it? I said irritably, pushing myself up from the floor. My coccyx throbbed painfully, but surrounded by so many people, I dared not rub it. Merlin's beard. How did you run so fast? Are you all right? I lifted my head, only to see a sweater. Raising my gaze slightly, I finally caught sight of his face. It was Hagrid. Not too well, I replied deliberately, though it was the truth. My backside truly ached, and I felt quite embarrassed. Today has been utterly unkind. What shall we do then? Hagrid asked, a hint of panic in his demeanor, resembling a bewildered brown teddy bear. I'll take you to the hospital wing. He reached out to help me up, seemingly intending to lift me entirely. No, that's quite unnecessary. I hastily evaded him, grimacing. Ugh, it must be bruised. What if I have to sit down later? I'll surely be the subject of laughter. We should go. You're clearly in pain, Hagrid insisted, his thick, fluffy hair making him appear like a concerned teddy bear. I assure you, I'm fine, I replied with resignation. I'm not that fragile. It's just a minor bruise on my coccyx. I certainly don't need to visit the hospital wing, or I'll be the laughingstock of Hogwarts for a year. Besides, with Hagrid acting like this, it feels as if I'm bullying him. Growing more frustrated, I waved him off, ready to leave, when suddenly I recalled something and paused. Do you enjoy pumpkin juice? I inquired. I do, he replied, seemingly caught off guard before immediately echoing, huh? Ignoring his confusion, I retrieved a cup of pumpkin juice from my bag and thrust it into his hands, regardless of whether he wanted it or not. Here, it's for you. I brought too much and couldn't finish it. You can help lighten my load, I said lightly, turning away to walk off. Hagrid took a moment before asking, as if awakening from a dream, hey, classmate, I don't know your name. Katherine, I responded, not looking back, waving my hand behind me. I hadn't anticipated his earnestness. It was almost endearing, in a way. The next day, after the match, I fortuitously encountered Tom while on my way to the library. Where did you go after the match? I didn't see you, he inquired. I left right after the match. I lied, maintaining a composed facade. I heard from Black that you brought me a drink, he called my bluff. Oh, that? I drank it because I was exhausted from watching the match. I certainly wouldn't allow myself to feel foolish. However, the reality of the situation swiftly caught up with me as a familiar voice boomed, accompanied by the tremors of the floor. It was Hagrid. I finally found you. Merlin S. Beard, you are so difficult to track down. He gasped, slightly bending over, panting. What is it? I asked, noticing Tom's puzzled gaze as he scrutinized Hagrid. Chapter 36. I prefer to receive what is rightfully mine in the end. Thank you for the pumpkin juice yesterday. I'm here to express my gratitude, Hagrid declared. Oh, Riddle, you're here too. Tom nodded politely at him, a subtle acknowledgement. This was disastrous. Perhaps you've mistaken me for someone else, I interjected hastily, eager to halt his words. I don't know you. What is your name? Hagrid. Quickly diverted from his course, replied, Oh, I'm Rubius Hagrid. You can call me Hagrid. Hello, Hagrid. I believe you've mistaken me. I don't know you. I'm quite busy right now. Let us talk another time. I nearly rushed toward the library in a fluster. Tom politely nodded farewell to Hagrid before swiftly catching up with me, notebook in hand. It seems Black misunderstood. He apologized, his tone laced with an air of regret. Here we go again. Whenever he felt anger, he adopted a polite yet distant demeanor, frequently using it to irk me. You needn't treat me this way. If you're going to wear a mask around me, you might as well keep quiet. I retorted coolly, seeing that I wasn't swayed by his facade. He dropped the friendly act. Humph. I told you to stay away from that foolish giant. You're my friend, and you should know what kind of friends to make. His voice, stripped of its usual gentleness, bore a chilling edge. I believe I have the right to choose my own friends. I was no longer inclined to listen to his lectures. With that, I stepped past him and entered the library. Tom followed closely behind. Yet he did not bring up the incident again, nor utter another word. In the library, where noise would result in expulsion, Tom would never permit himself to act otherwise. For him, the thirst for power outweighed all else. He would never risk it for the sake of others. As we prepared to return to our dormitories that evening, Tom casually dropped a remark as he passed by me, revealing his dissatisfaction. "Katherine, what is rightfully mine should not fall into anyone else's hands. Good night." His words slithered like a serpent's tongue against the skin, evoking discomfort. I always felt that Tom might pose a threat to Hagrid. However, the truth remained that until the term's end, Riddle had not taken any action to harm him. Perhaps as a means of expressing his discontent and to compel me to adhere to his wishes, Tom chose not to partner with me during potions class that day. Without Tom's support and assistance, I felt as though I had lost a devoted partner, a sentiment that weighed heavily upon me. However, my colleagues proved to be quite cooperative. Despite their occasional hesitance and numerous mishaps, we ultimately succeeded in concocting the potion. The Christmas holidays swiftly approached. Were it not for my continued presence at Hogwarts, I would have been tempted to sing a lament about the relentless passage of time. Alas, I pondered how those from another world might react upon learning of my decision to take my own life. Yet, it was futile to dwell on the past. There was no turning back, and such reflections were devoid of meaning. I shook my head, casting aside all distracting thoughts. Initially, I had contemplated remaining at school, but following Tom's earlier outburst, I found myself stubbornly unwilling to stay at Hogwarts. Let him revel in his curses and potions, I thought with a huff. I took up my quill and wrote my intention to return home, presenting it to the head boy. Malfoy, now in his 5th year, had ascended to the position of head of Slytherin. Upon noticing my decision to leave, he inquired, "You aren't staying?" Realizing his rudeness, he quickly added, "Apologies. But this year the team is planning a celebration feast during the Christmas break due to time constraints. I assumed you would stay for Riddle." I was taken aback. Tom had not mentioned this to me. I responded, "Tom and I are merely friends. I need to return home to attend to family matters, which makes it inconvenient for me to stay." "Is that so? I apologize for my presumption. Please do not take offense, Miss Folly." He offered a polite apology. "It is of no consequence. You merely posed a question. Call me Katherine. There is no need for such formalities," I replied. "Very well, Katherine. Merry Christmas," Malfoy said with a slight nod. "If it pleases you, you may call me Abraxas. We have known each other for quite some time," I responded. "Merry Christmas, Abraxas," I returned, surprised that my first Christmas greeting of the year was not for Tom, but rather for Abraxas Malfoy. Over the past 2 years, Abraxas had matured. He exhibited less of the aggressive and sharp demeanor he once possessed, or perhaps he had simply learned to conceal it better. This insight came from Flint, who often lamented to me about the numerous feasts that interfered with his Quidditch practice. I was uncertain whether to congratulate him or to mock him, as Quidditch had become akin to a half-hearted partner for him. Abraxas, on the other hand, had become more adept in his interactions. He was no longer as detestable as before. Although he still prioritized his family's interests, I began to comprehend his perspective. Since taking over the Folly estate, I deeply felt that without Abraxas's assistance, the sophisticated operational methods of the Folly lineage, and my own extraordinary resources, I might not have managed as effectively in his position. One cannot truly understand another's struggles without having endured them oneself, I reflected. He did not resort to theft or deceit. Rather, he simply placed greater emphasis on personal gain. What was there to ridicule? The weight of familial responsibilities fell squarely upon his shoulders as their sole heir. On the eve of the Christmas holiday, I received a gift from Tom. "Shall I open it?" he inquired. "What is it?" I asked, unwrapping the gift. It was a notebook, identical in size and design to Tom's diary, though updated. Upon turning it over, I discovered it bore the name Tom Marvolo Riddle, and below it, the initials CF, Katherine Folly. "I hope you are pleased with this gift," he said, tilting his head, his eyes wide with genuine hope for my approval. "I adore it," I replied. Although I yearned for the original diary, this replica, adorned with both our names, was more than enough to satisfy me. Regardless of the past, at least in this moment, I knew he had put thought into it, regardless of his motives. I gently caressed the notebook and asked, "Did you wish to receive your gift on Christmas Day, or today?" "I am a patient person. I prefer to receive what is due to me in the end," he replied melodiously. "In that case, I shall withhold the gift for now. An owl will deliver it during the holiday," I announced. "Would you not like to stay?" "They are preparing a celebration feast, even though you return home every holiday," he inquired. Chapter 37. Is it not permissible? I contemplated for a moment, shaking my head. To waver in my decision would surely drive me to madness. This time, I resolved to return home as I had already informed Abraxas and the others, who had likely prepared all necessary items for Christmas. Failing to return would be wasteful. He nodded, seemingly indifferent. "Merry Christmas, Katherine." I propped my chin on my hand and gazed at Tom for quite some time. How could someone so handsome also possess such an air of sophistication, while simultaneously revealing a fierce demeanor in my presence? It was a perplexing combination, evoking both admiration and frustration within me. Tom, under my scrutiny, appeared somewhat uncomfortable. His ears flushed, though he maintained an outwardly nonchalant expression. "What is it?" he asked. I watched him, the fire in the common room crackling softly, casting a warm glow that left me feeling somewhat dazed. An unnameable atmosphere enveloped me, tempting me to engage in actions I would not typically consider. With a gentle parting of my lips, I murmured, "I wish to embrace you, Tom." My voice, imbued with a tenderness I had not even recognized in myself, floated into the air. His dark eyes reflected the flames, their depths glimmering as if they might draw one in. Before he could refuse, I wrapped my arms around him, resting my chin on his shoulder, my hands resting on his shoulders, allowing my body to lean against him. He neither reciprocated nor pushed me away, permitting my embrace. I nuzzled against his shoulder and said, "Do not push me away, Tom. Let me stay here for a moment. I am so weary." Eventually, I nearly succumbed to sleep in his comforting warmth, but it was Tom who gently nudged me, urging me to rest early lest I miss the morning train. Reluctantly, I extricated myself from his cozy embrace, inwardly lamenting the fire's warmth and, more so, the warmth of the person beside me. On Christmas Day, Tom received the gift I had sent him, a bag of sweets. Flint's present was a cup, while Malfoy gifted him a crystal ball shaped like a golden snitch. For Alpheus, I chose a memory orb, hoping he would not forget his responsibilities. He had not remained at school, so I instructed the owl to deliver his gift to the Black household. For Professor Dumbledore and Professor Slughorn, I sent a copy of the basics of weaving and a bottle of fine champagne. Regardless, both professors had played significant roles in my life at Hogwarts. When the team members saw Tom's gift, they laughed, saying that I had only deemed him worthy of a bag of sweets. Humph, do they not grasp the art of subtlety? The best was yet to come, I mused while sending my letters. This year, unlike previous ones, I received a multitude of gifts, including those from the Black and Malfoy families. Flint's gift was a selection of sweets from the Honeydook's new line, while the Black family sent a magical scarf from Alpheus, which was exceedingly warm. Malfoy's gift was particularly thoughtful, a pair of emerald earrings, their green magical particles shimmering within the gems, exuding an air of elegance and gravitas. Truly, the Malfoy family embodied both wealth and an understanding of human nature. Although the earrings are adorned with an opulence that may seem somewhat overwhelming, it must be acknowledged that no woman can resist the allure of exquisite, precious jewelry. Oh, perhaps I shall acquire a charming little dress to complement them. On December 31st, Tom received the birthday gift I had sent him. The festivities had concluded, and the team members had returned home. Tom sat in the hall, unwrapping the gift box, revealing a key within. He opened a letter that accompanied it. "My dear Tom, this is a key to your home. Happy birthday. Yours, Katherine. December 30th, 1940. An orphan without a home. A child unrecognized by father or family. A being not born of love. My Tom deserves a home. Tom Riddle is worthy of a sanctuary. He deserves affection. He is remarkably intelligent and resilient, thriving in the harshest of environments. He is like a wildflower, or rather, a diamond amidst the sand, destined to shine even when buried beneath the grains. He shall not be akin to fragile glass, dulled and rounded by life's trials. Nor shall he be like a dull pebble, disappearing under the relentless assault of sea and wind. I intentionally wrote your Katherine rather than your friend Katherine. For reasons I cannot articulate, I merely reassure myself that such a phrase in English carries little weight. Is it not the same as beginning a letter to Li Hua with dear? It signifies nothing profound. In the hall, Tom toyed with the key for a moment before tucking it into the pocket of his chest. He refolded the letter, placed it back in the envelope, and nestled it within his diary. On New Year's Day, 1941. Oh, I almost forgot that the Y country does not celebrate New Year's Day, nor does the magical world. I gazed at the round dumplings before me and smiled contentedly. No one to celebrate with. I shall celebrate alone. No dumplings? I shall make my own. How delightful it is to have a house elf at my disposal, capable of procuring any ingredients I desire. After washing 2 of my homegrown vegetables, I diced a tomato and added some meat to concoct a simple yet savory soup. Suddenly, I heard Abel shout, "Who are you? How dare you intrude?" I hurriedly grabbed my wand and rushed downstairs, only to find Tom, clad in his school uniform, standing in the yard, snow dusting his head and shoulders. I quickly ran over to brush the snow off his shoulders and gently cleared the accumulation from his hair. "You could have at least given me a heads up. Look at you, covered in snow. Come, let us go inside." Taking his somewhat cold hand, I led him into the house. I cast a warming charm on him and instructed Abel to stoke the fire. "Would you care for something to eat? I happen to have prepared some food," I inquired. He settled onto the sofa, surveying the surroundings of my home. Upon hearing my question, he replied softly, "Yes." I served him a bowl of dumplings and filled one for myself as well, bringing out the 3-flavor soup. He gazed at the dumplings, furrowing his brow in a rare display of curiosity, seemingly questioning their edibility. "What is this?" he asked. "Dumplings. A delicacy from Asia, China. Would you like to try?" I believe they turned out quite well. Just remember to blow on them a bit. They are quite hot, I advised. He picked up a spoon, scooped a dumpling, blew on it twice, and tentatively took a bite. How is it? I made 2 flavors, sesame and peanut. Not bad, he replied, and continued to eat. Seeing him enjoy the meal, I also took a small bite, and indeed, it was quite satisfactory. Before long, his bowl was nearly empty. Would you like more? There's still some in the pot, I asked. He nodded, finishing another bowl. I then served him a bowl of 3-flavor soup. He looked at it, awaiting my explanation. This is 3-flavor soup. Too many dumplings can be hard to digest. Give this a try. It's quite good as well. He thanked me and leisurely began to sip the soup. I'm glad you came. Abel and the others don't join me for meals, and it becomes rather dull. I lamented. After finishing our meal and tidying up, we settled onto the sofa for some light conversation. Does the Flea family have a library? He inquired. Yes, indeed. Would you like to see it? I asked. I would like to see it, he replied. Very well, let us go. Take whatever you fancy, I said as I led him to the library. He spent a considerable amount of time inside while I dozed off on the sofa. Eventually, he emerged, clutching a book related to dark magic, with no hint of hesitation. That is a book on dark magic, Tom, I cautioned him. Can't you lend it to me? He asked. Chapter 38, The Distinction Between Genders. He looked at me with a seemingly innocent gaze, his dark eyes shimmering under the light, rendering them difficult to ignore. Can't you lend it to me? He repeated. I will not obstruct your desires, but I hope you take care of yourself. There is a reason dark magic is forbidden, I advised. Magic is merely a matter of strength. Prohibiting it is but a cowardly decision made by those unable to wield it. His voice grew resolute. I found myself at a loss for a rebuttal, only able to sincerely suggest that he refrain from informing Professor Dumbledore of his studies in such matters, and that he should not cause me undue worry. I understand. I shall take my leave now. I did not inform anyone that I had gone out. He bid farewell. I nodded, parting with the reminder. The door key will bring you back. Do take care. Goodbye, Tom. Until we meet at school, Katherine, he said as he vanished through the doorway, the key in hand. The house elf approached to close the door, and a cold draft swept in through the crack, causing me to shiver. The new semester was fast approaching, and Tom was growing increasingly amiable with the Slytherins, gradually becoming the intellectual backbone of their group. One day, while in the library with Tom, he suddenly broached the subject of his parents. Katherine, perhaps I should change my approach. I have searched for 3 years and found no trace of the Riddle family name. He stated. Perhaps you should consider searching for your mother's surname? I suggested. He did not nod, merely expressing his distaste. She did not leave a surname, even Mrs. Cole only knew her as Merope. He appeared somewhat melancholic, his gaze growing cold and filled with disdain. To me, you have always been Tom Riddle, my friend. I do not care who your parents are or whose blood flows through your veins. Here, you will not change because of anything. You are simply Tom, my dearest friend. I assured him. The 3rd year was not as arduous as I had anticipated. The additional elective courses kept me busy, yet I found pleasure in the workload. The lessons imparted by the magical world proved immensely practical. I had no financial worries, nor concerns for the future. I was occupied with tasks at hand, leaving only the acquisition of a small pet to achieve perfection. Alas, it seemed the magical world had never encountered magical dogs. As for cats, I always felt they possessed an innate freedom, reluctant to return home. Abraxas had politely inquired whether I wished to join the Quidditch team, under Tom's training and guidance. I no longer resisted flying. However, I still declined the offer. I had never been particularly interested in riding a broomstick. Perhaps due to my past experiences with swift and stable modes of travel, I always felt that land was safer. During the holidays, I would visit Tom. Unlike last time, I no longer merely observed from afar. I would wait for him in his room. When he delved into dark magic, I would glance over his shoulder, warning him of any perceived dangers, but he remained unconvinced. The children from the orphanage had grown even more hesitant to approach him as he matured. In this environment, Tom did not pretend to be the gentle and kind-hearted boy he was at Hogwarts. In his words, these people were not worth his time. He had acquired knowledge and abilities far surpassing that of his peers, beginning to brew potions to sell among the students. Many students find themselves quite perplexed when it comes to brewing potions, compounded by the imprecise terminology often found in textbooks. Consequently, it proves challenging for them to concoct satisfactory elixirs. However, Tom is an exception. He possesses a remarkable intellect that enables him to deduce the steps. But that is where his enthusiasm ends. He is not particularly inclined to enhance potion recipes unless doing so offers him substantial benefits. Tom has surpassed me in height, prompting me to reflect on the physiological differences between genders. Boys invariably seem to grow taller and faster than girls. One day, after waiting too long in his room, I dozed off on his bed. Upon returning from his meal, he chose not to rouse me, instead immersing himself in the study of a spell book from his chair. The summer remained pleasantly warm, and I had not covered myself with a blanket. Eventually, I awoke, and he remarked, somewhat awkwardly, "Katherine, perhaps you should consider your position. I am male, and what you are doing right now is rather perilous." I felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Our long-standing companionship had made me forget this particular boundary. Since then, I have refrained from visiting Tom at night, and even during the day, I only dared to sit properly on a chair, avoiding the bed altogether. Tom found my newfound restraint somewhat amusing, and said, "You need not be so formal." With a few more rain showers. Summer came to a close amidst the sound of raindrops. This academic year, I elected to take courses in the care of magical creatures, divination, and ancient runes. Tom, on the other hand, did not enroll in divination and chose an additional subject beyond mine. As your friend, I question whether you have given your course selections much thought. He gazed at our course schedules, half closing his eyes. Divination? Such an unfounded course cannot contribute to your learning, save for daydreaming. He raised an eyebrow dismissively. You might as well take arithmancy, at least that has some theoretical backing. I quickly clutched my schedule to my chest, eyeing him warily. If you dare to alter my course selections, I shall opt for Muggle studies. I threatened, my resolve wavering. He appeared to find this amusing. Did your time among those foolish, selfish Muggles endear you to them? Have you forgotten how Amy Benson treated you? I have not forgotten. But if you change my schedule, I might as well study Muggles. After all, it makes no difference what I choose if I cannot take divination. I silently added that Muggle studies would only serve to deepen my disdain. Suit yourself. I sincerely hope you gleaned something from that course rather than mistaking dreams for reality. His tone was critical, yet he had no intention of altering my schedule. You speak so earnestly. Yet I wonder if you will remain so steadfast in your beliefs about prophecy in the future. I blinked, a smirk forming at the corner of my mouth. Feeling a bit smug, I wonder where you derive your confidence to pose such questions. He replied solemnly, I only concern myself with matters that impact my grand plans. A prophecy holds no sway over me. It is only the foolish who begin to believe in these baseless fallacies after hearing them repeatedly. If, as you assert, I were to take action based on a prophecy, it would not be the prophecy itself that poses a threat, but rather its obstruction of those foolish enough to follow me. To dissuade these ignorant souls, one must address the root cause. So, I am one of those foolish individuals. Am I? I too believe in prophecies, thus rendering myself foolish? I countered. Tom, prophecy is, to some extent, a comprehensive prediction of current circumstances. While it may not always be accurate, the astute will utilize it to gain insight into themselves and better achieve their goals. Chapter 39, Love Letters, Blushing Pink Letters. I elucidated my perspective. Divination, much like astrology, has endured for centuries, remaining uncast aside in the annals of history for good reason. Moreover, genuine divination serves as an interpretation of possible outcomes based on present conditions. For instance, a month before finals. A tarot reading may reveal one's recent laziness, while still indicating an opportunity to rectify one's errors. From my viewpoint, the evolution of astrology and tarot has unconsciously tapped into human nature. It is only when faced with difficulties and uncertainties that individuals turn to divination, which allows for a higher probability of accurate predictions. Utilizing these methods for divination is essentially a means of understanding one's own humanity, the origins and pathways of sloth, desire, and anger. Guided by tarot, the diviner employs inherent human principles as a yardstick to examine themselves, ultimately grasping the intricacies of events and deducing the next steps. Truly intelligent individuals can infer the objective laws governing occurrences on their own. Perhaps, he conceded, for someone as astute as you, discerning the objective laws of the universe comes easily. However, not everyone possesses your innate talent, such as myself. If everyone could swiftly deduce the world's objective truths, there would not be so many who understand numerous life lessons, yet still struggle to live well. Life is inherently a journey filled with the unknown, leaving one feeling lost. I lamented. Your perspective is overly pessimistic. Persistence in all endeavors eventually yields answers. Without perseverance, one can never hope to find solutions, Tom admonished. Persistence is not so easily attained. Everyone's capacity for endurance is limited. So, you are indeed such a fragile person? He retorted. I wish to argue. I am not. But recalling my past choices, I found it difficult to assert my strength. I am indeed quite fragile. Yet, choosing to end things in the face of infinite possibilities requires a certain courage, does it not? Choosing death may not be devoid of bravery, Tom, I said quietly. I shall conquer death, ensuring my glory endures, he declared. I fell silent. To me, eternal life would be the greatest punishment. One would witness their loved ones departing one by one, forever remaining in place while they moved ever forward. In the end, you can only watch their retreating figures. You will lose all connections, all desires, all pursuits, and the very meaning of existence. You feel anguish, emptiness, and helplessness, yet cannot alter your fate. This is a fate far more terrifying than death. Life and death are decreed by fate, the natural order, I recalled saying at the conclusion of that conversation. Due to the differences in our elective courses, there were several classes we were obliged to attend separately. One day, I received a letter sealed in a pale pink envelope. The memory of Flint receiving that retaliatory empty gift box from Tom surfaced in my mind, and I felt a twinge of wariness. I did not open it. Instead, I cast it into the fire, determined to incinerate whatever trickery lay within. As it turned out, this individual seemed to have taken it upon themselves to correspond with me daily. I shared this development with Tom, who pondered for a moment but could not ascertain who would engage in such a tedious pursuit. Ultimately, he remarked, "Perhaps it is simply some bored individual. There is no harm in it, so do not overthink it. Just remain vigilant." He assured me he would investigate, and upon hearing this, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The letters continued to arrive unceasingly, and even I began to suspect that this person might genuinely have something to convey, or perhaps even harbored a secret affection for me. But who could possibly be so idle? I employed magic to inspect the envelope, finding no signs of magical creatures, which ruled out the likes of crabs. There were also no traces of curses, so what on earth did this person intend? With a mix of confusion and curiosity, I opened the envelope, which bore no signature, only a single phrase. "Meet me on the 5th floor before curfew, Katherine." The 5th floor. There are a few vacant classrooms there, and I've heard the girls at school mention that it often serves as an ideal rendezvous point for couples or confessions of love. Could it be that someone is about to confess their feelings for me? Surely not. The thought left me somewhat flustered. It seemed inappropriate to share this with Tom, as it felt rather personal. Discussing such matters with him might breach boundaries, and he would likely feel awkward upon hearing it. Moreover, openly revealing someone else's affections seemed rather impolite. Yet, I found myself at a loss for what to do, left to feign ignorance. However, the letter persisted, as if the sender was unwilling to relent until I acknowledged it. Arriving in the most discreet of locales, either nestled within books I frequently borrowed or tucked away in the drawer of my usual seat. It was as if the sender harbored a secret longing to be discovered by their beloved, yet battled with an urgent contradiction. Finally, upon receiving the 30th letter, I resolved to ascend to the 5th floor for our meeting. To avoid disturbing anyone, I quietly made my way to the 5th floor. I had intended to inform Tom, but alas, he seemed preoccupied with Abraxas and others in a meeting regarding pure blood affairs, leaving me unable to catch a glimpse of him. I recalled his promise to investigate. Yet with no adverse news in quite some time, I began to think that perhaps someone genuinely wished to express their affections. Perhaps it was best to confront the matter tonight, allowing them to find closure and pursue their own happiness sooner rather than later. With that thought in mind, I navigated through the crowd and arrived at the 5th floor. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without encountering anyone, I began to suspect that it might have been a prank and was about to turn to leave when, in an instant, I lost consciousness. When I regained my senses, I found myself surrounded by a disordered arrangement of desks and chairs. I was in an empty classroom on the 5th floor. Attempting to rise, I discovered I was bound to a chair, my hands and feet restrained. I tried to cry out, but found my mouth sealed, rendering me voiceless. "Ah, you've finally awakened, Miss Freely." A sinister voice slithered into my ears. It sounded vaguely familiar, as if I had encountered it before. However, the classroom was shrouded in darkness, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through the cracks of the windows behind the stacked furniture. I could not discern the figure's face, but the shadowy form appeared to be male, and his voice suggested that he was likely only a few years my senior. "What is this? Have you forgotten me, you forgetful noble?" He taunted, tapping a slender wand against his head. But I would not forget him. Thanks to him, I had been the subject of ridicule throughout the academy for 2 years. I had transformed from someone beloved to an object of sympathy and mockery, all because of him. My face, my once handsome visage, marred by the horrific scar he left. The most ludicrous part was that I could not reveal to anyone who was responsible. He raged. Chapter 40. You will beg for what I desire. I do not expect anyone to come to my aid in dealing with you, which is why I have been waiting. That boy truly possesses talent. With that pretty face, he has even ensnared the heir of the Malfoy family. How shameless. He must have shown off his charms. I too was deceived by his false virtue, believing him to be a genuine innocent, only to discover he was a venomous snake ready to devour whole. He cursed vehemently. He was indeed cunning, never presenting himself directly. I found myself at a loss against him. But Merlin be praised, I seized my opportunity. You are truly fortunate. I placed soft-pawed crabs in the letters I sent you, and yet you were never harmed. No one in the common room ever noticed the letters I entrusted to you. I am quite curious. How did you manage that? He glared at me ominously, prodding my chin with his wand with such force that I feared it might pierce through. Fear coursed through me, causing my body to tense and tremble uncontrollably. His frightening laughter echoed. "Ha ha, don't be so nervous. I shall treat you well, tenderly. Previously, you were always circling around that wretched boy, and I never noticed that you possess a certain allure, rather like a frightened little fox. Why not play with your older brother? I shall be very gentle. He bent down, loosening the bindings around my feet and waist. Today, Marshall will introduce you to a different kind of pleasure. You will beg for what I desire. As he spoke, he filled the air with vulgarities. I feigned weakness and confusion, appearing startled and afraid to move, my eyes glistening with tears on the verge of spilling. However, once he untied my feet and waist, I swiftly ensnared his head with my bound hands, fiercely clutching him between my arms, and delivered a swift kick to his most sensitive area. He curled up in pain, clutching himself. I hurriedly retrieved the wand he had carelessly discarded in the crevice between the table and wall, using it to free myself from my bindings and the silencing spell. I raised my foot and dashed towards the door, only to find it locked. Just as I was about to cast the unlocking charm, Expelliarmus, my wand was instantly flung into Marshall's grasp. You little whore. Unappreciative. He hurled several spells at me, and I narrowly dodged behind the desks and chairs. However, the spells struck the furniture, exploding into a shower of debris. My leg was grazed, drawing forth crimson liquid, but I could not afford to dwell on the pain. Marshall was now completely unhinged. I hid in the innermost corner of the desk, watching as he removed the furniture one by one, a devilish grin plastered across his face. Ha! I will personally end your life, and no one will ever discover who killed you. He suddenly seized my throat, and I kicked at him with all my might. My hands, however, could not pry loose his powerful grip. I recalled a combat technique I had seen in a previous life and struck him fiercely on the neck. His face flushed crimson with pain, yet he only tightened his grip further, his bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent. I gradually felt the air leave my lungs, my strength waning, yet I continued to struggle. In that moment, I allowed my hands to drop gently. Suffocation brought with it a strange sensation of euphoria. My negative emotions surged anew. Let go. Your existence holds no meaning. You were merely a find. Didn't you wish for an end? I thought, give in, descend. But in the next moment, Tom's face flashed through my mind, his voice echoing within. Without persistence, you shall never uncover the truth. So, are you such a fragile being? No, I am not. Like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, I opened my eyes and clawed fiercely at his face, causing him to cry out in pain. Ah, you fool, he exclaimed, intensifying his grip, my complexion turning a shade of blue as I gradually lost the ability to move, my eyes widening in horror as I stared at him. Gradually, the pain dulled, and everything around me began to blur, my vision filled with a frosted brightness and hues, until a final flash of white light enveloped me, plunging me into darkness. In a daze, I thought I heard Tom's voice, but then consciousness slipped away entirely. Suddenly, the door was flung open with great force, startling Marshall into momentary inaction. Stupefied, Tom did not glance at me on the ground, not even for a second, and without hesitation, he struck Marshall unconscious. It was only then that Tom approached me, checking my breathing. At that moment, Malfoy, accompanied by the professors, arrived. Professors, look what Marshall has done, Abraxas exclaimed in shock. The professors stared wide-eyed, frozen in disbelief. Professor Dumbledore, however, appeared considerably more composed as he inquired of Tom, what transpired? After confirming that I was still breathing, Tom stepped forward to address the professors respectfully. Tonight, while in the common room, I discovered Katherine's book and intended to return it to her, but a letter fell out. It instructed Katherine to come to the 5th floor before curfew. I asked my classmates and learned that Katherine had not returned by curfew, so I informed Prefect Abraxas of the situation. Additionally, I recalled that Katherine had previously confided in me about receiving mysterious letters. Finding it peculiar, I consulted with Prefect Abraxas. I decided to check on Katherine, while Abraxas went to notify the professors, just in case of unforeseen circumstances. It turned out our suspicions were correct. Someone indeed intended to harm Katherine. It is all my fault. I should have realized when Katherine expressed her concerns to me. Tom lowered his head, filled with humility and guilt. Tom, it is not your fault. How could Marshall commit such an act? You and Abraxas must swiftly take Katherine to the hospital wing. She is gravely injured, Professor Slughorn commanded. Yes, Professor, Tom and Abraxas replied. Tom picked me up, while Abraxas retrieved my wand from the floor, and together they hurried me toward the hospital wing. Once we had departed, Professor Slughorn turned to the other professors and asked, how shall we handle this? First, we must awaken him and take him to Headmaster Amando for questioning. Afterwards, we should summon the board members to discuss the course of action, Professor Dumbledore responded. Professor Slughorn seemed quite satisfied with this resolution, as he was reluctant to handle matters himself. Marshall was a young master of the Selwyn family, and he had no desire to offend them. With the headmaster and the board stepping in, any blame could be deflected onto them, providing him with an excuse to evade responsibility. When I awoke, it was 3 days later. I opened my eyes to survey my surroundings and attempted to sit up. But the nurse in the hospital wing noticed my consciousness and hurried to restrain me. You should not move just yet, she advised. I wished to inquire about my condition, but my throat was so swollen and sore that I could hardly produce a sound. I gently touched my throat. Chapter 41. Truly a shameless affair. Don't touch it. There is medication on it. Your throat was gripped too tightly, and the swelling has yet to subside. What a brute to strike so harshly. Rest well, and do not get up. I will inform them. I nodded as she fed me a bit of water before leaving. I closed my eyes again to continue resting. You're awake? It was Tom. I opened my eyes to see him, my eyelids feeling warm and slightly damp. The first visitor was Tom, filling my heart with warmth. Despite facing danger, I had never felt so vulnerable, yet upon seeing Tom, I felt a wave of emotion threatening to spill over. Suddenly, I felt as if my defenses crumbled, and I wanted to cry out in sorrow. Marshall had been expelled from Hogwarts. Initially, he was to be sent to Azkaban, but his parents had intervened, securing a temporary reprieve. He tucked the blanket around me, ensuring I wouldn't be cold while preventing it from irritating my neck, which was uncomfortable. However, the Ministry of Magic insisted on imprisoning him, and it was likely the sentence would be executed in a few days, Tom informed me. I blinked back tears and nodded to acknowledge his words. They say you cannot speak yet, is that true? He asked. I gently closed my eyes and opened them again as a form of response. Rest well. I will bring you the class notes later, he promised. I blinked gratefully, watching him depart. Later, Abraxas and Alpheus also came to visit me, and even Lucilla showed up. Albeit with an awkward tone and somewhat stiff demeanor, yet it was evident they were concerned for my well-being. It seemed my ordeal had stirred quite the commotion within the school. Even Lucilla could no longer ignore it, and others had likely been gossiping incessantly. My newfound notoriety had come in such a manner, I was unsure whether to laugh or cry. As I recuperated, I began to reflect on this terrifying experience. Though I felt a strong aversion, I reminded myself that just as Tom had helped me conquer my fear of heights and deep waters, facing the fear head-on would render it less daunting. I told myself this. There were several aspects of this incident that perplexed me. 1. What is a soft-clawed land crab? I recalled Marshall mentioning it during this affair. 2. What did Marshall mean? Did the letter he sent contain a soft-clawed land crab? All the letters I received had none of these, and I had even used magic to check. 3. He said no one in the common room noticed him writing to me, implying he wrote the letters there. Most were left in the common room. Yet, many letters I received were from places I frequently visited or books I often read. This unreliable system. I nearly lost my life. And it did not come to my aid. System. Accursed system. Show yourself. I shouted in my mind. System. You heartless wretch. Where are you? Do not let me catch you. I cursed silently. Oh, my ancestors. Why are you calling me like that? Are you summoning my spirit? A transparent white screen displayed. I ask you, after such a significant ordeal, where were you? I demanded. I am here, it replied meekly. What? You say? Before I could form a retort, it continued. It's not my fault. Things have been rather chaotic with Grindelwald's activities lately, and I've been quite overwhelmed. The Muggle world is in disarray. I've been inundated with explosive information. I couldn't keep up, which led to a delay in receiving your messages. I rushed over as soon as I got the news, but by the time I arrived, Tom Riddle had already come in to save you, and you were still breathing. I couldn't let him see me, or that would be the end of it. Everything would be thrown into complete chaos. It exclaimed hurriedly. So, I am not your priority. I feigned a lament. That stings, my friend. You cannot shift the blame. You didn't call for me either. It replied defensively. I was at a loss for words. As there was indeed a moment when I had considered giving up, even though I could have summoned the system during that time, but chose not to. I had not anticipated this could be held against me. Then why didn't you come sooner? I retorted. I am wronged. I am more wrong than Doe. I came. I told you it was a delay in information. It protested. Next time, I will make sure to arrive earlier. Is that acceptable, my lady? It sounded like a petulant child. Have you been poisoned by mushrooms? Why are you using terms like my friend, more wrong than Doe and my lady? I questioned, puzzled. Oh, about that. I glanced through some future phrases and found them amusing, so I used them, it admitted sheepishly. Oh, you can slack off too. Why not take your time and let the world perish? You wouldn't have to work, and we could both face extinction together. I thought bitterly. No. It's truly not about slacking off. It's just that there is too much information to process, similar to when websites crash or when college course registration sites fail. Oh, I believed it was nonsense. You mentioned that Tom saved me. What transpired subsequently? I pondered internally. By the way, how can you hear my thoughts? This question crossed my mind again. Take your time. Your thoughts are racing too swiftly for me to follow. I answered one by one. It replied. I arrived just in time to see Tom rush in and knock Marshall unconscious, shortly followed by Abraxas and the professors. Tom claimed he discovered your book in the lounge, from which a letter fell out. He realized you hadn't returned yet due to the curfew, so he informed the head boy. Moreover, weren't you complaining to him about receiving letters from strange individuals incessantly? He found it suspicious and, after discussing it with Abraxas, decided to seek you out himself, while Abraxas went to fetch the professors just in case. That's what I heard upon my arrival. Oh, the ability to hear your thoughts is an emergency function I seldom utilize. I certainly do not wish to hear you scold me. It's enough to endure it once. Oh, so all my criticisms have been overheard by it. Serves me right. Hey, I haven't disabled that function yet. I can still hear you. I care not for your concerns. You activated that feature while my attention was elsewhere, and I was none the wiser. I retorted. Impossible. I lack such peculiarities. This function can only be activated when you desire to use it. For instance, just now, when you were unable to call for me verbally, yet wished to see me. That triggered this ability. Spare me the unnecessary details. My throat is sore, and I do not wish to bear scars. Please, expedite my recovery. I said, part pleading, part commanding. I can assist you, but recovering too quickly could adversely affect the trial against Marshall. His family is already demanding leniency based on your survival. What do you mean by survival? Should I say I'm deceased, and they claim I'm gone, rendering any pursuit fruitless? Such an excuse is utterly shameless. Do not be agitated. With the testimonies of numerous witnesses, they likely have no recourse. However, you must endure a little discomfort and follow the standard procedure, which could ultimately prevent scarring. Fine, let it be so. But next time, please inform me of any impending danger. Otherwise, you too shall face dire consequences, and we shall all be in dire straits together. Understood, understood. Rest now. I must withdraw, for there is a plethora of information still to process. With that, the system vanished. Oh, I forgot to inquire about those 3 concerning Flint. Never mind. I cannot move at present anyway. The information on the system is likely piled up and unprocessed, so asking would be futile. I shall wait until my body has healed to inquire further. When Abraxas returned to check on me, I inquired about Tom's well-being. It seems you are getting along well with Tom now. Chapter 42. I shall disappoint him. Thank you for your concern. It seems you are getting along well with Tom now. Even Lucius has been considerably kinder to me. I tentatively remarked. Riddle is more exceptional than we anticipated. His theories have garnered our conviction. I believe Lucius and the others share this sentiment. Theories? I know you have an organization, but I lack detailed knowledge. Riddle believes that magic equates to power and that pure blood supremacy reigns. For this grand theory, we have formed a knightly order to enact our truths. A knightly order? Its full name is the Walpurgis Knights, with Riddle and myself as the primary leaders. I smiled, slowly pointing out the points he had conveniently omitted. Others may think that way, but the Malfoy family does not adhere strictly to pure blood ideology, correct? You do not oppose interbreeding with half-bloods. He did not deny it, but quietly listened as I continued. More than the knightly order. I am curious as to why the profit-driven Malfoy family chose to align themselves with Tom. It seems absurd to believe that the Malfoy family, which weighs benefits and seeks the best interests, would follow Tom merely based on pure blood doctrine. Katherine, you possess remarkable intelligence at times. I never understood why you supported Tom until now. I comprehend it now. He is a natural leader, endowed with an innate ability to attract and command followers. While my reasons for standing beside Tom differ, I do not intend to interrupt him. The Malfoy family indeed prioritizes profit and weighs their options. However, Tom's charisma foretells an extraordinary future, one that promises greater advantages and a more prosperous future for the Malfoy family. He chuckled softly, as if he had come to a realization. In fact, after getting to know Riddle better, I found it curious why he cared so much for you. You appear unremarkable at first glance, he pondered. Now I understand. You possess the uncanny ability to identify crucial information that others overlook at critical moments. For instance, during your first year, you posed a threat to us. Firstly, you could stall us, buying enough time to identify the vulnerabilities of each family. Secondly, you swiftly garnered the support of the most influential professors in the school, instilling a sense of caution in all of us, preventing us from overstepping our bounds. Likewise, in this instance, while everyone assumed the Malfoy family aligned with Tom Riddle due to a pursuit of pure blood supremacy, you discerned the hidden key points. I admire you, and I wish to renew our acquaintance in the name of the Malfoy family. I wonder how Miss Katherine feels about this. The Malfoy family and the Flea family joining forces could undoubtedly create splendor. He was sincere and confident. Yet, I must disappoint him. Thank you for your understanding. My previous inquiries may have been somewhat impolite, yet you did not pursue the matter. I apologize for my earlier pointed questions. After all, directly stating that a family acts solely for its own benefit seems to undermine their integrity, yet Abraxas accepted it with poise. I also appreciate your invitation. However, my response remains unchanged. The Flea family does not engage in any power struggles. I politely declined. There is no need to rush your decision. The Malfoy family is willing to patiently await the day the Flea family changes its mind. He interrupted me. Even if you do not participate, we can still be friends. Can we not? I should not have become so disagreeable, I hope. He spoke with a hint of playful melancholy. Hearing this, I laughed heartily. It seems this person possesses a charming and humorous side. I had believed him to be merely a beautiful peacock, lofty and aloof. Of course, who would dare to despise the illustrious young Master Malfoy? Ha ha, I jested in return. Then, when the Malfoy family hosts a banquet, you cannot refuse to attend. Otherwise, it would imply you harbor disdain for me, he joked. I shall certainly attend. It would be my honor. I laughed. By the way, in the future, you may communicate with Riddle or myself if anything arises. He has been acting strangely since your injury. I sense it stems from your predicament. Abraxas added, his demeanor shifting from playful to serious. Thank you for sharing this with me. I appreciate it sincerely. Then you should rest well. I must take my leave. I hope for your swift recovery. He bid farewell. Take care. I replied. It seems everything is improving. Malfoy is not as intolerable as before. This reminds me of someone. His grandson, Draco Malfoy, is also a rather distinctive character in the films. Speaking of which, is Tom quite concerned about me? Yet. I am well now. Once I recover, I must have a chat with him. During my convalescence in the infirmary, Professor Dumbledore came to visit me. How are you feeling, Katherine? He inquired with genuine concern. Thank you for your kindness, Professor. I am much better now. I expect to return to my normal school life in a few days. I replied, well, you need not worry about Marshall. He will receive his due punishment, and I hope this incident does not linger in your mind for too long. May I inquire about what transpired that day? Professor Dumbledore asked. I believe that obtaining information directly from the source could assist the Ministry of Magic in securing a swift conviction. During that period, I received letters encased in pale pink envelopes, which I initially disregarded. However, the deliveries persisted without interruption. I was unaware that this was Marshall's scheme. But upon receiving the 30th letter, I followed the instructions and made my way to the 5th floor. Subsequently, Marshall incapacitated me, intending to inflict harm. When I resisted, he attempted to take my life. I sought to escape, but the door was locked. As I prepared to cast the unlocking charm, Marshall disarmed my wand. He seized my throat, and the disparity in strength rendered me powerless to break free. He stated that this way, no one would discover who had killed me. I omitted certain details, such as the reasons behind Marshall's intense hatred toward me and his previous conflicts with Tom. After all, I was uncertain whether Tom had divulged these matters. If Tom chose not to mention them, what would happen if I did? Dumbledore nodded. My dear child, you have suffered greatly. Fortunately, Tom discovered the envelope that day and arrived just in time to save you. You ought to express your gratitude to him. After expressing his concern for me, Professor Dumbledore prepared to leave, but I called out to him. Professor, I hesitated. Perhaps I am being overly sensitive, but I cannot shake the feeling that you harbor a certain distrust toward Tom. Clutching the quilt before me, I tentatively voiced my thoughts. Chapter 43, I have been waiting for you to ask this question, the professor said. Perhaps my knowledge and experience pale in comparison to yours. However, I am aware of one truth. Trust is reciprocal. If you harbor doubts about an individual, you cannot forge a truly intimate relationship with them. Trust cannot be established. Not only will your skepticism affect your perception of them, but it will also resonate within their heart. If possible, I would like to implore you to place more trust in Tom. Disregard the opinions of outsiders and strive to truly understand the essence of who he is before making your judgment. I endeavored to articulate my feelings as clearly as possible. Surely, Tom also yearns for Professor Dumbledore's trust, I thought. The professor regarded me with his clear gaze for a moment before calmly responding, Katherine, you possess a sensitive heart and keen observational skills. You are a wise child, and I shall take your words into consideration. After a fortnight of recuperation, I was finally able to rise from my bed and return to my studies. Tom came to escort me on the day I left the infirmary. After a 2-week break, I have surely fallen behind in my courses, and assignments must be piling up like mountains, I lamented. Oh, Merlin's beard, I exclaimed. I have been organizing my notes, and regarding the divination class, I recall that Abraxas had previously taken it. You can borrow his notes, he suggested. Why make it so complicated? You could simply help me borrow them, and we could retrieve them together. How convenient. You two are such good friends, I replied. Katherine, you must personally ask Abraxas for his notes. This will aid in establishing a positive rapport with him, facilitating your own development. He refused my request. I have no interest in forming alliances with various families, Tom, I said resignedly. But I will indeed ask Abraxas for his notes. I do not harbor any dislike toward him. Why does everyone insist on drawing me into that circle? Is the game of power and interests truly so enticing? Unfortunately, it does not captivate my interest, nor do I wish to partake in it. Katherine, relying solely on the strength of the Riddle family, it will be challenging for you to reach greater heights. To attain more glory, You must learn to cultivate your own influence. He spoke with a slightly magnetic tone. He resembled a teacher, instructing me on how to achieve the success he spoke of. Yet, I could live quite well relying on the Riddle family. I do not require more than that. Moreover, I have the promise of the system. I can thrive within the existing conditions. Stagnation is merely a step backward. How many times must I reiterate this? If you wish to stand by my side and share in the glory, you must possess sufficient awareness. His dark eyes were profound as he coldly shouted at me. Before I could respond, he strode ahead, only to halt a few steps later. I hurried to catch up. But when he suddenly stopped, I could not halt my momentum and bumped my forehead against his back. Ouch! I rubbed my head, perplexed as I gazed at him. You may continue to languish. When you next encounter life-threatening danger, let us see who will come to your rescue. His elegant brows furrowed in frustration. His voice laced with uncontainable ire. I was unsure which of my thoughts had gone awry, or perhaps I had been dazed from the collision, but I inadvertently spoke my mind. Well, I shall simply accept it. Life and death are dictated by fate. It is merely the law of time. I shrugged, finding no significance in the matter. I have stated that I permit you to share everything with me, including the eternal glory of existence. If you die, how can you share everlasting glory with me? Do you possess a means of escaping death? If I recall correctly, your soul-splitting occurred after your 5th year, he retorted, seemingly caught off guard, but then confidently declared, I will discover the secret to eternal life. I remained silent, for I held no interest in immortality. To me, eternal life is a punishment, a deprivation of everything, yet offering no release. Tom, do you truly desire this? However, I refrained from voicing my thoughts. Convincing a person to embrace another's ideology is an arduous task. I followed Tom in silence back to our dormitory. The scars and bruises on my body had yet to fully fade. Before long, Marshal Selwyn was ultimately imprisoned in Azkaban for a 5-year term. The news of his attempted murder of a female student at Hogwarts was broadcasted across various publications in the magical world, eliciting significant public outcry. The Ministry of Magic could only provide updates throughout the trial process, as his parents could no longer intervene. On the day he was incarcerated, the papers even published an article titled The Young Demon Will Ultimately Face Justice to celebrate the event. I found immense satisfaction in this. During dinner with Tom, I could not help but indulge in an extra 2 cups of pumpkin juice, as if in celebration. So joyful? Tom inquired. Indeed. That scoundrel has finally received the punishment he deserves, though I still believe it to be too lenient. At least 15 years would be fitting for all he has done. I replied vehemently, taking another sip of pumpkin juice. Tom shook his head and chose not to pursue the topic, diverting the conversation instead. I discovered that Salazar Slytherin also spoke parcel tongue. Only a rare few in the magical world possessed this ability, he remarked. His expression revealed little, but from the way he absently fiddled with the die ornament on his bracelet, I could tell he was quite excited. He exhibited such behavior when he was thrilled or pleased. Perhaps you are indeed his descendant? You are, after all, Tom. I thought it to be true. He did not deny it and instead confidently asserted, Ha, what a narcissistic individual. Yet I could not help but feel happy for him. Today was a double blessing. We ought to raise a glass in celebration. As I spoke, I raised my pumpkin juice and clinked it against the glass of the pumpkin juice he had placed on the table, disregarding his reaction, and finished the remaining juice in one gulp. A toast to the fact that the demon finally faced retribution, and the child has found a home. Tom also lifted his pumpkin juice and drank it all in one go. The great hall of Hogwarts was aglow with light, and the warmth of the room was filled with jubilant laughter, painting a picture of sheer happiness. This year, for Christmas, I chose a bouquet of magical fireworks as a gift for Tom, secretly filling out the forms to remain at school without his knowledge. The day before the Christmas holiday, in an effort to create the illusion that I was heading home, I deliberately chose this day to present him with the gift. It must not be set off early. It would lose its charm unless it is released on Christmas Day itself. I emphasized to him. He touched the bouquet of magical fireworks and softly inquired, Why do you always prefer to gift me things that shine? Finally, you've noticed. I exaggeratedly exclaimed. I've been waiting for you to ask that since I gifted you the lantern. Chapter 44. Tom's physique is truly remarkable. I had long awaited your inquiry. I declared, It is because I wish for your world to always be illuminated. My own world was once shrouded in darkness. And perhaps you too have faced such times in your past and future. I have witnessed darkness, felt its weight, and experienced the despair of living without light. I understand the yearning for illumination. Having gone through such trials, I hope you will not endure the same suffering as I did. I will never know darkness. My life will be filled with light and glory, Tom asserted confidently. Must you be so arrogant? No one can reside in light forever, Tom. The future is fraught with uncertainty, I countered. For you, Tom, there will come a time when you are unnoticed, clinging to the body of a serpent in the shadows, teetering on the brink of despair. I hope that during that time, Someone can offer you even a glimmer of light, however faint. I lost track of our subsequent discussion. The topic seemed to have shifted to spending Christmas alone. I only remember Tom saying to me, "You can stay and celebrate Christmas with me." Humph. Of course. I would not acquiesce. I had a surprise prepared. No, I want to return for a grand feast. The house elves must have prepared a sumptuous Christmas dinner for my return. And there will surely be new candies to indulge in. I want to go back and feast on sweets. You might as well be 3 years old, I remarked, as Tom turned and headed back to the dormitory. Ha ha ha, be upset, little Tom. I intend to defy your expectations and surprise you with something astonishing. We shall meet tomorrow. Tom awoke early, book in hand, and made his way to the common room, intending to bid me farewell before I left for home, just as he had done before. However, he waited until noon without seeing me. Tom mused, has Katherine left so early? Just then, I yawned and appeared in the common room. Tom's expression turned to one of surprise, a slight daze compared to his usual demeanor. I couldn't help but smile internally while maintaining an air of nonchalance. Oh dear, I overslept. I missed breakfast. Tom, will I make it for lunch? Has the meal schedule changed during the holidays? I feigned calmness as I inquired. Aren't you going to catch a train? Catch what train? The breakfast train? I asked deliberately. The train home. Oh, that. I'm not rushing for the train. I want to have lunch. I finally burst into laughter. I'm staying at school, Tom. He seemed somewhat taken aback, his gaze lingering on me for a moment before he quickly regained his composure. What made you suddenly decide to stay? He asked. Because you wish for me to remain? I tilted my head, poking my chin with my index finger, and smiled brightly. Let us go. It's time for lunch. If we delay any longer, it will be gone. He walked toward the door. Wait for me. The winter sun shone upon Hogwarts Castle, resembling a scene from a fairy tale. Snowflakes drifted down, yet the castle was filled with warmth and laughter. The boy walked ahead at a leisurely pace, while the girl followed, skipping along. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. During this academic year, the second son of the Black family entered Hogwarts. He is Orion Black, Sirius's father. During the Christmas holiday, I sent a letter to the house elf, Abel, requesting him to send me the gown that was custom-made after Abraxas gifted me earrings. Abraxas had handed me an invitation to a dinner. Abraxas' 17th birthday was approaching, and the Malfoy family was preparing to host a grand birthday celebration, inviting children from various noble families. Oh, it feels like everyone is still those children who have just arrived at Hogwarts, and in the blink of an eye, Abraxas is already discussing marriage? The gathering of children from the same age group felt like a grand matchmaking event. I must attend. As I had previously promised Abraxas I would be there. Suddenly, I thought that given Abraxas and Tom's relationship, he must have invited Tom as well. With that thought, I rose to find Tom. Shall we go out today? We can inform the professors. It should be fine, I suggested. What is the matter? Are you planning to buy something? He asked. Well, Abraxas' birthday is approaching, and he sent me an invitation. I thought we could go buy a formal dress today. I believed he should acquire a formal outfit, but couldn't he say it outright. The Malfoy family's banquet would include many influential and wealthy families, including members of the ministry. I couldn't believe he would not attend. Let us go? He agreed. We asked the professors for a day off and planned to return in the evening. Tom and I arrived at Diagon Alley, at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. I tried on a soft pink strapless gown. The designer had tailored it to cinch at the waist, adorned with a bright golden thread belt featuring a snake perched on a leaf, and the skirt flared out, lending an air of lightness and accentuating a slender waist. In this era, the strapless design appeared somewhat daring, yet held a touch of sensuality. The gown rendered one's figure delicate and fair, evoking a sense of languid beauty. Feeling a bit shy, I was met with praise from the shop assistant. It's stunning. It fits you beautifully. Your boyfriend will surely be captivated by you. I glanced at Tom, feeling a bit awkward, and was about to explain when he interjected, it indeed suits you well. I could only awkwardly smooth my hair. My face slightly flushed, and muttered, thank you. Aren't you going to try something on? I prompted him. No need, Tom replied. In truth, when Malfoy invited Tom, he had already gifted him a formal outfit. How considerate of Malfoy to have thought of that. However, I was unaware of this fact. Just try it. We're already here. I employed one of the 3 great phrases of persuasion. After much insistence, Tom reluctantly tried on a suit. I must say, Tom's physique is truly remarkable. Coupled with his handsome face, every outfit suited him perfectly, making him a veritable walking mannequin. When he tried on a deep blue-black suit, I was utterly astonished. The black shirt underneath accentuated his sharp features, exuding a mysterious, almost restrained allure. Paired with a blue-black waistcoat and suit jacket, he appeared even more mature and composed. The metallic embellishments on the waistcoat and jacket swayed slightly with his movements, embodying a gentlemanly elegance. The fitted trousers elongated his already striking legs. You look incredibly dashing. I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, my gaze fixated on Tom's captivating eyes. The young lady's boyfriend is truly handsome. This exquisite gown appears to have been tailor-made for him. This is a brand new design from our store stylist. And there is only this one piece. The attendant marveled alongside me. Wrap up both this gown and the one I'm wearing. I'll take them, I declared. Certainly. That will amount to 20 gold galleons, the attendant replied, as if she had already calculated the price in advance. Chapter 45. Has drinking too much no consequence? We will also perform some maintenance on the garments to ensure they look even more splendid. We will have them delivered to your school afterward, the attendant added. Thank you. We look forward to your next visit. The attendant beamed, clearly pleased with the commission she would earn. As we stepped outside, Tom removed his mask of pretense and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "You didn't have to buy that for me. I already possess a gown." "Oh, since when?" I asked in astonishment. Malfoy presented me with a gown along with the invitation, and for him, it was no grand gesture. My acceptance was merely the means to his desired end. "Oh, yet. I still wish to gift you a gown. Happy birthday, Tom." I smiled at him. What does it matter if I have a gown? Compared to the purpose-laden gifts from the Malfoy family, I simply wish to present you with a gown. Moreover, the gown I ordered is also in my signature colors of blue and black. I intend to wear it to the banquet alongside you. You will wear it on the day of the banquet, won't you? I asked eagerly. We shall see, he replied nonchalantly. Malfoy's birthday coincided with the start of the school term, so they wisely scheduled the birthday celebration for the final days of the Christmas holiday in January. I donned a charming gown of blue and black, with delicate straps, adorned with black sheer floral embellishments at the neckline, and a flowing skirt that gradually transitioned in hue from blue to black, rendering me reminiscent of an ethereal fairy. Tom ultimately chose to wear the suit I had purchased for him, and upon seeing us, Malfoy understood everything. After ushering us into the grand hall, he took Tom to mingle with the guests. Feeling a bit bored as I watched him shake hands and introduce Tom to the attendees, I found a spot and began sipping champagne. The house elf from the Malfoy estate certainly possessed remarkable skills. The pastries were not only visually stunning, but delectable. Sweet without being cloying. Your dress is exquisite, Katherine, said Alpheus Black. Thank you. Your suit compliments you well, Al, I responded with a smile. Aren't you going to chat with everyone? I see you here all alone, indulging in food. Forget it. Socializing is the most exhausting endeavor. It's tolerable when engaging in genuine conversation, but when faced with those who are calculating, every word must be weighed and reconsidered. Why bother? Quite true. Al, come here, I want to introduce you to someone. His sister Walburga called out to him. Apologies, I must excuse myself for a moment, he said, offering me an apologetic nod. I returned the gesture with a slight wave of my wine glass. Suddenly, the music in the hall shifted to a lively tune. Gentlemen began inviting the ladies nearby to dance. Malfoy took the hand of a blonde woman and stepped into the center of the dance floor, becoming the focal point of attention. Indeed, he possessed a certain charisma. The lights around them seemed to shine solely upon their figures, reminiscent of a romantic scene from a love story. I leaned against the corner, resting my chin on my hand as I watched them dance. When a gentleman approached to invite me for a dance, I feigned indifference, casually raising my right hand adorned with a large sapphire ring as I pretended to play with my drink or tuck my hair behind my ear, using the ring's reflection to draw their gaze, leading them to believe I was already engaged. How splendid. I intended to deter them. I had no interest in family alliances. That ring had taken me an eternity to select, grand and beautiful, and most importantly, strikingly conspicuous. I was unaware you were engaged to someone. Tom's voice drifted to my ear. Oh, you are oblivious to much, I retorted, perhaps a bit too boldly, having indulged in a bit too much wine. If you wish to avoid dancing with other gentlemen, you could always dance with me, he said, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he spoke slowly. He then bowed to me with the elegance of a gentleman. His raspy voice carried an irresistible allure. Why not? I placed my hand in his broad, knotted palm. As we swayed to the music, our gazes locked, and sparks seemed to fly between us. My heart raced, and my palms grew warm and slightly clammy. The melodious music and the laughter of the surrounding guests faded into a blur, as if the dance floor contained only the two of us, relishing this moment of romance and ambiguity. At the conclusion of the dance, I rose onto my toes and placed a gentle kiss on Tom's forehead. Once I regained my senses, I quickly withdrew my arms from around him, my cheeks flushed, and fled in embarrassment. Upon returning to my dormitory, I found my thoughts consumed with the image of Tom gazing at me on the dance floor. Ultimately, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep throughout the night. The next morning, I awoke to find that lunch had already passed. After freshening up, I nibbled on some candy I had prepared, then lay back down on my bed. What on earth did I do yesterday? How will I face Tom today? Has maternal affection transformed into something else? I pondered. I was merely curious about the daily life and upbringing of the Dark Lord. How did it come to this? I remained in my dormitory, languishing until dinner time, when my rumbling stomach compelled me to finally venture to the hall for a meal. Thankfully, Tom was absent, allowing me to enjoy my meal in peace. Upon my return to the lounge, I found Tom seated there, engrossed in a book. I tiptoed, preparing to slip back to my dormitory, but was caught in the act. "Where are you off to?" he asked without lifting his gaze from the pages. "I didn't want to disturb you while you were reading," I replied awkwardly. "Come here." Resigned, I moved to sit beside him and quickly said, "I apologize. I drank too much last night, so none of that counts." He abruptly halted his page turning, closed the book, and turned to me, asking, "Drank too much? So it doesn't count?" I sighed and replied, "Well." A shadow fell over me, accompanied by a warm, damp sensation on my forehead. Tom leaned closer, whispering in my ear, "I'm still not sober, forgive me." With that, he left me in a state of bewilderment on the couch, returning to his dormitory. How infuriating. How could he be so adept at this? I sat there, blushing furiously, and after a moment, I buried my face in my hands, feeling as if I resembled a ripe tomato. With age comes not only knowledge, but also an endless stream of assignments. I had only missed half a month of classes, and even with Tom's assistance during the holidays, the workload was overwhelming. Tom and his nightly circle were progressing smoothly, and I had no time to consider what he had been up to or how popular he had become. After all, even Walburga had discussed Tom with Lucius. As for the other girls from different houses, I need not elaborate. I simply remained unaware of how tenderly he treated them. The overwhelming coursework forced me to traverse the offices of various professors, seeking additional tutoring. Finally, after completing the supplementary material from the professors, I walked back to my dormitory. "Oh, it's Tom," I thought to myself, eager to run towards him. Chapter 46. I thought this was a gift from the heavens. I had intended to rush over to him. It had been several days since we had exchanged meaningful words. Ever since that day, I was preoccupied with my studies, while he was busy with his nightly endeavors. During class, Tom often appeared utterly detached, even reluctant to engage in idle chatter. I truly admire him. From the dismal starting point of being bullied by everyone aside from the professor and myself, Tom has gradually earned the affection of nearly the entire faculty and student body through his own intelligence and diligence. What an arduous task that is. Yet, he has transformed his adverse circumstances into something he desired. In the contemporary world, he would undoubtedly be an exceptional individual, whether in politics or business, among the elite few. This reminds me of my past self, how frail and insufficiently resilient I was. If only he were by my side in this life, how wonderful that would be. Yet, I fear that I might not even catch his eye in this reality. As I ponder these thoughts, gazing at his profile, I suddenly feel incredibly fortunate. At least, in this life, he is beside me. However, my steps were halted by the scene that unfolded next. A girl stood next to Tom, her figure previously obscured by his towering height. I watched as he bent slightly, his eyes crinkling at the corners, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his gaze seemingly filled with tenderness. He spoke softly to the girl, blinking innocently a couple of times. Then, he reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, causing her to shyly lower her head, her ears flushed crimson. I slipped into the shadows behind the wall, akin to a love-stricken admirer who cannot bear to be seen. I pressed my hand to my chest, leaning slightly against the wall, replaying the earlier moment. I recognized that girl. She had sat next to me during the Quidditch match, teased by her friends for her catchphrase related to Riddle. Her name seemed to be Bonnie, clad in Ravenclaw attire. She was also the girl who handed Tom a handkerchief to wipe his sweat after the match. "Tom, do you treat everyone like this? Am I merely a tool in your grand design, just like everyone else?" After they left, I crouched down, leaning against the cold wall. The moon outside Hogwarts was full, casting a few beams of moonlight upon me, as if to soothe my distress. "Oh, moon, are you truly real? I never knew you had the habit of moon-gazing before curfew." A voice shattered my reverie. It was Tom, because it is a full moon. I felt a pang of melancholy. I recalled the moment we solidified our bond at the orphanage, when you used magic to show me the most beautiful full moon in the world. I cannot quite determine whether it was the moon shimmering with magical light or the dark-haired boy with glimmering eyes who was more enchanting. Let us go? Deductions from Slytherin will affect your standing among them. So what? What does their opinion mean to me? I retorted dismissively. He frowned, pursed his lips, and then raised an eyebrow, saying, "When did you become so foolish? These pure-blooded elites can help us achieve more. Help us, or help you?" I scoffed, questioning him. "Tom, am I just one of the tools you employ in your pursuit of glory and power?" I dug my fingers into my palm, drawing blood, yet did not cease. "You are different from them. I told you, you will share glory with me." He crouched down, halting my fidgeting hand. "Then what about Bonnie? A romantic game? She holds significant value." He stood up, hands clasped behind his back. "What value? The value of emotional pleasure?" I did not comprehend. "Huh, how could you think that way? I do not require such distractions that cloud reason." He turned to me, as if educating a curious child. She knows certain Ravenclaw secrets, about that ghost, about the crown. He stated. So, your closeness to her is merely to extract information? He crouched to meet my gaze, tracing my brow with his finger, finally resting at the mole in the corner of my eye. Of course, Katherine, you are my only friend, and will forever be my only friend. Only me? Yet, there are so many around you. I lowered my head, burdened with thoughts. Only you. No one else is a friend. Only me. This is not a romantic declaration. Yet I found it far more beautiful than any love confession. You are different from them. You will share glory with me. Of course, Katherine, my only friend is you, and will always be you. The Dark Lord, who knows not of love, spoke thus to me. I have good news. I have discovered that there is a secret chamber and treasures left by Salazar Slytherin within Hogwarts. I believe I am on the verge of finding them. He took my hand, rubbing it affectionately, his face lit with an impish smile. His eyes brimmed with uncontainable pride and determination. Dark pools that seemed ready to draw one in. I saw my reflection in those depths. He carried me within him. Does this news not worry you that I might stop you from seeking it out? It is said to be a perilous chamber, I remarked. He appeared somewhat taken aback. But after a moment, his usual slightly amused demeanor returned. Of course not. You are my friend. You will share in my glory. More than that, I am curious why you are not surprised. This is a secret the professors prefer not to mention, a taboo within Hogwarts. You seem to have known all along. I grasped his hand back, winking. Perhaps it's magic? He did not laugh, so I continued. Perhaps I possess some precognitive ability. I said mysteriously. I do not believe it. Then let me predict that you might come to greatly enjoy a girl's restroom in the future. Ha ha. The thought of Tom, upon discovering the chamber, frequently entering and exiting the girl's restroom, reminded me of the enchanting fan art from my past life depicting Tom as a girl. It wouldn't be too out of place to see Riddle with long hair entering a girl's restroom, would it? Perhaps the weeds in your mind are growing rampantly, hence your peculiar thoughts. He seemed slightly disdainful. I stood up, unceremoniously brushing the dust off my behind. All right, my brilliant Riddle, I'm off to bed now. It's freezing. But halfway through, I turned back. You may pursue what you desire, but I do not wish to see you getting too close to other girls, Tom. With that, I took the lead, not noticing the smirk playing at the corners of Tom's lips. With Tom's assistance, I managed to catch up on all my classes without the risk of failing, and I cleverly navigated divination with knowledge I already possessed. The professor even awarded me an O for it. Being aware of the future is indeed convenient. At that time, I believed it to be a divine blessing. Chapter 47. Just touch my lips here. During this holiday, I occasionally visited the orphanage to see Tom, who would also periodically use the door key to come to my home, though our time together was often brief, sometimes seeming merely a pretext to retrieve books. Malfoy invited me several times to visit his home, and I only obliged once, as it was simply unavoidable. He was about to enter his 7th year, and his family had already scouted potential brides for him at his last birthday celebration. He summoned me, claiming to need my company for amusement. What could possibly require me to come here? After becoming familiar with him, I occasionally set aside my pretense of modesty, behaving less reservedly in his presence. I need you to entertain me. You do not participate in the power struggles. Whatever I tell you, you wouldn't bother to spread. You're clearly the best listener, he said with a teasing tone. Oh, farewell. I am leaving. I walked back in the direction I had come. What a pity. The little sprite in my household has prepared some French pastries today, apparently including macarons. I have heard they are quite delightful. I wish you could savor them. But since you insist on departing, he deliberately elongated his words. This esteemed young Master Malfoy, do enlighten us. Please be swift. You have but an hour. After that, I shall take my cherished macarons away. I turned back to Abraxas and said, actually, it wouldn't be so bad if you were to become my fiancé. But you already have Tom. What? You are actually considering me? I exclaimed. I have said you are with Tom, and if you weren't of the family of the Weasleys, I wouldn't have expressed it that way. What? You are coveting my possessions. I feigned an exaggerated shout. My ears. He pretended to dig into his ears. Speak. I am listening, no more fussing. You have 55 minutes remaining, thank you. I surmised he might now regret summoning me. Upon returning from the Malfoy residence, I immediately took Abby to the Woos orphanage. Tom was seated at the table, engrossed in a book. I retrieved one of the macarons, gently placing it into his mouth, my fingers brushing against his lips. Do give it a taste, is it to your liking? I gazed at him expectantly. He took a delicate bite, remarking that it was decent, albeit a touch too sweet. Is it so? I inquired, taking hold of his hand and biting where he had just nibbled, feeling no sense of impropriety. Indeed, a bit. I should have brought some tea. Tom set down the macaron, lifting his gaze slightly towards me. Is there a reason for your visit? Is it not permissible to come see you without a reason? On my previous visits, you never inquired. Perhaps you ought to read more. I shall not. I am well aware of the unfolding events. So you find me bothersome. Since the gift has been delivered, I shall take my leave. My objective accomplished, leaving half of the macarons behind, I took Abby's hand and returned home. Tom regarded the macaron on the table, the one I had bitten twice, lifting his finger to examine it for a moment. Then, he brought his hand to his lips, gently touching them. Katherine, my lips just brushed this. As the new academic year commenced, I continued my previous courses, adding a subject in alchemy. After all, with Tom's notes, my classroom performance would surely not falter. A bit of memorization before finals should earn me an O. What piqued my curiosity was whether I could transmute something into gold at a low cost. This year, Abraxas became increasingly occupied, having been appointed president of the male student council, while Tom became the Year S prefect. He encouraged me to apply as well, but I declined. The role of prefect is quite demanding. I do not wish to, especially as I have chosen an additional elective. Tom, upon discovering that he could find no references to Riddle within magical families, abandoned the notion of tracing his lineage through his father. He began to investigate through his mother's side, yet found scant information, only knowing her name was Merope. He harbored a deep resentment regarding this. He was unwilling to acknowledge that his magical prowess stemmed from his weak mother. He expressed to me, she is a selfish and feeble person, who abandoned the will to live after giving birth to me. His words were steeped in bitterness. Perhaps she truly could not endure. Mrs. Cole had mentioned that she was frail and impoverished, possibly due to prolonged hunger. I attempted to offer an explanation for Merope. No, Katherine. I remember. It was not Mrs. Cole who informed me. I recall the despair she felt when I was born. I can even sense the exertion she endured during my birth, and how her heartbeat weakened as she passed before me. She did not lack the means to survive. She relinquished her life and mine. It was she who condemned me to endure so many years in that wretched place. Were it not for you, I would have remained ignorant of the magical world. His chest heaved, and he gasped for breath. I embraced him, gently patting his back. It is all in the past. I am here. He held me tightly, resting his head against my shoulder for the first time. What I have spoken will soon come to fruition. I shall acquire all that I desire, and you will share in it. In his quest to find relatives of his bloodline, Tom felt at a loss, but suddenly recalled his middle name, Marvolo. According to Merope, this was his grandfather's name. Thus, he began to pursue this lead. Concurrently, he remained diligent in his inquiries regarding the Chamber of Slytherin. He urgently sought to locate the chamber to bolster his claims of bloodline superiority, solidifying his status among his peers, and thereby exerting a deeper influence on them. How is the Knights Brigade faring lately? It was rare to encounter Abraxas, and we engaged in casual conversation. After 7th year, he became exceedingly busy with preparations, student council duties, and the Knights Brigade, making it more challenging to see him than Tom. Fortunately, the brigade was largely under Tom's management. I am swamped. Tom has practically taken over my responsibilities, he remarked. He recently shared exciting news that had the Knights Brigade buzzing with enthusiasm and further allegiance to him. What news? I inquired. His ability to speak Parseltongue may very well be inherited from one of Hogwarts' founders, Salazar Slytherin. Among the pureblood families of Slytherin within the brigade, a certain reverence for Riddle had emerged. Yet, Riddle was reluctant to make this information public. Currently, only members of the brigade were privy to it. I understand. I shall keep it to myself, I replied. I trust you. You have steadfastly stood by Tom since first year. You would not betray him, he stated. What gives you this confidence? Are you not afraid I might divulge it? I pondered, curious as to why they were so assured. It could not possibly be you. He chuckled. From the moment you dared to threaten us to protect Tom, and based on Tom's regard for you, it is evident you are his most trusted ally. You would not betray him. I smiled and shook my head, neither confirming nor denying. On the eve of Christmas, Tom discovered the location of the chamber. Yet, I began to feel unease, as everything was progressing according to its original course. That night, after curfew, he took me on a nocturnal adventure. We arrived at a girl's restroom, and suddenly I understood the surprise he had alluded to. You found it, I interjected. The chamber. My voice betrayed an uncanny calmness, devoid of excitement or alarm. A tranquility that even surprised me. What was destined to happen had finally arrived. Chapter 48, truly reminiscent of someone. You may indeed possess a prophetic gift, but attending divination class is still too beneath you. Let us get straight to the point. My patience wanes. Having come this far, whether we reach the chamber a second sooner or later bears little significance. He turned towards the sink at the entrance and uttered a phrase in a language I could not comprehend. SSSSSS, open. After he spoke, an unprecedented entrance appeared in the girl's restroom. He first descended with his wand in hand, and I followed closely behind. After a few minutes of sliding, we arrived deep underground. Lumos, he commanded, illuminating the path ahead with his wand as I trailed behind him. The ground beneath us was uneven, scattered with rubble. Several times I nearly stumbled in the dimly lit space, narrowly avoiding a fall by gripping Tom's wrist. Water droplets dripped from the surrounding sharp stone pillars. Raindrops splashed upon the muddy ground, soiling my shoes and socks. The damp air surrounding me carried an unpleasant odor, mingling with the chill that sent shivers down my spine. A crisp sound echoed beneath my feet, prompting me to step back. Tom raised his wand between us, and I beheld a gruesome sight, a pile of animal remains. No. The entire ground was littered with the bones of creatures, both large and small, stacked ominously together. I tightened my grip on the wand. As I ventured further, I noticed a massive, translucent, filament-like object ahead. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was not mere filaments, but the shed skin of a snake, stretching nearly 10 meters long. The hollow part of the skin could easily accommodate 2 or 3 people. The basilisk. I recalled that there was a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin. I grasped Tom's hand tightly, and he gently returned the gesture, bringing me a sense of reassurance. I hoped that when the basilisk emerged, I would not have to face its gaze. To look into its eyes meant certain death. All who directly met its gaze perished, while those who beheld it indirectly through mirrors, reflections in water, or glass would be petrified, including ghosts. Suddenly, the entrance ahead narrowed, and Tom bent down to proceed, prompting me to follow suit. A faint light streamed through the crevice, illuminating the dim corridor. Before us stood a grand circular door, upon which 7 stone serpents rested, their heads oriented in different directions. Tom uttered a phrase in Parseltongue to the door. Hiss, 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 open. The stone serpents suddenly stirred. The lowest serpent retracted its head first, followed by the others, curling their heads in a counterclockwise motion. One of the serpents slithered out from the junction of the 7, winding around the circular door. With a click, the stone door swung open, revealing a shimmering green light within. Tom extinguished his light, wand in hand, and stepped inside. I followed him into a more spacious area. A flat path floated above the water, leading directly toward the enormous stone visage ahead. At either end of the path loomed serpent heads with gaping maws, as if ready to swallow a person whole at any moment. The ground was somewhat slick, and I cautiously trailed Tom until we stood before the stone face. This is the chamber of Salazar Slytherin. You are the first to enter here besides me, and the first to know, he stated with an unmistakable air of delight. If I am not mistaken, what Salazar left in this chamber is the basilisk. I replied. Not only that, he also left a task for future generations, to purge those unworthy of Hogwarts. He continued, I can introduce you to it. As he spoke, he approached me and covered my eyes. Adjusting the blindfold slightly, he moved behind me and whispered in my ear, do not look into its eyes, otherwise I cannot save you, Katherine. Hiss, 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 come out. I heard him emit that peculiar sound again. Then, a rustling noise approached us from the right. Something was dragging itself along the floor. Hiss, 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 close your eyes, she is my friend. He seemed to issue some command, though I could not comprehend his words. I had regretted not taking Tom's lessons in Parseltongue more seriously. My earlier disdain for its difficulty had led to my lack of understanding, which had persisted even after my time at the Weasleys. You may open your eyes now. I have instructed it to close its eyes. He removed his palm, and the warmth that enveloped my eyes dissipated. I slowly opened my eyes, squinting against the brightness, raising my hand to rub them gently. Once accustomed to the light, I finally beheld the basilisk before me. Its colossal form was a deep, dark green, its scales glimmering with a murky sheen, as if it had long resided in a filthy, shadowy mire. Sharp spines extended from its head to its tail. Its serpent head was not smooth like that of ordinary snakes. Instead, it bore sharp protrusions, seemingly designed to enhance its sensory perception. Its nostrils, about the size of my fist, flared as it breathed, emitting white mist that resembled a monstrous beast from a fairy tale. Yet, in that moment, this fearsome creature lowered its head before me, adopting a surprisingly docile demeanor. It was eerily reminiscent of someone's facade before others. With newfound courage, I reached out and tentatively stroked its head. It began to exhale short breaths, the mist it released diminishing significantly. Believing it disliked my touch, I instinctively withdrew my hand and took 2 steps back, colliding with a wall of flesh. Tom steadied me, offering an explanation. Do not be afraid. It is merely familiarizing itself with your scent. In the future, it will recognize you and know you mean no harm. I straightened my posture and nodded. You seem to have hinted at your ability to speak Parseltongue to others? I inquired. To the members of the Knights, I spoke with them. Only in this way will they be more compliant to me, he replied, stroking the tip of his wand. Then I advise you to refrain from taking any action. It may be dangerous, I cautioned. My concern stemmed from both his safety and my own selfish desire. I did not wish for Tom to take a life, nor did I want to witness anyone perish before me. The thought of innocent bloodshed was an experience I wished to avoid in this life and the next. I will not act for now. I will wait for the right moment, he conceded. Let us depart. It is too cold and dark here, and I do not wish to linger. I urged him to leave. Relying on my status as a prefect, we successfully returned to the Slytherin common room. After exchanging goodnights, we each retreated to our respective quarters. Once in my dormitory, I cast a spell on the door and the room, ensuring that no one could enter or hear any sounds from within. System, system, I called out. Ah, here I am. How was it? Am I not swift this time? The mechanical voice of the system responded, a tone so incongruous it was almost surreal. Chapter 49, You heartless man. I shot him a glance. I meant for you to find me before I was in danger. Your speed is such that I had to call twice. I might have already been taken by someone else. You mentioned there was danger, so isn't this quite safe? He retorted. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Tell me, is there absolutely nothing that can change in this world? For instance, must everything that Tom Riddle does remain unchanged? I pressed. No, he replied. Whatever he is destined to do must come to pass. If altered, this world would crumble. What? Do you wish to change his fate? The system inquired. I do not wish for him to kill, nor do I want to witness anyone die, I replied. Zhao Yoxia. The system called me by my original name. When you were in your world, could you prevent life, aging, illness, and death? It asked. I shook my head. No, I cannot. I have not studied medicine, and I cannot wrest anyone from the clutches of death. Not that. Even doctors can only race against death. But no one can alter another's life cycle. This is the law of nature. Do you understand? It explained. Everyone has their own destiny, their own lessons to learn. You cannot meddle recklessly. Indeed, one might say that each person's fate is a result of their own choices. So, I cannot change anything? I am merely a spectator? I asked, unwilling to accept it. Correct. Here, you are merely an outsider, a bystander. Here, you possess your own mission, to ensure your survival and to maintain the operation of this world until your presence is no longer required. This was an agreement made from the very beginning, it emphasized. I clenched my hands beneath my robe, only to release them moments later. Did you not say that in uncharted territories, in the voids, I could exercise my creativity? Yes, but only on the condition that it does not disrupt the existing trajectory. I understand. You may leave now, I retorted curtly. Ah, once your purpose is served, you hasten to dismiss me. How loyal you are, it mocked. You are hardly in a better position, calling me to this world only for me to nearly be suffocated by another, and you did not come to my rescue. I refused to back down. That was an accident. It shall not happen again. It replied. I shall hold you to that. With that, I ignored it. Shedding my outer garments and collapsing onto the bed, covering my head with the blanket, resolutely refusing to engage further. Next time danger arises, I shall notify you sooner, allowing you to prepare. In the haze of slumber, I thought I heard it say this. Its tone seemed tinged with regret. Was that merely my illusion? In divination class, as I gazed at the crystal ball from which a plume of black mist was rising, I found myself lost in thought. Katherine, what do you see? The professor inquired. Endless darkness, Professor, I replied. Do not allow the black mist to cloud your vision, Katherine. Observe more closely. I frowned. What could possibly warrant my attention within this infinite void? What could there possibly be of interest to me? The professor interrupted. Do not fixate solely on the darkness, Katherine. Seek answers beyond it, further afield. You are too eager for an answer. Answers require time. How does one see through the darkness? I pondered. This thick barrier. Akin to ink, how could I perceive beyond it? Do not merely focus on the darkness. The professor left this parting advice before attending to other students. Seek beyond the darkness. Look further afield for answers. By the end of class, I remained perplexed by the professor's meaning. I could not penetrate the obscurity within the crystal ball. Since the members of the order discovered that Tom could speak Parseltongue, they have shown him even greater deference, effectively solidifying his position as their leader. With Christmas fast approaching, the weather had turned frigid, making even sitting in the library somewhat uncomfortable. I exhaled a puff of warm breath and rubbed my hands together. Tom cast a warming charm for me, which greatly improved my comfort. I found something, Katherine. Oh, what is it? The winter lethargy, combined with the warmth from Tom's charm, had dulled my senses. I located my grandfather, Marvolo Gaunt. I indeed hail from a pure-blood lineage, a descendant of Slytherin. So, do you intend to seek them out? I inquired tentatively. Yes, but not at present. Let us wait a while. To seek them out now would be detrimental to the execution of Salazar's grand plan. I do not wish for casualties, Tom. He regarded me, stating, my purpose is to fulfill Salazar's vision of expelling those unworthy of studying at Hogwarts. As a pure-blood, you need not concern yourself with such matters. With that, he rose and departed the library. This Christmas, I chose to retreat home, much like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Since I could not alter the course of events, and I was reluctant to witness what was to unfold, I figured avoidance was my only option. I spent the entire Christmas holiday lying flat at home. Returning to Hogwarts in January with a sense of resignation, Tom discreetly retrieved a book from the restricted section, and we found an empty classroom to study. I stared at the assignment for divination, unable to muster the initiative to begin. I still could not discern anything from that shroud of black mist. However, the professor had mandated submission of the assignment by February, which left me quite distressed. I cast a pleading glance toward Tom. You ought to complete the assignment on your own, Katherine. he said coldly without lifting his eyes. How heartless. You insensitive wretch. I thought, though I could not voice it. After all, one must still cling to those who can offer support. I did not expect you to write my paper for me. But I do have questions I wish to ask, I stated. Ask away, he replied. I recounted the classroom situation to Tom, reiterating the professor's words. The professor said to seek answers beyond the darkness. I do not comprehend. Does it mean I should travel, to venture further? I intentionally posed a somewhat foolish question, knowing that typically, Tom would cast a disdainful glance my way and then patiently explain. Otherwise, he might urge me to think for myself, spouting some nonsense about honing my reasoning skills. As expected, he shot me a sidelong glance and said, the professor is encouraging you to broaden your perspective. It does not mean you must physically journey far away. Seeking answers beyond the darkness means you should not merely focus on the immediate situation, but rather adopt a forward-thinking approach. For example, if you desire to achieve an E in all subjects, you should not set your sights on merely attaining an E, but rather aim for an O. I felt a sudden clarity. So it is akin to skiing. One should not dwell on avoiding trees, but rather focus on reaching the summit ahead? I queried. Although I am unfamiliar with this skiing you speak of, the principle remains the same. When you persist and endure towards a distant future, you shall find your answers, he responded. Wow. Thank you, Tom. You truly are a genius. I exclaimed. Without waiting for Tom's reaction, I gathered my belongings and hurriedly bid him farewell. I intended to visit the divination classroom once more to further examine that crystal ball. Chapter 50. Immortality is a punishment. I flung open the door and dashed toward the divination classroom. I concentrated intently, scrutinizing the transparent crystal ball before me. Before long, a plume of black mist began to emerge within. I closed my eyes, placing my hands upon the crystal ball, establishing a connection with it. I found myself in a void, surrounded by unseen darkness. I reached out to touch, my hand half visible, entwined in the black mist. I continued forward, gradually perceiving faint points of light above. These glimmers were sparse, appearing intermittently, yet they seemed to beckon me onward. I advanced, my vision brightening. The celestial points above revealed their true form, stars. Illuminating my sight was a full moon. As I gazed into the distance, I spotted a dwelling. Inside, a woman clad in a wizard's robe radiated a soft glow, surrounding a translucent infant that floated before her. I could not discern the woman's face. As she stood with her back turned to me. Katherine, Katherine, wake up, Katherine. I was jolted awake by a gentle shaking and a voice calling my name. My bleary eyes opening to clarity. The figure before me sharpened into focus. It was the professor. Child, you fell asleep while holding the crystal ball, she remarked. Professor. I glimpsed beyond the black mist, further still. I could not finish, as the professor placed a finger over my lips. She made a shushing gesture. Her finger pressed against her mouth. What you have seen is for you alone to know. It is a future only you can comprehend, child. Do not speak of it, she said gently. I nodded, choosing not to say more. After bidding farewell to the professor, I encountered Tom. Was the issue resolved? He asked. I nodded yes. It was resolved. That is splendid news. Coincidentally, I have good news to share with you as well. Follow me, he said. I trailed behind him back to the empty classroom, where he opened the book from the restricted section. I have discovered the secret to immortality, Horcruxes. This book has mentioned such a thing. His tone involuntarily rose, brimming with uncontrollable elation. I gazed at him with a sense of trepidation. Upon noticing my expression, he abruptly ceased his laughter and scrutinized me from head to toe. You are not the least bit surprised, Katherine. You have known about this all along, haven't you? His eyes narrowed dangerously. Why did you not inform me? You are well aware that I have been seeking a way to attain immortality. He questioned me vehemently. Is immortality truly that significant to you? I inquired. Yes. Death would obliterate my glory, rendering all my endeavors utterly futile. You too have experienced death, Katherine. It is not a pleasant experience, is it? He whispered seductively in my ear, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind it. Suddenly, I recalled how he had done the same to Bonnie, which instinctively prompted me to push him away. I was astonished by my own actions. He seemed equally taken aback, stumbling back a couple of steps. Yet, within moments, he regained his usual demeanor, regarding me with a sardonic smile. I understood that this was the expression he wore when he was both angry and determined to pursue a course of action. I turned my head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Whatever you intend to do, I cannot prevent you. However, to me, immortality has never been a gift. It is a form of punishment. With that, I left the classroom without a backward glance. The day had turned to dusk, and the flames in the corridors of Hogwarts flickered to life. Students moved slowly through the hallways when suddenly, a figure rushed towards me, colliding with my side, yet he did not stop. He sprinted past, shouting, Professor! Professor! Someone has turned to stone. The professors hurriedly approached, and at the end of the corridor lay a girl, her mouth agape, frozen in a scream. Before her stood the classroom window, with its black curtains drawn, casting a reflection that resembled a distorted mirror. blurry yet revealing enough to discern some features. I turned my gaze towards Tom, who leaned against the doorframe, revealing a sinister smile that sent a chill down my spine. It was him. He had begun to take action, in an effort to calm the crowd and ensure the students' safety. The professors instructed the prefects to escort us back to our respective common rooms. Upon returning, discussions erupted among the students. What could possibly cause such an event? It must be a monster. Hogwarts is no longer safe. What are you panicking for? We will be fine. On what grounds do you say that? Are you a monster? Are you out of your mind? The girl who was petrified, I remember her. She was a filthy mudblood. Yes, I recall. Another voice chimed in. Indeed. I have heard my family mention that Salazar Slytherin once left a chamber at Hogwarts to rid the school of unworthy mudbloods. Yes, I have heard that too. The discussion grew increasingly frantic, yet Tom did not intervene. I felt a knot tighten in my chest and distanced myself from the crowd, retreating to my dormitory. In the following days, the chatter escalated as yet another student fell victim to petrification, instilling a sense of dread among the students. The purebloods of the Knights Club were elated, for the boy who had been harmed also hailed from a Muggle family. They reveled in such occurrences. If this continued, Hogwarts might very well face closure. I contemplated warning Tom of this, but my classmates informed me that he had gone on patrol. I waited for a considerable time in the common room, yet he did not appear. Assuming he had returned to the chamber, I quietly made my way to the girls' restroom. True to my suspicion, Tom was there, just opening the door to the chamber. I leaned against the stall door, observing Tom's face, which radiated pride and joy, and felt a wave of unease wash over me. Stop this. Continuing down this path will lead to your ruin. He chuckled softly. How could that be? Soon, Hogwarts will be rid of the filthy mudbloods, and I shall receive even greater admiration. Have you considered that your actions might lead to Hogwarts being shut down by the Ministry of Magic? Where would you then pursue your studies? It seemed my words struck a chord, and he began to ponder. A sudden noise interrupted us, the sound of a stall door creaking open. Someone is here. Who is eavesdropping? I thought, but before I could react, Tom covered my eyes. Hisses, kill her. He uttered that chilling sound again. Who is there? Moaning Myrtle. Panic surged through me. No. Don't. A crash resounded as something fell to the ground. I wrenched Tom's hand away. The basilisk had already retreated into the chamber, its tail disappearing through the door. Trembling, I approached Myrtle, whose face was pale, frozen in the expression she had worn upon encountering the basilisk. She had no time to react. Her hand remained poised as if to open the door, her eyes widened yet devoid of life. Chapter 51. Just say no. Her eyes were wide as if fixated on me, yet it seemed they gazed through me, lifeless. I collapsed to the floor, suddenly remembering to breathe. My body shook uncontrollably, my fingers turning white from the pressure, yet I felt no pain. I emitted a stifled sob, but not a single tear fell. Tom approached and helped me up. You should return to the dormitory. I will handle the rest. Remember, do not let anyone know you were out. Do not worry, I shall take care of it. I numbly nodded and stumbled back to the dormitory. Hisses, close. Tom's voice echoed behind me as the chamber door shut once more. After I left, Tom did not glance back at Myrtle's body and continued his patrol. On his way, he encountered the Ravenclaw prefect, and the two began to patrol together. It was Tom and the Ravenclaw prefect who discovered Myrtle's lifeless body. They reported the incident to the professors. The head of Ravenclaw, accompanied by her prefect, went to attend to Myrtle's remains. After conversing with Professor Dumbledore, Tom immediately sought out Hagrid, framing him for the entire incident. The next day, amidst the anguished cries of Myrtle's parents, Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts, and the Ministry of Magic destroyed his wand. However, Professor Dumbledore personally vouched for Hagrid, asserting his belief in Hagrid's innocence. Following his strong recommendation, Hagrid remained at Hogwarts as an apprentice keeper of keys and grounds. Meanwhile, Tom was awarded a special honor by Headmaster Albus for identifying the culprit. I no longer dared to face Hagrid. Guilt weighed heavily on my conscience. I was aware of everything, yet I could not speak. My guilt was not solely derived from this. I felt even more remorse for my own moral complacency. For I knew that in the original timeline, Hagrid would not truly leave Hogwarts, and his giant spider would not perish. Yet for Tom, all of his endeavors would come to a halt here. For this, I found myself feeling a flicker of relief. I felt shame for that. Thus, I could not face Hagrid again. I chose to retreat once more. Shortly after Myrtle's tragic demise, I noticed that Tom no longer carried that black-bound diary with him. Where's your diary? I inquired. In the dormitory. Why are you so concerned about that notebook? He asked. Because you usually carry it with you. Yet you have not taken it lately, I replied. What makes you think I would keep that diary, the one tied to my filthy Muggle bloodline father? His tone darkened, and a faint red glimmer flickered in his eyes. It startled me. What have you done? I scrutinized him intently. Do not gaze at me with such eyes, Katherine. He exclaimed vehemently, a latent menace lurking within his tone. Tom, you have become increasingly irritable, I remarked, my brow furrowed as I stated the undeniable truth. I had previously been overly lenient with you. Henceforth, I shall impose higher expectations, even more stringent than those placed upon others, so that you may earn the right to stand beside me. He tilted his head slightly, regarding me with disdain. I do not appreciate you speaking to me from a position of superiority, Tom. My unease stirred a sense of annoyance within me. Then prove your worth. Show me that you can meet me at eye level, he retorted. Huh, I scoffed, closing my book and departing from his presence. A nameless vexation weighing heavily on my heart. He had fragmented his soul, I could sense it. His claim that his father was a filthy muggle indicated a complete abandonment of expectations towards his father, even to the extent of profound disdain. But what was the purpose of this fragmentation? An experiment? A means of escaping a loathed past? Did he yearn to shed those past experiences? Yet, Tom, I too exist within that past. How can you simply wish to discard it? I stood upon the observatory, the vast expanse of the world before me. A gentle breeze carrying a chill that sent a shiver down my spine. Gazing at the distant scenery, I sought clarity of thought. A flock of white birds soared gracefully in the distance as I stood upon the railing, arms outstretched. The wind danced across my fingertips, and for a fleeting moment, I felt as though I too could take flight. If you wish to leap, I shall catch you. A transparent display hovered in the air. It was the system. Really? I inquired. Once more, I closed my eyes, my hair swaying in the wind like a scarecrow on the verge of collapse. After a considerable time, I jumped down from the railing, my feet firmly hitting the ground. Perhaps another time. For now, it is best to remain grounded, I declared. You may leave. I wish to be alone for a while. I issued my dismissal. Very well. Should you need anything, simply call for me, the system replied as it departed. The twilight light enveloped me, akin to a solar blaze, burning with the same fervor as the dusk on the horizon. I reclined upon the ground, sprawled out until nightfall. A rustling sound emerged beside me. Someone had lain down next to me. Neither of us spoke. After a prolonged silence, I finally broke the stillness. Tom, I ventured tentatively. No response. I opened my eyes and sat up. It was not Tom. What brings you here, Al? I asked, somewhat astonished. Lying beside me was Alpheus Black, who finally opened his eyes and smiled gently. Is it forbidden for me to enjoy such a splendid spot? I felt a twinge of embarrassment. That was not my intention. You really ought to have invited me. Such a tranquil place to rest should not be savored alone. He feigned a complaint. Yet you sought it out yourself. By the way, what brings you here? I inquired. There are seldom any visitors, I added. I have come for class. The astronomy lesson is about to commence. And I wanted to secure a prime stargazing position, only to discover someone already enjoying it, he explained. Oh, I see. Then I shall take my leave. Lest I impede your lesson, I stated, preparing to rise. However, he grasped my arm. There is plenty of time before class. Let us chat for a while. I shan't devour you. What would you like to discuss? I resumed my seated position and inquired. How have you been? He asked. I am well, I replied. Then why are you lying here alone? He questioned, doubtful. Have you had a quarrel with Tom? Why do you ask that? You just call me Tom. Which indicates a desire for his presence, he responded. If the person you care for prioritizes something else above you, what would you do? I inquired. I would not alter anything. A relationship that constantly weighs gains and losses is fraught with pain. True happiness lies in giving rather than receiving. Of course, this is merely my personal perspective, he elucidated. Giving rather than receiving, without regard for potential wounds? I probed. You may love him, shower him with affection. But do not forget that the foundation of loving others is to first love oneself. If your only desire is to give without restraint, that is not love. It is obsession. So if I find myself hurt, I can withdraw. Chapter 52. Riddle was undoubtedly furious. I do not wish to suggest you retreat, but rather to advise that your love for others must be rooted in self-love. Every decision should also derive from a foundation of self-love. Thank you, I understand. I express my gratitude. No need for thanks. Should you ever find yourself perplexed, feel free to inquire. In exchange, may I borrow your notes? I am not well versed in astronomy, he proposed. Certainly, though my notes are sparse. If they can assist you, that would be splendid, I replied. They will surely be helpful. Your astronomy has already earned an O for 2 years, he chuckled. I shall bring them to you tomorrow. You may proceed to class now. I shall take my leave. I bid him farewell. Very well, I shall see you at 3 in the library tomorrow. Do not forget your notes, Katherine. Meanwhile, Tom was engaged in a meeting with the Knights of Valpurgis, discussing a piece of delightful news. Abraxas was engaged. Congratulations, Ab. A significant milestone in life has been scheduled. One individual proclaimed. Ab's fiancée not only hails from a prestigious family, but is also gracious and kind. She was the lady who danced with him at his birthday celebration. Another exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, Ab is truly a frontrunner among us. He has found his fiancée, unlike the rest of us who remain unanchored. The group erupted in congratulations. Abraxas smiled, expressing gratitude for the well wishes and compliments, and hoped that everyone would soon find their own life partners. We cannot merely speak without action, one remarked. Indeed. Do you not have suitable individuals to introduce to us? Help us out. Another teased. Especially Tom. One wonders what sort of person could possibly be worthy of our brilliant and exceptional riddle. One voiced a different opinion. Surely, she must be an elegant, beautiful, and intelligent heiress, someone suggested. Haha, you should focus on your own affairs. Riddle has no shortage of remarkable young women vying for his attention. True. I once saw Bonnie from Ravenclaw delivering a handkerchief to him after Quidditch practice. All right. Riddle will make his own decisions. Let us not speculate recklessly, Abraxas interjected. It is indeed time for me to examine and scout for suitable matches, is it not, One chuckled. At the next gathering, I shall introduce you to someone, Abraxas said, patting his shoulder, deftly redirecting the group's focus. Tom maintained a serene smile, remaining silent, his demeanor unperturbed, his eyes twinkling with a gentle warmth. Yet only Abraxas understood that Riddle was indeed seething with anger. He despised others prying into his personal affairs and his past. The Malfoy family has maintained a core position among the prominent families in the power struggle for a reason. Their ability to read the room and master the currents of interest has always been exceptional. As Tom smiled and bid farewell to the gathering, the moment he stepped out of the door, his expression turned icy. These oblivious scions, daring to jest at his expense, how presumptuous they were. Subordinates ought to possess the awareness of their status. Tools must recognize their function. Who did they think they were, to discuss the monumental events of his life? Fortunately, there exists a perceptive individual, Abraxas, who can be astutely utilized. He presents himself with a demeanor of humility, facilitating a reduction of others' guard. Simultaneously, he possesses a keen understanding of social intricacies and an admirable ability to read the room, making him a viable candidate for a trusted confidant. Among the offspring of these illustrious families, he stands out as an exceptional subordinate. Delegating certain responsibilities to him will not only bring peace of mind, but also conserve energy, allowing him ample time to delve into the study of soul artifacts and dark magic. He shall be the inaugural individual to leap across the chasm of death, a feat yet to be accomplished in this world. However, the matters they discussed merit consideration. After all, cultivating an additional stable relationship could prove advantageous. A fiancée, perhaps? She must be of substantial benefit to warrant such a solid connection. These scions of noble lineage champion the doctrine of pure bloodlines, thus a pure-blooded match would be ideal. Her lineage ought not to be lacking. She should belong to one of the sacred 28 families, for this would enhance the acceptance of his theories and deepen the trust of his current adherents. It would be preferable for her to be someone he can trust without reservation. Speaking of trust, he is reminded of Katherine Fleury. Since their first meeting, she has not sought to gain from their association. Even when the Malfoy family and others endeavored to win her over, she remained unmoved. Of course, her allegiance to him is partially rooted in their relationship, yet her own reluctance is equally significant. Were she to unconditionally support him, he might find it difficult to place his trust in her. The absence of ulterior motives renders her the most formidable presence, without clarity on what one desires. True control over their actions and words becomes unattainable. However, Katherine is different. She makes decisions driven by her convictions, holding steadfast beliefs. To influence her, one need only align his motivations with her principles. Indeed, upon reflection, Katherine emerges as his optimal candidate. Her pureblood heritage, formidable family influence, and the trust she inspires in him all align perfectly. The sole source of his dissatisfaction lies in her temperament, which often leads to a certain laxity. While one might argue she lacks ambition, she consistently ensures her own affairs are in order. For instance, her academic performance, though not the pinnacle, consistently ranks among the top in her year. Following his encouragement during their 5th year, she has maintained commendable grades. Yet, one could argue she occasionally displays a foolishness. In their 1st year, the astute had long aligned themselves with the Malfoys and others, now basking in their ease. However, to deem her foolish would be a mischaracterization. At merely 10 years of age, she adeptly manages the emotions of those like the Malfoys, subtly gathering compromising information about their families, ultimately turning the tables and rendering them immobile. Furthermore, she has cultivated a relationship with the most influential mentor, adding an additional layer of protection. Upon learning of her audacious tactics, he could not help but applaud her ingenuity. Her timid demeanor can sometimes be disarming. His temper can leave her momentarily speechless. Yet, at other times, she exhibits remarkable bravery, quickly regaining her composure in the face of crisis, as evidenced during the incident with Marshall. She expertly feigns weakness. Launching a surprise attack at the moment, he loosens his grip. Had it not been for that instance, he would have remained oblivious to her unorthodox fighting style. With a swift and decisive strike aimed at her opponent's neck, the most vulnerable point, she follows up with a fierce kick to a critical area. And he cannot help but feel a twinge of concern for Marshall. He observed the entire encounter from outside the classroom, employing magic to discreetly witness the unfolding events, only entering when he heard the approaching footsteps of Abraxas and the professors. His sole grievance regarding the incident was Catherine's brief moment of surrender, as if she were awaiting death itself. Chapter 53. Silence is a refusal. Reflecting on this, Tom clenched his fists. Her actions bore a striking resemblance to the cowardice of his mother. Upon further contemplation, such moments appear to be quite frequent. Since their time in the orphanage, Katherine has seemingly displayed an indifference towards death. While engaging in magical leaf games, she neither dodged nor flinched, even as the leaves flew directly at her. Previously, he had assumed she was merely distracted. Now he realizes it was something else entirely. Was she, in fact, anticipating the leaves' assault? Did she yearn for harm? Coupled with her usual rhetoric, choosing death is not without its courage. Tom, an eternal life, in my view, has never been a blessing. It is a punishment. He recalls that she has never once agreed with him regarding immortality, either falling silent or posing counter-questions. As he pondered, a familiar figure appeared before him. Still mulling over the Chamber of Secrets? That is behind us now, Tom. The girl gently embraced the boy, standing on tiptoe to rest her shoulder against him. Whispering sweet nothings into his ear. I learned a new principle today. Giving is far more fulfilling than receiving. I shall give you all that I can, until I can give no more. Leaning against him, she spoke the most enchanting words of affection. Tom wrapped his arms around her, yet turmoil raged within him. Do you truly long for death, Katherine? With this thought, he tightened his embrace, as though wishing to confine her within his grasp forever. No, that cannot be. I have resolved to share with you the glory of eternity. Thus, you cannot die. At that moment, he was entirely absorbed in his thoughts, blissfully unaware of Tom's inner turmoil. I will give you all that I can, until I can give no more, Tom, he mused. Seasons changed swiftly, time slipping through his fingers like sand. The 5th year came to a close. During the summer break, Tom returned to the Wool Orphanage, continuing his solitary existence there. I entered his room, noting that he had not brought back his diary this time, likely deeming it safer at Hogwarts. You're here? Tom's voice came from behind. He had changed into casual attire at the orphanage, donning black trousers paired with a white shirt under suspenders. His bangs were styled to the side, and his features appeared more mature and handsome than before. In this neat ensemble, he exuded the charm of a harmless, well-mannered neighbor. Oh, how I wished to pinch his cheeks, my peculiar penchant. After all, I often felt I could never match his youthful softness and charm. Such an adorable face. Just begging for a pinch. What are you thinking? He inquired, a frown creasing his brow, evidently disapproving of my scrutiny. Oh, really? Is it so strange? I feigned innocence, touching my own face. Nothing unusual at all. I pouted, raising an eyebrow. Are you struggling with potions or history again? He asked. What? Do you consider yourself my tutor? I retorted indignantly. What is a tutor? A new product from the magical world? He queried, perplexed. Forget it. Explaining it to you would be futile. You poor soul, who has never used a computer or enjoyed the convenience of a smartphone, I mocked. Oh, my poor little Tom. You have no idea how convenient it is to watch your videos on a computer or phone. I even edited a few for you. Why the silence? Are you pondering how foolish you are, teetering on the edge of danger? His eyes narrowed dangerously, yet the corners of his mouth curled upward. Such a wicked smile. How delightful. I adore it. Yet, on the surface, I maintained my composure, acknowledging my own cowardice, for in the presence of the Dark Lord, one must be humble. Wouldn't you agree? I straightened my posture, sincerity etched on my face. It is my fault. There is no such thing as a learning machine. I was merely speaking out of turn. He then returned to his original state, opening a book of magic to peruse. Abby, the house elf, remained concealed outside, keeping watch for us. Should anyone approach, she would notify us in advance and instantly render me invisible as well. For a wizard yet to turn 17, having a house elf at one's side is remarkably convenient. As a reward for her assistance, I presented her with a wand. She was delighted to receive it, claiming I had gifted her my grandmother's wand, though I could only smile in response, as I had merely selected a visually appealing and comfortable wand at random from the storeroom. However, for a house elf, receiving a wand signifies the utmost honor. Gifting them clothing implies their release, while a wand represents the owner's acknowledgement. Tom continued to read, glancing back at me with indifference, and inquired, So, what brings you here? I replied nonchalantly, nothing in particular. He turned to scrutinize me briefly before continuing. I suppose you merely wish to see me. I nearly divulged the truth, but managed to contain myself. He cast a fleeting glance my way, his expression unchanging, and resumed his reading, ignoring me. I sat on Tom's bed, leaning against the wall and swinging my legs. Just as I was about to pull out a licorice wand for a nibble, Tom scolded me. If you're going to eat candy on my bed, you might as well go downstairs. His tone was laden with displeasure, leaving no room for negotiation. Oh, I pouted, responding dryly, and tucked the licorice wand back into my pocket. I recalled our last visit to Hogsmeade, where I had dragged him to the 3 broomsticks. I ordered 3 mugs of butterbeer. Tom only took a few sips before his cheeks flushed a bright red. his innocent face adorned with a rosy hue that resembled an enticing apple, seemingly inviting someone to take a bite. In truth, that is precisely what I did. I finished off the remaining 2 mugs of butterbeer. Amidst a flurry of couples kissing, I had also embraced Tom, unabashedly stealing a few pecks, first on his forehead, then his cheeks, followed by the tip of his nose, and finally, his soft lips. Eventually, Tom had to push me away, exclaiming, "Stop." However, that was not the most embarrassing moment. After consuming 2 hefty mugs of butterbeer, my poor tolerance had rendered me thoroughly intoxicated, leading me to drift into a deep slumber after our kiss. Do you think I can retain any memory of this? You seem to be dreaming. If only I could forget it all, that would indeed be a blessing. Alas, that wretched system. Since that day, Tom and I had tacitly avoided mentioning the incident. He didn't bring it up, and I, having conveniently forgotten, felt more at ease than if nothing had ever occurred. As a result, following the peril I faced, the system implemented a warning mechanism regarding related information and would occasionally organize my data. A week later, he happened to catch sight of that day's events. To my dismay, he came to witness my embarrassment. He vividly recounted how I resembled a mischievous girl, and in the next moment, he played the entire video of that day on a transparent display. After that day, I felt compelled to flee whenever I saw Tom, and when escape was impossible, I felt the urge to apologize. Thankfully, for a time thereafter, Tom did not mention the incident, allowing me to quietly pretend nothing had happened. After all, I had gained something from it, and since I had forgotten, I chose to accept that it would remain unremembered. Chapter 54, Nightmares. I thought the matter had been laid to rest, but while I was writing a paper in the library, Tom sat beside me. As I flipped through the pages, I stumbled upon information regarding a love potion, and my face involuntarily flushed with embarrassment as the system's recollections played in my mind. Tom leaned in curiously, glancing at the book before instantly grasping the situation. I yanked the book away, feigning calmness, and asked, "What are you doing? Look at your own." He raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips. It was the first time I had witnessed someone blush while reading a potion book. "A love potion, is it? Not an easy concoction to brew. Who intends to make it?" He teased, casting a sidelong glance at me. "You're talking nonsense. If I truly liked someone, I wouldn't need a love potion to abduct them," I asserted. "The love conjured by a potion may not be genuine if 2 lovers share a bond. It's delightful, but if those who are indifferent use it, it becomes self-deception." Yet, as soon as I voiced this, I regretted it. To my knowledge, Tom's mother had once been ensnared by the emotions induced by such a potion. If he were to find out about my remarks, it would be quite unfortunate. I hastily added, "But one can understand, right? When love runs too deep, one becomes blind to reality, unless they extricate themselves." Tom turned a page in the book, gazing at me as he said, "If the desire is to keep someone by your side, then the goal may be achieved. But falsehood remains falsehood, it cannot be genuine." I pressed my lips together, responding with a quiet fearful of further missteps, and opted for silence as I resumed my reading. As individuals gradually departed the study room, I noticed the dimming light before me. Suddenly, dark hair appeared in my line of vision, and a soft weight pressed against my lips, lightly brushing against my lower lip. I held my breath in anxious anticipation, too afraid to exhale, my face burning as if I had been near a fire for too long. After a moment, he turned his head and whispered hoarsely in my ear, "Perhaps you do not require a love potion after all." He then turned away, gathering his belongings and walking off. Just as he reached the library door, he glanced back and called out, "Still dawdling? Your chicken leg will be devoured by that group of people." I gasped and hurriedly followed him. The August weather remained stiflingly hot as I researched recipes at home. Should I beat the eggs before adding the seaweed to the egg flour soup, or the other way around? Suddenly, Tom appeared at my house. "Come with me, Katherine. I wish to share every glorious moment with you," he proclaimed. Yet, in hindsight, that became an unforgettable nightmare. I grasped his hand, and after several twists and turns, we found ourselves at the Gaunt family mansion. The walls were covered in moss, and the house was so dilapidated that even the tiles on the roof were missing, as if no one had lived there in ages. We pushed the door open to find only a slender man with dark hair seated in a rocking chair, who began to cackle sinisterly while conversing with a snake upon our entrance. He appeared exceedingly malevolent. "Hiss, hiss, hiss, he. Look who has come, my little darling, he. Let us bite them." As his voice faded, the snake lunged at us with its gaping mouth. Tom waved his wand lightly, and the snake veered to the side, crashing against the wall and falling motionless. The man emitted a hissing sound, and suddenly, several snakes appeared in the room, encircling us, poised to strike. "Hiss, hiss, hiss. All of you, get back." Upon hearing Tom's command, the snakes retreated. "I wish to see Marvolo Gaunt. I am his grandson," Tom declared. Upon hearing Tom's words and observing his face, the man suddenly erupted into a sharp, mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha. Merope actually had a child with that muggle. Ha ha ha. My sister ran away with someone, only to be cruelly abandoned. How foolish she was. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed. You filthy little bastard. Do you still wish to claim your heritage? Get out. I have no such cowardly sister. You are merely a dirty half-blood. Our family is pure blood. He bellowed. Do you know how you came into existence? You look old enough. You should have learned about such potions by now. A love potion. My dear sister used a love potion. Otherwise, how could that muggle have fallen for her? Haha, a product of a love potion, yet still possessing muggle blood. How dare you come to claim kinship with the last remnants of the Slytherin bloodline? What are you really? The voice of Morphin Gaunt dripped with disdain. Your foolish mother believed she could retain that incompetent muggle through you, only for him to deem her a madwoman. The moment she ceased her potions, she was cast aside. Eventually, she met her demise in the muggle world. What a disgrace to the Gaunt family. I demand to see Marvolo Gaunt. Tom's fury reached its zenith. His expression dark and inscrutable. I observed the veins in his hand, gripping his wand, bulging ominously. He was suppressing his rage, yearning for the validation of the Gaunt lineage. Ha ha ha. Go ahead, he's buried in the backyard. I haven't even had the chance to erect a tombstone for him yet, he scoffed, caressing the ring on his finger. His tone, laden with contempt and madness, caused me to involuntarily furrow my brow. Is he dead? Tom's voice trembled slightly, a pitch higher than usual. What? Do you still wish for his acceptance? Even if he were alive, you would never earn his approval. That fool Merope, unable to even wield magic properly. Yet she fancied she could control that wealthy muggle, Tom Riddle. Ha ha ha, she must have been abandoned in the end. She deserved it. What a disgrace to our family. You, filthy mudblood, have the audacity to linger here. Get out, dreaming your Merlin-forsaken dreams. With that, he unleashed a curse towards Tom. Tom deftly deflected the spell and retaliated with Stupefy. Morphin Gaunt crumpled to the ground, rendered unconscious. Perhaps to alleviate his frustration, yet mindful of not attracting attention, he cast several more sleeping spells upon Morphin. He retrieved Morphin's wand, his demeanor dark as he pulled me in a different direction. We arrived before an elegant white house, dignified and reminiscent of a rural muggle version of Malfoy Manor. However, it lacked the wealth and grandeur of the Malfoy family. The interior was brightly lit, shadows flitting about, suggesting a family brimming with happiness. We knocked, and a middle-aged man emerged, dark-haired and dark-eyed. Though he had reached middle age, remnants of his youthful handsomeness were still evident. He bore a striking resemblance to Tom, perhaps 7 parts to 3, yet his eyes were bloodshot, betraying a prolonged period of sleeplessness. Perhaps you are acquainted with Merope Gaunt? I inquired politely. Given the earlier incident, Tom was evidently reluctant to speak. Upon hearing this, the man's countenance darkened considerably, and his tone turned disdainful. That madwoman. I do not know her. She is a lunatic who foolishly imagined I would fall in love with her. His words were fervent, as if recounting a deeply enraging tale. She ruined my life. Had it not been for her, I would have been with the woman I love. It is all her doing. She is so hideous, vulgar, and tasteless. She must have used dark magic on me. How else could I have been ensnared by her? She kidnapped me. She humiliated me. She forced me. And yet she imagined I would love her. That crazy woman, claiming the child is mine. Who knows with whom she consorted to produce that abomination? I do not possess a single memory of being with her. He shouted vehemently, drawing the attention of the elderly occupants within. They emerged, rallying around the agitated Tom Riddle. Tom, what is the matter? Merope, Merope, I hate you. You wretched woman, you have ruined my life. He screamed. You had a child with another, and now you blame me, kidnapping me. His outburst elicited a reaction from the elder, who began to yell in response. Get out. Leave immediately. You vile spawn. You beggars, deluded by thoughts of our family's wealth. I grasped Tom's hand, intending to lead him away. He had endured too much today. Enough, I shouted. Yet they continued their vitriolic tirade, as if only the foulest language could alleviate the bitterness and fury festering within them. Merope, you madwoman. You owe me my life back. Get out, you filthy pair. Do not dare to set your dirty feet in our home. Tom kept his gaze lowered, the darkness of the night and his hair obscuring his expression. Stop. This has nothing to do with Tom. I attempted to halt their insults. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes as frigid as an ancient glacier, dark orbs devoid of any glimmer of light. We leave this place. We return home, Tom. I grasped his hand, looking earnestly into his eyes. But Tom did not meet my gaze. His expression remained impassive as he stared at the family, seemingly entranced, madly hurling their vile words. With a subtle flick of his wand, an elderly man clutched his throat in terror, rigidly collapsing to the ground with a thud. It sounded like a stone striking the earth, devoid of any struggle or resistance. He was dead. Green lights flashed, and the 3 who had been vociferously cursing moments before now lay lifeless on the ground, as though their souls had been abruptly wrenched from their bodies. Frozen in their last actions, Their faces bore expressions of shock and fear, as if someone had abruptly pressed the stop button on their lives. I scarcely had time to utter a word of restraint. The vibrant individuals who had been alive a moment ago were now devoid of breath after a mere twitch. Tom gazed at them, unyielding and motionless. I stared at the scene, rendered speechless. It is astonishing how one becomes voiceless in the face of profound terror. Ultimately, I turned and clutched Tom's sleeve tightly, unable to suppress my sobs. Yet he smiled in a peculiar manner, devoid of warmth, as if merely stretching his facial skin. Do you also consider me a filthy abomination, Katherine? His voice was devoid of emotion, akin to the anguished roar of a beast trapped in a distant abyss. I could not formulate a response, merely shaking my head. You are not an abomination. You are not filthy. However, you have slain your own kin, Tom. I was grateful that I could not utter a word at that moment, lest I reveal the turmoil within me. I am terrified, Tom. At this moment, you resemble a bloodied beast. In front of you lie the lifeless enemies you have torn asunder, and your wounds, I fear, are not much better than theirs. You are drenched in crimson, the source indistinguishable. You seem poised to shred someone apart, yet you also appear to await solace. I am frightened, yet I wish to draw near to you. I want to assure you that everything will be all right. Yet the scene before me compels me to think otherwise. You are a demon who has taken lives. What should I do? What should I do? I still approached, gently tugging at his sleeve. I buried my face against his chest, only for him to suddenly push me away gently. Katherine, he called my name, but I felt no trace of his usual warmth. Crying is the most futile expression. Are you truly so weak? His cold words pierced me, plunging me into an icy abyss. I even forgot to weep. Very well. They are not worthy of your tears. Very well? What is very well? Is it a good thing not to grieve for lost lives? Crying does not confer strength. It merely begets weakness. Once he finished speaking, he disregarded my will and led me back to the Gaunt residence. With his wand, he cast the Oblivion charm upon Mofin, subsequently hypnotizing him, instructing him that he was the one who had slaughtered the Riddle family. He also seized the ancestral ring of the Gaunt family. I observed him, so disturbingly composed, devoid of any emotional turmoil or agency, resembling a marionette manipulated by Tom. I was a mere spectator to his heinous act of murdering his own father's family and framing his uncle for the crime. Throughout the entire ordeal, he exhibited not a trace of sorrow, nor a moment's hesitation, as cold-blooded as a walking machine. His grip on my hand was warm, yet I felt an icy chill enveloping my entire being. I yearned to halt Tom, but paradoxically sensed that these individuals perhaps deserved their punishment. Then I pondered. Perhaps I ought to steadfastly stand by Tom's side. Yet, it seemed I could no longer do so. I gazed at the man leading me through the darkness. Despite sharing the same countenance, he seemed utterly incomprehensible to me now. Was this the same Tom who once gifted me a little grass snake to bring me joy? Soon. The wizarding world was abuzz with news of Mofin Gaunt's brutal murder of a Muggle family, leading to his imprisonment in Azkaban until his demise. If you wish to forget, I can assist in erasing those memories, provided you desire it, the system proclaimed. I lay in bed, rejecting any entry into my room. I had not consumed a morsel of food nor a drop of water for over 2 days. The system had detected my emergency alert and hurriedly arrived. Zhao Yuxia? It had been ages since anyone had called me that. I felt utterly exhausted. Living was truly taxing. How could my Tom have transformed into this? Warm liquid streamed down my cheek, and I curled up, burying my head beneath the blankets and pillow. I am fine. I am well. I am fine. I am well. I incessantly repeated these words within my mind, yet they were no match for the rigid bodies and terrified faces of the Riddle family as they fell. In my mind, they collapsed before me, time and again. They cried out with piercing voices, Katherine, 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 return our lives. Why did you not stop him? Why did you not intervene? You will face retribution. He. It was the voice of the Myrtle. They had come. All of them had come to seek me out. I covered my ears and shut my eyes. Not me, not me. I am sorry. Please don't come near. Don't come near. Zhao Yuxia. The system called out. I can help you forget these things, if only you wish. I weakly lifted my eyes, catching sight of the translucent display. I scoffed. I do not wish to forget. What right do I have to forget? I am aware of everything. I was a participant. You tell me to forget? How could I possibly have the face to forget? I shouted, my voice barely a whisper, hoarse and strained. It is not your fault. It is not your concern. If you had intervened, this world would have turned to ashes, and thousands would perish. But what of them? Did they not wish to live? Myrtle, old Tom's family. Who among them did not long for life? I am an accomplice. I am a bystander. I am an ally of the murderer. I shrieked. You saved more lives. I am the wicked observer, the enabler of these events. Do you not understand? I am sin. The indifferent bystander is guilty as well. Apathy itself is a crime. To see yet not act is indeed a transgression. I declared. But that is your burden, Zhao Yuxia. Perhaps, from the very beginning, you should not have chosen to remain by his side. the system replied. If I had not stayed by his side, would these events have unfolded? That is merely another form of self-deception, a way of burying my head in the sand. Will you return to Hogwarts? The system did not pursue the prior topic. I do not know. I cradled my head, hiding beneath the pitch-dark blankets. On the eve of the school year, I received a letter from Alpheus. Chapter 56. Do you still trust him? Dear Katherine, greetings, Katherine. I wonder what the weather in Y country is like these days. I am currently traveling in Canada. The maple leaves here are splendid. I have taken the liberty of sketching a few, and hope you will find them to your liking. Your friend, Al. August 27th, 1943. The maple leaves of this season are not yet fully crimson. Some still bear hints of green, but when gathered together, they are undeniably beautiful, like flames. The fire of life is captivating, yet I have become a mere witness to the extinguishing of that flame. Oh no, I should rather say, a shamefully indifferent observer. I am even an accomplice in snuffing out the fire of life. My inaction is complicity, albeit without direct involvement. The world outside seems to be far superior to this realm. At Hogwarts, I cannot utter a single word, nor intervene in any matter. It feels as though my hands are bound by invisible restraints, and an unseen force stifles my voice. I cannot make a sound, nor can I resist. The system claims I am a hero maintaining the world. After all, not intervening is also the duty of a guardian. Everything in the world follows its own order, and not intervening is a form of assistance. Yet, I can only perceive it as callousness. Life wanes before my eyes, and my passivity, while deemed just in the grand scheme, inflicts mortal wounds upon those who have perished. I am not a guardian. I am merely a person with both shadow and light. I do not know if I am evil, but I am certainly not a good person, nor am I a selfless protector of the world. When did I become a caged beast? When did Hogwarts become my prison, constraining my wings of freedom? In September, I arrived at Hogwarts as scheduled. Tom did not accompany me. I passed by the compartment he occupied, where he was conversing with members of the Knights. Before he noticed me, I slipped past his compartment and entered an empty carriage, preparing to close my eyes and feign sleep when someone pulled the door open and entered. I was about to look up to see who had the audacity to intrude, only to find it was Alpheus. His eyes sparkled as he smiled gently at me. Am I disturbing you? No, I replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Did you like the pictures? He inquired, his voice languorous and soothing. Thank you, they are beautiful. I like them very much, I answered. How could one not adore the vibrant, life-affirming red flames? That's good to hear, Alpheus said. Let me tell you. I encountered something extraordinary during my trip to Canada. And thus, Alpheus regaled me with tales of his adventures in Canada, and I found myself enchanted by his words, listening intently the entire way. The outside world seemed vast, beautiful, and brimming with vitality and joy. Yet, Hogwarts was perpetually drenched in rain. As I disembarked, a light drizzle began anew. I did not conjure an umbrella, instead choosing to walk through the gentle rain. An indescribable sense of refreshment washed over me, as if the rain had delicately cleansed me of all my sins and constraints. Alpheus, for reasons unknown, also did not raise an umbrella and ambled alongside me in the rain at a leisurely pace. Upon arriving at Hogwarts Castle, I dried myself with magic, also assisting Alpheus in drying his garments. After bidding him farewell, I picked up my luggage and ventured into the dormitory. The suitcase was not particularly heavy, as I had not brought many belongings. Once I had swiftly attended to my appearance, I made my way to the Great Hall. A new cohort of first years had arrived at Hogwarts, and I was suddenly struck by a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of my initial days alongside Tom, brimming with anticipation and hope. Yet now, I found myself ensnared in an unfamiliar predicament. Hogwarts remained unchanged, yet my Tom was no longer the same Tom I once knew. I dined quietly, the once delectable pumpkin juice now lacking its former sweetness. Resting my chin upon my hand, I aimlessly speared the food on my plate while casting glances in Tom's direction. This time, I did not sit beside him. He was surrounded by a throng of cheerful companions, animatedly discussing with him, and a girl across from him gazed at him with bashful admiration. The cacophony of laughter from those nearby filled the air with merriment. When did your company become so crowded that even I could not find a place beside you? I speared a piece of steak and placed it in my mouth. Alas, it was cold and tough, quite unpalatable. Perhaps I should try something different, suggested Alpheus. Yet, I stubbornly insisted on this choice. The moment for enjoyment had long passed. What was left to cling to? He inquired. Only bitterness remained, I replied in silence, lowering my gaze as I pierced another piece of steak. Indeed, it was past its prime. Nevertheless, it still was my beloved steak. Alpheus shook his head and departed. Leaving the banquet early, I returned to my dormitory and opened a bottle of wine, drinking it alone, though I dared not indulge excessively. After consuming half the bottle, I returned it to its place. I only required it to aid my slumber, mindful of the need to avoid a hangover, for classes awaited me. I could not allow anyone to perceive my disquiet, lest they cast suspicion upon Tom. Yet, inevitably, someone noticed my unease. After Transfiguration class, Professor Dumbledore summoned me. "Are you well, Katherine?" he inquired, his calm voice concealing an unspoken wisdom. "I am well, Professor," I replied. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" he prompted. I shook my head. "How are you and Riddle?" I hesitated momentarily before responding. "We are well, Professor." He nodded, reassuringly. "As long as you are all right, you may go about your business." I nodded in acquiescence as I departed. Upon reaching the door, I could not resist looking back. "Professor, your manner of addressing Tom has changed. You once called him Tom. Even when cautious, you had referred to him with a certain familiarity, despite his early discontent with his name. But now, it was different. Was it after that evening with the myrtle? Your trust in him seems to have waned." Professor Dumbledore smiled quietly at me, a smile imbued with profound, inscrutable meaning, filled with the wisdom born of experience. Before I exited, Professor Dumbledore posed another question. "Katherine, you have told me that trust is mutual. If you harbor doubts about a person, then you cannot establish a truly intimate relationship with them. So, do you still trust him?" He did not specify who him was, yet we both understood implicitly. I heard my own voice, light and airy, responding, "I still trust him, Professor." As for the sincerity of that statement, I was uncertain even to myself. Tom and I still occasionally studied together in the library and classrooms, our companionship seemingly unchanged. Yet, an ineffable shift lingered in the air. As I perused the Monster Book of Monsters, I casually remarked to Tom, "Tom, do you enjoy shrimp? I have never had shrimp at Hogwarts. You cannot imagine how delicious it is. When will Hogwarts ever serve a shrimp dish, even if it's just soft-shell shrimp? They look so appetizing." I lamented wistfully. "If you had studied more diligently, you would know that soft-shell shrimp are inedible. Their flesh is difficult to digest and can induce high fevers and green rashes." "Really? How toxic?" I asked, astonished. "You might want to pay closer attention to your studies." "I learned this in my first year," he replied matter-of-factly. "So, you were aware of most magical creatures and their properties in your first year, correct, Tom? Whether it be the crab that destroyed Flint's wand or the soft-shell shrimp concealed within the letter Marshall sent me, you are well informed about them. When Marshall abducted me, he mentioned the letter, yet he did not specify any other location, only the common room. This implies he likely did not place the letter anywhere else. However, the letter I received came from a location I frequently chose, either nestled within books I often borrowed or tucked away in the drawer of my usual seat. Only someone intimately acquainted with my habits and schedule could accomplish such a feat. Clearly, Marshall could not possess such knowledge. Thus, the only one who could know me so well was Tom. He turned to me. "Can soft-shell shrimp be used in potions?" "Not really. Yet. They are quite popular in both the academy and the marketplace, as people enjoy using them as a means of petty revenge." Why the sudden inquiry? "Oh, I thought I might explore a business avenue for the Flea family." I fabricated an excuse. He pondered for a moment. It indeed seemed a viable business opportunity. "You could even sell it at school. Students often delight in employing such items for revenge against each other. They are incredibly hard to detect and difficult to attribute blame. A bite from a soft-shell shrimp can bring misfortune for a week. This may seem trivial, yet it can cause significant distress at crucial moments." He analyzed the situation. Yet my mind wandered elsewhere. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the school's market?" I queried. "Indeed. I previously engaged in small trades at school. Soft-shell shrimp sold quite well." He replied. "Then why have you ceased selling them?" "The market is ripe for further development," I noted, feigning nonchalance. "Soft-shell shrimp are challenging to procure within the school, and purchasing them outside is not cost-effective. Moreover, I am currently occupied with the night's affairs, so I have not pursued it. However, if you wish to venture into this, you could achieve profitability through volume sales," he suggested. "Very well, I shall consider it." "Thank you, Tom," I said. "Between us, there is no need for formality." "You are my friend," he remarked. "Understood. My paper is still in the dormitory. I may not return to the library after retrieving it. Should you have any queries, feel free to ask me." I waved goodbye and exited the library. Yet, as I stepped outside, I concealed the smile that had adorned my face. Walking slowly along the corridor. "Am I truly your friend, Tom? Given that soft-shell shrimp are so difficult to obtain, where did you acquire yours? How could the soft-shell shrimp in Marshall's letter end up in a place familiar to me? And why did you arrive so swiftly after I was captured by Marshall in that empty classroom, ensuring that Malfoy notified the professors with such care? From the very beginning, you were aware that the letter was delivered by Marshall. You knew that if I were to be bitten, I would never again take such risks. Thus, you extracted the soft-shelled shrimp from the letter and employed it in a transaction. Simultaneously, knowing my overly cautious nature, you placed the letter in a location familiar to me, leading me to believe that there truly was a foolish boy who was love-stricken because of me. igniting my guilt and compelling me to accept the invitation to meet on the 5th floor. When I was in the throes of torment, you suddenly appeared like a hero, not only becoming my savior, but also the paragon of justice in the eyes of the professors, garnering their favor. Moreover, you effectively eliminated Marshall, who occupied the foremost position on your list of vengeance. Truly, a remarkable trifecta of achievements. Oh no, a quadruple victory, as the soft-shelled shrimp also brought you considerable profit. You could have at least confided in me. I would have assisted you. Yet, you chose silence. Upon returning to my dormitory, I found myself reflecting on the events of the summer, and as soon as I closed my eyes, the ghastly fate of old Tom's family replayed in my mind. Along with Tom's appearance, akin to a denizen of hell, life has never been gentle. It continuously hurls challenges your way, teaching you lessons regardless of your willingness to accept them. This truth holds universally. Just as I was still mulling over Tom's obsessive extremities, the system materialized. It brought forth news that filled me with greater dread and trepidation. You have finally come to grasp the true visage of the Dark Lord. The system's mechanical voice resonated. Are you here to mock me? If so, your aim has been achieved. I am in profound anguish. Are you satisfied now? I spoke in a tone of barely perceptible indifference. You may leave. I issued an eviction command. I am not here to mock you. The system replied in its mechanical tone. You wouldn't wish for me to depart. I have just learned something significant, a revelation of great importance to you, it stated. Has he killed someone anew, or performed another astonishing feat? I scoffed. Neither. He inquired about Horcruxes. The system paused, but this bears no benefit for you. He intends to begin crafting Horcruxes again? What relevance does that hold for me? I retorted, dismissively. He will inevitably fracture his own soul, and I am not permitted to intervene. It holds greater significance for you. The system's voice rose slightly, causing me to instinctively cover my ears, for it seemed somewhat agitated. He also asked Slughorn whether a Horcrux could contain souls from different individuals. Who do you suppose he intends to split his soul with? The system retorted. Bang. It was as though I had been struck down, losing my strength to remain upright, toppling a chair and collapsing to the ground. What did you say? I exclaimed, my complexion paling instantaneously. No, it cannot be, it cannot be. I repeated this denial incessantly, as if seeking to reassure myself. This cannot happen. Yet, I knew the system would not deceive me. Tom's decision would not waver. Sitting on the frigid floor, I felt a chill enveloping me. After a moment's respite, I quickly resolved to speak. You professed you would assist me in living as comfortably as possible. Thus, Chapter 58, Decisions are immutable. You stated you would aid me in achieving a semblance of comfort. Therefore, erase Professor Slughorn's memory regarding Tom's inquiry about whether a Horcrux can accommodate multiple souls, retaining only the conversation between Tom and himself. I explained, resting my hand on the desk, using its edge for support as I slowly rose. Retaining this fragment of memory serves no benefit for me, nor for you. The course of events could veer off due to my influence. Let us not forget, Harry Potter and his companions will eventually need to access Slughorn's memories to seek clues. I reasoned, striving to persuade the system to accept my rationale. Also, is there a spell for reuniting souls? Is there a method for transferring soul fragments from one vessel to another? I inquired. The system remained silent. I must prepare for both scenarios. In case my escape fails, I need a fallback plan. I elucidated. The stakes are high, and I require the system to divulge the method so that I may execute my decision. A prolonged silence ensued. The system remained mute. Just as I was on the verge of surrendering, it spoke. There is. The system had been convinced. My eyes brightened. What method? I can tell you the method. But you must remember that the reunion of souls will deplete your soul energy. Any method is preferable to none, I asserted. You must drop your blood onto the Horcrux and cast the spell. The soul, during the merging process, will draw upon your soul's power to sustain the entire operation. Transferring soul fragments necessitates casting the spell directly on the Horcrux. There is also a more secure method you can employ immediately. Cast the spell on the portion of your soul that has yet to split. Even if it does fracture, you can, at your discretion, transfer the soul fragments to any object of your choosing, rendering that object the new vessel. This will not consume soul energy. Finally, you can merge them again using the first method. I understand. I replied. Yet, in my heart, I pondered that Tom had seemingly split his soul twice, creating two Horcruxes. Cast the spell. The system interrupted my thoughts. Now, cast the spell on your soul as I instructed, and even if it splits, you will be able to reunite it. The system suggested. I Isitaru. Upon uttering the words, I felt my soul encircled by a delicate thread, so subtle that one might not perceive it without conscious attention. Now it is done. If your soul is fractured by another, the one who casts the soul tracking transfer spell will also be aware of this, and will be able to transfer soul fragments. However, I must say that it is better to avoid having one's soul fractured. You may wish to consider planning your departure. That is the superior choice. It was urging me to make a decision, to leave Tom's side as soon as possible. I understand. I was reluctant to dwell on this topic, even though I recognized it was an inevitability. Yes, this is indeed part of my plan. I am unwilling to have my soul fractured. Immortality is merely an endless imprisonment. Simultaneously, to maintain the original trajectory of the world. I cannot allow anyone to notice my presence, including Professor Dumbledore, as well as Harry Potter, who will view Slughorn's memories in the future. In the memories they see, I must never exist. Departing from Tom will not be an easy feat. I must not raise his suspicions. I need to discreetly write to Abel, instructing him to commence preparations for relocation. Meanwhile, I must maintain an appearance of normalcy. If my memory serves me correctly, in Harry Potter, Dobby can apparate into Hogwarts, indicating that Hogwarts restrictions do not apply to exceptional house elves. Dobby has always been adept at apparition. I can enlist her assistance in Hogwarts to help me with my affairs. Tom's organization operates clandestinely with fervor. He is often occupied to the point of vanishing from sight. After all that has transpired, he is no longer the little boy I once knew in the orphanage, who relied solely on brute force to instill fear. He has transformed into a decisive killer, or perhaps a cold-blooded monster, yet he disguises himself as gentle and harmless in public. He is the most endearing child, yet it is inherently abnormal for everyone to adore him, akin to the notion that perfection has never existed, but rather is a relative concept. The more flawless something appears, the more one should harbor doubts. Yet, humans tend to unconsciously lower their guard, choosing to trust the tangible reality before them while neglecting the subtle clues hidden within. Tom is the most endearing of them all, which only signifies that he is the most adept at masquerading. After all, no one is privy to his flaws and vulnerabilities. Everything he does is merely a stepping stone to acquire power, a tool to satiate his desires. Each gesture and utterance he presents before outsiders is meticulously calculated and purpose-driven. As for the unfolding events, I cannot cast blame upon anyone. I foresaw these occurrences yet remained powerless to prevent them, and therein lies my greatest culpability. I harbor resentment towards Tom for his concealments, yet I cannot bring myself to fault him. This world has never shown him kindness. Moreover, I find myself unable to intervene. As an outsider, I am not permitted to meddle. However, I possess one option: to depart, to leave behind all individuals, all circumstances, to abandon everything. This is the most satisfying choice I can make, before Tom Riddle fractures my soul to accompany him into eternity. The decisions Tom has made are immutable. Though evasion may be disgraceful, it proves effective. The Mad Hatter remains just that, a masterpiece of the founder, perceiving me more clearly than I see myself. I indeed lack courage. I shall never belong to Gryffindor. Regaining my composure, I discreetly positioned myself behind a grand tree, elevated an open book, feigning the act of reading, and slightly inclined my head. I observed Tom amidst the crowd, his visage amiable as he attentively addressed inquiries, while I quietly concealed myself behind the tree. I nonchalantly raised the book to obscure the majority of my wand, softly murmuring a spell, directing it towards Tom's unsuspecting back. A minute glimmer of light emitted from the wand, and under the glaring daylight, it subtly descended onto Tom's spine before vanishing. A nearly invisible thread encircled Tom, only to disappear moments later. Tom suddenly paused, halting his explanation, glancing curiously at his arm, yet perceiving nothing amiss. His classmates, noticing his silence, inquired about his well-being. He merely chuckled and shook his head, resuming his explanations in a different direction. I lingered behind the tree, pretending to read, until Tom and his companions departed, at which point I made my way back to the dormitory. Tom would undoubtedly return to examine his body, but I held no concern that he would uncover anything. Within seconds of casting the spell, that slender thread entwined around his soul would dissipate, never to reappear. Even if he were to attempt to fracture his soul now, he would remain oblivious. Chapter 59. Some things remain unchanged. This ancient method is known only to me and the system, in the realm of magic. This archaic spell has long been unrecorded, and thus, no one else is aware of it. Upon returning to the dormitory, I retrieved a sheet of letter paper and began to write. It was time for Aberforth to make preparations. The residence I had procured would finally serve its purpose. Godric's Hollow is the most suitable haven for a wizard, and I am grateful I never disclosed this to Tom. On my way to send the letter, I encountered Alpheus. He offered me a gentle smile, inquiring if I was headed to post a letter. I nodded and returned his smile. His presence is always refreshing, unlike that of his sisters. Shall we go together? He suggested, his eyes twinkling, the slight waves in his mid-length hair rendering him akin to a languid black cat. A group of Slytherins approached, with Tom leading the way, others trailing behind, engaged in light-hearted banter, Tom occasionally replying with a chuckle. I found myself momentarily lost in thought, recalling a time when the leader of such a group was the impeccably groomed, gleaming blonde-haired young Malfoy. Back then, Tom was still at my side. Malfoy would exchange polite smiles and small talk with me when he passed. The Tom before me now increasingly overlapped with the memory of Malfoy. He smiled and inquired about my destination, exuding a gentlemanly charm that I found irksome. After a brief reply, I abruptly ended the conversation, opting to walk alongside Alpheus. Halfway through, I couldn't resist glancing back at the departing figure. Watching Tom walk in the opposite direction, I suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. When did we become so formal and distant? When did we begin to tread divergent paths? I stifled my tears, feeling the sting in my eyes, turned away, and quickened my pace. Alpheus followed suit. In the Ollery, I caressed the soft feathers of the owl, Kyle, before producing the letter. Once the owl had taken flight with my message, Alpheus and I retraced our steps. Did you have a quarrel with Tom? He asked. I shook my head, not exactly. It's just my own excessive sentimentality. My mind incessantly raced, devoid of rationality, akin to the overly emotional Dayu. I disliked this version of myself. I sought an escape. If you have something to share, I assure you I can keep a secret. He playfully tugged at his tie. His antics made me laugh. You needn't go to such lengths. It's not a secret. I touched the cold sapphire on my silver bracelet. I just feel that upon growing up, many things have changed. I lamented. The one constant truth in the world is that everything is in a state of perpetual flux. He abruptly stepped in front of me, blocking my path. Yet some things do not change. For instance, my feelings for you, Katherine. His eyes burned with intensity as they fixed upon mine, causing me to shrink back. Unable to meet his gaze, I hastily averted my eyes, silence enveloping us until guilt compelled me to speak. Yet I faltered. Unsure of what to say. I'm sorry, I uttered with sincerity. Rather than meandering aimlessly, it would be more forthright to sever his hopes, allowing him to pursue his own path. Unable to bear the sight of his wounded expression, I circumvented him and hastened forward, only to collide with Tom. He approached me with a charming, almost seductive smile, gently tucking the disheveled strands of hair behind my ear. His fingers brushed against my ear, eliciting a tingling sensation. It was uncomfortable, and I instinctively recoiled. Yet he drew closer, leaning in to whisper in my ear, making it seem as though he were kissing me to onlookers. Why didn't you let me accompany you? I inquired about your absence and learned you were sending a letter. His voice, rich and magnetic, caressed my ear, and his warm breath flushed my cheeks. I gently pushed him away, my face aflame as I walked ahead. I was preoccupied with my tumultuous feelings, oblivious to Tom's knowing gaze fixed on Alpheus, who had witnessed the entire exchange. In his eyes, there lay both a warning and a sense of triumph. Alpheus lowered his gaze, visibly distressed. Over the past year, I had gradually sensed that Alpheus seemed to regard me differently. I often encountered him in various places, whether in the library, on the way to class, or by the Black Lake. Rather than mere chance encounters, it felt as though he had taken to seeking me out. He appeared to have discerned my habits, often bringing me new confections from the Honeydukes, aware of my penchant for sweets. He would invite me to his home to be his dance partner, although I ultimately declined, much to the discontent of his sister, Walburga. During my moments of sorrow, he would go to great lengths to lift my spirits. I couldn't help but wonder if perhaps I was overthinking it all. Yet, it was only when I began to piece together all the details I had previously overlooked during our interactions, along with the events of that fateful day, that a thought struck me. Perhaps Alpheus regarded me differently. He harbored feelings for me. I recalled the moment I spotted Al in the corridor, eager to approach him, only to see a girl hastily rushing towards Alpheus. Clutched in her hand was a letter adorned with a rose motif, and in that instant, I understood the impending nature of the scene. I quietly positioned myself at a distance, hoping to tease him with a few remarks after he received the love letter and the girl departed. The girl, her cheeks flushed, timidly presented the letter, her head bowed, her face as red as an apple, gently biting her lip. The boy, clad in a crisp white shirt, stood with the wind tousling their hair, as a few leaves gracefully descended, reminiscent of a vibrant tapestry of youth. I stifled a laugh, fearful of interrupting the girl's tender moment. To my surprise, the typically gentle and amiable Alpheus momentarily forsook his smile, furrowing his brow as he solemnly declared, "I'm sorry, but I cannot accept your confession." Upon hearing those words, the girl's eyes instantly welled with tears, yet she stubbornly held them back. She attempted to plead once more. "I know we haven't interacted much, but we could give it a try. I believe I can make you happy." Alpheus regarded her with a hint of pity, yet replied resolutely, "Affection must be mutual. I do not share your feelings. I cannot deceive myself. I'm sorry." With that, he turned away, leaving her to weep inconsolably on the ground. While he continued on his path, as he rounded the corner, he unexpectedly caught sight of me, startling Al. "Did you see all of that?" he asked, his brow furrowed. I nodded. "What do you think of it?" he inquired. His behavior seemed uncharacteristically harsh. "Perhaps you could be a bit gentler," I suggested meekly. "Do you want me to go back and comfort her?" He retorted, anger flickering in his eyes. Why not just tell me to accept her instead? Chapter 60. Is that so? After uttering those words, he strode away without a backward glance. At that moment, I found myself puzzled about where I had offended him. Should I have refrained from meddling in others' affairs? In hindsight, I realized my naivety regarding matters of the heart. I should have anticipated it all. Tom caught up to me. Katherine. At the sound of his voice, I quickened my pace and even broke into a jog. Quickly, restrain her. I felt as though I was ensnared by an invisible cord, rendering me immobile as Tom approached me. Not running anymore. He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. No, let me go, I shouted. He untied my bindings, but as soon as I was free, I attempted to escape only to be pulled back by him. The momentum was too strong, and I stumbled into his embrace. One moment you're running, the next you're being overly affectionate. Playing hard to get? He mused, seemingly perplexed. But all I felt was that he was mocking me. I struggled to break free of his hold, but his strength was overwhelming. He captured my waist, half pushing, half pressing me into the corner between him and the wall. It was a secluded spot, difficult for anyone to notice. Have you gone and misbehaved? Have I been too indulgent with you? He questioned, his voice gravelly. I ceased my struggles, opting instead to turn my head away in defiance. He firmly grasped the back of my neck, forcing me to meet his gaze. He leaned in closer, his proximity intensifying. What has been troubling you lately? My patience is limited. Upon hearing this, the floodgates of my pent-up frustrations burst forth. And I exclaimed, then just don't concern yourself with me. His expression darkened, but I defiantly met his gaze, unyielding. If he chose to be angry today, so be it. I could always fight back and end this connection. Unexpectedly, he locked his fierce eyes onto mine, as if to pierce through my very soul. In the next moment, he captured my lips, an intoxicating blend of sweetness unfurling between us as he unleashed his pent-up fury, indifferent to my capacity to endure. I placed my hands against his chest, attempting to create some distance. He was relentless, raising my arms above my head and securing them around his neck, while one hand confined my waist and the other wrapped around the back of my head, drawing me closer to a position that pleased him. The distance between us diminished further, our bodies nearly melding through our clothing. My outstretched arms lacked the strength to resist. I was entirely at his mercy. His breath enveloped me, a delicate blend of vanilla mingled with his unique scent, surprisingly pleasant. Noticing my struggle for air, he slightly loosened his grip. I gasped for fresh air, but the very next moment, he descended upon me again, no longer seizing but enticing and languorous. As I gazed into the depths of his eyes, his brow, and the intensity of his gaze, I yearned for him to see only me, Tom. I longed for you. With the prospect of parting looming on the horizon, I gradually succumbed to the moment. The subsequent memories grew hazy, like a drunken reveler lost in honey, sweet and smooth. Swaying in bliss. The moon retreated behind the clouds, casting the world in a dim glow, a realm of fragmentation and confusion, fervor and tenderness, plunder and endurance, a surrender after restraint, where petals were crushed, and I sank into the depths of desire. I awoke once more in the room of compliance. The marks on my body and the ache in my limbs serving as reminders of what had transpired. He lay beside me, sound asleep. His smooth back partially covered by a thin blanket, his figure sprawled on the pillow, hair tousled. He showed no signs of waking. I gently pulled the blanket over myself, attempting to retrieve the scattered garments, but was abruptly yanked back with force. Where do you think you're going? His voice was thick with sleep, as if he had yet to fully awaken, yet his eyes gleamed with a fierce brightness. I want to return to my dorm, I replied, achy all over. Longing for a bath. I'm in no mood for your antics, I retorted. I truly didn't realize that someone who usually shuns matters of intimacy would lose all restraint. Only then did he loosen his grip, though he still pulled me back. Let us sleep a little longer, we'll return together. I was about to protest when he added, I'll use a spell to remove the marks later. I silently settled back down, choosing not to provoke him further, seeking to savor the memories before departing. From now on, call me Voldemort. You are the first to know my new name, he whispered beside me. No. You shall always be my Tom. His eyes narrowed dangerously. I shall call you little Tom. I teased, but instantly regretted it. No, I was wrong. My youthful boyfriend seemed to bring an exhausting whirlwind. As the days grew busy, time slipped away unnoticed, and the annual Christmas festivities approached. Another year had passed. In the blink of an eye. Tom and I had known each other for so many years. I sighed as I looked at the letter sent by Abel. Master, everything is prepared. I caressed the diary Tom gifted me, inscribed with the name Tom Marvolo Riddle, with my name, C.F., Katherine Folly, elegantly written in the lower right corner. He had given it to me long ago. At that time, we were entrenched in the Cold War, having gone an entire holiday without communication. In an effort to ease the tension between us, he gifted me a notebook. He had inquired what I desired as a Christmas present, considering something magical, but I declined. I expressed that if he truly wished to give me something, I would love a notebook identical to his, adorned with his name. Understanding my sentiment, he added my initials at the bottom right corner beside his name. Those were our final days of joy. Earlier, I had written to Abby, requesting her assistance in relocating most of my belongings from Hogwarts. The house elves seemed to be unaffected by the magical constraints of Hogwarts, as they could operate within its confines. Now, Abel and the others had taken care of everything, merely awaiting my return. I carefully placed the notebook into my bag, collected my luggage, and exited the dormitory. Upon entering the common room, I encountered Tom, who remained on campus, along with his band of friends from the Knights. Upon learning of my departure, Tom appeared somewhat disheartened. "You're going back?" he asked. "Yes, I need to attend to some matters at home." "You should stay," he said, his tone filled with discontent. Noting my silence, he added, "Katherine, I told you, you are my only friend." His voice softened. "I know, I just need to organize some things at home," I replied as I approached him. "It's merely a Christmas break. Could you indulge me just this once?" I winked playfully, desperately stifling the sadness within me. I tilted my head and smiled at him. "What do you say?" I feared my eyes would betray me, as I feigned playfulness while my heart ached. Chapter 61, My Only Friend, in every sense of the word. I tilted my head and smiled at him again. "What do you say?" I feared my eyes would betray me, as I feigned playfulness while my heart ached. In this rare moment of togetherness, I had no desire to quarrel with him. "Come back soon," he relented. "What a bother. If you find it overwhelming, you can always come to me," he offered. "Oh, so eager to take on the role of my caretaker?" I stepped closer, embracing him and lingering, reluctant to let go until he gently pushed me away, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. I persisted, planting a kiss on his nose, wrapping my arms around him, and rising on tiptoe to bestow a gentle kiss upon his forehead. I suppressed the tumult within, holding back tears. "You are my friend, Katherine. My only, true friend." In every sense of the word, he declared. A confidant, a soulmate, a lover, a kindred spirit, my one and only. Tom thought this in his heart, though I was unaware. My fingers caressed his lips, and I rose on tiptoe to kiss him once more. "I love you, but I can only leave you. Leave your sight." I gazed up at him gently. "Don't miss me too much. You must think of me. No, forget me. Tom, take good care of yourself while I am away. Remember to eat on time, and don't lose your temper too often. In places unseen, I will be with you, until you have a new beginning." We were like a couple in the throes of newfound love, yearning to feel each other's warmth once more, to touch one another just a little longer. After our tender entanglement, I reassured him. "The key to the Flea family estate is in your possession. You can visit me any time," though I found it difficult to voice these words, knowing I would soon depart. "I am a deceiver, Tom." "Well then, I must be off. I shall miss the train if I linger too long," I said. "I wish the train would never arrive." "Merry Christmas," and return promptly, he replied. "It's time to introduce you to the Knights. Let us complete that task when you return." "Understood," I nodded, turning to exit the common room. "I want to be back, Tom." As I reached the door, I couldn't help but glance back. He stood there, just as before, watching me intently. I waved goodbye. "Farewell." "Goodbye, my Tom. Do not blame me, Tom. But I cannot change your mind, just as you cannot alter my desire to not live forever. Forgive me for being a cowardly deserter." Upon returning to the old Flea family estate, Abel and the others awaited me at the front. "Is everything packed?" I inquired. "All is ready, and the remaining belongings have been transported to the new home, mistress," Abel replied, his voice slightly hoarse. I entered the old Flea estate, traversing each room, gently caressing the walls, bidding farewell to the portraits one by one. As I stepped out of the grand doors, I turned back to softly say, "Farewell." My voice was carried away by the wind, and together with the house elves, I vanished. At that moment, Kyle had already delivered my letter to Professor Dumbledore. "Dear Professor Dumbledore, greetings, I am Katherine. I hope you found the honey tea satisfactory. I remember you have a fondness for sweets. I trust you have noticed the leave of absence request included with this letter. I hope it does not come as too great a surprise. Under your guidance at Hogwarts, I have learned a great deal, gaining a deeper understanding of this magical world. Once, I perceived life as utterly mundane, where merely existing felt like a burden and void. Yet now, life appears akin to a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, where one can never predict the next flavor they will encounter. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. I desire to witness broader horizons, leaves ablaze like fire, and skies as deep and enchanting as the sea. I wish to behold the possibilities of life, bamboo growing in rocky crevices, and wild geese soaring atop the mountain peaks. For a seed of life, if the climate remains perpetually warm and unchanging, even the rings of growth would cease to exist. Forgive me for my insatiable curiosity and excitement. I have learned from another that rather than waver, it is better to take the plunge. By the time you read this letter, I will already be on my journey. I hope you can assist in persuading Headmaster Armando to grant my request. I trust you will keep this news confidential during the Christmas holiday, as I do not wish to disturb my classmates' joyful celebrations. Wishing you a delightful holiday. Yours sincerely, Katherine. December 26, 1943. I also sent a letter to Al, one of the few I wish to treat sincerely. He had helped me during difficult times. I hope my letter may assist him in the future, though if it remains unused, that would be for the best. On December 31st, I had Kyle deliver a birthday gift to Riddle as usual, which included a Christmas gift as well. Tom did not receive my gift on Christmas, leaving him perplexed. He presumed I was avoiding joining them and felt troubled, thus refraining from sending me a gift. He remained oblivious to my departure and withdrawal from school. On his birthday, he received my gift, a magical compass and a chocolate cauldron. The magical compass, with its softly glowing needle, eternally pointed east, the direction of the rising sun. This time, I refrained from lengthy declarations. It was not a matter of unwillingness to write, but rather, as I began to pen my thoughts, they condensed into a single phrase. May your world forever be filled with light. Tom gazed at the letter and the compass that emanated a soft glow, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his face. He recalled a time long past when he had inquired of Katherine why she consistently gifted him luminous objects. The bioluminescent snails from the orphanage, the lanterns that illuminated their surroundings, the graffiti adorning the orphanage walls, each memory flickered in his mind. Even now, the bracelet adorning his wrist, with its decorative die, revealed a faint red light from the crimson bean within. At that time, when Katherine realized he had noticed this, she beamed with pride. Her dark, glimmering eyes sparkled like those of a cunning little fox, and her lips curved in a smile that was impossible to suppress. You finally noticed? She asked with delight, rolling her eyes playfully. I've been waiting for you to inquire since I gifted you that lantern. Tom patiently awaited her response. Because I wish for your world to always be filled with light. Regardless of the shadowy nights or the murky periods of difficulty, there shall always be a glimmer of light by your side to illuminate your path and guide you. I shall never face such obscured trials. Besides, you will be with me, he remembered saying. The little girl pouted and shot him a glance. Oh. Chapter 62, 1944. How arrogant, he thought. For everyone has their solitary moments. For instance, when you are at school and I am at home, you are indeed alone, are you not? So, you could remain at school and spend Christmas with me, he suggested. Humph, how naive of you. I intend to go back and indulge in sweets. Yet, that Christmas, Katherine chose to remain at Hogwarts and spent it with him, folding the letter and placing the gift into the pocket of his robe. He smiled as he touched the bracelet on his wrist. However, he refrained from sending a reply back with the owl. He recalled how she had sulked and failed to send him a gift that Christmas, allowing her to experience the taste of waiting. He resolved to present it to her in person upon her return to school. Some matters deserved to be treated with reverence. He had successfully crafted 2 Horcruxes, his skills now honed, and it should be exceedingly safe when the time came to fragment Katherine's soul. Yet, he pondered how to persuade that little girl to take a life. She had been unable to bring herself to harm Marshall. The sight of taking a life had greatly disturbed her, despite her belief that she concealed her emotions well. If all else failed, perhaps he could employ a forgetfulness charm to erase her painful memories. As long as she was cheerfully by his side, he would do everything in his power to ensure his influence spread throughout the magical world, shielding her from any harm. Ultimately, they would bask in eternal glory and a luminous future together. Such were Tom Riddle's thoughts. Yet, he did not foresee that this would be the last letter he received from Katherine. When the new term commenced, he learned that Katherine had taken a leave of absence during the Christmas break, and no one knew her whereabouts. For the ensuing decades, he never laid eyes on her again. She vanished from his world. He searched for her, yet there was no trace. He waited at Hogwarts for 2 years, but she did not return. However, he could not believe she would be so callous. Yet, he was mistaken. He had intended to remain at Hogwarts as a teacher, hoping to strengthen his organization through his role, but he also believed she would eventually return. She would come back to complete her unfinished studies. After all, she was so devoted, so enamored with Hogwarts. He vividly remembered her expressing her eagerness to receive the Hogwarts letter while they were at the orphanage, her face alight with sincere joy and longing. He envisioned confronting her upon her return, demanding to know why she had left without a word, then ensnaring her by his side, tormenting her until his anger subsided. However, he neither became a teacher at Hogwarts nor received any further news of Katherine. It was all Dumbledore's fault, Tom thought. Had it not been for his interference, he could have continued waiting at Hogwarts for that person. If not for his meddling, her leave of absence would never have been approved by Headmaster Armando. It was all because of him, all of it. Dumbledore seemed to have enjoyed opposing him from the very beginning. Meanwhile, after leaving the old Burley residence, I settled in Godric's Hollow, not far from the place where Harry's parents would later reside. Gazing at the pristine house and unfamiliar grounds, I sighed. The new home seemed incapable of bringing me joy, despite it being filled with everything I desired. Abby, do you not feel that this house lacks something? I mused as I surveyed the dwelling. Flowers, grass, trees. A two-story house, and a garden. Everything appeared as I had envisioned. Yet, something still felt amiss. My heart felt hollow. During the summer following the end of 6th year, Tom Riddle officially departed from the Wool Orphanage. He arrived at the Burley residence, where Katherine had never reclaimed the key she had given him. With a creak, Tom pushed open the door. The interior felt different from all his previous visits. An unsettling quietude enveloped the space, a profound stillness. As the door swung open, a slight cloud of white dust rose, revealing the length of time it had remained unoccupied. Upon entering the hall, he noted a thin layer of dust settling on the table, and the fireplace no longer held the warmth of a crackling fire. In the kitchen, the bustling figure was absent, and the familiar murmurs of the girl debating whether to add eggs or vegetables first were replaced by the solitary sound of his shoes clicking against the floor. Upon reaching the study, he found it devoid of the clumsy wizard who had once stood on tiptoe to reach the books. The once chaotic room was now meticulously tidy. Exiting the study, he returned to the sitting room. The sofa seemed to still cradle the slumbering figure of the girl, half covered by a blanket. He dusted off the soft sofa and settled into the spot she often occupied, mimicking her posture, leaning slightly against the couch, and pulling the blanket over himself as he closed his eyes. Yet, the blanket felt cold, and Tom could only sense the chill. Perhaps it was because the blanket's owner had taken all warmth with her. In 1944, Katherine Burley departed from Tom Riddle. In 1944, there was no longer a girl named Katherine Burley by Tom Riddle's side. In the autumn of 1944, shortly after the start of the new term, Tom disbanded the Knights. No one knew the true reason. Tom's explanation was simply that academic demands were too great, hoping all members of the Knights would achieve excellent results. Only Malfoy, who understood much of the situation, could speculate on the underlying motives. They were conspiring to establish a more formidable organization, one that would bring about transformative significance for all, with Riddle as the leader, guiding them to a higher stage of glory. Another reason for the disbandment was Malfoy's own conjecture. That year, their young leader had wished to induct a new member into the Knights, for which he had privately made many preparations. That Christmas was when the individual had smiled the most. As Malfoy had already graduated, and for the sake of confidentiality, they decided to convene at Malfoy Manor. Riddle, remaining at school, had taken half a day off from his professors to attend the meeting, but seemingly out of consideration for the surprise of the initiation ceremony. He did not go to the Burley residence. At that time, Malfoy keenly observed that Riddle had undergone subtle changes that semester. He often unconsciously revealed a smile, not a gentlemanly smile, nor a smug grin, but a smile that arose when gazing at a compass eternally pointing east. A smile that lit up his face as he caressed his bracelet. However, on the day the term commenced, their leader never awaited the girl who would inspire transformation within him. Subsequently, Riddle no longer exhibited the cheerful demeanor he had displayed during that holiday. Riddle discreetly instructed him to seek news of Katherine Pruitt, yet she seemed to have vanished into thin air, eluding their every effort to uncover her whereabouts. Despite their considerable influence, Riddle remained affable and courteous, perpetually adorned with a congenial smile, but Malfoy, who had glimpsed Riddle's fleeting joy, sensed an undeniable shift in their leader's essence. Soon after, the Knights disbanded as Riddle appeared to lose interest in maintaining their campus organization. Chapter 63, Sleeplessness. To evade detection and to prevent Tom from encountering familiar house elves, I assigned most of the household tasks to Landon, the house elf who had delivered medicine to Mr. Pruitt in Chapter 10. Abraham, though gradually advancing in age, continued to manage our estate. Abby busied herself with our daily needs, and to alleviate their burdens, we welcomed another house elf, Anna. Contrary to what her name might suggest, she was anything but demure. She was the most vivacious house elf I had ever encountered, bringing me immense joy. While I kneaded dough, she would invariably end up with flour all over her face, followed by a resounding sneeze that sent a cloud of powder into the air, much to Abby's exasperation. And as for me, did you think I would intervene? Merely reclining with my tea and watching their magical antics was generous enough. Stop it at once. The master is still here. Abraham interjected. Anna and Abby, resembling chastised children, lowered their heads in submission, one adorned with a ring of white flour on her nose, the other bearing 2 palm prints on her cheeks, indicating that Abby had likely been pinched by Anna. A face flashed through my mind, sometimes youthful, sometimes handsome, occasionally cherubic, yet at other times possessing profound, dark eyes. I wondered how he was faring. As Abraham continued to admonish the 2 little girls, I waved my hand dismissively, signaling that all was well. I instructed them to tidy up and join me downstairs. I was quite pleased, for we would be enjoying dumplings soon, of which I had made plenty. Once they had cleaned up, Abraham led the little elves out of the kitchen. I rose and made my way to the bedroom, bending down to retrieve a black leather notebook from beside the pillow. Shortly after leaving Hogwarts, I had begun transcribing my memories into this notebook. It contained the remnants of what I had acquired from Tom. Pointing my wand at my temple, with one hand resting on the notebook, I recited the incantation. A stream of blue light emanated from my temple and flowed into the notebook. I recorded the joyful moments of the day within its pages. This was my method of journaling. I would capture a brief, emotionally charged memory from each day, though these recollections were devoid of Tom's presence. Inscribing them within the notebook altered their essence. In doing so, I felt a renewed connection to him, as if he were once again by my side. If only this diary belonged to Tom, I could see him every day and converse with him at will. Descending the stairs, I picked up the day's newspaper, and a startling headline dominated the front page. Shocking. House elf murders master. Upon reading this news, Abraham and the others erupted in outrage. She is a disgrace to house elves. Anna exclaimed vehemently. How could she be so careless? Poison misapplied? That was her master. Landon gasped. Anna, you must exercise greater caution. You can be reckless at times. What if you were to harm the master? Abraham admonished gravely. House elves do not betray their masters. Abby asserted. Yes, I will be more careful. Such an incident must never occur in the Pruitt household. Anna concurred fervently. All right. None of you witnessed this firsthand, so let's not be overly agitated. Their clamor resonated in my head like a persistent buzz. You are all my finest house elves, and I believe you would never commit such an act. Now off you go. Nothing like this will happen to you, I reassured them. After dispersing them, I set the newspaper aside, leaning back against the sofa, closing my eyes, and pinching the bridge of my nose. It seemed Tom had acquired 2 new Horcrux materials, the Hufflepuff cup and the Slytherin locket. A shiver coursed through me. The window was ajar, allowing a chilling breeze to infiltrate the room. I pulled the blanket closer around myself, recalling the holidays spent while still at Hogwarts. Tom would occasionally visit my home with the key I had given him. Due to his exemplary academic performance, the professors seldom imposed restrictions on his Christmas excursions. He would often arrive at the Pruitt family estate quite early, sometimes finding me still nestled in bed, the winter blankets always exceptionally warm. He would wait until around 10 o'clock before ascending the stairs to knock on my door, entering as if it were his own room, unlocking the door with ease. He exhibited none of the decorum he had once insisted upon regarding the propriety of gender, nor did he feign the politeness he displayed in public. Instead, he would lean down, gently caressing my face, whispering sweetly in my ear to rouse me from slumber. Ahem, I was fabricating. If he were to behave in such a manner, he would no longer be Tom. The reality was that he would ruthlessly yank the covers away from me, stride to the window, and pull back half the curtains, ensuring the room was suffused with light while still maintaining my privacy. Not only would he disturb my warm cocoon, but he would also crack the window open, despite the biting cold of winter. The frigid air instantly robbed me of warmth, causing me to shiver uncontrollably. Sleeplessness enveloped me. The only solace I found was in my habit of wearing pajamas. Otherwise, I would have felt utterly exposed. Do you have no shame? Am I an inconvenience to your slumber? I retorted angrily. The instigator merely crossed his arms, leaning against the window frame, gazing out at the swirling snow. When the wind blew, flakes settled upon his head and shoulders, enhancing the allure of his seemingly innocent visage. I could not shake the feeling that he was an angel fallen to earth, a being tortured by the beauty that had not been cherished by the world. Hearing my impatience, he turned to raise an eyebrow at me, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as his eyes appraised me. Are you certain you wish to converse with me in such a manner? I furrowed my brow, following his gaze to scrutinize my own appearance. Disliking the heaviness of thick fabrics, I had chosen a lightweight silk nightgown instead of a heavy flannel set. Lowering my gaze, I discovered that, at some point, perhaps due to my movements, the strap on my right shoulder had slipped down to my arm, revealing my fair skin and collarbone. The hem of my gown had also risen above my knees due to my posture, and as I lay half reclined on the bed, my hair cascaded over my shoulders. I resembled a scene preceding an indecorous encounter. Who instructed you to pull back my covers? I exclaimed, flushing with embarrassment as I hastily yanked the quilt around myself. Your movements were too abrupt. When I pulled back the covers, it was not like this, he responded, feigning innocence without an ounce of shame. The upward curl of his lips remained constant. Should you not have warned me? I inquired. He was undoubtedly being deliberate. I did indeed warn you, otherwise you would not be swathed in the blanket now. I assumed you were indifferent to such matters. After all, he resumed his teasing, and I found myself captivated by his words, completely forgetting to pursue the matter at hand. After all, what? Chapter 64, The Bone-Chilling Wind. After all, I had thought you preferred to take the more assertive role. For instance, drunkenly embracing him and showering him with kisses. Yet, Tom refrained from voicing this thought. Assertive? I was momentarily taken aback. Tom said nothing more, merely casting an oddly scrutinizing glance over me from head to toe, raising an eyebrow and letting out a light chuckle. As if thoroughly amused, he released his hold on me, disregarding my presence, and strolled towards the door. Straightening his attire at the threshold, he turned to me and said, Get yourself sorted and come down. I wish to savor those round, sweet dumplings and broth. In your dreams. I hurled the blanket away with a fierce toss, as if to vent my frustration. Little did I know, this scene was witnessed by Abby, who had come to retrieve my dirty laundry. She glanced at Tom and then at me, her face flushing instantly, and she abruptly lowered her head. Abby was mistaken. Abby saw nothing. Let it be as if the Master and Mr. Riddle had never acknowledged her presence. Abby knows nothing. With an exceedingly flustered voice, she completed her statement and vanished in a flash. What on earth was happening? I was still at a loss. Meanwhile, Tom appeared unaffected, his lips curving in a smile as he exited the room as if nothing had transpired. Unbeknownst to me, Abby had caught sight of a scene where Tom, with a spring breeze demeanor, was tidying his clothes while I, looking as if I had been wronged, was wrapped in a disheveled blanket. Anyone who witnessed it would inevitably let their imagination run wild, especially given that Tom had gone upstairs just half an hour prior to summon me. I shook my head, casting away those memories, lifted a cup of warm red tea to my lips, only to be reminded of another image. Tom often liked to fetch a book from the study, then settle on the living room sofa to read intently, the crackling fire casting warmth and tranquility throughout the room. In those moments, I too would wrap myself in a blanket, brew a pot of red tea, and peruse my own books. However, unlike Tom, I was engrossed in the legendary tales of the magical realm, procured by the little elf. Normally, a few sweet pastries would accompany my reading, but Tom had put a stop to that, claiming my hands would smudge the pages with grease. Such a cleanliness obsession. Yet now, I found myself surrounded only by the empty sofa and the dimness of a winter day devoid of sunlight. It was exceedingly cold, this biting wind. Rising in frustration, I shut the window, yet still felt the chill. The outside wind howled like a wailing spirit. I cast a few spells at the fireplace, and the flames grew a bit larger. Nevertheless, I remained cold. Was Tom also cold at this moment? Was he at the Malfoy residence, deliberating on establishing a formidable dark magic organization, or was he working at Borgin and Burke's? The dimly lit room obscured all visibility, no lamps were lit, and the fireplace lay cold, save for one solitary figure within. At this moment, Tom, residing in the old Riddle house, lounged on the sofa, gazing at the golden goblet and pendant he had acquired. His tie was disheveled around his neck, and he reclined against the sofa, one hand pressing against his aching brow. After that woman departed, this became the only place he could call home. For one without parents or inheritance, this inadvertently resolved his predicament within the magical world. Although, given his standing and connections among that crowd, someone would have undoubtedly offered him a place to stay. Yet, he rejected such charity. He despised the sympathy that often accompanied others' generosity. Sympathy? It was merely a condescending gaze from those with ample resources directed at the impoverished. He would not allow anyone to look down upon him, nor would he permit that group to do so. Ironically, the person who had forsaken him and left had, in her departure, provided him with the greatest assistance. Contemplating this, a glint of red flickered in Tom's eyes as he approached a wall. He tapped on it, and a small space emerged under his rhythmic knocking, revealing a tin box. He lifted the box to the table and opened it, revealing an assortment of trinkets, a few faded candies, a dull, rough grass snail, a shrunken magical lantern, a compass pointing east, among others. Suddenly, Tom stood with the tin box and walked to the fireplace, carelessly knocking the lid off in the process. He poured the contents into the flames, then forcefully hurled the tin box against the wall, creating a dent in the surface before it rebounded, crashing into nearby porcelain with a cacophony of sound. The porcelain shattered. The tin box clanged loudly and ultimately fell to the ground. Incendio. With the incantation's conclusion, a roaring fire ignited in the fireplace, and the items crackled as they succumbed to the flames. The largest lantern was gradually devoured by the fire, reduced to a pile of ashes. The compass was heated to an extreme, causing the glass surface to explode, while the candies melted away. Suddenly, a beam of light shot from the flames, and Tom instinctively cast a protective spell. However, the light did not target him. With a resounding bang, a firework exploded within the room, illuminating the entire space. The fireworks sparkled in the air, revealing the words, "Merry Christmas, Tom, CF." The flickering pyrotechnics brightened the gloom, blossoming like a flower of hope in the night. Filled with a girl's blessings for her beloved, Tom lowered his head, a smile tugging at his lips, and let out a laugh that was both joyful and sorrowful. His gaze was drawn to something near the edge of the fireplace. There, a small blue circle was being consumed by the flames. Finite. The fire extinguished. Yet, the lantern had turned to ash, the candies had long since melted, and the compass was marred with blackened scorch marks, its glass surface shattered into fragments. Tom crouched down and picked up the charred remnants of the blue circle. It was Catherine's hair tie. Memories flooded back to when Katherine had gifted him this tie at the orphanage. At that time, she had angered him, and just the night before, he had tightened his grip around her neck, punishing her for her betrayal, yet ultimately relented. Catherine's assurances had quelled his fury. though he was unsure whether it was a warning or an expression of some unfathomable emotion when he had bitten her shoulder, marking her as a beast would its prey, leaving his scent on what belonged to him. That night, after Katherine returned to her room, he believed she would not leave him. However, whether she would treat him as before remained uncertain. Yet, to his surprise, the next day, she let her hair down, the marks on her neck concealed by her tresses, as if to shield him from scrutiny. Had it been Amy Benson or her ilk, they would have deliberately exposed the marks, eager to recount his misdeeds before Miss Cole. But what of Katherine? Chapter 65. Never trust anyone. This girl, however, still smiled as she sat beside him, apologizing as if nothing had transpired. In a place where even toys were scarce, she had gifted him her only possession. She also confided in him that sharing one's circle is a matter of great significance for girls, not something to be bestowed lightly upon others. Yet she chose to give it to him. All the gifts she offered him, he cherished dearly. He even invited her to stand by his side, to share in the eternal glory. He regarded her as his sole friend. However, she ultimately betrayed him, imparting upon him the most profound lesson: never trust anyone. He could never comprehend why she departed, just as he later pondered over why she had been kind to him. In her presence, he never inquired. Initially, he relished the kindness bestowed upon him, believing it would yield greater rewards. As time passed, he grew accustomed to her affection, taking it for granted, and ceased to question it. In retrospect, he realized how little he truly knew her. It was she who made him feel that he would always stand by her, only to quietly slip away when he envisioned her in his future, without so much as a farewell. Tom retrieved the partially burned items with his wand, placing them into the deformed metal trunk, concealing it in the dark recesses behind the wall. It was time to depart. The possessions within the confines of England could no longer satisfy his needs. Yet, before embarking on his journey, he had to visit the Malfoy residence to settle certain matters. Thereafter, Tom commenced his journey into obscurity. Godric's Hollow seldom basked in radiant sunlight, more often shrouded in dreary rain and endless snow. I too could no longer remain stagnant. I began to truly heed the words I had penned to Professor Dumbledore, to observe the forms of life and the vastness of the world. I ventured to witness the fiery red maple forests depicted by Owl, marveled at majestic waterfalls, and gazed upon the boundless sea. I held aloft red leaves in the maple grove, searching for the fabled fairies, meditated before the spectacular waterfall to listen to the whispers of nature, and stood before the ocean, arms outstretched, embracing the liberating sea breeze. Change what you can change, accept what you cannot change. Live in the moment, enjoy the moment. I wandered aimlessly as France experienced a surge in industrial production and rapid economic growth. I settled here for a time, savoring coffee by the Seine while admiring the Eiffel Tower. All that I had dreamed of in my previous life, I was now experiencing. Yet, an emptiness lingered within me. Until one day, Landon informed me that someone wished to rent my house. Initially, I had enlisted able to purchase a few additional properties for my convenience while traveling, never anticipating that someone would need to rent them. Rent it out, I thought. After all, the spacious accommodations tucked between buildings were ample. And as I generally resided on the top floor, it wouldn't hurt to lease some of the lower rooms. However, I was taken aback to find Tom's name on the rental list. Since graduating, he rarely used his true name. The new recruits among the Death Eaters knew him as Voldemort, and even the core members dared not address him by that name. He forbade it. Thus, the outside world could glean no trace of him. Seeing Tom Riddle's name on the tenant list surprised me. Was it for convenience? I had assumed he would adopt a pseudonym. But upon reflection, coming up with a false identity would only present unnecessary complications for Tom. I agreed to accommodate them in the lower residence, allowing Landon to determine the rent, ensuring it was not exorbitant. I instructed him to prepare Tom Riddle's room with care, as winter in Paris could be quite cold, providing additional warming items for their comfort. Oh, and to sever their access to the upper floor, I would manage with the concealed staircase in my own quarters. Landon set out to carry out my orders. It had been a long time since I'd seen Tom. I caressed the edge of the wooden vanity, gazing into the mirror at my youthful visage, speaking softly to myself. What do you look like now? I touched my overly youthful face. You should easily recognize me. After all, I have hardly changed over the years. I favored the Chinese-style vanity, which Landon had procured for my Parisian abode. Yet, regardless of how I adorned myself, my face always appeared somewhat juvenile. My body and appearance had halted at the age of 21. I had inquired of the system, which informed me that my soul in this world would not grow or change. My body had grown in the initial years due to the disparity between my soul's age and my physical age, but once my body adapted to my soul's age, I would cease to age like a normal person. I felt as though I was trapped in the time of my 21st year, forever unchanged. Perhaps it was for the best. No one relishes the prospect of aging. Girls cherish beauty, and boys wish to remain perpetually young and handsome. Yet, I often felt like an outcast in this world, abandoned in the river of time. After all, according to this notion, Barring unforeseen circumstances, I was virtually immortal. Ultimately, I could not escape it. But do I not still possess a third wish? One day, when I feel I have lived enough, I could make a wish, and it would come to pass. As for the depletion of the world's magical essence, the system claimed it was governed by the cycle of reincarnation. Whenever the 5 stars align, a tremendous energy could mend the uncontrolled breaches. At that point, the system would no longer require me. Landon discreetly monitored Tom's every move as per my instructions, without overtly trailing him, reporting daily on his outings. Tom did not linger long in Paris, frequently meeting with dark wizards. He still feigned a demeanor of warmth and politeness before strangers, yet his appearance had subtly transformed. His hair had grown longer, his features more defined, and his gaze deeper, resembling an abyss that drew one in, making it difficult to avert one's eyes. Yet his gentle tone made it hard to harbor any suspicion. I observed him from within the crowd, cloaked in invisibility. His guise as a dark wizard was hardly convincing, akin to a foolish wizard attempting to masquerade as a muggle, who would don a swimsuit beneath their suit. Did he intend to strip off his suit for a swim in the Seine? Their conversation revealed Tom to be the one steering the discussion. He spoke infrequently, while the rotund dark wizard rambled on at length. The more one talks, the more information one inadvertently reveals, often containing crucial details. Those who say little convey only essential points, devoid of superfluous words, offering no information yet extracting much from their interlocutor. Suddenly, Tom seemed to sense my gaze, abruptly turning his head in my direction. Chapter 66, Tom's Corpse. In that moment, Tom appeared to notice my scrutiny and swiftly turned to look towards me. I slowly bent and blended into the crowd, evading his line of sight. He did not see me. His eyes darted about, lacking focus. It was then that I truly beheld his countenance. His features no longer bore the innocence they once did, now exuding a dark aura, as if shrouded in a perilous fate. Was he beginning to grow discontented with his own visage? I did not linger. Retreating further into the crowd, I turned to leave. It was time to go. If I stayed any longer, I feared I would be unable to restrain myself from confronting him, demanding to know why he so recklessly abused his body and tormented his soul. But I cannot. I am but a wandering soul, exiled from this world. I do not belong to this world. I lack the qualifications to alter the impending events. I turned my head, unable to resist casting one last glance at him. My eyes reddened, warm tears threatening to spill over. But Tom, as you said, persistence yields results. I will not give up. I will peer through the darkness towards a distant future. Turning away, I relinquished my longing and vanished from Paris like a fleeting shadow. Only a solitary tear fell to the ground, unnoticed, merging with the patter of rain. Tom's attention was drawn back to the wizard before him, who gestured animatedly, and after a slight apology, he resumed their discussion. Yet, his gaze frequently strayed to that street corner. Although there was nothing to see, an inexplicable urge to look lingered. Shaking off the distractions in his mind, he continued conversing with the dark wizard. The rain fell steadily, concealing some secrets beneath its watery veil. The sun in Godric's Hollow seldom made an appearance, a stark contrast to the southern cities of Country Sea, where sunlight was abundant. So much so that one had to apply sunscreen all over and carry an umbrella when venturing outdoors. I sighed, watching the relentless rain outside, my thoughts drifting back to Tom. I remembered our student days, attending Professor Boggett's class together. Truthfully, it was an exhilarating lesson. Eagerly anticipated, yet tinged with a hint of anxiety. No one truly knew their greatest fear until confronted with it. However, one individual stood apart, filled with trepidation, Tom Riddle. From the moment he entered the classroom, aware that the day's lesson would center on Boggett's, he exhibited a palpable resistance. While his classmates eagerly approached the professor to engage with the lesson, Tom remained positioned at the edge of the front rows, akin to a desk near the wall or door in a secondary school classroom. This strategic placement ensured he was less likely to attract the teacher's attention while still being able to hear the lecture clearly. Unnoticed by the professor, students in this position were naturally not invited to demonstrate. This was the outcome Tom desired. He was unwilling to reveal his fears, his authentic self, or, more precisely, his vulnerability. To expose one's weaknesses in front of others was, for Tom, a profoundly disadvantageous act. Yet, he miscalculated. The teacher instructed everyone to line up and approach one by one to practice the newly learned spell. A classmate, grinning broadly, was the first to step forward, confident that he feared nothing, cheerfully asserting he would perform the spell flawlessly. In the next moment, the Boggett transformed into an irate old woman emerging from the wardrobe. With hands on her hips, her apron fluttering in the wind, she wielded a dagger, her sharp gaze fixed on the boy, eyes narrowed. After a few moments of intense scrutiny, she suddenly broke into a smile laced with malice, as if she had devised a sinister plan. Just as I anticipated her lunging at the boy with the dagger, he shouted, "Grandma, go away. No matter what you've cooked up, I shan't eat it." The worm cake you made last time made me vomit for an entire week at the sight of anything slimy. Ah, get away. He dashed about, shouting. His wand pointed behind him, yet he dared not look back. Ridiculous. Unfortunately, his spell fell flat. The old woman lunged at him. Ah, don't come any closer. He fled towards an empty corner, cornered by the boggart. Think of how ridiculous you look, then shout the incantation. The professor urged. The boy, backed against the wall with no escape, finally yelled at the old woman. Ridiculous. The dagger in her hand transformed into an enormous balloon, lifting her into the air. The balloon seemingly glued to her, rendering her unable to escape. Amidst the laughter of classmates, one by one they took their turns. Soon, it was Tom's turn. I was just before him, the last to go. At that time, Tom was beginning to gain acceptance from his peers. Yet there were still those eager to witness his downfall, all eyes fixed upon him. I knew his greatest fear was death. Yet I was uncertain how the boggart would manifest this terror. Would it be in the form of being chased by a ferocious beast, suffocated in the depths of the ocean, or falling helplessly from great heights? But none of these. It was a lifeless corpse, Tom's corpse. I had seen Tom's sleeping face. Even in slumber, he furrowed his brow, preferring to lie with his back to the wall and his face towards the door, ready to react should anyone enter. Yet, the Tom before me was eerily still. He lay flat, his brow unwrinkled. The boggart seemed to think this was insufficiently frightening, as a rectangular object began to materialize above his head from the ground. Ridiculous. Before anyone could comprehend, Tom uttered the spell. The lying Tom suddenly vanished, replaced by a teenage girl sprawled in slumber. Her hair sprawled across the pillow, one arm lifted above her head, legs splayed wide, mouth agape in peaceful sleep, her heavy, rhythmic breathing faintly audible. Laughter erupted from everyone. Even Tom could not help but curve his lips into a smile. Only I remained without mirth, feeling only awkwardness and embarrassment. That was unmistakably 11-year-old me. I recalled that night at the orphanage with Tom, when he had fallen asleep first. Wait, did I wake him up in the middle of the night? Oh dear. As I reminisced, gazing at the countless white threads gliding through the moonlight outside, I inadvertently chuckled, though the smile faded within a second. The rain continued to pour outside, as if intent on submerging the world in deep waters. I stood before a slightly ajar window, feeling the moonlight's gentle caress and the coolness brought by the breeze and rain. Looking at the sofa inside the house, I imagined Tom seated there, turning the pages of a book, immersed in study. Chapter 67. Death is a period. Upon closer inspection, I found myself alone in the dark, cold void. There was no figure on the sofa. Warm tears threatened to spill from the corners of my eyes, and I lifted my head, gazing upward, attempting to reclaim my composure. Yet, it was in vain. Water trickled down my cheek. I told myself it was rainwater, but the warmth betrayed my self-deception. The next morning, Anna looked at me in astonishment and asked, Master, what happened to your eyes? I waved my hand dismissively. It's nothing, but there's a ring of green around your eyes. She exclaimed, That's not mud. Have you ever seen green mud? It's an eye mask, meant to nourish the skin around the eyes. The emotional breakdown from the previous night had left my eyes red and swollen, and I had no choice but to apply the eye mask. Anna seemed poised to ask more, but I interrupted her. Go on, busy yourself. I'm starving. I want a sandwich. And slather it with plenty of sweet strawberry jam. Today I only allow sweetness. To hell with sadness. Perhaps that man has never even remembered me, yet here I am, wallowing in melancholy for him. Nevertheless, one question has persistently eluded my understanding, prompting me to summon the system. System, I called. It responded, Oh my heavens, you are quite unattractive. Do you not realize you resemble a green, bulging-eyed frog? I flung a pillow at it in irritation, but it missed, for it is an incorporeal entity. Do not be so violent. I am merely concerned for your well-being, it retorted. If you truly cared for me, you would help me find happiness, I replied. I can provide you with a vial of euphoria-inducing substance, which will elicit feelings of joy, the system offered. I refuse. That is no different from injecting myself with a dopamine stimulant. It is merely a hormonal trickery, not genuine happiness from within. Instead of engaging in further futile conversation, I posed my query. System, do you know why Voldemort fears death? I inquired. To be honest, I struggled to comprehend Tom's dread of mortality. In my mind, life symbolizes hope, while death signifies cessation. Without hope, existence devolves into a mere shell, or an abyss of endless suffering. At that moment, cessation would supplant hope, becoming humanity's singular desire. Even now, I grasp that perseverance can unveil a broader future and yield answers. Yet, I still do not perceive death as particularly terrifying. I arrived in this world, whether in this life or a previous one, devoid of possessions. When I depart, I will take nothing, neither wealth nor fame, with me. I came into this world alone and shall leave in the same manner, taking nothing with me. There is nothing here that warrants my enduring attachment. Life is but an experience, I shall strive to persist and seek distant outcomes, and should I depart this world, there is no need for panic. Having experienced it is sufficient. This is a lesson I learned from Tom. I fail to understand why he harbors such fear of death. The system sighed. You are not like him. For you, death is a cessation, a period. For Tom, death is a subtraction, taking away everything he holds dear. But we come into this world with nothing at all, I countered, perplexed. That is because you possessed many things at birth, such as love. Not everyone is born with love, Zhao Yoxia. Ah, words cannot convey it adequately. Let me show you, it said. Suddenly, I was thrust into a realm enveloped in white mist, devoid of sky or earth, yet I found myself amidst it. Begin from the very start, the system instructed. The white mist swirled around me as I entered a room reminiscent of an orphanage. Push harder, harder. It was Mrs. Cole's voice, though considerably younger. Madam, just a bit more quickly. I can't. I have no strength left, a weak voice protested. No, push harder. The child's head is stuck. If it does not come out, it will suffocate. Mrs. Cole exclaimed anxiously. Just a little more. Come on, push. Huff, the head is out. Mrs. Cole cried. Keep going. Push harder. I observed the woman's abdomen heaving and sinking, discordant with her breathing rhythm, sensing the child's own struggle to emerge. It's out. Finally. It's out. Show me. The woman gasped. Mrs. Cole handed the child to her, and the woman cradled the newborn. Let us name him Tom Marvolo Riddle. May he resemble his father, she said, catching her breath before adding. May he inherit his father's appearance, not mine. Weakly, she finished speaking, her grip on the child loosening. The infant rested against her chest, ear near her heart. Madam, Mellop. Mrs. Cole called loudly. An older woman nearby reached out to check Mellop's breath. Silently shaking her head, Mrs. Cole's expression shifted from surprise to one tinged with sorrow. The baby stirred slightly in Mellop's arms, prompting Mrs. Cole to notice the newborn once more. Wrap him tightly in a towel, she said, her eyes widening with concern. She gently patted the infant, who moved slightly but did not cry. With a puzzled expression, Mrs. Cole patted him again, but still, he did not weep. What shall we do, madam? Mrs. Cole asked the older woman. The elderly woman approached, examined the child, and checked his breath. He is breathing. Then she removed the towel to inspect the baby's body, gently prying open the child's mouth. His body appears normal as well. I've never encountered such a situation, but since the child is fine, we need not worry. The swirling mist resumed its rapid motion. A small figure dashed past, and I followed its movement. I do not wish to play with you. Go away. You do not look like a boy at all. A young boy shouted before Tom could approach. It was a young Bill Stubb, the very boy whom Tom had once hanged his rabbit. Young Tom gazed at them silently, his eyes reflecting an unmasked, innocent yearning that I had never witnessed before. He longed to play with them, to have companions. Observing his small, solitary figure stirred a pang of sadness within me. I wished to reach out and embrace him. Yet I passed through his form. A little girl approached, eager to play with Tom, only to be halted by Bill. You want to play with him? With him around. The adults will only pay attention to him. Do you want to go without bread? Bill shouted at her. Chapter 68, A New Home. The little girl, frightened by Bill, stood frozen. If we play together, he will only make the adults look at him. Bill warned. If you play with him, we will not play with you. Little Tom stood there, watching them, his eyes reddening. Yet he could not join them, could not meld into their world. The mist once again swirled and coalesced. The orphanage was desperately lacking in resources. Even a discarded silver needle or an old harmonica could be considered treasures among the children there. Tom observed them flaunting their possessions, gazing from afar at their beaming faces, and glanced at his empty pockets and hands. He watched those children proudly display their treasures, encircled by admirers as if they were beloved stars. One child, noticing Tom's gaze, shot him a fierce glare. What are you looking at, you unloved child? Do you think you can have these? You have no father to buy you gifts, nor a mother. You are just a child nobody wants. Adults do not like you. Your parents do not like you, hence they abandoned you. We have parents, but you are here just like me. Young Tom retorted angrily. We are here, but do you possess anything? He has a silver needle, I have a harmonica, and you have nothing. You do not deserve to play with us. Yes, I have a rabbit, you have nothing. I have one too. Tom countered. Do not lie, you have nothing in your pockets. None of us have seen your parents. Not even you. We may be here, but our parents have given us things, unlike you. Nobody wants you, and no one gives you anything. Tom dashed forward and engaged in a scuffle with them, but due to his small stature and the overwhelming number of adversaries, he was pinned to the ground. His clothes soiled, while they relentlessly pummeled him with their fists. The scene faded once more. This time, a couple appeared. Darling, look. That little boy is so adorable. He seems quite well behaved. Let us choose him, the woman remarked. He does look obedient. I'll go speak with Mrs. Cole. Wait for me here, the man said before departing. The woman gazed at Tom, intending to approach him, but was halted by a little girl who tugged at her. It was Amy Benson's. "Auntie, do you like Tom?" she inquired. The woman bent down to converse with Amy. "Yes, I do like him very much. How does he get along with you all?" the woman asked. Amy glanced at Tom and tugged at the woman's sleeve. "Auntie, come closer. I want to tell you something." The woman leaned in, and Amy whispered, shielding her mouth with her hand. "Auntie, Tom is a strange boy. He doesn't play with us. He even hits people and stole toys from 2 friends without returning them. Everyone knows." The woman turned to Dennis, who was beside Amy. "Is that true, little one?" "Yes, it is. Tom is a weirdo. None of the children in our yard play with him. He steals things," Dennis confirmed, nodding angrily. "Darling, come here." The man called out to the woman. "Tom, come here. Someone wants to take you to a new home," Mrs. Cole shouted. Tom's eyes brightened. A look of surprise crossed his face. He jumped off the chair and hurried towards Mrs. Cole. However, the woman intervened. "Madam, wait. We haven't made a decision yet," she said. "Darling, but just now, I meant we should just have a look at him, not take him away. Let us go look around some more." With that, the woman apologized to the man and Mrs. Cole and headed towards the door. "I heard some children say he hits people and steals things. Forget it. I don't want to raise a thief at home." She thought her voice was low, but Tom, who was running nearby, heard every word. His gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Amy and Billy, who were looking at him smugly. The scene shifted again, smoke settling as Tom reappeared before me. A group of children surrounded him. "Take out your bread. I saw you hiding a piece of dinner bread in your bag. Hand it over. We're hungry." "Why should I?" Tom retorted. "Just give it to us. This is my dinner. You haven't eaten it." "Yes. If you don't eat, we will. We're hungry. Hand it over. You worthless nobody, what are you eating for? You should just die." They surged forward, 2 of them grasping Tom's arms, pinning him down. One child rummaged through Tom's pockets. The bread was taken from Tom's bag, and the group chuckled as they prepared to divide it. Tom glared at them fiercely, his teeth grinding audibly. Suddenly, with a bang, a light above the children shattered, startling them into retreat. Tom's eyes were fixed on them, and another explosion echoed as another light burst above them. "What are you doing, not sleeping at this hour?" Mrs. Cole scolded loudly. One boy rolled his eyes and pointed at Tom. "Ma'am, we heard a noise and found Tom stealing bread. Look." He brandished the bread he had just snatched from Tom's pocket. Mrs. Cole seized the bread, glaring furiously at Tom. "You've learned nothing good. And you've raised a thief. Go to the little black room and face the wall. You lot, hurry back to bed." They hastily scampered away, casting sly smiles at Tom as they passed. Tom was confined to the dark, cold little black room, devoid of blankets or a bed, forced to curl up on the floor. In the night, the sound of his stomach growling echoed repeatedly. Outside, torrential rain fell, the raindrops pattering against the window pane. Little Tom lay on the ground, his hands clutching his shoulders, pitifully curled up. I approached him, standing by his side. "Tom, don't be afraid. I'm here." The scene faded once more and reappeared. Tom used magic to suspend a rabbit from the ceiling beam, then returned to his room until Billy's heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. "Ah, my Lilith!" Billy shrieked, desperately jumping to reach the rabbit's body, but alas, he was too small to succeed. Standing in the doorway, Tom observed the scene, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He raised his index finger to his lips. Shushing Billy, Mrs. Cole and the children rushed over. "What is going on? Why are you screaming?" Mrs. Cole panted. "Madam, my wabbit is hanging up there," Billy cried, pointing at the rabbit suspended above. Mrs. Cole followed his gaze and saw a rabbit dangling from the ceiling. "Who did this?" she bellowed. She turned to the children. "I'm asking you who did it." The children, frightened by the sight before them, shook their heads in terror. "Not me. I didn't do it." "Neither did I." Suddenly, Billy pointed angrily at Tom. "Madam, it was Tom." Mrs. Cole scrutinized the rabbit above, then glared at Tom. "Was it you, Tom?" "It wasn't me, madam." "I'm not tall enough to reach there," Tom protested, shaking his head innocently. Someone brought a chair, and Mrs. Cole stood on it, barely managing to retrieve the rabbit on tiptoe. "Indeed, none of you could reach the beam. Even I needed a chair to stand on to reach it, let alone you. This was not Tom's doing. It must have been some mischief maker. Afternoon activities are hereby cancelled. Everyone stay in your rooms. I will increase patrols in the orphanage." Once Mrs. Cole left, Tom revealed a triumphant grin, achieving his objective, sending a shiver down the spines of the other children. From that day forward, whenever he faced displeasure, he would wield his magic to retaliate against the children who provoked him. Eventually, the children ceased to bother him. The illusion dissipated, and I gently landed back in the home at Godric's Hollow. "Do you understand now?" the system inquired. "I have a general understanding," I replied. In my impression, living signified suffering, while death represented cessation. Yet Tom was different from me. In his world, living meant possessing, while death represented loss. To him, death meant losing everything, his hard-earned magic, the glory he took pride in. Losing all that he had painstakingly acquired was something Tom would never permit. The greater his anxiety. The more he yearned to possess, the more he longed for ownership, the harder he toiled, the more he feared loss, the more he desired immortality. For him, death signified weakness, a fate akin to that of his mother, Merope, and ultimately sharing the same destiny as the Muggles he despised. He steadfastly believes in his uniqueness, clinging to it with fervor. Perhaps, in doing so, he finds justification for his unfortunate lineage and tumultuous childhood. After all, the little wizards he encounters hail from loving families, with doting parents and steadfast friends by their sides. They possess an abundance of what he lacks, and he cannot comprehend why such fortunes elude him. His discontent festers. He requires a rationale for his plight, hence he convinces himself of his exceptionalism, destined for a fate unlike any other. Once, he may have harbored dreams of possessing such treasures, but the attitudes of the Gaunt family and the Riddle lineage have made it abundantly clear that such aspirations are forever beyond his grasp. Thus, despair envelopes him. Unable to attain these desires, he scorns the thought of pursuing them further. He vows to seize everything through his own prowess, to craft a ruthless antagonist. One ought to bestow upon him remarkable talents and a sorrowful childhood. Tom's influence burgeons, casting a shadow over the wizarding world. His Death Eaters wreak havoc without restraint. The tavern in Godric's Hollow is often crowded, patrons despondently drowning their sorrows in drink. I sit in a corner, sketching with a pencil, listening to their conversations about recent events. The world has gone awry, mutters an elderly man, punctuating his words with a cough. Indeed, nearly all the shops in Diagon Alley have shuttered. My establishment was also vandalized by those fiends, replies another. Yours can be repaired, mine was set ablaze. The very source of our family's income. One laments, bursting into tears. You know, that person whose name cannot be uttered. He is a veritable demon. Why hasn't he the ministry taken action? Enough. It is said that the ministry is under his control. When will this torment end? Do not fret. I overheard that a descendant of the prophets has foretold a boy who will vanquish must not be named. Is that true? How splendid. There is hope. Not necessarily. Even the Order of the Phoenix cannot withstand them. How could a mere child prevail? Their voices rise in clamor within the tavern. I quietly exit into the snowy night, where flakes fall gently to the ground, accumulating into thick layers. Treading through the snow, I reminisce about Tom. That winter, he burst into my room, yanking the covers from me, pulling aside half the curtains, leaving the window ajar. Snowflakes settled upon his head, rendering him momentarily silver-haired. I removed my hat, and the snowflakes danced in my hair, as if I too had been touched by the frost. Tom, how I wish to grow old with you. The swirling snowflakes glimmer under the cold moonlight, a breathtaking sight. I drew my wand and traced a circle towards the moon. Gradually, the circle's light spread, forming a pale yellow halo around a moon reminiscent of the one from the orphanage. Yet, this time, you are not by my side. Accompanied by the melody, the stars cannot compare to you. As the day approaches, it becomes evident that if the tavern in Godric's Hollow is aware of this prophecy, it is merely a matter of time before Tom learns of it. He shall not permit such a prophecy to exist, for it would instill hope in the hearts of many, igniting the embers of resistance against him, threatening his dominion. To eliminate the threat and to assert his power, he will take matters into his own hands. On that day, I arrived early near Harry Potter's home, for a tragedy was about to unfold. With a thunderous explosion, a house was obliterated, half of it vanishing in an instant. A dark shadow swiftly emerged from the wreckage, and I retrieved a snake from my bag, commanding it to slither toward the ruins. As anticipated, the shadow soon took notice, enveloping itself within the serpent. It transformed, its lethargy replaced with vigor as it darted away. It is a pleasure to see you, Tom. Farewell, Tom, I murmured to myself, concealed beneath the invisibility cloak. Tom's serpentine form vanished from sight, and I redirected my gaze toward the shattered abode. There remained unfinished business. Before young Harry, tears streamed down his face, a manifestation of helplessness and fear. I gently patted his back, calming him somewhat. I lacerated my palm, allowing my blood to drip onto his scar, then raised my wand, murmuring an incantation. Tiny stars cascaded into his body, disappearing alongside the crimson liquid. I'm sorry. Chapter 70. The world is a cycle. I'm sorry. Upon uttering this, I staunched the bleeding, ensuring no evidence remained before departing from Harry's home, just as others were arriving. It is often said that when confronted with a painful truth, individuals experience 3 stages of reaction. First, awareness, recognizing, understanding, then discovering one's impotence, leading to anger and resentment. Second, acceptance. Through repeated failures, one begins to accept the reality, the harshness of life. Third, change, releasing entrenched thoughts, letting go of bitterness and rage, seeking breakthroughs, transforming oneself, achieving personal renewal. Awareness, confronted with true death before me. Yet knowing I cannot alter the course of events, I endure a profound inner turmoil. Acceptance, eventually, after a certain threshold of pain. I choose to embrace the truth and my own cowardice, accepting the self that cannot become a hero. Change. My professor teaches me to look beyond the darkness, while Tom instills in me the tenacity required to witness results. Thus, I resolve to transform myself. If I cannot alter the established facts, then I will allow them to unfold. I shall exert every effort to maintain their original trajectory. Yet, I will not surrender. The abrupt cessation of an ending signifies a different beginning. The world is a cyclical entity, where the starting point is also the terminus, and the end is but a new inception. 2 years after Tom's disappearance, the Death Eaters scattered like frightened birds, and the magical realm basked once more in the light. The faces of the populace shed their fear and oppression, replaced by joy and hope. When will the loveless Tom ever exhibit such a smile? I find myself in a pleasant establishment, sipping my drink absent-mindedly, as someone boasts of porcelain procured from country sea, claiming it to be exceedingly rare. Unable to endure. Another person rises, speaking in a gentle tone, yet his demeanor betrays disdain. He appears to be around 30, reminiscent of a long-lost acquaintance. His meticulously styled golden hair, tied with a ribbon, can only belong to the Malfoy lineage. That is hardly remarkable. At best, it is a treasure of the Muggle world. Yet lacks rarity in the wizarding realm. He retorts softly, countering the man's claims. Then pray, what constitutes a treasure in the magical domain? The man challenges. The Malfoy raises his chin slightly, exuding pride as he responds. My father possesses a silver ring, exquisitely adorned. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The true essence lies in the ornamentation, a hollow die, intricate and translucent. Not only is it exquisite, but it also contains a magical red beam glowing within. It is a masterpiece among masterpieces, unique in the world, allegedly designed by a master craftsman. He describes it leisurely, his voice infused with pride and satisfaction. Captivated by his words, I realize that the bracelet he describes must be the very one I gifted to Tom. How curious that it now resides within the Malfoy household. However, upon hearing him attribute it to the handiwork of a master, I nearly sputtered my drink in disbelief. Surely, no master would deem my design remarkable. Ahem, someone interjects. Truly a rare gem. I possess some knowledge of the culture of country sea. Traditionally, dice are crafted from bone, symbolizing a profound yearning that penetrates to the very core. Red beans also serve as tokens of longing. How exquisite. I recall a line of poetry that asserts red beans are the most eloquent expression of yearning. Delicate dice adorn the red beans, deep-rooted longing. Are you aware? I silently mused. This sentiment was one of the reasons I gifted Tom the bracelet. You are my one and only, the person I yearn for most dearly. What a treasure. I wonder if we might take a look? Someone exclaimed. This requires consultation with my father, as he holds this bracelet in high regard. I trust you will keep today's events discreet. The Malfoy family prefers that few are aware. After boasting, you still remind everyone to keep silent, wielding the Malfoy family's influence as a threat. Their family is indeed intriguing. The bracelet? It was never a possession of the Malfoy family. Reclaiming what is rightfully mine is only just. I once visited the Malfoy residence. Although the area was not particularly vast, assistance from the system should suffice. System? I called out. Don't ask me which establishment serves the finest cuisine. I am not your culinary assistant. And I implore you to limit your alcohol consumption. What distinguishes you from a drunkard? He complained. You are not my culinary assistant. You are my source of joy. I winked. That is more like it. Now, what is your intention? I require a copy of the Malfoy estate's map, I stated plainly. What for? Planning to pilfer the Malfoy chef's recipes? Do you think I only eat? Isn't that the case? By the way, do you not have any curiosity about Riddle? It inquired, with an air of probing. I have noticed a delay in your data regarding me. I harbor doubts about your competence. I refrained from answering its question. Nonsense. I am aware you dined at a fine establishment today and encountered Malfoy. And then? I queried. What else? You must have heard him boast about how his family's cuisine surpasses this in elegance. Hence your intrigue, it asserted with conviction. Have you never observed my activities closely? Otherwise, you would not be perplexed as to why I cast a spell on Harry at his residence, just as you seem bewildered by my visit to the Malfoy family. Well, that simplifies matters. The system is unaware of my intentions. Otherwise, it may indeed attempt to thwart me. Indeed, I plan to steal his recipes. This should not alter the trajectory of the narrative, correct? So hand it over. I can give it to you. But you must promise me you will not engage in activities that affect the storyline. Agreed, I promised, raising 3 fingers. In any case, I am merely retrieving my bracelet, not undertaking anything else that would disrupt the narrative. Once I acquired the map, I stealthily infiltrated the Malfoy estate under the cover of night. Following the map's guidance, I entered the Malfoy's secret chamber. During this time, I evaded no fewer than 5 security sensors, but I underestimated Abraxas's caution. As I approached the door to the secret chamber, the dim light forced me to illuminate my path with my wand. However, I failed to notice that the figure in the mural at the entrance, upon spotting an unfamiliar face, promptly exited the frame to seek out Abraxas. While I was preoccupied with figuring out how to open the chamber, I remained oblivious to the changes in the mural. I gently tapped the entrance 3 times with my wand, and a golden peacock's head materialized. Reveal a secret known only to you, aside from the Malfoys. Without a moment's hesitation, I replied, you are concealing a bracelet within. Incorrect. This matter is already known to several individuals. Chapter 71. It leapt to the forefront of my mind. How could I have forgotten? Today, Lucius Malfoy, Abraxas's son, had spoken of this secret in public. After a moment's reflection, I recalled. The illness afflicting Abraxas's father remained a secret until the end, known only to the Malfoy family. The former head of the family suffered from a venereal disease, and I alone was privy to this knowledge. Correct answer. With a click, a door appeared before me, and I stepped inside. A soft blue light enveloped a pedestal, upon which floated a translucent white sphere, within which the bracelet hovered. I raised my wand in the direction of the bracelet, and uttered, finite. Yet it had no effect. I then cast a reductor curse, but still, there was no response. Just as I was about to attempt another spell, I heard someone incanting an attack spell, Stupefy. I swiftly dodged to the side and finally discerned the intruder. It was Abraxas. His surprise at seeing me was evident, yet he soon instructed the house elf to withdraw, leaving us alone for a conversation. I am astonished. You appear virtually unchanged since our school days. It seems you have fared well. He broke the silence. The passage of time had etched lines upon his face, and strands of silver mingled with his golden hair. Has it truly been so many years? We have all aged, yet I find myself cast aside, frozen in time. Tom's words have come to fruition. It is indeed only I who remain stagnant. I did not come to reminisce. I have come to reclaim what is mine. That bracelet rightfully belongs to me, I declared, raising my wand calmly. He gazed thoughtfully at the bracelet suspended within the protective glass dome, and after a moment of contemplation, he lowered his head slightly, speaking with an air of regret. I am afraid it does not belong to you. Someone entrusted me with its careful custody, yet never specified to whom it should be returned or who might claim it. The implication was clear. The bracelet was a gift from the Dark Lord, belonging to him, and Abraxas had the right to retain it. Observing his somewhat apologetic yet resolute demeanor, I understood that the bracelet was beyond my reach. With his presence, my escape was uncertain. After years apart, I could not gauge his strength. I called upon the system, requesting it to obscure Abraxas's gaze at the opportune moment to facilitate my escape. In this world, the system's capabilities are limited for each individual. However, Abraxas appeared to be lenient, perhaps due to Tom, and did not intend to pursue the matter of my intrusion into the Malfoy estate. As I turned to cast apparition to leave, he halted me. Wait, Katherine, forgive my abruptness. I am curious. Since you dared to breach the Malfoy estate for that bracelet today, why did you choose to depart during your 6th year, 1944? What makes you so curious about that? I countered, tilting my head. He regarded me in silence for a moment, seemingly gathering the resolve to share something. He has undergone significant changes since you left. Even upon hearing news of you, he would set aside his affairs too. He hesitated, as if weighing his words. Finally, he clenched his hands at his sides, as if resolved, and spoke. He once set aside his pursuits to search for you. Wasn't he supposed to be expanding his influence? Everyone knows he associates with dark wizards. I replied coolly. Not entirely. He remarked, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Perhaps it is merely a figment of your imagination. The Dark Lord is not one to be ensnared by the trivialities of familial affection. After all, he is capable of wielding my very existence as a pawn in his vendetta against Marshall, thus achieving a fourfold advantage. What leads you to believe he would undertake such endeavors for my sake? I retorted. Abraxas, you ought to be aware of one fundamental truth by remaining in his proximity. I turned to face him directly. Voldemort is not a man who allows emotions to bind him. He is solely focused on maximizing his gains. And that is precisely why you choose to follow him. I delineated the crux of the matter. Malfoy seemed poised to utter something further, yet I denied him the opportunity. Remaining any longer could increase the likelihood of Lucius Malfoy or Draco Malfoy discovering my presence. A 3-year-old is already capable of memory, and in this magical realm, such recollections may manifest even sooner. After all, Tom possesses memories from his very birth. I have no desire to expose myself before others again, at least not now, for that would disrupt my carefully laid plans. I preempted his words, stating, because I am weary and wish to cease this charade. If you seek the reason. Yet, your bond with him was once so intimate. Before we had fully grasped his exceptional nature, you resolutely chose to stand by his side. He adjusted his phrasing, urgency creeping into his tone. I have striven to alter certain matters, yet have failed to change their course. I replied. He was about to articulate something, but I interjected. Enough. His affairs are of no concern to me. I exclaimed, my voice resonating with a frustration that sought to cast aside any lingering thoughts. I am evading a truth that I failed to recognize upon my departure, yet later comprehended, only to realize it was too late to alter. It clamored within my chest, yearning to pierce through my deliberate ignorance and self-deception. He momentarily faltered, yet swiftly regained his composure, reverting to the dignified and serene Malfoy. He offered a slight bow and turned towards the door, leaving behind a final remark. Your coldness is unworthy of his devotion. I felt as though I were choking on an obstruction, my heart in turmoil, longing to retort, yet finding myself at a loss for words. I watched Abraxas's retreating figure, my fists clenched, inhaling deeply and slowly exhaling. I do not care for your opinions, Ub. You are not in my position. You cannot fathom the intricacies of my plans. Upon returning to my quarters, I pinched the bridge of my nose, exhausted, and flung myself onto the bed. Lying sprawled as if I were a drowning soul adrift. I was uncertain of the source of my vexation, or perhaps, I was unwilling to acknowledge it. I could not discern when avoidance and numbness transformed into my means of survival, with alcohol becoming my soothing elixir for slumber. Frustrated by my inaction, the system interjected. Spare me your timing. You always intrude when others are agitated, I snapped back. I believe my words possess far more gentleness than those of Malfoy. Upon hearing this, I propped myself up from the bed. What precisely do you wish to convey? Spare me your sarcastic tones. You, of all, are the last who should adopt such a demeanor with me, I remarked with an icy glare. You know what I intend to express. Katherine, avoidance and numbness will not resolve your dilemmas. Pretending ignorance will not alleviate your inner fears. Huh. Then pray tell, what am I supposedly afraid of? I scoffed, though a tremor coursed through me. Malfoy's words struck at your vulnerabilities, did they not? I turned my head away, remaining silent. Yet the erratic rise and fall of my chest and the tightness of my lips betrayed my turmoil. Chapter 72, The Guilty Light. He was not mistaken. You too believe yourself unworthy of Tom Riddle's affections. You feel a sense of guilt towards him. How am I unworthy? I lowered my gaze. The dim light of the room and the shadows of my hair obscuring my features, concealing the emotions within my eyes. I have offered him ample care and companionship. I stood by him from the age of 11 to 17. I nurtured him, embraced him, unwaveringly supporting him. I inhaled deeply. Even if he wielded my life as a tool for his vengeance against Marshall, I have never harbored resentment towards him, nor sought to retaliate. Tell me, in what way have I wronged him? Why should I feel guilt? The system sighed. Did you truly never seek to avenge him? The depth of your thoughts upon leaving him is known only to you. He shattered my soul. Should I have remained and awaited my own fragmentation, only to fabricate a narrative of non-existence for us all to play out? Moreover, by what right do you question me? It was you who advised my departure. The virtuous are you, and all misdeeds are mine. I can accept that. I indeed lack the authority to blame you. Yet my words are not for my own sake, but for yours. You drown your sorrows in drink each night. Is it truly only nostalgia that drives you? You are punishing yourself, Katherine. That is the purpose of my visit today. You believe yourself to have wronged him. A haze enveloped my vision, my sight becoming blurred as warmth began to spread within me. Oh, how could I possibly feel remorse for him? My voice bore a slight tremor, tinged with a hint of mockery. You are tormented by the knowledge that you have become the most cruel person to him. You believe yourself guilty. I choked back emotion, silently awaiting the system to articulate the discomfort I had deliberately ignored. You are beginning to regret. You regret having entangled yourself with him. Not because he sought to fragment your soul thereafter, but because you ultimately chose to depart. At the moment he placed his utmost trust in you, when he let down all barriers, after he had tasted warmth, after he fell in love with you, he envisioned a future that included you, willing to share with you all that he possessed, including immortality. You were belatedly aware that he had, as you wished, deeply fallen in love with you. Yet by the time you realized this, it was already too late. You had left him. You had subjected him to the agony of gain and loss. Your departure was a betrayal, a cruelty. When a light pierces through darkness, that light becomes tainted. If it continues to shine, it transforms into hope. Yet if it vanishes, it becomes despair. And you are that light. In a parallel world devoid of you, it was Dumbledore who introduced Tom Riddle to the magical realm. Yet Dumbledore never trusted him. He scrutinized his every move, instinctively wary of Tom for the sake of others, for the safety of the entire school. Even so, in that world without you, no matter whether Tom ultimately felt fear or disdain towards Dumbledore, he would always regard Dumbledore as special, for he was the first to guide him into the magical world. In this reality, it is you who has led Tom to discover the wonders of magic. The transparent display screen drew closer, as if the system were eagerly leaning in. You not only introduced him to the magical world, but also bestowed upon him trust and companionship, consistently supporting most of his decisions rather than guarding against him. You must understand, no one is born a villain. Before becoming the Dark Lord, Tom Riddle was merely an ordinary boy with emotional needs, which you fulfilled. His heart, too, is flesh and blood, and with every trial he presented, you remained steadfast at his side. Your resolve allowed him to lower his defenses time and again, trusting that you would not abandon him. To him, you had long become an indispensable part of his life, irreplaceable. Yet, he never anticipated that you would ultimately choose to depart, a betrayal that pierced him to the very marrow, a pain that was unbearable. You were the beacon of light that illuminated his darkness, instilling hope, but just as he firmly believed that this light would forever guide him, you callously withdrew without so much as a farewell. Thus, as the years passed, you gradually came to this painful realization. You had not foreseen that your fleeting whim would inflict such profound harm upon the one you cherished most. This is the essence of your torment. Abraxas's words left you unable to feign ignorance any longer. When you learned that his decade-long odyssey was for your sake, your heart ached even more. You understood that while the pursuit of dark magic was indeed one motivation, he always sought to maximize his gains. He was not only exploring the depths of dark sorcery, but also scouring the world for you. Consequently, you were beset by feelings of agitation, guilt, and self-recrimination. The remorse, longing, and self-loathing you felt for him tormented your soul, robbing you of sleep. Yet, the thought of confronting this reality felt overwhelmingly painful, and you found yourself unable to return to the past. Even if you could, you would still make the same choice, for it was your obligation to this world. You could not find a way to resolve this, but you were still alive. Thus, you sought solace in intoxication, using alcohol to numb your senses. Silent tears streamed down your face, as you allowed your emotions to overflow unchecked. Face it, Katherine. Otherwise, what awaits you is nothing but an abyss, an endless chasm. It was I who brought you into this world. I will not stand by and watch you drown in despair. Do you know why Tom is so fixated on fracturing your soul to accompany him in eternity? I raised my gaze toward it. You are the true architect of all this. I do not claim that Tom Riddle is without fault, but you must also shoulder your share of the responsibility. It is your duty. You are all too aware of the trajectory of this tale's conclusion. The unfolding of events has always seemed so self-evident to you. You have never pondered the deeper connections at play. Thus you have remained oblivious to how carelessly you navigate this world, how you hover at its periphery. Tom harbored a steadfast belief that you would never leave. Yet he also bore the weight of fear that you might vanish without warning, compounded by your passive acceptance of death. To him, who remained unaware of your otherworldly essence, only death could take you away from him. I sat in silence, my face pale, my teeth clenched tightly against my lip. With each word spoken by the system, my complexion grew even more ashen. By the time it finished, my fists were clenched so tightly that veins stood out, my nails digging into my palms, flesh bruised and bloodied. My lips were torn from biting, the metallic taste of blood flooding my tongue. I wished to speak, yet found myself at a loss for words, my heart trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 73, The Third Wish. So it is, I have unwittingly instilled this profound sense of unease in him. All along, I had viewed the unfolding of events as a matter of course, failing to reflect on the reasons behind them. I believe Tom sought to cleave my soul merely to have my company for eternity, never realizing the depths of his fear. Had he always feared my departure? Noticing my silence, the system continued. Zhao Yoxia, every action you take influences those around you. I do not know what you endured in your past life that led you to approach existence with such apathy. However, in this world, I believe there are things worth living for. I had witnessed your transformation. When you encountered Tom Riddle, when you entered Hogwarts, you radiated with the vitality of life. You still have a chance. Do not shut yourself away any longer. The system's voice faded, leaving me alone in the dimly lit room, like a statue frozen in place. I remained in a stupor for an indeterminate time before I attempted to rise. A loud thud echoed through the room as I collapsed, my back against the bed, powerless as I leaned against its foot. Slowly, I lay down on the floor, like a marionette bereft of its spirit. I arched my back at an unnatural angle, covering my face with my hands, warm tears sliding down my cheeks, slipping through my fingers and pooling on the brown floor, spreading increasingly. The room resonated with muffled sobs and soft gasps for breath, interspersed with delicate sounds of anguish. No, no, please. Ah, cough, yes. Ugh, no, please. Woe is me. Again and again, as if apologizing to him, to myself, to anyone. The morning light filtered through the cracks, illuminating the floor before me. A radiant beam breaking through the darkness. I opened my swollen, reddened eyes, the sunlight piercing in its brilliance. I raised my hand to embrace the light, its warmth enveloping my icy palms, continuously imparting its gentle warmth. No, I still have an opportunity. Peering through the mist toward distant horizons. There are still deeds left undone. My plans are the very essence of my survival. The sky beyond the fissures brightens gradually, the sun ascending slowly. There is no true darkness unless you entrap yourself within it, unwilling to emerge. I knelt in the dim room, savoring the warmth in my palms. There remains unfinished business. System. After a night of weeping on the cold floor, my voice became hoarse. I am here. You still owe me a wish, do you not? I inquired. Yes, your third request has yet to be determined. Very well. Listen closely. I am about to make my third request. You stated that as long as it does not violate the world's operational rules and does not disrupt the established trajectory of development, you shall comply. I wish for everyone in this world, who is willing, to be granted a chance to start anew. Every single person. You know I cannot resurrect the dead or alter the course of history. I am aware. My wish adheres to those two conditions. After a moment of contemplation, it replied. Agreed, provided the aforementioned conditions are met. I have no reason to refuse. I gently closed my eyes, a smile tugging at my lips. My plans could now unfold openly. Since it has been established, I have something to convey to you. I opened my eyes, gazing intently at it. Everyone, including Tom Riddle. What do you intend to do? It questioned. I have stated that you must grant all willing individuals a chance to begin anew. If my assumptions are correct, Voldemort's soul did not transition to the realm of the deceased. It must have been splintered into 8 fragments, existing in a manner not accepted by the current world or the afterlife. Indeed, he exists in torment, powerless to alter his circumstances for eternity, correct? Yes. Then he must yearn to escape such a plight. He cannot be content. The conditions are thus fulfilled. In Harry Potter, he meets his demise as a mortal would. I will not alter that aspect. What I intend is to merge his soul after he perishes before the masses. Voldemort will die, and I will not have disrupted the original trajectory. You cannot prevent me. I have not violated any terms of the contract, and the system cannot obstruct me. The system lapsed into silence for a moment. After a long pause, it finally spoke. How long have you been planning this? This cannot be something you conceived last night. I raised an eyebrow and curved my lips into a smile. It all began long ago when I inquired about the spells for soul fusion and soul tracking. Perhaps you truly belong in Slytherin. Perhaps, I said nonchalantly. Have you made up your mind? His soul has fragmented into 8 parts. To fuse them and grant him rebirth may deplete all the soul energy. Therefore, I must discuss the subsequent matters with you now. What matters? You might require a new provider of soul energy. Have you resolved to proceed? Yes. I can assist you in finding a new soul energy provider, I stated. I remember the condition, that it must be from the Zhao bloodline, correct? Yes. Only your lineage possesses this power. However, my temporal authority only extended to 2021. If I recall correctly, a month prior to my ingestion of the potion, on August 19th, there was a planetary alignment known as the 5-star conjunction. Am I here because of that? Indeed, only a 5-star conjunction or a 7-star conjunction can generate the immense power required for me to bring you into this world. They will form a passageway. You mentioned the 7 stars, but there hasn't been one for quite some time before the year I am in. The closest was in 2000. Yet, it is evident that there were no suitable candidates that year. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen me. Precisely. There is another condition. The soul of the individual brought here must exhibit turmoil, meaning it is out of sync with their physical frequency. During typical QA sessions, respondents merely answer the questions without elaboration. For instance, just now, a standard response would only mention the 5-star conjunction. But you also mentioned the 7-star conjunction. System, what have you not disclosed to me? I asserted. I find you far more challenging to deal with when you are invigorated than when you are lost in alcohol. What are you concealing? I inquired. My authority can expand slightly over time. When the Riddle family inflicted severe damage upon the world, my access was limited to events from 1925 to 2021. Nowadays, it's different. I can probe events from 1825 to 2022. There was a 7-star conjunction in 2022, correct? I grasped the critical information. Chapter 74. Disliking attention on one's true self. There was a 7-star conjunction in 2022, correct? I grasped the critical information. Yes. Thus, our objective is highly likely to be achieved. My ancestors had no recorded suicides prior to my time. But I believe there are still numerous descendants of the Zhao family existing in 2022. It doesn't necessarily have to be from my direct line. I have other cousins. I recall during the family reunion in 2021, the elders mentioned other collateral relatives. This significantly increases the number of potential candidates, making it unlikely to find someone unexpected among them, I analyzed. Indeed, it is your collateral relatives. Someone will meet with an accident in 2022. Is it someone I know? No, those you are familiar with are living stable lives according to their respective destinies.
Upon hearing this, I found it peculiar. Was I not living according to my original fate? Was I not? You are not. You made choices for yourself, terminating your own life prematurely. You could have lived until the age of 86. WTF. Does that mean my future is still so long? Yet I felt utterly hopeless at that time. That was you imprisoning yourself. Enough of this. Let us focus on the immediate matters. Who is it? Who will experience a soul disturbance? You likely have no recollection. Her bloodline has dwindled to just her. Ironically, in June 2022, she experienced a car accident, resulting in a lowered frequency alignment between her soul and body. So, she is the suitable candidate? Yes. Then let us take action. Since she is destined to vanish from that world in 2022, why not ensure her disappearance while actually pulling her into this world? I rested my chin on my hand, contemplating strategies. Theoretically feasible. Then it is settled. When will you begin preparations? In a few days? But her arrival is unlikely to occur within those days. It may take several years. Why? Due to the temporal differences, I can push forward significantly, but progress backward is limited. Just as the range I can probe, I can investigate the past by up to 100 years. But I can only extend the future by 1 additional year. All right, I understand. Do proceed swiftly. Oh, and don't forget, when I need your assistance in the future, remember to aid me. Don't let the newcomers overshadow the old. Rest assured, our contract remains effective, even with newcomers arriving. You have sustained this world for so many years. I will fulfill all that is guaranteed in the contract. Clap, clap, clap. I applauded. You are a commendable system. Do not say such things. It was also I who brought you here. I hope when you uncover the truth, you will not hold it against me. Yet, the system did not voice this sentiment. Naturally, I remained unaware. Thank you. I expressed my sincere gratitude. I thank you as well for all your hard work over the years, the system responded. We both have our purposes. We harbor secrets from one another. Yet we shall not harm each other. Even the closest friends, even the most intimate family, even the dearest lovers. Yet this does not impede our mutual care. The system began searching for ways to bring in newcomers, while I could openly execute my plans regarding Tom. Tom possesses a total of 7 Horcruxes, the Black Diary, the ring imbued with the Resurrection Stone, the Hufflepuff Cup, the Slytherin Locket, the Ravenclaw Diadem, the Serpent Nogany, and Harry Potter. The Serpent Nogany only becomes a Horcrux when Tom remakes his physical form and is cared for by Peter Pettigrew. As for Harry Potter, the spell has already been cast. When he seeks Tom during the Great Battle, his soul will be damaged and will automatically transfer to me. I cannot alter the original plot development. I must find a loophole to cast spells on these Horcruxes before they are destroyed. The diary is currently unattainable, likely hidden somewhere in the Malfoy residence. This matter can wait. If I am not mistaken, the Gaunt family ring should be concealed in the Gaunt estate. This can be prioritized, especially since its destroyer is Professor Dumbledore. Once he obtains it, casting spells on it will become exceedingly difficult. Professor Dumbledore is a formidable opponent. After packing my belongings, I apparat to the Gaunt estate. Standing here once more, I felt an uncanny sense of dislocation. The Gaunt estate has become even more dilapidated. The roof tiles are nearly all gone, several windows are shattered, and the grass at the entrance has grown to knee height. The roof is enveloped in verdant foliage, and the serpent head motif at the entrance is ensnared by branches, clearly indicating that no one has inhabited this place for years. However, to Muggles, it appears merely as a desolate bog. Tom cast a spell on it, rendering Muggles unable to see it. I gently touched the barrier before me, and indeed, there was a protective shield. I drew my wand and waved it. White sparks descended upon the barrier. Unravel. With a flash of light, the barrier was dispelled. Just as the system had stated, although I do not possess extensive knowledge of spells, my unique nature allows my magic to defy the standards of this realm. Sometimes, simply by willing it while waving my wand, I can execute the desired silent spells. I approached the Gaunt estate. With a flick of my wand, I dispelled the entangling vines at the entrance, revealing the familiar serpent-headed door before my eyes. Alohomora. The incantation echoed, and with a resounding thud, the door swung open. Dust cascaded down, swirling into the air. I clasped my nose with my left hand and fanned the dust away with my right sleeve. Only after the particles settled did I step inside. The room bore little difference from decades past, preserved by magic, free from insects and cobwebs. Yet, a thick layer of dust enveloped the belongings, and the disordered tables and chairs remained as they were during the confrontation between Tom and Morphin Gaunt. Back then, Tom and I stood precisely where I now stood, while Morphin sat in that very chair, quivering madly, uttering the most cutting remarks. Gently brushing my fingers against the chair, I felt a heavy coating of dust. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the foliage, drawing my attention to a glaring reflection. Approaching the source of the gleam, I discovered a small tin box, unremarkable in appearance, tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. This evoked memories of Tom's tin box from the orphanage. which I wondered about its whereabouts. Wait a moment. Could this be a box for a ring? Tom had a habit of storing significant items in a box. It was possible he might have placed a ring in a similarly unassuming container. Moreover, this box seemed far from intriguing to Morphin Gaunt. Resembling Tom's own tin box in its lack of ornamentation, subtle presence, and absence of anything particularly eye-catching. It mirrored Tom's desire to remain unnoticed in his true self. Chapter 75. As if someone had orchestrated it this way. Furthermore, the unremarkable box in the unnoticed corner appeared deliberately placed. I raised my wand, casting a protective barrier before me. I had not forgotten what Tom had done to Flint. I used magic to open the box, only to find it empty. How could this be? Was it concealed? Reveal your secret, I commanded. As expected, with the spell's utterance, a black ring materialized within the box. Yet, I refrained from touching it, recalling that Professor Dumbledore had once worn this ring, only to suffer a curse that left him with only a few years to live. His finger blackened. Fortunately, I need not lay a finger upon it. I gently nicked my hand, allowing warm crimson droplets to fall upon the ring, casting the spell. The white light and red liquid vanished together. The incantation completed, I halted the bleeding with my wand, retrieving a vial to sprinkle some powder onto my hand. After tidying the box and placing it back in its original position, I stood at the entrance, wand directed into the room. Restore everything. Dust began to blanket the floor anew, erasing the traces my hand had left upon the chair. I exited the room and closed the door behind me. At the threshold, I re-entwined the vines around the door, restoring it to its prior state. Upon reaching the yard, I cast the spell once more. Restore everything. The grass I had trampled rose upright again, slowly transforming the path I had created back into a wild thicket, as if no one had ever entered. A barrier gradually formed, rising from the ground to the sky, creating a hemispherical transparent shield enveloping the entire estate. A secret was thus sealed away. As though no one had ever set foot here, I turned and disapparated from the Gaunt residence. News arrived from the system. The adapter was named Zhao Tinjia, an 18-year-old girl. Her parents had passed away, and she had suffered a tragic accident while traveling to clear her mind. She could enter the magical world. But due to the time difference, she would arrive in 1990, 3 to 4 years from now. This was of no concern. I had yet to fully merge with Tom's soul, and my spiritual energy remained untapped. I reassured the system. I was untroubled by this. I pondered how to proceed, and I needed its assistance. It seemed somewhat hesitant. Was there no suitable host for her? When I had crossed over, I had fortuitously found a body when Katherine Fleury's soul departed, granting me a physical form. But where could I find a similar situation for Zhao Tinjia now? Perhaps the system could conjure one out of thin air? That wasn't the issue at hand. What then is the problem? I inquired, puzzled. What other difficulties does the system face that requires my help? Her circumstances differ from yours. You transcended as a soul. She came along with her body. What? How could she come with her body? I was astonished. I arrived merely as a soul. Your body was in a detached state. You awoke from slumber, your soul having departed your form. Zhao Tinjia's soul was briefly dislodged due to the accident, but it returned during the process of my bringing her here. Reluctantly, I transported her body along as well. Will this cause any repercussions? Her body will regress in age, likely reverting by 6 or 7 years. 10 years. Her body will become 10 years old. I asked. Indeed, but her soul remains 18. That is quite similar to my own situation. However, you at least had some adaptation time, and you had the Fleury family as a basis for identity. She arrives with nothing. I understood the implication of the system's request for assistance. Ultimately, she was brought here because of me, and I would ensure everything was arranged for her. I patted my chest, promising. That simplifies matters. Please teach her everything about the magical world and assist with her identity, the system instructed. Do not worry. It is my duty. You go ahead and bring her here. I will prepare everything before her arrival. After the system departed, I summoned Abner and the others. I have matters to discuss with you, and I trust you will keep these words close to your hearts and refrain from speaking of them. Can I rely on you? Master, you need only command us. We shall comply and remain silent, Abner affirmed. Thank you. It is our obligation, Anna replied. It is the duty of our house elves. Abby added, whatever it may be, I will assist the master and heed your commands, Landon stated. I need you to spread the word that the Fleury family has 2 daughters, one named Vina, who studies at home and is Katherine's eldest daughter, and the second named Tina. They are the current heirs of the Fleury family and bear the family name. If anyone inquires about their father, they should claim ignorance. Additionally, spread the news that Katherine has been gravely ill and bedridden for the past 2 years, worrying about her children's future. Ensure that anyone who comes to visit is turned away. I expect you to remain unfazed by anything you witness within this household. A girl will appear by my side, and she is Tina. Treat her as you would any young lady of the Fleury family. Furthermore, all that I have shared with you must remain a secret. Do you understand? Understood. They replied in unison. You are the only ones I can trust in this world. Do not let me down, I stated. The house elves, Abner, Abby, Anna, and Landon, vowed their unwavering loyalty to their master in chorus. Thank you sincerely. I appreciate your assistance. In the magical world, wizards often live longer than muggles, with lifespans exceeding a century being commonplace. Alchemical masters have been known to exist for several centuries. Calculating accordingly, one could conclude that in the muggle world, a woman in her 40s is considered a geriatric mother, whereas in the wizarding realm, a woman in her 50s giving birth should be deemed unremarkable. Nevertheless, advanced maternal age exacts a considerable toll on the body, making Katherine's demise seem almost inevitable. The house elves exhibit remarkable speed, and in the past 2 years, the Flea family has once again captured the public's attention. I shall venture out with Abby, who has transformed into a humanoid form and conceals her face, thus crafting the illusion that the Flea family has 2 children. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention. I instructed the system to alter my appearance to resemble that of a 12 or 13-year-old, a feat it was indeed capable of achieving. The public often glimpses the Flea family's 2 young daughters purchasing various magical supplies before departing. Gradually, discussions have arisen, expressing sympathy for the sisters, with some speculating about the identity of their father. Abel has reported the latest developments to me. I can make the topic disappear, Master. Understood. No need to concern ourselves with them. This will not have adverse repercussions in the future, I replied. For the sake of my forthcoming plans, I made further adjustments to my appearance through the system. My nasal bridge became more pronounced, my eyes transformed from black to a pale blue, and my hair adopted a striking mix of black and white, reminiscent of an ear-dyed style. This new visage imbued me with a sense of aggression compared to my previous, more demure appearance. The house elves have also grown accustomed to my altered countenance, carefully guarding their knowledge and refraining from discussing the past. Chapter 76, The Dawn of a New Life. Recently, a new wave of rumors has swept through the magical world, though only a select few are aware. Yet the atmosphere remains fraught with anxiety. The influence of Voldemort and the darkness of his brutality have taken root in the hearts of many. Some believe that Voldemort's followers, the Death Eaters, are seeking the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone, rumored to possess the power to resurrect Voldemort. In an instant, those privy to this information have become apprehensive, for it evokes memories of their prolonged nightmares. Upon learning this news, I felt no surprise. After all, during Harry Potter's first year, Tom, who had possessed Professor Quirrell, was indeed in pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone. However, I pondered whether the current Professor Dumbledore, no, the esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, was aware of the stone's whereabouts. In the tale of Harry Potter, the stone was safeguarded by Dumbledore's clever strategies. Otherwise, it would have fallen into Tom's hands. System. I realized I was becoming increasingly adept at utilizing it. What is it? Is Headmaster Dumbledore aware of the Philosopher's Stone's location? I inquired. He should not be. The stone remains in Nicholas Flamel's possession, it replied. Understood. Are you certain you wish to return to Hogwarts? It pressed again. What other choice do I have? Why else would I have you alter my appearance? I countered. I fear you may struggle to cope, given the multitude of memories tied to Tom Riddle, it cautioned. I worry you might regret this. Yusha, some matters cannot be reversed, the system thought privately. Do not underestimate my resilience. I possess direction and purpose within my heart. I shall not yield easily, nor will I be readily harmed. I raised an eyebrow, teasingly. Oh, system, you still do not comprehend me fully. I have never been a mere little rabbit, haha. What purpose does the Philosopher's Stone serve you? It queried. It holds no value for me, but it would greatly facilitate the progression of the plot and my entry into Hogwarts. By the way, have you inquired about Zhao Tinjia's willingness to attend Hogwarts? I asked. I have, and she is indeed willing. She is likely to arrive in this world shortly, the system responded. What is her current status? I wondered. Once again, she has lost her parents and encountered misfortune. Life is seldom smooth for anyone. Each harbors their own struggles. She will traverse through with both body and soul. I cannot fathom her thoughts. In the time tunnel, what may seem like a year or two for us could be merely hours for her. Do not worry. The system reassured me. I nodded. I shall now compose a letter to Headmaster Dumbledore. I believe that with the information regarding the Philosopher's Stone, along with Dumbledore's benevolence, admission to Hogwarts should pose no issue. Yes, with you, I feel more at ease. Zhao Tinjia's magical energy is not as potent as yours. She is but a novice. And in your world, almost no one wields magic, the system explained. Indeed, my power stems from a life cut short, my soul's strength frozen in its prime. However, Zhao Tinjia differs. Her soul's energy is minimal, barely sufficient for sustenance. Thus, she may not adapt to the magical realm as swiftly as you. You must take extra care of her. However, like you, extreme spells may not affect her, and she cannot wield dark magic, lest it recoil upon her. I nodded, understanding. By the way, do not reveal my existence to her. Allow her to believe I am a denizen of the magical world. Keep me informed about her situation. I must remain vigilant. Her arrival must not cause the world I have fought to protect to crumble. Once the system had imparted its instructions, it departed, leaving me to sit down with pen and parchment to compose my letter to Headmaster Dumbledore. Hogwarts? I must return there. My heart is tethered to those I cherish. And there are unfinished matters awaiting my attention. Dear Headmaster Dumbledore. Greetings, Headmaster Dumbledore. I wonder if you still remember me. I am Katherine Flea. I hope you continue to relish honeydukes as ever. I apologize for my silence since our last correspondence. In truth, I have not contacted anyone since leaving Hogwarts. Life is invariably replete with challenges and surprises. After departing Hogwarts, I have traversed many experiences and glimpsed the world of my dreams. Recently, a new rumor has emerged within the magical realm, one that breeds unease and fear among the populace. I trust you have heard whispers of it. I penned this letter to share some insights, hoping to prevent this rumor from materializing. Yet, I also seek your assistance. Given our teacher-student bond and the nature of this information, I beseech you to allow my 2 daughters to enroll at Hogwarts. My eldest daughter is Vina Flea, and my youngest is Tina Flea. They are well-behaved. Vina has become acquainted with most of the knowledge under my tutelage. Tina is somewhat younger, but is quite obedient. Vina will look after her. Please tap here with your wand. The Philosopher's Stone is in Nicholas Flamel's possession. It is the last remaining one in existence. They reside in Devon. I apologize for the trouble I am causing you, but my time is limited. I prefer not to speak of their father. Life is a series of ups and downs, and dwelling on it can be disheartening. I have entrusted their guardianship to a house elf who has served as our family's steward for decades, and I hold great trust in him. I feel remorse for my 2 children, but I truly cannot care for them any longer. I hope you can be understanding and look after them. Wishing you good health and all the best. Yours sincerely, Katherine. Having completed the letter, I placed the honeydukes and the letter into my satchel, sending my owl to deliver it to Headmaster Dumbledore. Before long, I received a response. Professor Dumbledore, no, Headmaster Dumbledore, had accepted my request. Time flies. The wise middle-aged man I remember is no longer a professor, but has ascended to become the most formidable white wizard of our age, the head of the illustrious Hogwarts school. The letter urged me to take care of my health, assuring me not to worry about the 2 children. He would personally write the enrollment notices for them. I chuckled softly as I caressed the letter. This sagacious elder still exuded an aura of reliability. Yet, I couldn't help but reflect on the inevitable truth of his departure. This is the cruelest aspect of life. The world, in its mercilessness, reveals all yet offers no means to alter the unfolding of events. The encroaching darkness looms closer, but this time, I shall not be ensnared by its allure. With a clear direction in my heart, I can persevere and gaze beyond the shadows toward a brighter horizon. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the curtains were flung open by the wind, billowing gracefully, and sunlight poured into the room. I realized that my new life was set to embark. Chapter 77, Make This a Home. Before me stood a drenched creature, and I could hardly suppress a smile. It was not solely due to the fact that she heralded the beginning of my new life, but also because of her current appearance. She must surely be a little girl who adores beauty yet fears the cold, for her plush rabbit pajamas rendered her irresistibly adorable, though the bangs clinging to the center of her forehead resembled 2 wilted leaves. No matter how I looked at her, it struck me as bizarre. Goodness, this wretched system claimed it would transport me to the world of Harry Potter, yet here I am, in an entirely different place. She struggled to climb out of my pool, chattering incessantly. I squatted before her, resting my chin on my hand as I quietly observed her tirade. How reminiscent she was of my own mischievous self during my school days. She bore a striking resemblance to me back then. Her physical form also seemed to match that age. It appeared she had yet to realize she had regressed in years. Who is this child? She stared at me with an exuberant confidence, as if her age afforded her some authority. Are you referring to yourself? I asked, intrigued. What do you mean, wait? Why does my voice sound like this? She touched her throat, eyes wide with astonishment. My hands are so small. How come you are taller than I am? How can I speak English? Her voice rose in pitch, and she frantically rotated her hands, glancing back at me, only to cover her mouth in disbelief. I leaned in closer, her shriek nearly sending me away. Rubbing my ears, I complained, could you please lower your volume? Your shouting is nearly deafening. I spoke these words in Chinese. Her eyes widened further, clearly taken aback. You can speak Chinese? She asked. Is there any other option? Miss Zhao Tingjia. I replied with a hint of amusement. How do you know my name? She looked even more perplexed, her large head filled with questions. Hey, this is quite amusing. It would be a shame not to tease you a little. My family's guardian spirit informed me that we share a lineage from Country C. I winked at her. This was not mere fabrication. Considering the Fooley family's discreet nature, along with their black hair and dark eyes, It was highly plausible they possessed roots from Country C. And a guardian spirit? Never mind, let us disregard that for now. My mind is in disarray. Do you know about the system? She inquired. Are you referring to the guardian spirit? The one with the transparent surface? I feigned ignorance, my eyes wide. Yes, that one. Is it your family's guardian spirit? Is this place the Fully residence? She glanced around, bewildered. Indeed. I responded cheerfully. So, you must be the young lady Vina Fully? Precisely. Come with me. I waved my wand, and Zhao Tinjia's sword out of the water. I then cast a drying and warmth charm on her. Was that magic? She stared at me in amazement. Yes, perhaps you could do it too. But for now, let us head indoors. It's rather chilly outside. I ruffled her hair gently. As I spoke, I walked toward the house, and Zhao Tinjia hurriedly followed. Her body had undergone a transformation here, shrinking to that of a 10-year-old. I had previously discussed with the system that she would begin to grow gradually, starting from this age. Unlike me, she would not remain perpetually at one age. Her body and soul traversed together, allowing for natural growth until her eventual demise. Thankfully, the normal cycle of life and death is a form of happiness in itself. I lifted a cup of red tea and offered it to her. Have a sip, it will warm you. She accepted the tea, her demeanor shifting from carefree to somewhat reserved. Holding the cup in front of her, she hesitated to drink, gazing thoughtfully into the tea. Miss Fully, she began. Just call me Vina. There's no need for formality. Consider this your home, I replied with a gentle smile. How much do you know about me? She asked. You are Zhao Tinjia, from another world. If I am not mistaken, you encountered an accident in your world and were brought here by my family's guardian spirit. Correct? Yes, that is true. Did your guardian spirit mention I would reside here as your sister? It was evident she was anxious, unlike me. She had not arrived through a self-concluded fate, thus she was bound to feel unsettled in this new realm. I am aware. You will become my sister, Tina Fully, and the second young lady of the Fully family. Do not worry. I understand everything, and I will treat you as my own sister. I patted her hand reassuringly. She seemed a bit awkward, nervously scratching her head. Can I not call you sister? Of course, just Vina will suffice. I smiled gently. Thank you. She placed the teacup on the table to express her gratitude. Have you eaten? Would you like something to eat? I inquired. No, I had something earlier. I'm a bit tired. Could you show me to my guest room? She asked, looking fatigued. Certainly, we have prepared your room. You can rest tonight. And tomorrow you can decide how you want it arranged with the help of the house elves. Thank you. She bowed deeply. No need for such formality. You are my sister now. If you have anything to say, don't hesitate. Relax, I said, lifting her up and ruffling her hair. I led her to her bedroom, and fearing she might not adjust on her first day, I placed a magical lantern by her bed, fashioned like a table lamp, functioning similarly. After bidding her good night, I returned to my own room. Locking the door with a spell and casting another to muffle any sounds from outside, I summoned the system. Have you reached any agreement with her, Zhao Tinjia? I asked the system. Yes, I will ensure her immortality while she maintains the stability of this world. Likewise, she cannot violate the rules of this world or alter its existing trajectory. Should she do so, I will imprison her. Really? That seems rather harsh. It differs from the agreement we have, I remarked, astonished. She is different. When you arrived, you had no interest in altering everything, but she harbors a strong obsession, particularly regarding the youngest Malfoy. The youngest Malfoy? Draco? I inquired. Yes, before her arrival, she expressed excitement about the possibility of changing Draco. The system responded. That sounds somewhat perilous. Let me clarify a few points. I straightened my posture. First, she cannot violate the laws of the world, such as resurrection. Secondly, she cannot alter the original development of the world, like Voldemort's resurrection or Draco experiencing his father's imprisonment and being assigned a daunting task by Voldemort. Correct. Additionally, like you, she is not susceptible to soul-sucking or possession spells. She remains unaffected by extreme magic. However, should she resort to dark magic of an extreme nature, she would be met with a multiplied backlash. But what are her advantages? I pondered. Chapter 78. If the heart holds affection, she will survive in the magical realm, leading a life of comfort and luxury with the ability to wield magic. Is that all? Are there not 3 conditions? I inquired. Indeed. How could she possibly agree? As it has been stated, she is not like you. She desires to live. Back then, I went to great lengths to coax you into survival. Oh, in comparison, it seems quite advantageous for me, I muttered while resting my chin on my hand. Oh, she wishes to attend Hogwarts. I assured her she could accompany Draco. But she must not alter the trajectory of Draco's inevitable fate, the system clarified. Sigh. Another young girl yearning to be near her beloved, much like I once did. I shall take good care of her. If anything arises, remember to inform me daily, so I can keep track of her whereabouts. It is always prudent to be attentive to her needs. Understood. My family's guardian will daily report her activity patterns to you, the system teased. You're rather boastful. I merely expressed a fleeting thought. Humph. You're speaking contrary to your heart. I indeed count as your guardian. He retorted, displeased. Yes, yes. You must be quite busy guarding us. Off you go. After bidding farewell to the system, I collapsed onto my bed, mulling over matters for a while. Rising, I retrieved a black notebook from beneath my pillow, opened it, pricked my finger to let a drop of blood fall upon it, and raised my wand to cast a spell. The sparkles and crimson hues dissipated as the incantation was completed. I find myself rather eager to meet you, Tom. Zhao Tinjia adapted swiftly. Youth truly is a blessing, brimming with vitality. Vina, when do you think we shall go to Hogwarts? Vina, which house do you believe we will be sorted into? Vina, my world suddenly became lively. I informed her that we would commence our studies in 1991, alongside Harry Potter, Draco, and the others. She became even more exhilarated, diligently immersing herself in the knowledge of the magical realm. As she grew familiar, I planned to introduce her to the magical world, for one must become acquainted. Otherwise, anyone would find a sudden appearance perplexing. Previously, the elf and I had concealed our faces when venturing out. This time, I could reveal my appearance to some extent. Time flew by. Tina had nearly mastered all there was to know about the magical world. One day, I found myself staring blankly at a gravestone inscribed with Katherine Freely. Indeed, I had erected a monument for myself, though I could not quite articulate why. Initially, it was merely a precaution. After all, if someone were to inquire, lacking even a gravestone might raise suspicions. However, upon subsequent visits to the gravestone, I occasionally felt as though Katherine Freely had truly passed, that she had long become a relic of the past, much like Tom Riddle, who had been largely forgotten by the magical community. They were both buried within the river of time. Hoot hoot. A letter has arrived. Yet it was not from Kyle. My Kyle too had vanished within the currents of time. An unfamiliar owl presented itself. I retrieved the letter, which contained 2 admission notices from Hogwarts. I called for Tina, who was evidently thrilled, as this was her first correspondence from Hogwarts, a dream come true. Yet, I found myself somewhat dazed holding the letter. This was my second admission notice. The last time I received one, I was accompanied by a seemingly awkward boy with an involuntary smile at the corners of his mouth. Vina, why are you not the least bit excited? It's Hogwarts. Tina hugged the envelope to her chest, puzzled by my calmness. Her smile radiated sincerity. Her exuberant ponytail swaying in the sunlight as she jumped, her arched brows and clear, bright brown eyes momentarily leaving me in a daze. Does going to Hogwarts bring you such joy? I asked. Does going to Hogwarts bring you such joy? The boy had asked the girl. Indeed. Hogwarts. I've waited over a decade for this admission letter. Tina exclaimed. Indeed. It's something I have longed for over a decade. The girl excitedly replied to the boy. Vina, are you all right? Tina gazed at me, her eyes reflecting confusion and concern. I snapped back to reality, looking at her with curiosity. I'm fine. What is the matter? Really? She seemed incredulous, hesitating. But your eyes are red. You've shed tears. She paused, lifting a finger to point at the corner of her own eye before continuing. I puzzledly rubbed my fingertip against my eye, feeling the dampness on my fingers. Only then realizing I had cried. Observing the tears on my fingertip, I gently stroked it with my thumb, smudging the moisture until it vanished. Perhaps I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. Who wouldn't he be thrilled upon receiving an admission letter? I remarked, gazing distantly at the sky. Ah, I knew it. This is splendid news. We are going to Hogwarts together. Moi? She joyfully kissed the letter twice. The autumn of 1991 approaches. We shall meet once more, Tom. I took Tina to Diagon Alley to procure our school supplies. Vina, look. It's the Nimbus 2000. Tina shouted at me. Slow down, or we'll get separated. I cautioned. Is this child truly 18? Surely she cannot be only 8, running about so energetically. Tom would not wander aimlessly. Taking care of a child is quite the physical endeavor. Wow, there are so many owls. Let us buy a pet. Tina darted into another shop. Tina Freely. If you keep running around, you can stay here by yourself. Without any galleons, how will you gather everything on the list? I was growing impatient. No, please. Just a little longer, she pleaded. 3. V, I said. 2. I'm coming. Don't count. 1. By the time I reached 1, Tina was already standing before me. As expected, this tactic works whether in the mundane world or the magical realm, particularly with those of close blood ties. I pulled her into a secluded corner, casting a confundus charm and a silencing charm upon us. I began to converse with her in Mandarin. Tina, I hope you find happiness in this magical world. However, you are not entirely without constraints. I believe the Guardian has spoken to you about this. Do not be overly ostentatious. Should you veer the course of this world from its original path, neither of us will find a favorable outcome, and those you care for will vanish without a trace. Do you understand my meaning? I steadied her shoulders, gazing into her eyes. If your heart holds affection, refrain from actions that might impact them. Of course, the world is not absolute. Within the future, the blank spaces represent your freedom to create. You know that I am aware of the future? She suddenly lifted her head, looking at me with a hint of fear. Yes, our family members are quite extraordinary. Like you, I know the future. This world may seem to you like a mere book, but here, these individuals are living, breathing beings. Do not dismiss this world as unreal. All your actions will influence every individual here, each genuine, vibrant life. I spoke earnestly. Oh, I understand. She lowered her head, somewhat aggrieved. Chapter 79, Long time no see, Tom. I sincerely wish for your happiness. I share these thoughts with you to elucidate the rules and to guide you towards a more fulfilling existence in this realm. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling of being shackled here. All I desire is to act freely, to embrace liberty. What is wrong with that? She lifted her gaze to me, her anger palpable. In another world, are you truly free and possessive of everything? I countered. In that realm, I faced disillusionment, ridiculed by all, striving to appease others while spiraling into failure. I endured the agony of unreciprocated effort, felt the most brutal impact of words, and contemplated the relinquishment of life itself. Where's the absence of constraint? As human beings existing within this world, we are bound to encounter valleys of despair and limitations. But is there nothing in this world worth cherishing? Perhaps not. The people around us, every blade of grass, a fleeting thought, a goal, the unknown future, and the distant horizons beyond the darkness, all are pursuits worthy of our endeavors. This is the most significant lesson I have gleaned here, imparted to me by that individual. And you, Tina, having lost your parents, alone and having faced misfortune, are not without your own constraints. In that world, you cannot resurrect the dead, nor can you alter your fate. The difference lies in the fact that here, you have new opportunities to explore the uncharted spaces. These blank spaces are your chances for change. She fell silent. Life has never been a smooth journey, Tina. Being your elder, I will do my utmost to provide the care you need. However, no one can make choices for you. Whether life is good or bad ultimately depends on oneself. You may choose to approach it with negativity, but soon you will realize that the more pessimistic you are, the more hopeless life appears, leaving self-destruction as the only path. Yet, if you choose positivity and take a few extra steps when the going gets tough, you will see beyond the darkness to far brighter places. This is a truth I learned from someone, and I hope you can grasp its meaning sooner rather than later. Watching her ponder with her small face contorted in thought, I felt a pang of empathy. After all, this is her first genuine foray into the magical world. Growth may come with some pain, but it is not solely about suffering. You have a fondness for someone in this world, don't you? I often hear you inquire about the Malfoy family. I gently ruffled her hair, letting out a resigned sigh. Little one, if you have someone you cherish, you must learn to plan for them. Although you cannot change the existing trajectory of events, in the blank spaces of the story, you are free to express yourself. She looked up at me, her eyes reflecting a mixture of comprehension and confusion. I understand that you cannot fully grasp this now, but in time, you will. Come, let me take you to Gringotts to withdraw some money. I will show you our little, oh no, our grand vault. Indeed, excitement danced across her face. Oh, what a little treasure enthusiast she is, just like me. Upon emerging from Gringotts, I produced a bag of galleons and handed it to Tina, encouraging her to wander and procure her supplies. Remember, you cannot alter the original course of the world. However, feel free to express yourself in the blank spaces. I know. Vina, you're too chatty, I'm off. We agreed to meet at the entrance of the magical creature's shop after our shopping spree. With glee, she clutched her money and dashed towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Watching her retreating figure, I couldn't help but shake my head and chuckle. Draco must be around there somewhere. I meticulously purchased everything on the list, except for a wand, as my old wand has always served me well. I acquired a new owl for companionship instead. As I strolled through the bustling crowd, I felt strangely out of place, yet I remained unfazed. Approaching the entrance of the Quidditch shop, I noticed children pressing their faces against the window, and memories flooded my mind, blending with the scene before me. What are these brooms for? Don't you already have a house elf? These brooms shouldn't hold any significance for you. Don't waste your money. With that thought, I jostled the bag of items in my arms, glancing at the children, and involuntarily smiled. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in pain, rubbing their shoulder. My bag, laden with numerous items, obscured my vision as I held it in front of me. I adjusted the bag slightly and caught sight of a deep purple cloak. I am so sorry. I quickly bowed in apology to the person before me. However, my bag tipped forward with my movement, nearly spilling its contents. The individual helped stabilize the bag, preventing its contents from tumbling out. I apologize, thank you. I looked up to meet their gaze. It's no trouble, they waved their hand dismissively, but the next moment, they appeared flustered and stammered. I hope you are unhurt. I offered a polite smile in response to their apologetic demeanor. Only then did they lower their gaze slightly to meet mine, and the next second, they seemed taken aback. I leaned forward slightly, curious to discern what had caused their surprise. Had I inadvertently bumped into them? "Are you all right, sir?" He suddenly snapped back to reality. His eyes now focused and no longer evasive. He stared at me intently, narrowing his eyes. "Not well at all, Mississippi. You ought to utilize your eyes wisely. One should watch where they walk." His tone was stern, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, and he spoke without stuttering. I was momentarily taken aback by his abrupt change in attitude, responding with a dazed What was this? One moment he was dismissive, and the next he was scolding me? "I apologize. I will be more cautious." I decided it was best to avoid further conflict. There was something about him that felt oddly familiar, yet I was certain I had never encountered him before. He scoffed, sizing me up, then flicked his cloak and cast a levitation charm on my bag. The bag lifted and magically tied itself into a smaller bundle. "Take care. And don't bump into others again." With that, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. What manner of person is this? With a sharp tongue, yet performing a good deed? That cursed purple cloak leaves me with an unsettling feeling, along with the lingering scent. I caught a whiff of the fragrance left behind, a potent aroma of garlic. Wait a moment. Purple cloak, alternating between stuttering and speaking fluently, the garlic scent. And the wrapped headscarf. Could it be Professor Quirrell? I abruptly turned to follow the direction he had departed, but just moments later, I spun back around. I must not let Tom, who has taken possession of Professor Quirrell, discover my presence. I secured the bag and lightly tossed it over my shoulder, one hand resting against the shop window as I leaned closer to the glass. To an outsider, it appeared as though I was admiring the displayed items. In reality, I was fixated on the reflection of Tom and Professor Quirrell's silhouette. His figure stood out amidst the crowd, as the possessed Professor Quirrell walked with an upright posture, his steps steady and graceful. An unexplainable elegance radiated from him. "It has been a long time, Tom. We shall meet again soon, my Tom. This time, I will not flee. Rather, it should be said, you cannot escape." I remained by the window, watching him until Professor Quirrell's figure vanished at the street's end. Upon returning to the house in Godric S. Hollow, I flung my belongings aside and collapsed onto the bed. I never anticipated encountering Tom so swiftly. I wonder what thoughts cross his mind as he gazes upon my visage. With a countenance reminiscent of Katherine, a 13-year-old girl, what might he perceive? A passerby? An ordinary individual? A striking resemblance to Katherine? Or perhaps, Katherine's daughter? Chapter 80. I feel like a pervert. Contemplating this, I flipped over, clutching the duvet to obscure my face. How exhilarating this thought is. I take such delight in the way you are drawn to me, yet find me inscrutable. That bewildered expression upon your face is utterly delectable. Cough, cough, adorable. It's simply too enticing to resist. I feel like a pervert. Ha ha ha. I could not suppress a fit of joyous laughter. "Little Tom, my dear Tom, I am about to see you again. You cannot escape this time." Standing once more before platform 9 3/4, a smile crept upon my lips. Back to the very beginning, I stood there in a daze at the station. Should I simply rush forward? Tina asked anxiously. "Why the hurry? Oh, is someone waiting for you over there?" I shot her a sidelong glance. Where is anyone?" Her face flushed. She lowered her head and stammered. "You can't deny it. Your face is practically screaming that Draco is waiting for you. Hurry up." "Oh no. Not at all. Let us wait a moment. I wish to observe the expressions of others as they pass through the barrier." "Not telling the truth? Then I shall tease you." "Vina, what is there to see?" She grew flustered. "You're too easy to provoke. Go on. Draco will surely wait for you to board before he departs." I reassured her. "And you?" she inquired. "No need to worry. Off you go." I encouraged her. "Well, I shall take my leave." With that, she hurried towards the entrance. I lingered for a while before finally boarding the train. A 13-year-old girl without any school insignia readily attracts attention. Once everyone was seated, I made my entrance. By the time I boarded, the train was nearly filled, and I found an unoccupied spot to rest my chin in leisurely contemplation of the long unseen scenery. As for why no one disturbed me, naturally, it was due to the locking charm I had cast. Moreover, most people had settled down by then. After disembarking, I followed Hagrid to the boat, grateful for the ample girth of Crabbe and Goyle, who provided me with a convenient shield from prying eyes, sparing me undue attention. I had not anticipated that a flippant wish would come to fruition. Might I indulge in a chicken leg with abandon alongside them? The doors to the great hall swung open, and we entered, the sorting hat embarking on its annual task of assigning houses. Due to my age, I would directly enter the third year, but I still needed to be sorted, thus I was placed at the end of the line. Watching one person after another being called forth to their respective houses filled me with both joy and a sense of disorientation. Surprisingly, yet not unexpectedly, Tina was sorted into Slytherin. With her temperament, perhaps Gryffindor would have suited her better, What sort of narrative might unfold in Slytherin? But fear not, I, along with the Flea family, will be there to assist her whenever she needs. Suddenly, I felt a gaze fixated upon me, as if a serpent were watching its prey. Huh, how curious that you remain unchanged after all these years, little Tom. I knew he was observing me, yet I did not turn to look. Curiosity may lead to peril, and I wished to divert attention away from myself. I desired for someone else to be the curious cat. This year, we have a transfer student joining Hogwarts for the 3rd year, who must also be sorted. Please step forward, Vina Flea. Professor McGonagall's voice rang out, prompting me to step forward. The piercing gaze intensified upon hearing my name. Haha, Tom, are you pondering who Katherine might have become entangled with? But I shall not divulge that to you. Not a single glance will I grant you today. You may ponder in solitude. The Mad Hat was once again placed upon my head. Ah, quite familiar. I have encountered you before. Let me think, when was it? Long time no see. Dear Hat, have you missed me? It's you, the girl who was with that Dark Lord. I heard you vanished for many years. You are alive and have returned to Hogwarts. As a magical hat that has existed for years, I trust you know what can and cannot be revealed. Of course, I am well aware of the world's rules. This shall remain our secret. I never expected you to threaten me now. How intriguing. Oh, with a clear objective and willingness to resort to any means to achieve it, you are truly becoming more suited for Slytherin. Proceed to Slytherin. I wish to join Ravenclaw. Why? You are so Slytherin at present. That would earn you glory and garner the attention of those you desire. That would be inconvenient. I wish to join Ravenclaw. That would better assist me in capturing that person's attention. Very well, if that is your wish. Ravenclaw, the Sorting Hat declared. I rose and made my way to the Ravenclaw table, nodding in respect to Headmaster Dumbledore, who raised his goblet in acknowledgement. No one could recognize me. After all, Katherine was never adept at engaging with others or displaying herself before Headmaster Dumbledore. Vina, on the other hand, is one to flaunt, to possess unwavering aspirations, brimming with zeal for life. The Ravenclaw common room in the tower was suffused with a dreamlike quality, a blend of white, blue, and bronze, creating a fairy tale aesthetic. From the heights, through the arched windows, the picturesque landscape outside was reminiscent of a holiday retreat. The stars and moon illuminated the earth at night, and the half-moon decorations within the dormitory brought me immense joy. I flopped onto the soft bed, my heart brimming with the exhilaration of new beginnings. I cannot save everyone, so I shall accept that truth, acknowledging that I am not a good person. I cannot rescue those destined to depart. Saving one person means the demise of others. Thus, I shall embrace my selfishness and refrain from excessive interaction with them. Minimizing emotional harm, I will focus solely on my own objectives. There is no sin in seeking comfort and happiness for oneself, as long as it does not harm others. Everyone here has their own destiny. To meddle recklessly is nothing short of arrogance, a hubris towards the world and all its inhabitants. And Tom, my apologies. He has been my quarry from the very beginning. It is unclear who owes whom. It is simply reciprocal. Call me heartless, or say I am devoid of compassion. If deemed one of the murderers, I shall accept that too. Since I cannot change, I shall embrace it, wholly and unreservedly. Then, I shall fix my gaze beyond the darkness towards my aspirations. I grasped the new school uniform, admiring it. Ah, the blue attire of Ravenclaw is quite lovely. Now I possess garments from 2 houses, akin to collecting new merchandise from the Harry Potter franchise. The following day, I strolled along lazily, stifling yawns. A few figures darted past me. Wow, Golden Locks, you and your sister sprint towards the dining table with remarkable speed. Vina, Tina spotted me. Good morning, Tina. I greeted her. Are you adjusting well in Slytherin? I inquired. Before she could utter a word, Drac turned to glance at Vina and preemptively replied, I shall take excellent care of her. Oh, and who might you be? I asked, fully aware of the answer.